At the grand banquet, the delicacies were carelessly discarded into the bowl belonging to Bai Ningbing. I declined, just as she was about to grasp her chopsticks. My half-brother abruptly overturned the bowl. Fan Yuan, you are being excessively domineering. Sister Bai, you are the illustrious princess of the capital, held in the highest regard. How could you partake in the remnants left by this man? He was initially intended to wed you in my stead. I ought to be the one to claim the title of your husband. Bai Ningbing directed a tranquil and composed gaze towards my stepbrother, maintaining a poised silence. Only I am cognizant of her wrath, Bai Ningbing's dominion over my being. She longs for the entirety of my essence. Even the vegetables I decline to consume are those she gently enticed from me in a soft murmur. It is whispered that the eldest daughter of the Bai family has been left marred and is believed to have but 2 years remaining in her life. My mother has requested that I wed the eldest daughter of the Bai family on behalf of my half-brother. I have granted my consent to reside within the Bai household. Upon disembarking from the vehicle, I was momentarily struck with astonishment. Whispers had circulated regarding Bai Ningbing's disfigurement as a result of a grave illness. I beheld her, my gaze locked in incredulity, as the murmurs from the outside world revealed themselves to be nothing more than phantoms. At this moment, Bai Ningbing boasts a visage of remarkable beauty, with features so exquisite that they are beyond any criticism. Finally awakened, Bai Ningbing softly inquired upon perceiving my awareness. I emitted a sound of recognition, unlatched the car door, and responded with an air of casual elegance, rather splendid. She appeared somewhat unsure whether my words were an ode to her beauty. Just moments prior, she had unmistakably sensed the mischievous sparkle in my eyes. Undoubtedly, her allure did not leave him entirely speechless. Wow, Zhang Youjiao declared. Fan Yuan, you are truly remarkable. To maintain such composure after beholding the young lady's countenance is nothing short of extraordinary. You are the first, Zhang Youjiao, as though she had discovered a magnificent new world, enthusiastically circled around me, brimming with excitement. I cast a momentary glance at her, my countenance unmistakably betraying contempt. You are excessively boisterous. Zhang Youjiao stood momentarily in a daze, her eyes wide open, rendered speechless for an extended period. To her astonishment, she found herself regarded with disdain by another. Bai Ningbing, with an impassive demeanor, cast a sidelong glance at Zhang Youjiao, silently communicating, "Indeed, you are rather boisterous. I am profoundly vexed." Zhang Youjiao found herself in turmoil amidst the tempest. She glanced at Shun Qinghe beside her, her countenance reflecting a sense of reluctant acquiescence. Am I being excessively loud? Shun Qinghe inclined her head ever so slightly, revealing a palpable indifference. Zhang Youjiao's visage darkened to a hue reminiscent of iron blue in her fury. She was consumed by an urge to lash out, yet she held herself back. Bai Ningbing, devoid of the courage to act, found herself paralyzed, while Shun Qinghe was equally incapacitated. As for myself, I had once triumphed in such moments, but now, as Bai Ningbing's betrothed, she refrained from confronting me with such audacity. Bai Ningbing ushered me through the threshold. The moment we crossed into the room, she gracefully shed her outer attire. I merely beheld her figure. Zhang Youjiao and Shun Qinghe stood beside me, intently scrutinizing my expression. They were completely confounded, left speechless by my composure. How could he remain unresponsive? Was he devoid of fear? Ordinarily, one would anticipate a boy to swoon at the mere sight of Bai Ningbing's presence. Indeed, both Zhang Youjiao and Shun Qinghe were initially astonished. As Bai Ningbing changed her attire, her eyes remained fixed upon me, a clear expression of astonishment etched across her face in response to my demeanor. Do you not harbor any fear? Upon hearing this, I elevated my gaze and held my gaze with Bai Ningbing for an extended moment. Her form was indeed captivating. There exists nothing in this world that evokes fear within me. I focused my attention on Bai Ningbing, meticulously examining the unusual growths adorning her body. I find myself in a state of uncertainty, yet her torso was heavily marred by tumors, some of which had started to exude pus. No portion of her upper body remained unscathed. Thank heavens for Bai Ningbing's resilience. Had it been another, they would have been completely overwhelmed by the sight of such a malady. Zhang Youjiao harbors profound reservations concerning the condition of my intellect. This dreadful visage, What a travesty of the phrase good figure. Surely, you must possess a misapprehension of what good figure genuinely entails. Bai Ningbing momentarily tensed before allowing a subtle smile to grace his lips. I have arranged for your room to be tidied. Please take a moment to rest, and later, I shall escort you for a leisurely stroll in the surrounding area. I am embarking on my inaugural visit to Liqing. Truly, I am not well acquainted with this locale, particularly in light of the fact that I shall be residing here for a considerable duration. As I ascended the staircase, Shun Qinghe graciously offered her assistance with my suitcase, yet I gently declined her kind gesture. Upon reaching the summit of the stairs, I turned to cast a lingering glance at Bai Ningbing. You have but 2 months remaining in this world, I observed. Have you ingested the pill I entrusted to you? With those words, I continued my ascent without a moment's hesitation. Earlier, as we alighted from the vehicle, I had purposefully grasped Bai Ningbing's arm, intending to ascertain her pulse. Upon further examination of her condition, I realized that she was not merely ailing, but profoundly afflicted. In this realm, only a celestial physician with an ethereal countenance could truly fathom her suffering. The trio below, upon perceiving my utterance, became momentarily immobilized. Bai Ningbing directed her piercing gaze towards my receding silhouette, her narrowed eyes emanating an unmistakable air of imminent peril. Young lady, yes, you. The news from 2 months ago was not disseminated by us. Shun Qinghe regained her composure. Her entire being was soaked in cold perspiration. Zhang Youjiao promptly responded, is not I either. Whispers circulate that the young lady has but 2 years left to live. In reality, she has merely 2 months remaining. Her identity transcends her role as the daughter of the Bai family. It is intricately woven into the destinies of many. All those connected to her shall encounter grave repercussions. Thus, Bai Ningbing has permitted the rumor of her having 2 years to circulate, all in a bid to arrange affairs during her final 2 months. But how did he acquire this knowledge? Initially, the betrothal was intended for Ji Ming, yet it has now transitioned to Fang Yuan. What could his true motives be? Zhang Youjiao contemplated, a flicker of cold light glinting in her eyes. She would show no mercy to anyone who dared to conspire against Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing averted her gaze. Her voice bore a subtle dryness. Her delicate fingers gripped that object with intensity, and for an extended moment, she remained silent. Shun Qinghe gently parted her lips. Upon hearing this, Shun Qinghe's countenance shifted dramatically. Miss, she exclaimed, this is not something we can partake in. Fang Yuan's identity is dubious. You must not place your trust in him. Zhang Youjiao knitted her brows and observed, this young man is remarkably unusual. It would be wise to ascertain the truth before advancing any further. Bai Ningbing's countenance was frigid. Upon realizing that Shun Qinghe still wished to urge her, she cast a glance that quelled any further dissent. Instantly, Shun Qinghe complied without question and procured the medicine. Without a moment's hesitation, Bai Ningbing ingested the pill in a single, fluid motion. As it took residence within her, a fervent heat coursed through her veins, setting her ablaze. Perspiration rapidly drenched her attire. She lifted her hand, poised to rend her shirt asunder. At that moment, Zhang Youjiao, who was beside her, was in a state of utter panic. She was on the verge of calling for help when she noticed Bai Ningbing's condition, her expression transforming dramatically. Miss, your health. The 3 most substantial tumors on Bai Ningbing's body are dissipating at an astonishingly swift rate, yet a multitude of remnants persist. Zhang Youjiao was momentarily taken aback. With a voice laden with urgency, she hastily dialed the phone, rushed to Ming Yuan at once, without delay. Shun Qinghe, regaining her composure, swiftly asked, My lady, do you experience any discomfort? Breathing has become remarkably more fluid, and the movement of liquid has likewise enhanced. Bai Ningbing lifted her gaze towards the staircase, her deep-set eyes glistening with concealed depths. Shun Qinghe exhaled in relief. Despite the young lady having 3 fewer tumors, she remained apprehensive about the looming threat to her life. Fortunately, the young lady emerged unscathed. 20 minutes later, Gu Yuwei arrived accompanied by several doctors, having conducted all requisite examinations. Upon scrutinizing the test results, Gu Yuwei's countenance reflected sheer astonishment. A portion of the substance within the young lady's body had inexplicably dissipated. Indeed, Zhang Youjiao eagerly inquired, has the young lady been rescued? It remains shrouded in uncertainty, Gu Yue remarked. The substance has merely dissipated in small portions, however, a considerable amount still resides within the young lattice body. There exists a possibility of complete eradication. Yet I remain uncertain whether her intake was sufficient or if it merely alleviated her condition. Nevertheless, based on the current diagnostic results, the several organs of the young lady that were damaged are gradually recovering. She can endure for another 6 months. This is splendid news, Zhang Youjiao exclaimed, twirling with excitement. The Bai family has exhausted every conceivable means, seeking renowned physicians across the nation, yet none could remedy Bai Ningbing's ailment. To her astonishment, following the alliance with the Ji family, Bai Ningbing has gained an additional 4 months of life. This is undoubtedly the most uplifting news she has encountered in the past 6 months. In just 4 months, they will have ample time to locate the miraculous physician, the enigmatic figure. Bai Ningbing may yet find salvation. Zhang Youjiao has already forgotten that merely half an hour ago, she was contemplating how to contend with me. The young lady, your fiancé, is truly a treasure. Zhang Youjiao smiled so broadly that she could hardly contain it. Bai Ningbing leaned back in her chair, her brows furrowed, remaining silent. Shen Xinghe glanced back at the staircase and suddenly dashed upstairs. Upon witnessing the scene, Bai Ningbing hastily called out to her. Shen Xinghe halted her steps, her expression grave as she spoke. Miss, I must save you. Regardless of the punishment you impose upon me, I shall endure it. For many years, Shen Xinghe had followed Bai Ningbing, never once defying her commands. Chapter 14. The boss has accepted the order. Bai Ling ascended the stairs, retrieving the mobile phone she had powered down for several days from her bag. As soon as it powered on, a call came through. At last, you've answered. A bureau is nearly overwhelmed. The voice on the other end brimmed with urgency. If Fu Qin and the others were present, they would surely recognize the caller as Qi, the head of a bureau. Bai Ling moved the phone away slightly. Her brow furrowed. Last time, you offered 10 billion for information on the ghost face individual. Qi paused, initially expecting her to be furious, but was instead met with her calm demeanor. After a brief silence, he inquired, You are willing to accept the order? Bai Ling pulled out a chair and sat down, propping her head on one hand, feeling somewhat resigned. She had intended to take a year off to focus on investigating Ji Moan. She relaxed her brow and replied, All right, but only 1 order a month. Agreed. Qi finally let out a sigh of relief, his tone shifting to a cheerful one. I will send you the information right away. Once they hung up, Qi acted swiftly. Bai Ling had barely disconnected when a message arrived on her phone. She opened the data, her eyes narrowing. Indeed, it was Fu Chun. At the time, she hadn't considered Fu Chun. Countless individuals sought the ghost face each year, and she wouldn't accept every order. However, on days when her mood was favorable, she would typically take on assignments. On the day Qi called, she had been feeling rather down and had not bothered to inquire about the person placing the order. It was only after hearing Jiang Shiwei's words in the car that she realized the identity of the client was Fu Qin. Bai Ling's fair fingers began to rhythmically tap on the table. 10 billion? Should I demand the payment back? With a shift in her gaze, she stood and opened her computer. Her fingers danced across the keyboard, a flurry of code appearing on the screen. Downstairs, after Bai Ling had gone upstairs, Jiang Shiwei turned to Fu Qin. Fu Yi, do you have a past with the young lady, or does she harbor feelings for you? Leaning against the sofa, Fu Chan wore a stoic expression, his deep-set eyes half closed, exuding an aura that deterred approach. He lit a cigarette, slowly exhaling a ring of smoke. What do you think? I can't quite grasp it. She seems to have an interest in you. She could have healed you, yet she holds your fate in her hands. Jiang Shiwei remarked while pouring himself a glass of water, finishing it in one gulp. Yet, she saved you. What's her story? Isn't she just a country girl? Growing up without parents, only a grandmother by her side. How could she possess such medical skills? Her skills are indeed commendable. She can neutralize the poison of blood charm. How could her medical abilities be lacking? Jiang Shiwei stroked his chin, his mind racing. Gu Chenhao mentioned that she used something called the detox needle, which seems to be derived from an ancient text. How could she have possibly encountered such a national treasure? Upon hearing this, Gu Chenhao was unwilling to concede. He immediately defended Bai Ling. What do you know? There are many capable individuals in the folk community. Just because such ancient texts are preserved by the state doesn't mean no one in the public has read them. Perhaps a divine doctor has taught her. Fu Qin shifted his position slightly, flicked off the ash from his cigarette, and raised his gaze toward Gu Chenhao. You mean to say that only Gue Mian possesses the antidote needle in this world? Upon hearing this, Gu Chenhao slammed his hand on the table, rising with palpable excitement. Indeed, how could I not have considered this? She knows the antidote needle, and since only Gue Mian is capable of such a skill, perhaps he was the one who taught her. Gu Chenhao paced back and forth, unable to contain her exhilaration. She must be Gue Mian's apprentice. It all makes perfect sense. With these words, Fu Chen, Jiang Shiwei, and Xingyu fell into deep contemplation. It was indeed astonishing that a mere 19-year-old girl like Bai Ling could possess such extraordinary medical skills, especially when she also exhibited Gue Mian's signature techniques. Her identity as Gue Mian's disciple was the only explanation that fit. After a prolonged silence, Jiang Shiwei pressed his lips together and inquired, "So, does this mean that Master Fu has offended Gue Mian? Therefore, the reason a bureau has declined to accept orders is not because K turned them down, but rather because Gue Mian refused?" Fu Chen lifted his gaze slightly to glance at Jiang Shiwei, seemingly pondering the matter. At that moment, a piercing alarm blared through the air. Xingyu jolted upright, glanced at Fu Chen, and then dashed upstairs in a swift motion. Moments later, he hurried back down. A computer in hand. In front of Fu Chen, he opened the device and examined it, his expression grave. "Master Fu, your computer has been compromised." Fu Chen sat up straight, his deep-set eyes glinting with a cold light. "Who did this?" Xingyu shook his head. "The traces have been erased." Fu Chen rose, hands tucked into his pockets, his demeanor icy. "What areas were affected?" "It seems the intruder detected your computer's alarm system and quickly erased their traces upon breaching it, without having had time to tamper with any files." Jiang Shiwei also stood, pacing with a serious countenance. "Could it be the work of that group? Are they attempting to destroy evidence?" Fu Chen narrowed his eyes. "Enhance the firewall and disseminate the message that I am still alive." "Understood." Upstairs, Bai Ling turned off the computer, exclaiming in frustration, "Damn it." She had sensed something was amiss when she obtained the donation agreement from the hospital. Earlier, she had checked Fu Chen's pulse and found his heart to be sound. She was not foolish enough to directly inquire with Fu Chen, nor could she guarantee the truth of his words. With matters involving Ji Mohan at stake, she needed to investigate personally. Little did she expect that as soon as she breached Fu Chen's computer, the alarm would sound. She could only erase her traces and shut down the device. In the afternoon, Jiang Shiwei, Gu Chenhao, and Xingyu departed, leaving only Fu Chen and Bai Ling at home. The meal had been prepared by Fu Chen's personal chef. He used serving chopsticks to place a dish in front of Bai Ling, his voice gentle as he spoke. "I am not accustomed to having a housekeeper. Typically, I have meals prepared and delivered by a chef. If you find this uncomfortable, I can arrange for 2 housekeepers to assist you." Bai Ling lifted her gaze to meet Fu Chen's and replied coolly, "The blood charm is not contagious." Fu Chen's hand momentarily stilled, a faint smile playing on his lips. "Very well. No need for housekeepers. I am not accustomed to them." Bai Ling had grown used to her solitary ways and disliked having others around. Fu Chen poured 2 glasses of water, offering one to Bai Ling. She did not accept it, preferring wine instead. Fu Chen rested his fingers on the table, remaining silent for a considerable time before rising to fetch her a bottle of beer, advising her to drink sparingly. Bai Ling cast him a glance that seemed to convey, "Do you think you can dictate my choices?" Fu Chen's expression shifted slightly, yet he remained silent. The young lady possessed a rather irritable temperament. Perhaps it was best to indulge her whims. While they were dining, the video phone at the door rang. Fu Chen answered it, revealing a security guard from the Mingyuan residence on the other end. "Mr. Fu, there is a girl here seeking you. She claims to be the sister of your fiancé." Residents of Mingyuan typically held esteemed positions, and the management was stringent, unless permitted by the owner. Strangers would not be granted entry. Fu Chen glanced back at Bai Ling and, in a calm tone, instructed, "Let her in." Before long, Ji Xian arrived, and Fu Chen had intentionally chosen not to wear his mask. Ji Xian entered, carrying an assortment of exquisite ingredients and gifts. Upon catching sight of Fu Chen's face, she froze momentarily, bewildered. "What is happening?" Chapter 15. Sister. "I am here to care for you. Didn't they say that Fu Shao had suffered a severe illness that left him disfigured? Yet, how could this be considered disfigurement? He was undeniably a paragon of celestial beauty." Ji Xian felt as though she could scarcely draw her breath. What on earth had she done? She had unwittingly relinquished such a godlike man to Bai Ling. "Miss Ji, is there something you require?" Fu Chen merely cast a fleeting glance at Ji Xian before diverting his gaze, offering her no further acknowledgement. His expression remained utterly unchanged. Startled, Gxin quickly regained her composure and hurriedly explained, Fu Shao, my mother is concerned that my sister might struggle to adapt to life here alone. So she asked me to assist her in settling in. Her eyes furtively studied Fu Chun's face, her heart racing. He was extraordinarily handsome. This was the visage of the future companion she had longed for. Fu Chen merely grunted in response and resumed his meal, deftly serving a piece of meat to Bai Ling. The young girl was rather slender and needed to eat more to nourish herself. Witnessing Fu Chen's tender demeanor, Gxin's eyes nearly sparked with flames as she clenched her fingers tightly at her sides, biting her lip in frustration. No, this man belonged to her. She must reclaim him. With this thought, she approached Bai Ling with feigned sweetness. Sister, mother has purchased new clothes and cosmetics for you. May I assist you in putting them away? Bai Ling set down her chopsticks, propping one leg atop the chair, and regarded Gxin with a mischievous grin. Sure, she said, gesturing toward an upstairs room. You can take them up yourself. What? Gxin gazed incredulously at Bai Ling. Did she expect her to carry them up alone? What did that imply? Did she take her for a maid? Reluctant? Bai Ling casually took a sip of her beer, draping one arm over her leg in a nonchalant manner. Gxin nearly choked on her indignation, suppressing her anger for what felt like an eternity. There's quite a bit to carry. I can't manage it all alone. Sister, would you please lend me a hand? Isn't it you who is here to help me? Must I assist you as well? Bai Ling chuckled, her tone playful yet infuriating. That is not what I meant. I simply don't understand your preferences and am worried about placing things incorrectly. Gxin's eyes flickered with a glint of determination, quickly masked. Oh, Bai Ling elongated her tone. I apologize. I come from the countryside and am unfamiliar with the customs of nobility. I shall follow your preferences, then. Thank you for your trouble. At her words, Fu Chen's gaze lifted slightly, a faint smile gracing his lips. The young girl was quite astute, subtly suppressing her half-sister without raising any suspicions. Gxin seethed with frustration, yet, in the presence of Fu Chen, she held her tongue. She needed to leave a favorable impression on him to win his affection. Remaining silent, she ascended the stairs alone with Bai Ling's belongings. Her mind was consumed with thoughts of Fu Chen, leaving her little inclination to assist Bai Ling. She carelessly tossed the items onto the bed and hurried back downstairs. Downstairs, Fu Chen glanced at Gxin as she disappeared up the staircase, a smile curving his lips. Did she not find her appealing? Bai Ling finished her bottle of beer and casually opened another, smirking mischievously. Isn't that so? Fu Chen discarded the empty wine bottle that Bai Ling had just finished into the trash can and returned to his seat. When would he go to school? He initially intended to have Jiang Sherwei inquire with Old Qin regarding the situation. If Old Qin did not provide Bai Ling with a recommendation letter, given his capabilities, securing her admission to Hengchuan University would pose no challenge. However, at this moment, there was no need to consult Old Qin. The young lady had claimed to possess a recommendation letter, and it was undoubtedly true. What the Ji family considered a waste was, in fact, an unattainable deity for them. The disciple of the ghost face, by virtue of that identity alone, had countless individuals willing to kneel and beseech her, not to mention her medical skills. If she were willing, amassing billions would be an effortless endeavor. On Monday, Bai Ling's phone rang with a text message. She glanced at it and, while replying, addressed Fu Chen's inquiry. Hengchuan University was not as simple as it appeared. Caution was warranted. Fu Chen found himself curious about how this proud young lady would fare at Hengchuan University. It seemed he needed to find someone to discreetly protect her. Bai Ling leaned back in her chair and finished her beer in one gulp. As Gxin descended the stairs, she was greeted by the sight of Fu Chen and Bai Ling in an unusually harmonious scene, deepening her resentment. Wasn't it said that Fu Shao was violent and cruel? Why then was he so kind to Bai Ling? After hesitating for a moment, Gxin suppressed the coldness in her gaze and approached Fu Chen, sweetly requesting, Fu Shao, my sister is here all alone and knows no one. May I stay to accompany her for a while? Once she has adjusted, I will leave. In truth, Gxin's visit was at the behest of the matriarch. However, the matriarch had only instructed her to visit Bai Ling under the guise of familiarity, so that Fu Chen would recognize her. After all, they had never met before, and their only encounter was at the engagement banquet, where Fu Chen's fiancée was Bai Ling. They had exchanged no words. The matriarch believed that Gxin was quite attractive, and that Fu Chen's ultimate acceptance of Bai Ling was merely due to her looks. Gxin had initially been the intended bride, hence she needed to be more agreeable and sensible. In comparison, Fu Chen would naturally find it easier to accept Gxin. After all, She was the true daughter of the Ji family, vastly superior to that rural girl. However, the matriarch had not permitted Ji Xin to reside at Fu's home. She had instructed Ji Xin to make a brief appearance, exchange a few words with Fu Chun, and then depart, creating an elusive sense of distance. Yet, Ji Xin could not restrain herself. She had to remain. She could not afford to give Fu Chen and Bai Ling even the slightest opportunity. Any potential feelings between them must be extinguished in their infancy. Fu Chen raised an eyebrow and looked at Bai Ling. Are you not adapting? Indeed. Bai Ling replied with a teasing smile. She saw through Ji Xion's intentions at a glance, yet chose not to concern herself with them. As long as Ji Xion's actions did not hinder her, she would allow her to stir as she pleased. Let her stay? Fu Chun was somewhat taken aback by Bai Ling's reaction. The young lady had clearly seen through Ji Xion's motives, but still played along. How intriguing. Very well. Bai Ling stood up, ignoring the table full of dishes, and headed directly upstairs. As she passed Ji Xion, she paused in front of her, tilting her head to observe her. It seems your family does not have a driver. The implication was that one must resolve their own affairs regarding education. This is the suburbs, at least an hour and a half journey from Hengchuan University. The Ji family employs a single driver, who typically transports Ji Yan to work while also taking Ji Xion to school. It now appears that an additional driver will be necessary. Ji Xion's expression shifted, yet she clenched her teeth. Was her father not facilitating her sister's connection to the university? Could they not attend school together? As for me, Bai Ling smiled and pointed at Fu Chun, asserting that he would be escorting her. Ji Xion. Fu Chun suddenly smiled, rather fiercely. She was his fiancée. It was only natural for him to accompany her. Ji Xion interjected, insisting there was no need for such an escort. She dared not allow him to take her. Fu Chun followed Bai Ling upstairs, casting a glance at the table laden with dishes. Miss Ji, it seems there is no housekeeper at home. You must be working hard. Ji Xion. Tears welled in her eyes from frustration. She intended to voice her thoughts, but Fu Chun had already taken Bai Ling's hand and ascended the stairs. Witnessing their intimate exchange, her fingers clenched into a fist, and her delicate features twisted into a grotesque expression. Chapter 16. It seems there's no nanny here the following morning. An insistent doorbell roused Bai Ling from her slumber. With a touch of irritation, she kicked off the covers, her expression revealing a formidable temper, as if she were ready to confront someone. As Bai Ling descended the stairs, Fu Chun had already opened the door. Upon seeing the visitor, Bai Ling paused momentarily. A woman, stunningly beautiful, with exquisite makeup, a flawless figure, and an air of noble elegance. The woman immediately spotted Bai Ling standing behind Fu Chun, strode in with purpose, grasped Bai Ling's hand, and beamed with a radiant smile. Ah, you must be my daughter-in-law. Even more beautiful in person than in the photographs. Splendid. Hello, Auntie. Bai Ling responded, momentarily taken aback, her earlier bravado subdued. The woman before her was Fu Chen's mother, Lin Paiya. Bai Ling had perused Fu Chen's information and had seen Lin Paiya's photograph. Lin Paiya seemed thoroughly pleased with Bai Ling. Pulling her hand and guiding her to the sofa, her smile barely contained. When you two got engaged, your uncle and I had prior commitments and couldn't attend. I hope you don't take offense. Not at all, Bai Ling replied with a hint of indifference. We'll be staying in Licheng for a while. I'll find an opportunity to invite you and your family for dinner as a token of compensation, Lin Paiya continued, her satisfaction with Bai Ling growing. Fu Chun, seated nearby, felt entirely invisible to his mother. No need for a meal, Bai Ling interjected, feeling weary of the Ji family and disinclined to meet them. Of course we must, Lin Paiya insisted, patting Bai Ling's hand. I've heard from Fu Chen that it was originally your stepfather's daughter who was to marry him. But due to her age, you were chosen instead. I've also come to understand your situation. Living as a stepdaughter in a wealthy family is no easy feat. Now that you are marrying into our Fu family, we will treat you well, and the Ji family will surely do the same. Lin Paiya's intentions were straightforward. As the daughter-in-law of the Fu family, Bai Ling must not be subjected to any mistreatment. She felt it was her duty to provide support and ensure that the Ji family would not dare to overlook Bai Ling. With a smile, Lin Paiya continued. Inviting them to dinner is meant to convey our satisfaction with you as our daughter-in-law. Here, you need not bear any burdens. What was the case before remains unchanged now. On the day of the engagement, she and Fu Chen's father had been unable to attend, but had inquired about Fu Chun and requested a photograph of Bai Ling. Lin Paiya was not particularly fixated on social status, yet her alliance with the Ji family carried a hint of self-interest. With Fu Chen's health deteriorating, His time limited to mere months, she sought this union not only to bring him joy, but also to provide him with a companion, ensuring he would not feel lonely in his final days. Upon learning that the G family was unwilling to send Xin over, instead offering a stepdaughter, she did not react with anger but resolved to treat this girl with kindness. A girl who had accepted a marriage proposal would certainly face significant reputational damage. Thus, Lin Paya felt immense gratitude for Bai Ling's willingness to marry into their family. Moreover, having met Bai Ling in person, she felt quite satisfied. Even should Fu Qin depart in the future, she vowed to protect Bai Ling from any harm throughout her life. This exchange was overheard by Xin, who had just ascended the stairs, and her expression shifted dramatically. Why, she pondered, was Bai Ling held in such high regard? Mrs. Fu's immediate fondness for Bai Ling during their first encounter is perplexing. What has befallen the Fu family, that each member seems enamored with this unsophisticated country girl? Xin's fingers clenched tightly, her delicate nails digging into her flesh, threatening to mar her skin. After a prolonged moment, she inhaled deeply and gradually approached Lin Paya. Good afternoon, Auntie. Xin had taken special care in her appearance today. Last night, upon deciding to stay over, she had called Sun Yuru to bring her a few outfits, each a favored brand that complemented her figure. She donned a pale yellow dress, her hair styled into two small braids resting on her shoulders, her face adorned with light makeup. Naturally attractive, Xin appeared all the more innocent and charming. Lin Paya lifted her gaze, scrutinizing Xin with curiosity. You must be Xin, correct? When the Fu family resolved to forge a union with the G family, Lin Paya had meticulously familiarized herself with their social connections and had perused photographs of each family member, thus recognizing Xin immediately. Indeed, Auntie. Xin flashed a sweet smile, exuding obedience. How did you come down from upstairs? Accustomed to a plethora of personalities, Lin Paya detected a hint of insincerity in Xin's tone, her expression tightening, her demeanor shifting from warmth to formality. Xin, originally, it was you who was to be betrothed to Fu Qin. However, your family has substituted Bai Ling in her stead. Now that she is engaged, what are you doing here? To the uninformed, it might appear as though Bai Ling has stolen your fiancé. Lin Paya's gaze sharpened. Fu Qin raised his eyes slightly, glancing at Lin Paya and smiling subtly. The young girl was quite astute. Though she remained silent, her mother-in-law had already taken her side. Yet, Fu Qin found it curious how his mother had developed an affinity for Bai Ling, considering it was their first meeting. Auntie, it was my sister who invited me to stay. Xin lowered her head, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, feeling quite wronged. Yet, within her heart, she harbored deep resentment toward Bai Ling. What merit did that wretched girl possess? Why should Mrs. Fu come to her defense? With such thoughts swirling in her mind, Xin's resolve to win Fu Qin's affection solidified. Mrs. Fu's willingness to support a rustic girl indicated her reasonableness, unlike the stereotypical mother-in-law who would burden her daughter-in-law. If Xin could secure a place in the Fu family, she would undoubtedly be cherished. Lin Paya cast a cold glance at Xin, her demeanor impassive. Your sister is simply too polite to refuse you. She has not been raised in your family and has only just become engaged. How could she possibly turn you down? Meanwhile, Bai Ling, who had been sitting languidly to the side, raised her eyes in surprise upon hearing this. From her childhood to the present, apart from her grandmother, no one has ever spoken on her behalf. Whenever she found herself in trouble, others would merely chastise her for her lack of upbringing. Yet now, there are individuals who, without inquiring into the circumstances, have taken it upon themselves to defend her. Her nose tinged with emotion as she inhaled deeply, lowering her gaze. Xin was taken aback by Lin Paya's assertiveness, momentarily rendered speechless. After a brief pause, she looked at Bai Ling, her eyes brimming with tears. Sister. Please refrain from calling her sister. It softens her heart, Lin Paya remarked, casting a glance back at Bai Ling leaning casually against the sofa. Bai Ling was engrossed in her phone, seemingly indifferent to the unfolding drama. The more Lin Paya observed her, the more she appreciated her authenticity and lack of pretense. In stark contrast to Xin, the disparity between the two was glaringly evident. Bai Ling had effortlessly outshone Xin by several leagues. You should tidy up and head home, Lin Paya stated coolly. Bai Ling is engaged to Fu Qin. She is to be my daughter-in-law. With my presence, she will gradually adapt, so you need not concern yourself. Xin's intentions were glaringly obvious. Lin Paya would not permit her to remain and disrupt the budding relationship between Fu Qin and Bai Ling. Xin bit her lip, her hands clutching her garment tightly, tears glistening in her eyes. She turned to Bai Ling. Sister, my mother instructed me to take good care of you. If I return like this, I won't know how to explain. Throughout the exchange, Bai Ling had been preoccupied with her phone. Upon being addressed by GXIN, she looked up, a playful smirk gracing her lips. Indeed. Otherwise, let her stay. However, Lin Paya was suddenly anxious, wishing to interject when Bai Ling unexpectedly added, "It seems there are no maids here." Chapter 17. Is it so bad to live? As the words fell, Fu Qin, seated nearby, nearly lost his composure, his eyes glimmering with mirth. Lin Paya was taken aback for a considerable time before she finally reacted, smiling as she said, "Well then, let us keep things as they are." GXIN, observing Bai Ling, felt an almost uncontrollable urge to lash out in anger. How could she, a distinguished young lady of the G family, be reduced to the status of a mere maid? With her gaze lowered, a flicker of malice crossed her features. Yet she maintained a smile, assuring, "Andy, rest assured, I shall take good care of young Master Fu and my sister's needs." Lin Paya chose to ignore her, suddenly recalling Fu Qin beside her. Turning to him, she gasped in astonishment. "Oh, my son, your illness has been cured?" She intended to say tumor, but reconsidered in the presence of Bai Ling and GXIN, opting for a more delicate phrasing. Fu Qin lifted his hand to glance at his watch. It had been half an hour since Lin Paya entered, and she had only just remembered her son? Fu Qin replied nonchalantly. At his words, GXIN's eyes widened in disbelief. What did this mean? Was young Master Fu truly cured? Did this imply that he would not perish? GXIN was on the verge of madness, realizing how foolish she had been. Really? Lin Paya exclaimed, rising with excitement. You, come upstairs with me. She needed to ascertain the truth of the matter. They had exerted immense effort regarding Fu Qin's ailment, one deemed untreatable by anyone. How could it suddenly be resolved? Fu Qin said nothing further and simply followed Lin Paya upstairs. Once they had ascended, GXIN retracted her smile, her expression now one of vicious malice directed at Bai Ling. Glaring at Bai Ling with a contorted visage, she spat. "What are you? How dare you treat me as your maid? Let us not forget, you are merely an unwanted child discarded by your mother. Do not presume that your engagement to young Master Fu grants you the right to look down upon me." So, Bai Ling languidly reclined on the sofa, tilting her head and raising an eyebrow, regarding GXIN with mockery. "Grandmother mentioned that there is no need for you to marry into the Fu family. You should clarify things with young Master Fu and annul the engagement." GXIN gritted her teeth, her face contorted with hatred. She was utterly convinced that Fu Qin's ailment had not truly been cured, but rather that he had feigned illness, deceiving even the Fu family. He was merely testing the G family. However, the G family had failed the test, and she could not withstand it either. Just like that, she had relinquished Fu Qin to another. She felt as though she might vomit blood. Suddenly, Bai Ling chuckled, narrowing her eyes. "What if I refuse?" "Refuse?" GXIN scoffed. "I doubt I need to remind you that your grandmother's medical expenses are still being covered by the G family, correct? The only reason you were brought here was due to your perceived utility. Now that you are of no use, you may leave." GXIN stared at Bai Ling impassively. Yet, considering her connection as her mother's daughter, she added, "When you leave, I can still offer you a sum for your dignity, but should you refuse, you must understand the consequences. Your grandmother may lose her chance at treatment due to your foolishness." Upon her words, Bai Ling abruptly rose to her feet, swiftly advancing towards GXIN. With a single, deliberate motion, she seized GXIN by the throat, her countenance as frigid as frost. Is living so unbearable? Her speed was astonishing. GXIN scarcely glimpsed her form before she stood before her. Startled by Bai Ling's fierce demeanor, GXIN trembled visibly. With a cold glance, Bai Ling released her grip, casting GXIN to the ground, and warned the G family that anyone who dared to threaten her grandmother would find their legs broken. Bai Ling had never been one to show mercy. No one could insult her and expect to remain unscathed. Her tolerance towards the G family stemmed solely from their connection to GMO Han. However, that did not imply she would endure their transgressions indefinitely. Her grandmother was her Achilles heel. Anyone who dared to harm her would come to regret their existence, regardless of their identity. Meanwhile, upstairs, Lin Paya compelled Fu Qin to remove his clothing for inspection. Upon discovering that all the tumors on his body had vanished, she was rendered speechless, exclaiming, "What on earth is happening?" Her eyes widening in disbelief, she gazed at Fu Qin and inquired, "Which renowned physician has cured you?" Fu Qin, donning his attire with deliberate slowness, cast a sidelong glance at Lin Paya and replied, "Your future daughter-in-law." Bai Ling? Lin Paya exclaimed in shock. How is that possible? Bai Ling was merely a 19-year-old girl, yet to graduate from high school. How could she possibly have cured Fu Chen's ailment? It is essential to note that Fu Chen was not merely ill, he had been poisoned. Countless top-tier physicians had been unable to neutralize the toxin. How could someone as young as Bai Ling have achieved such a feat? Seeing that Fu Chen was not jesting, Lin Paya inhaled sharply, her brows furrowing. Is this girl truly just a simple country girl? Not at all. Fu Chen had not conducted a thorough investigation into Bai Ling. The most he knew stemmed from the information gathered by Xing Yu when the Ji family planned to betroth Bai Ling. It was all superficial knowledge. Bai Ling's true identity had been cleverly obscured, and even Xing Yu, with his capabilities, should not have been unable to discover that she was the disciple of the ghost face. What Bai Ling's true identity was warranted further investigation. Yet Fu Chen refrained from requesting Xing Yu to look deeper. He was reluctant to delve into certain matters. The girl harbored animosity towards him, yet lacked malevolence. That alone was not sufficient reason for him to pry further. Lin Paya's expression grew grave. Then why did she save you? Was it premeditated? I do not know. Fu Chen raised his gaze to meet Lin Paya's, arching an eyebrow. Didn't you express a fondness for her? I do like her. Lin Paya unabashedly admitted her affection for Bai Ling. This girl is genuine and unpretentious. I find her quite agreeable. Individuals of Lin Paya's stature were typically surrounded by those who sought to ingratiate themselves with her. Few could engage with her on a normal level, unaffected by her status. However, Bai Ling was different. From the moment she entered, she had never sought to curry favor with Lin Paya, maintaining a demeanor of calm indifference. Although her tone remained polite, Lin Paya could sense an underlying impatience from Bai Ling. It was then that Lin Paya found herself immensely drawn to her. As Bai Ling's future mother-in-law, it was particularly striking that rather than seeking her approval, Bai Ling exhibited signs of impatience. For this reason, she believed that Bai Ling was not like some affluent young ladies, burdened with heavy thoughts. However, as much as she admired her, Lin Paya feared that Bai Ling might bear a grudge and seek revenge. Lin Paya was not a blind individual. Her fondness for Bai Ling was overshadowed by her concern for her son's well-being. She held a great deal of confidence in Fu Chen's striking appearance, as it was rare to find a girl who could remain composed in his presence. Bai Ling was an unexpected anomaly. She had observed that upon entering, Bai Ling did not cast a single glance at Fu Chen, while Xin occasionally stole furtive glances at him. Fu Chen narrowed his eyes, sensing a possibility. What should be done? Lin Paya suddenly felt a surge of anxiety. Fu Chen smiled slightly. She is my fiancée. Upon hearing this, Lin Paya laughed, truly remarkable. A fiancée can always become a legitimate wife. Chapter 18. Subpar acting. After a brief conversation with Fu Chen, Lin Paya descended the stairs. Xin, rising from the ground, caught sight of Lin Paya and Fu Chen. With a swift movement, she raised her hand and struck her own face. Tears streaming down her cheeks as she lamented, Sister, I know you dislike me. Since you do not wish for me to stay, I shall take my leave. But how could you strike me? Bai Ling stood nearby, hands tucked into her pockets, her eyebrows slightly raised. A smirk playing on her lips as she observed Xin's theatrics. Lin Paya approached, casting a glance at Xin, and inquired indifferently, What is the matter? With her hand covering her face, Xin feigned a look of deep grievance. Auntie, my sister said she does not want me to remain here. She only agreed to my staying to make you feel better. I merely mentioned I was here to care for her, yet she struck me. As she sobbed, her fragile appearance evoked sympathy. However, the individuals before her were far from naive. Sister, you used to fight and skip classes at school, with family members shielding you. But this is someone else's home. You cannot display such a temper here. Xin wailed even more exaggeratedly. Then pack your things and return home. Lin Paya, ever astute, recognized the farce Xin was performing. She could not be bothered to expose such crude acting. Xin froze, a look of disbelief on her face. She had not anticipated Lin Paya's unwavering support for Bai Ling. She assumed that in a family of Fu's stature, they would not permit their daughter-in-law to bear any blemish. And thus she had deliberately orchestrated the scene to incite Lin Paya's disdain for Bai Ling. To her astonishment, Lin Paya did not even question Bai Ling and simply dismissed her. How could this be? She had finally secured a place in the Fu household and could not afford to leave due to a failed ploy. Regaining her composure, Xin quickly declared, Auntie, although my sister struck me, I forgive her. As sisters, we should support each other. I promise to be obedient and take good care of my sister's life. Bai Ling pinched the bridge of her nose, somewhat exasperated. Did GXIN truly consider them all fools? Their disdain for her was glaringly obvious. Yet she insisted on remaining to wreak havoc. Lin Paya was equally impressed. GXIN's ability to shift her demeanor was astonishing. From accusing Bai Ling of striking her to professing sisterly love in a heartbeat. Having encountered many scheming individuals, GXIN was the first to wear her intentions so plainly on her face. What could possibly be going on in her mind? Very well. You may assist your sister more in the future, Lin Paya decided, allowing GXIN to stay. Bai Ling, clearly not one to suffer fools gladly, knew that GXIN's presence would only lead to her own discomfort. If GXIN desired to court disaster, she would facilitate it. After sitting for a while and conversing with Bai Ling, Lin Paya took her leave. As she was departing, Lin Paya suddenly recalled something and turned back to GXIN, saying, "By the way, your sister is not just anyone. She is the daughter-in-law of the Fu family, a member of the Fu household." GXIN immediately lowered her head, biting her lip in silence. Fu Qin had initially intended to take Bai Ling for a stroll nearby, but she declined. "I am going to the hospital." She had been in Licheng for 5 or 6 days and had yet to visit her grandmother. Bai Ling pulled out her baseball cap and placed it atop her head. She often wore a hat, not wishing for others to glimpse her face. Without hesitation, Fu Qin naturally took Bai Ling's hand. Bai Ling paused her steps, lowering her gaze. His hand was warm, while hers felt icy. As he clasped her hand, a comforting warmth enveloped her. After a brief moment of silence, she said nothing and followed Fu Qin out. They both ignored GXIN. However, just as they reached the doorway, GXIN rushed out. "Sister, may I visit Grandma as well? She has been in Licheng for so long, and I haven't seen her yet." GXIN's intentions were not to pay her respects to Bai Ling's grandmother, but rather to remain close to Fu Qin at all times. "Leave," Bai Ling replied, her brow furrowed and her expression frosty. Earlier, when she had accompanied GXIN in her little charade, she had been in a relatively good mood. Moreover, she was willing to indulge GXIN's reckless behavior. But now, GXIN wanted to visit Grandma? What audacity did she have? "Sister?" GXIN was taken aback. On the verge of tears, Bai Ling had the audacity to scold her in front of Fu Qin, showing no regard for her feelings. Lowering the brim of her hat, Bai Ling averted her gaze from GXIN and turned to leave. Fu Qin cast a cold glance at GXIN, his lips parting slightly as he spoke in a dispassionate tone. "Miss G, if you have nothing to do, perhaps you could prepare dinner." Seeing Fu Qin pause, GXIN initially thought he might speak on her behalf, only to find he was instructing her to cook. Overwhelmed with fury, she masked her emotions and forced a smile. "All right." As Bai Ling and Fu Qin settled into the car, a luxury vehicle pulled up at the villa entrance. Jiang Shiwei and Xingyu emerged. "Fu Shao, where are you headed?" Jiang Shiwei approached, seeking Fu Qin for a matter, noticing they were about to leave. "To the hospital," Fu Qin replied, raising his gaze slightly. "Is there something amiss? Are we going to visit Grandma Bai Ling? We shall accompany you." Upon hearing they were going to the hospital, Jiang Shiwei realized they intended to see Bai Ling's grandmother. He was astounded by Bai Ling's medical prowess displayed yesterday. Besides, with Fu Ye's health precariously in Bai Ling's hands, he needed to ingratiate himself with her. Perhaps one day she might be inclined to cure Fu Qin's ailment. Yet, the young lady had a rather irritable temperament, often appearing both cold and restless. Even her smile seemed somewhat sinister. It felt as though her laughter foretold misfortune for someone. This trait reminded him of Fu Qin. Whenever Fu Qin smiled, they knew trouble was brewing. Jiang Shiwei secretly mused that these two were indeed a perfect match, sharing an uncanny resemblance in character. "I shall join as well," Xingyu echoed Jiang Shiwei's sentiments. Without waiting for Fu Qin's response, they both climbed into the car. "Fu Yi, I'll drive," Xingyu asserted. Snatching the keys from Fu Qin's hand, Fu Qin raised an eyebrow but chose not to comment. Bai Ling merely glanced at Jiang Shiwei and Xingyu before pulling out her phone to occupy herself. As the car journey progressed, Jiang Shiwei suddenly recalled something and inquired. "Bai Ling, your medical skills are remarkable. Why don't you treat your grandmother? Surely you can cure her illness, given you can neutralize the poison from the blood of charm." It struck him as odd that Bai Ling preferred her grandmother to remain hospitalized rather than seeking her treatment. Bai Ling's fingers paused slightly, her brows lifting coolly. "I cannot cure her." "What? There exists an ailment beyond your ability to heal?" Jiang Shiwei exclaimed in astonishment. The disciple of the ghost face has inherited the art of healing from him. At the very least, one could summon ghost face himself for treatment. How could it be that she is incapable of curing her grandmother's ailment? If ghost face cannot heal it, then the doctors at the central hospital stand even less of a chance. Bai Ling lowered her gaze, her dark pupils reflecting a glimmer of cold light. Jiang Shiwei felt a sense of trepidation in the presence of Bai Ling's demeanor, swallowing hard before asking, "What illness does your grandmother have?" Bai Ling lifted her head, her voice as frigid as ice. Poisoning. Chapter 19. Belan, the daughter I no longer want. As Belan's words echoed through the vehicle, an oppressive silence enveloped them. Fu Chen cast a sidelong glance at Belan, slowly retracting his gaze, his lips pressed tightly together, revealing an inscrutable expression. Jiang Shiwei furrowed his brow, momentarily taken aback by the revelation of poisoning. Was she jesting? Belan lifted her gaze, directing a look of incredulity at Jiang Shiwei. Jiang Shiwei felt the sting of disdain from the young girl, who would jest about their own grandmother. Xingyu regarded Jiang Shiwei with a similarly bewildered expression. Despite their brief acquaintance with Belan, it was evident to all three that she held her grandmother in the highest regard. Jiang Shiwei's thoughtless inquiry about the validity of her statement only served to paint him as a fool. Xingyu sighed. Ever since Belan's arrival, Jiang Shiwei's intellect seemed to have plummeted. Jiang Shiwei, feeling a blow to his pride, questioned if he truly lacked the wit. It was merely a momentary lapse in understanding. Who could fathom that an elderly lady, accustomed to rural life, could be poisoned? Moreover, the fact that Belan could not antidote the poison indicated its potency, surpassing even that of blood's charm. The entire situation was inherently bizarre. Why should he be deemed foolish for considering Belan's words a joke? Disregarding the gazes of the other three occupants, Jiang Shiwei leaned over the seat, inquiring of Belan, what kind of poison could be so formidable? Heart-eating goo, Belan replied slowly, her tone devoid of warmth. The moment her words left her lips, Xingyu abruptly slammed on the brakes, turning to her in astonishment. Jiang Shiwei instinctively glanced at Fu Chen, his mouth agape, rendered speechless. The cold severity of Fu Chen's expression shifted as he turned to Belan, his brow furrowed deeply. An uneasy silence ensued, stretching taut among them. Only Belan remained composed, engrossed in her phone, as if she had merely uttered a trivial matter. After several minutes of strained quiet, Fu Chen withdrew his gaze and took Belan's hand, clutching it firmly within his grasp as he resumed driving. Xingyu hastily turned around and started the vehicle. Jiang Shiwei also shifted his attention outside, yet turmoil brewed within him. Fu Chen refrained from further inquiries, choosing instead to remain quietly seated. Belan, momentarily caught off guard by his grasp, raised her gaze slightly, catching a glimpse of Fu Chen's profile. His sharply defined features were illuminated by the sunlight streaming through the window, presenting a visage as exquisitely crafted as a sculpted statue. His hand enveloped hers, radiating warmth. Though he spoke not a word, Belan sensed the subtle increase in his grip, as if to convey his promise of protection. Belan averted her gaze, propping herself against the window, her cool eyes narrowing as her pupils shifted in light. She did not withdraw her hand, allowing Fu Chen to hold it. Throughout the journey, silence reigned, with not a single word exchanged. An hour later, the vehicle halted at the city center hospital. As Bai Ling approached the door of her grandmother's hospital room, she was met with a torrent of angry voices emanating from within. Chen Huifang, how could you, a teacher who has educated so many students, allow Bai Ling to become such a disgrace? The voice belonged to Sun Yiru. Instantly, Bai Ling narrowed her eyes, an aura of coldness radiating from her. Fu Chan's expression also turned icy, his deep-set eyes shimmering with intensity. What has happened to Bai Ling? Chen Huifang's voice was frail, punctuated by a few coughs. How dare you ask what has happened? Sun Yiru retorted. Since she came to the Ji family, her lack of manners is one thing after all. What can you expect from someone of your rural background? But to treat our ex-INR as a servant, what does she think she is to command my daughter? Sun Yiru's face contorted with rage, devoid of any semblance of a refined lady. Chen Huifang's complexion paled. But Bai Ling is also your daughter. Humph. Sun Yiru scoffed. She is merely the daughter I cast aside. How can you say that? She is your flesh and blood, born after 10 months of pregnancy. Is your heart truly so unfeeling? What has she done? I never wanted her. This daughter has nothing to do with me. If it weren't for the fact that I wanted her to marry in place of Exiner, do you think I would have brought her back? Sun Yiru sneered. If she possessed even half of Xian's excellence, perhaps I would consider acknowledging her again. But look at her. She scores 0 in every subject. Excels only in fighting and skipping classes, is arrogant and unruly, a mere thug. Allowing her to marry in place of Xiana is already a favor. Chen Huifang slammed her hand on the table. Be quiet. Bai Ling is not as you describe. She is exceptionally talented. Her brilliance is beyond your imagination. Her? Talented? Sun Yiru laughed derisively. Only you would hold her in such regard. Enough of this nonsense. I came to inform you that our Ji family no longer requires her for the marriage alliance. However, the engagement banquet has already concluded, and she remains Fu Ye's fiancée. It is not convenient for us to unilaterally annul the engagement. You must have Bai Ling approach for you to clarify matters. I will arrange for your immediate departure. Sun Yuru pulled out a wad of cash from her bag, if this matter is resolved. I will give you 100,000 yuan. Pausing, she added with a cold laugh, to be honest, you might as well give up on treatment. I consulted with the doctor, and your illness is incurable, only manageable with medication. Given your circumstances, affording medication will be a challenge. You should consider foregoing treatment. Bang. Just as Sun Yuru finished speaking, the door to the hospital room was kicked open, and Jiang Shiriyue stormed in, fury etched on his face. He kicked Sun Yuru, sending her crashing against the wall, his veins bulging with anger. I have never witnessed such a cruel mother. Do you even deserve to be called human? Jiang Shiriyue was seething. He had overheard their conversation outside and was infuriated, especially upon hearing Sun Yuru suggest that Bai Ling's grandmother abandoned treatment. Unable to contain himself any longer, he had kicked the door open. Sun Yuru, crumpled against the wall, felt a sharp pain throughout her body. As she looked up, she met Jiang Shiriyue's furious gaze. Behind him stood Bai Ling, Xingyu, and an unfamiliar man, all with grim expressions. Sun Yuru was taken aback, momentarily disregarding her physical pain as she hastily attempted to explain, Jiang Shao, it is not as it seems. Please allow me to clarify. Clarify? Jiang Shiriyue let out a cold laugh. You should go explain to Master Fu instead. Fu Qin remained silent, his gaze directed towards Bai Ling. Upon entering, Bai Ling immediately approached the bedside. Chen Huifang's agitation had exacerbated her condition, causing her to struggle for breath. Bai Ling produced a pill and administered it to Chen Huifang. Once Chen Huifang's condition stabilized, Bai Ling slowly rose and approached Sun Yuru, her exquisitely beautiful face as frigid as ice. Did you truly believe that by entrusting my grandmother to you, you could manipulate me at will? Chapter 20. She holds the globally limited black card. Bai Ling spoke at a leisurely pace that seemed almost languid, yet it sent a chill down one's spine. Sun Yuru felt her heart race at the mere glance from her. How strange. Why did this girl make her feel so utterly uncomfortable? Sun Yuru averted her gaze, internally chiding herself for being intimidated by Bai Ling. If Jiang Shiriyue were not present, she would certainly have given Bai Ling a piece of her mind. However, at this moment, both Jiang Shiriyue and Xingyu were under Fu Qin's command, and Bai Ling was Fu Qin's fiancée. She could not afford to embarrass her. You've misunderstood. I merely came to visit your grandmother, Sun Yuru asserted, unwilling to appear submissive before Bai Ling, yet feeling powerless. Fu Qin was not someone she could provoke. Bai Ling smirked mockingly, her eyes glinting with malice. What are you to even consider visiting my grandmother? You. Sun Yuru's face flushed with anger. Yet she refrained from lashing out. Bai Ling, regardless of our differences, I am still your mother. How can you speak to me like that? Huh? Jiang Shiriyue could not contain his laughter, perhaps influenced by Bai Ling's demeanor, exuding a roguish charm. You're a mother? I thought you were less than human. Jiang Shao. Sun Yuru stammered, panic rising within her. You misunderstand. She dared not defend herself, uncertain of how much Jiang Shiriyue had overheard. For now, she had no choice but to lower her stance. Jiang Shiriyue snorted dismissively. Whether you're misunderstood or not is irrelevant. What matters is whether Fu Yi will misunderstand. With that, he turned to Fu Chun. Isn't that right, Fu Yi? Sun Yuru was taken aback, incredulity washing over her as she looked at the man standing beside Bai Ling. You are Fu Shao? GXIN had yet to inform Sun Yuru that Fu Qin's health had improved. Now, witnessing Fu Qin's appearance, she was momentarily speechless. How could this be? Wasn't it said that Fu Shao had been disfigured? What she beheld was not disfigurement, but a flawless visage, as if sculpted by divine hands, perfect in every regard. Good heavens! What had she done? Such a man, even if he had but 2 years to live, would not be a loss for Xiner. Perhaps, after Fu Qin's demise, Xiner would inherit a significant portion of his wealth. Yet, she had unwittingly bestowed such a splendid son-in-law upon Bai Ling, allowing her to trample over her. Sun Yuru truly detested herself. Fu Qin raised his gaze, casting a cool, indifferent glance at Sun Yuru. His lips parted slightly. Ji family? Excellent. With just these few words, Sun Yuru felt a shiver run through her. Fu Chun's reputation preceded him. He was known to be ruthless and unforgiving. Those who crossed him met dire fates. If Fu Chun truly stood up for Bai Ling, the Ji family would be doomed. No longer concerned about her pride, Sun Yuru hastily grasped Bai Ling's hand. her voice laced with emotion. Bai Ling, I was only joking with your grandmother earlier. You are my own daughter. How could I not care for you? Rest assured, I will ensure your grandmother receives the best treatment. Bai Ling raised an eyebrow slightly, her expression remaining inscrutable as she regarded her. As Sun Yuruo observed that Bai Ling displayed little reaction, she continued, You are aware that I am in my second marriage. It has not been easy to marry into the Ji family, and now, with your grandmother's medical expenses requiring the Ji family's financial support, I must be mindful of their disposition. Thus, my words may have seemed a bit harsh. Please do not take them to heart. Her tone was laden with emotion, yet even the most naive could discern the veiled threat within her words. With an impassive expression, Bai Ling withdrew her hand, gazing at Sun Yuruo's anxious face before suddenly breaking into a smile. Money? Do I lack it? After all, Bai Ling was the wife of Mr. Fu. Would she truly be short of funds? Jiang Shiwei scoffed. If your family cannot afford it, then do not worry. Mr. Fu will certainly cover the medical fees. Sun Yuruo's demeanor stiffened momentarily, but quickly transformed into a smile. No, we can manage. It's only 400,000 a month, not a burden at all. Bai Ling cast a sidelong glance at her, then opened the ward door and called for a nurse. Reaching into her pocket, she produced a card and handed it to the nurse to settle a year's worth of expenses. The moment she revealed the card, Fu Chen's pupils constricted, and a hint of amusement flickered across his otherwise indifferent face. Jiang Shiyue's eyes widened in astonishment. It was a black card, a globally limited item. Those who possessed a black card held a minimum fortune of over 10 billion. The young lady was indeed impressive to possess such a card. She was far from a mere country girl. She was, in fact, an invisible tycoon. Bai Ling surveyed the group with a calm demeanor before averting her gaze. In truth, this card had been given to her by someone else. Several years prior, when she treated a wealthy individual, the consultation fee was 50 million, and in gratitude, the client bestowed this card upon her. Over the years, all her earnings had been deposited into this card. Bai Ling had never checked the balance, remaining oblivious to its actual amount, but it was estimated to be at least 100 billion. This was merely an approximation. If she were to check the balance, the figure would likely be even higher. The nurse soon returned with the payment confirmation, nearly sprinting back, her gaze now imbued with respect as she addressed Bai Ling. Miss, here is your card. Please keep it safe. Having never encountered a black card before, the nurse was informed by a colleague that its holder was worth a minimum of 10 billion, leaving her utterly astonished. Assigned specifically to manage this VIP ward, she was anxious about making any mistakes that might upset the esteemed patient. Thank you, Bai Ling replied politely, reclaiming her card. Sun Yuruo was unaware that Bai Ling had used a black card. Her social standing limited her exposure to the upper echelons, where only debit and credit cards were familiar to her. The concept of a black card was entirely beyond her grasp, and Ji Yan had never mentioned it to her. Thus, when Bai Ling presented the black card for payment, Sun Yuruo instinctively assumed it was a card provided by Fu Chen for Bai Ling, igniting a pang of jealousy within her. Bai Ling had only resided at Mingyuan for 2 days, and already Fu Chen had bestowed upon her a card. Such extravagance. While she was unaware of the card's balance, she did know that the expenses at Chun Huifang's hospital amounted to 4,800,000. With such a significant sum, Bai Ling paid without hesitation, and Fu Chen displayed no signs of displeasure. Sun Yuruo was filled with regret, wishing she had encouraged Xener to marry Fu Chen before his death. With Xener's capabilities, she could have secured at least 100 million. Yet, she had given her best son-in-law to Bai Ling. In this manner, that rebellious girl, Bai Ling, would become even more uncontrollable. Sun Yuruo resolutely refused to allow such a situation to unfold. After a moment of silence, she approached Fu Chen with a smile. Fu Shao, you need not trouble yourself with the medical expenses. Our family is quite capable. If word gets out that the medical fees were covered by you, it would undoubtedly tarnish Bai Ling's reputation, especially since you are not yet wed. Fu Chen raised an eyebrow, regarding Sun Yuruo with a smirk that danced between mirth and irony. You are quite right. Sun Yuruo felt a sense of relief wash over her and continued. Then I shall call old Ji and have him refund you. I haven't paid anything. What is there to refund? Fu Chen replied, a smile playing on his lips as he stood beside Bai Ling, his opulent attire accentuating his noble and composed demeanor. Sun Yuruo paused, bewildered. Did you not just pay the medical fees? A chuckle escaped Jiang Shiwei, who could no longer contain himself. Tell me, are you genuinely oblivious, or merely pretending? The card in Bai Ling's hand is her own, for you did not provide her with a single cent. What? Sun Yuruo exclaimed, staring at Bai Ling in disbelief. Your card? How can this be possible? Over 4 million, Bai Ling replied. This is no trifling sum. She is merely a country girl. Where could she have acquired such wealth? Chapter 21. The Ji family. Not impressive. Bai Ling raised her eyebrows slightly, her expression indifferent. Is the Ji family really that impressive? Sun Yuruo was taken aback, unable to respond for a long while. How dare this wild girl look down upon the Ji family? On what grounds? The Ji family was the second most prominent family in Liqing. Indeed, Jiang Shiwei chuckled. Not impressive at all. Not only Fu Chen. Even the Jiang family surpasses the Ji family by several streets. The Ji family, truly not impressive. Moreover, Bai Ling's black card was something the Ji family was not even qualified to obtain. Given the Ji family's current financial situation, it was likely that the entire family did not possess even 10 billion. How could they possibly look down upon Bai Ling? Sun Yuruo's expression stiffened, discomfort settling in her heart. In Liqing, she had always stood at the pinnacle, yet in the presence of the Fu and Jiang families, she was unworthy of even carrying their shoes. Indeed, the Ji family was far from impressive in comparison. Bai Ling approached Sun Yuruo, her cool countenance betraying no emotion. I have no ties to the Ji family. If any members of the Ji family disturb my grandmother again, this will be your fate. With that, Bai Ling's gaze suddenly turned icy, and with a swift motion, she snapped Sun Yuruo's arm. Ah! Sun Yuruo cried out in pain, rolling on the ground. You little wretch. I am your mother. How dare you treat me this way? The Bai family has no good people. As Sun Yuruo continued to curse, Bai Ling's expression grew colder. If you wish to keep speaking, so be it. A chilling aura emanated from her, and those familiar with her knew that she was truly enraged. Sun Yuruo was instantly silenced by her demeanor. Chen Huifang, upon hearing this, grew anxious. Xiaoling, stop. She is your mother after all. Bai Ling bowed her head, her eyes glimmering with a crimson light. She is undeserving, but you cannot harm her. Chen Huifang anxiously patted the bed. You still have a bright future ahead. You must not ruin your life over this. You promised me you would be well. Coughing, Chen Huifang had been overwhelmed by the poison that had been suppressed earlier by Bai Ling instantly. Bai Ling retracted her sharpness and retrieved a pill to feed to Chen Huifang. After taking the medicine, Chen Huifang's complexion improved significantly. She grasped Bai Ling's hand, her expression gentle. Spare her, for if you harm her, it will bring trouble upon yourself. Chen Huifang cared little for Sun Yuruo's fate. Her only concern was for Bai Ling. When Sun Yuruo abandoned her newborn Bai Ling to flee, Chen Huifang chose to forget her entirely. Over the years, she and Bai Ling had relied on one another, and she did not want Bai Ling to ruin her life over that unfeeling mother. Bai Ling lowered her head, her duckbill cap obscuring her face, preventing Chen Huifang from discerning her expression. Moments later, Bai Ling raised her head, her voice as cold as frost. I will ensure her demise is silent, and no one will know of my actions. Behind her, Fu Chen lifted his eyelids. Although Bai Ling was petite and slender, sitting on the hospital bed, she appeared delicate and frail, yet her words sent a chill down one's spine. No one would suspect that a 19-year-old girl could regard life and death with such indifference. How many lives rested in her hands? Fu Chen had no doubt about the truth of Bai Ling's words. She possessed the capability to quietly take Sun Yuruo's life without anyone knowing it was she who did it. Fu Chen gazed at Bai Ling with a newfound intensity. He had never witnessed her in a state of urgency, except when it pertained to her grandmother. In such matters, she would indeed forsake all familial ties. Nonsense. Chen Huifang admonished, casting a reproachful glance at her. What are you saying about killing? If word gets out, who would still wish to befriend you? Bai Ling remained silent, tempering her anger in the presence of Chen Huifang. She did not wish for her grandmother to witness any brutality. Go on, fix her arm. And then avoid her from now on, Chen Huifang gently suggested, patting Bai Ling's shoulder. With a soft sigh, Bai Ling rose and effortlessly lifted Sun Yuruo, pushing her dislocated arm back into place. Get as far away from me as possible, Bai Ling coldly commanded, releasing Sun Yuruo. Terrified, Sun Yuruo swallowed her insults, unable to utter a word, and hurriedly fled. However, just as she reached the doorway, Jiang Shiwei swiftly stepped in her path. Mrs. Ji, don't you owe her an apology for your words? Jiang Shiwei took out a small knife, tapping it against his palm with a mocking smile. Bai Ling's indifference did not equate to his. Despite his selfish motives for visiting Chen Huifang with Bai Ling, she was Fu Chen's fiancée. As such, she was one of their own. How could Jiang Shiwei allow her to depart so easily? Sun Yuruo, already frightened by Bai Ling, was now further intimidated by Jiang Shiwei. Daring not to retort, She hurried to Chun Huifang's bedside and bowed. I apologize. It was my fault. I should not have insulted you. Chun Huifang waved her hand. You may leave. Yet, Sun Yiru hesitated, trembling as she glanced at Jiang Shiwei. Mr. Jiang, am I allowed to go? Jiang Shiwei remained silent, looking to Fu Chen for guidance. Receiving a subtle nod from Fu Chen, he stepped aside to let Sun Yiru pass. Once she had left, Jiang Shiwei approached Chun Huifang's bedside with a smile. Hello, Grandma. I am Jiang Shiwei. Fu Chen followed suit, politely stating, Hello, Grandma. I am Fu Chen. He paused momentarily before adding, Bai Ling's fiancé. Upon hearing this, Chun Huifang immediately brightened. Oh, it's you. You are quite handsome. Thank you, Fu Chen replied. Pulling out a chair to sit, he gestured towards Xingyu. This is Xingyu. Xingyu hurried over to greet Chun Huifang. Chun Huifang observed the trio, nodding frequently. Then turned to Fu Chen. Bai Ling is still quite young and may not fully understand. If she behaves inappropriately, I hope you can be forgiving. She is wonderful. Fu Chen replied, a gentle smile gracing his lips, exuding politeness. In truth, I do not have much time left, and my greatest concern is for Bai Ling. As soon as the words left her lips, Bai Ling's expression darkened. Grandma. Chun Huifang sighed before continuing, I understand your family is quite well off. Bai Ling has truly elevated herself. Given the current situation with Sun Yiru, she addressed Fu Chen, if you ever find yourself dissatisfied with Bai Ling, I hope you will assist her in finding a good match. Bai Ling slammed her phone down on the table, her expression frosty. Fu Chen grasped her hand, offering a gentle smile, his voice soothing. Grandma, rest assured, I shall take good care of her. I will ensure the doctors do their utmost to treat your ailment. He continued, I am well aware of my own condition. I was meant to have perished long ago, yet it is Shaoling who has persevered, sustaining me with various precious medicines, allowing me to endure until now. The illness that she cannot cure, no one else can. Chun Huifang waved her hand dismissively, saying, Enough about me. The scent in this hospital room is quite unpleasant. You two should take a stroll. Not at all, Grandma. We shall remain here to keep you company. Jiang Shiwei replied cheerfully as he poured a glass of water for Chun Huifang. Indeed, the atmosphere within the hospital room was far from pleasant. Yet Fu Chen and Jiang Shiwei were not merely ordinary scions of affluent families. They had traversed numerous trials, rendering such trivial matters inconsequential in their eyes. Chapter 22. Not his disciple? When Fu Chen and his companions first met Chun Huifang, there was a certain unfamiliarity among them. Jiang Shiwei felt somewhat restrained and chose not to linger in the hospital room, leaving the space for Bai Ling and Chun Huifang. After Fu Chen and the others departed, Chun Huifang took Bai Ling's hand, her face softened with maternal affection. How have you been over there? Are you getting accustomed? Quite well, Bai Ling replied. Casually peeling an apple, her gaze lowered, her expression devoid of any excess emotion. Chun Huifang gently patted her hand, letting out a soft sigh. I understand that you harbor no fondness for your mother, and I share that sentiment. Yet, she remains your biological mother, and some matters must be endured. Bai Ling remained silent, continuing to peel the apple. Has the school arranged everything for you? Chun Huifang, noticing Bai Ling's reluctance to delve into that topic, swiftly shifted the conversation. Yes, Bai Ling nodded, at Hangchuan High School. That's a good school. Do make sure to study diligently, Chun Huifang encouraged, pressing her lips together. Your grandmother doesn't wish to impose. She simply believes that obtaining a diploma would benefit you in the future. Chun Huifang was aware that Bai Ling had always been exceptionally intelligent, although she often engaged in peculiar pursuits and rarely confided her thoughts. She had managed to complete all her senior year courses in merely a few hours, even self-studying medicine. Bai Ling's acupuncture skills surpassed those of many esteemed physicians at the Medical Research Institute. Chun Huifang felt that Bai Ling's brilliance had, in a way, robbed her of the joys of childhood. Thus, she yearned for Bai Ling to attend school, to acquire a diploma, so that at the very least, she would not be looked down upon by others for her background. Bai Ling lifted her gaze to meet Chun Huifang's eyes, her fingers momentarily pausing as she clutched the apple. You once mentioned that my father vanished after coming to Liqing? Chun Huifang's expression tightened. Why do you suddenly inquire about this? Nothing, Bai Ling replied nonchalantly. I just recalled that when he left, I had yet to be born. If he had known of my existence, would he? He would not. Chun Huifang interrupted firmly, her tone serious. Your father has been missing for so many years. I have long prepared for the worst. Shaoling, refrain from mentioning your father again. Focus on your studies and leave other matters aside. Bai Ling met Chun Huifang's gaze, her eyes penetrating, silently acknowledging her words. Qin Huifang observed Bai Ling's demeanor and opened her mouth, yet some things remained unspoken. She had long been aware that Bai Ling was secretly searching for her father. The child may not vocalize it, but this matter was a persistent obstacle in her heart. Bai Ling was astute enough to doubt that her father had disappeared without reason. If circumstances allowed, Qin Huifang would prefer not to keep secrets from her. Yet, there were certain truths she could not allow Bai Ling to uncover. In the hospital room, an atmosphere of silence enveloped them. After consuming the apple, Qin Huifang felt fatigued and gradually succumbed to sleep. Bai Ling set down the fruit knife, rose, and approached the window. Her hands tucked into her pockets as she gazed at the overcast sky, her cool eyes narrowing thoughtfully. She had promised Sun Yuru to come to Liqing not merely to investigate the cause of Ji Mohan's death, but also to fulfill her grandmother's wish to pursue her education. The primary objective is to investigate the circumstances surrounding her father's disappearance years ago. She had previously retrieved the police station's response records, noting that her father vanished shortly after arriving in Liqing. During that period, there were no kidnapping cases nor any reports of accidental deaths. The police concluded their investigation after 2 days, leaving the case shrouded in ambiguity. The records merely indicated that her father had traveled alone to Liqing. However, upon joining Agency A, she delved deeper and uncovered that several individuals had accompanied her father at that time. Despite her discreet inquiries, her grandmother remained tight-lipped on the matter. Thus, when Sun Yuru sought her out, she readily agreed to accompany her to Liqing without a moment's hesitation. Upon arrival, she employed her hacking skills to examine the entrance and exit records of all personnel within a specific bureau over the past 2 decades. Strangely, there was no evidence of her father's presence whatsoever. It seemed as though he had never existed in this world. She refused to believe that a living man could simply vanish without a trace. Even if her grandmother attempted to dissuade her, she was resolute in her quest for the truth. After standing in contemplation for a considerable time, Bai Ling covered Qin Huifang with a blanket before exiting the hospital room. Fu Chen proceeded to the doctor's office. Qin Huifang's attending physician had just completed a surgery and, upon learning of Fu Chen's request, hurried over without taking a moment to rest. Mr. Fu, Dr. Chen stood stiffly beside him. Fu Chen casually settled into a chair, yet his commanding presence rendered Dr. Chen too intimidated to meet his gaze. Please, take a seat, and do not be anxious. I have a few questions for you, Fu Chen said, his tone polite yet firm. In mere moments, beads of sweat adorned Dr. Chen's forehead as he respectfully took a seat beside Fu Chen. Please go ahead. Show me the treatment plan for Qin Huifang. Fu Chen leaned back in his chair, his long fingers rhythmically tapping the table as he spoke slowly and deliberately. Doctor. Chen hesitated for a moment. Qin Huifang? Isn't she one of my patients? Does Mr. Fu know her? Instantly, Dr. Chen's body tensed, and his expression turned anxious. I apologize, Mr. Fu, but Qin Huifang's situation is exceptionally unique, and we currently do not have a treatment plan. Fu Chen narrowed his eyes, a chill emanating from his brow. No treatment plan? His voice was icy, causing Dr. Chen to shudder. He hastily clarified, it is because we have yet to identify her ailment. All her organs are aging prematurely, and despite conducting numerous tests, the aging does not correspond to natural aging due to age. It appears to be poisoning. However, we are currently unable to ascertain the specific toxin involved. For now, we can only suppress the toxicity using the specialized medication provided by the Research Institute. No wonder Bai Ling chose to bring her grandmother to the central hospital. Jiang Shirwei stroked his chin, deep in thought. This hospital was the only one in the city with access to the Research Institute's specialized medication. After a pause, Jiang Shirwei cast a doubtful glance at Fu Chen. But aren't the pills she is taking supposed to suppress the toxicity? Why the need for specialized medication? Just moments ago, Bai Ling had administered 2 pills to Qin Huifang, and Jiang Shirwei had observed closely. Given her medical expertise, suppressing the toxicity should not pose a challenge. Yet the reliance on the costly specialized medication seemed rather unusual. Fu Chen's gaze darkened as if he were deep in thought. After a brief moment, he lifted his eyes, indicating that her pills had little effect on the heart-eating goo. Rising from his seat, his tall figure exuded an air of elegance, his slender eyes narrowing as he inquired whether the special medicine had been utilized by anyone else. Dr. Chen shook his head, stating that, for the time being, there were none available. The special medicine was costly, beyond the means of ordinary individuals. Fu Chen nodded politely, expressing his gratitude to Dr. Chen for his attentiveness. Dr. Chen, taken aback by the courtesy, assured him that he would indeed do his utmost. Soon, his expression grew serious. However, such special medicine was scarce, and the Research Institute only provided a limited supply each month. I fear, Just focus on the treatment, Fu Chen said nonchalantly, hands tucked into his pockets. I will supply the medicine. As Bai Ling exited the ward, she made her way to Dr. Chen's office, intending to inquire about the treatment. Yet, upon reaching the doorway, she overheard Fu Chen's words. Her eyebrows lifted slightly, an unusual glimmer flashing in her dark pupils. After a moment's contemplation, Bai Ling stepped inside. Dr. Chen, she said, her voice soft and polite, yet imbued with a hint of wildness. I apologize for the trouble regarding my grandmother. It's no trouble. It's my duty, Dr. Chen replied with a smile. The moment this girl arrived and stood alongside Master Fu, mentioning her grandmother, Dr. Chen instantly understood the situation. It was likely that she was someone favored by Master Fu, and naturally, he would give her the utmost attention. As they left the hospital, dusk was approaching. Jiang Shuiwei mentioned a newly opened restaurant in the city center, eagerly suggesting they try it. Fu Chen, recalling that Bai Ling had come to Liqing without having dined out, readily agreed. Once in the car, Bai Ling leaned against the window, her demeanor languid and her gaze lowered, her spirits seemingly dulled. Fu Chen glanced at her, wondering if her concern for Qin Huifeng's illness was weighing on her. Upon leaving the hospital, her brows had furrowed, and the once assertive aura around her had faded, leaving a sense of melancholy that tugged at one's heartstrings. He gently patted her shoulder, his expression softening. Do not worry, with me around. The special medicine will not run out. Bai Ling raised her eyes slightly and smiled, murmuring her thanks. Yet, in truth, her worries did not stem from the special medicine. Even without Fu Chen, she could ensure that the supply remained uninterrupted. Her true concern lay in the fact that her grandmother might not endure much longer. For years, Bai Ling had lived a carefree life, confident in her unmatched abilities, believing that neither she nor her grandmother would ever face hunger. However, a few years prior, when her grandmother's health began to deteriorate, Bai Ling had taken her pulse and discovered that her grandmother had been poisoned for years. It was then that she comprehended the feeling of helplessness. The heart-eating goo was no ordinary toxin. It was a venomous insect implanted within her grandmother's body. Once introduced into the human system, it did not manifest immediately, lying dormant for at least 5 years. When it finally emerged, it would claim a life within a year. Had Bai Ling not been proficient in medicine, suppressing the goo's effects for Qin Huifeng, her grandmother would have likely perished long ago. Yet, the heart-eating goo was formidable. Despite Bai Ling's efforts to nourish Qin Huifeng's body with the finest medicinal ingredients, she could not contain it, as her grandmother had developed a resistance to the medication. The pills could only temporarily suppress the toxicity. Now, they were left relying on the special medicine from the Research Institute. Upon reflecting on this, Bai Ling's expression turned somber. Her grandmother's body had developed a resistance to medication, and it was feared that even the most effective treatment would soon prove futile. Bai Ling felt a surge of frustration, her brows furrowed in cold discontent. Observing her distress, Fu Chen pressed his lips together and gently took Bai Ling's hand, assuring her that there would be a solution in due time. Perhaps it was the warmth emanating from Fu Chen that eased Bai Ling's agitation somewhat. Yet she remained with her gaze lowered, her countenance far from cheerful. Jiang Shuiwen noticed Bai Ling's evident vexation. Though he initially hesitated to intrude, he could not restrain himself and turned to inquire, Is your master unable to cure your grandmother's ailment? Bai Ling raised an eyebrow. Master? You mean Gui Mian? Isn't he your master as well? If you were to ask for his assistance, perhaps he could indeed heal your grandmother. Bai Ling regarded Jiang Shuiwen with an expression that suggested incredulity. Jiang Shuiwen could hardly bear to be looked upon in such a manner. Please, don't look at me like that. I assure you, I am not a fool. Bai Ling averted her gaze and replied with a hint of indifference. He is not my master. I consider myself my own master. Jiang Shuiwen was taken aback. Is that so? How could that be possible? Your medical skills are exceptional. You must have an extraordinarily capable mentor. The only one I can think of is Gui Mian. How could you not be his disciple? Jiang Shuiwen simply could not fathom who else could cultivate such a remarkable apprentice as Bai Ling. Bai Ling, however, chose to disregard the foolishness of his remarks. Chapter 23. The daughter of the Ji family raises herself. The newly opened restaurant is a Chinese eatery. Upon arrival, Fu Chen instructed Jiang Shuiwen to escort Bai Ling upstairs first, while he lingered to offer a few words of advice to Xingyu, who soon departed. Bai Ling was not particularly picky about food. Her appetite was poor, and after a few bites, she ceased eating. She summoned a few bottles of beer from the waiter, her teeth easily cracking the caps open, embodying a rebellious demeanor. She enjoyed drinking, as it alleviated her irritability. But she only favored beer. Foreign liquors and red wines were not to her taste. As Jiang Shuriwei observed her adeptness, he asked, somewhat bewildered, "You're only 19. Yet you relish drinking so much?" Bai Ling cast him a sidelong glance, arching an eyebrow with a mischievous grin. "Do you have a problem with that?" "How could I dare?" Jiang Shuriwei thought, nearly questioning his own allure under her disdainful gaze. As long as she refrained from looking at him as if he were a fool, he considered himself fortunate. Ignoring him, Bai Ling continued to sip her drink while engrossed in her phone. Noticing her consuming beer as if it were water, Jiang Shuriwei curiously inquired, "Is beer truly that enjoyable?" Typically, he indulged in foreign wines and red wines, which were quite costly. He had never tasted beer. Watching Bai Ling's apparent delight piqued his interest. Bai Ling slightly raised her eyelids. "Care to try?" Unable to resist the temptation, Jiang Shuriwei opened a bottle, took a sip, and promptly spat it out, exclaiming, "What is this? It's dreadful." Bai Ling merely lifted her gaze. Jiang Shuriwei, feeling a sudden jolt, interrupted himself. "Please, don't look at me like that. I'm starting to question my very existence." Bai Ling silently diverted her gaze, finishing one bottle just as she opened another. Jiang Shuriwei, bemused, thought, "Well, I might as well accompany her in this perilous endeavor." With that, he glanced at Fu Chun and suddenly remembered something, asking Bai Ling, "Is Master Fu able to drink now?" "Yes," Bai Ling replied succinctly. Jiang Shuriwei felt reassured and promptly opened a bottle for Fu Chun, cheerfully remarking, "You can't expect me to drink alone with your wife, can you?" Fu Chun accepted the bottle, casting a sidelong glance at Jiang Shuriwei. Jiang Shuriwei thought to himself, when did Master Fu learn to look at people like that? As the two exchanged glances, Jiang Shuriwei felt as though he was enduring 1,000 blows to the heart. He resolutely chose to remain silent. After the meal, Xingyu returned, accompanied by GXIN, who had several suitcases beside her. GXIN had only been at the Mingyuan for 2 days, yet she already had 5 bags of various sizes. Upon spotting GXIN's resentful gaze, Bai Ling raised an eyebrow and turned to Fu Chun. Fu Chun said nothing, taking Bai Ling's hand as they got into the car. Due to the additional passenger, Jiang Shuriwei took a seat in the back. Fu Chun did not allow GXIN to sit beside him, reserving the front passenger seat for her. Bai Ling refrained from asking Fu Chun about GXIN's destination. Once in the vehicle, she lowered her head to engage with her phone. More specifically, she was responding to messages. Lu Jingyu's message prompted a brief reply from Bai Ling. Before long, her screen lit up again with another message from Lu Jingyu. "Why didn't you invite me to such a delightful event at school?" With one hand resting against the car window, Bai Ling supported her head, while her other hand casually replied, "Do you dare to come?" After a prolonged silence from the other end, Bai Ling put her phone away and closed her eyes. Leaning against the window, perhaps due to Xingyu's steady driving, Bai Ling, who typically struggled with sleep, surprisingly drifted off. It was only when Fu Chun called her name that she awoke. Upon raising her head, she realized they had arrived at the Ji family residence. She looked at Fu Chun in mild surprise. He smiled gently, his voice warm. "I have some matters to attend to." Bai Ling chose not to respond. Just as her phone chimed, she glanced at it and saw a message from Lu Jingyu. "Are you afraid?" She did not reply, simply tucking her phone into her pocket. As soon as they exited the car, Fu Chun took Bai Ling's hand with a natural ease. Whether it was out of habit or an enjoyment of his warmth, Bai Ling did not resist. Xingyu pressed the doorbell, and upon opening the door, it was Aunt Li who greeted them. Seeing the crowd outside, including GXIN and Bai Ling, she paused for a moment. "Miss, you have returned?" Upon noticing Jiang Shuriwei behind GXIN, Aunt Li hastily exclaimed, "Young Master Jiang, you are here too?" She had never seen Fu Chun's true appearance, and thus did not greet him. As for Bai Ling, Aunt Li had been preoccupied with the matriarch's continuous visits discussing Bai Ling's return, leading her to overlook her presence. Bai Ling paid no heed to Aunt Li's disregard. "Aunt Li, where are my parents?" GXIN's expression darkened, clouded with displeasure. "They are at home. The matriarch and your uncle are also here." Aunt Li had only spoken half of her sentence when Sun Yurua emerged. "Aunt Li, who is it?" Upon seeing the guests outside, she was instantly taken aback. "Young Master Fu, what brings you here? Please, come in." She then scolded Aunt Li with a stern face. "Why are you dawdling? Hurry and invite young Master Fu inside." After Fu Chun and the others had entered, Aunt Li finally regained her composure, her face pale as she realized that she had just disregarded the legendary young Master Fu. Inside, the Ji family members, upon hearing that young Master Fu had arrived, all stood up in astonishment. Sun Yurua had not informed them that Fu Chun had not been disfigured, and now, they were all taken aback by his presence. The matriarch was the first to recover, urging Fu Chun to take a seat. The others followed suit, showering Fu Chun with flattery and attentiveness. seated on the sofa with his legs crossed. Fu Chun cast a cold glance at the Ji family, his lips parting slightly. No need for pleasantries. I am not here as a guest. At his words, the Ji family quickly took their seats. The matriarch, sitting in the center, smiled tightly. Young Master Fu, what brings you here at such a late hour? In truth, upon seeing Ji Xin and Bai Ling return together, she harbored a disquieting premonition. Surely, Ji Xin must have done something to offend young Master Fu. Her suspicion stemmed from the fact that only Ji Xin had brought back her luggage, while Bai Ling had not retrieved any of her belongings. Yet, she forced a smile. This afternoon, the second lady of the Ji family visited the hospital to sever her mother-daughter ties with my fiancée. Now that your family has no connection to Bai Ling, I will personally return your daughter. Fu Chen rested one hand on his leg, gently tapping it as he spoke with a calm demeanor, yet his tone carried an icy intensity. Typically reticent, he unusually expressed himself at length today. However, his words sent a chill down the spine of every member of the Ji family. Bai Ling, who had taken a brief nap in the car and was still groggy, sat beside Fu Chen with lowered eyes, momentarily startled by his remarks. Jiang Shiwei and Xingyu sat upright beside her, refraining from interrupting. My family does not need to support the daughter of those with whom we have no ties, Fu Chen remarked, casting a glance at the Ji family before continuing. Your daughter must be self-sufficient. The elderly matriarch, upon hearing this, grew anxious. Young Master Fu, you must be mistaken. Bai Ling is the adopted daughter of the Ji family. It is unthinkable for us to sever ties with her, especially since you are already engaged. That would be quite improper, wouldn't it? Indeed, young Master Fu. I admit my attitude was less than agreeable earlier, but I never intended to sever my maternal bond with Bai Ling. She is my daughter, Sun Yuru hurriedly explained. Chapter 24. The Ji family has nothing to do with me, Sun Yurua said, glaring fiercely at Bai Ling. She had never uttered a word about severing ties. It was Bai Ling who claimed to have no connection with the Ji family. Yet, not only did Fu Shao take it seriously, but he also returned Ji Xin and Bai Ling anger aside, pleasing Fu Shao was of utmost importance. Sun Yurua understood clearly that if Fu Shao truly intended to call off the engagement, her future in the Ji family would be fraught with difficulty. Who said I want to call off the engagement? Fu Chen gazed at the old lady with an impassive expression. The old lady was taken aback, then exhaled in relief, realizing she had misinterpreted Fu Shao's intentions. It was a misunderstanding. Fu Chen rose, his silhouette elongated by the light within the room, his countenance cold. The consequence of severing ties with Bai Ling would be my withdrawal of investment in the Ji family. What? The old lady staggered, nearly losing her footing. Withdrawal of investment would spell doom for the Ji family. Fu Shao, you cannot do this. If the investment is withdrawn, the Ji family will be finished. The others in the Ji family quickly grasped the situation and begged, Fu Shao, please reconsider. Your investment is vital to us. Fu Chen ignored their pleas, taking Bai Ling by the hand and heading for the exit. Jiang Shiwei and Xingyu followed suit. Seeing Fu Chen's unyielding demeanor, the old lady grew frantic. In a fit of rage, she slapped Sun Yurua across the face, exclaiming, You fool! Who gave you the authority to sever ties with Bai Ling? Is this household under your command or mine? Go apologize to Bai Ling at once. Mother, Sun Yurua covered her face, feeling utterly wronged. Being forced to apologize repeatedly to that wild girl, where was her dignity to go? Moreover, she had never actually stated her intent to sever ties. She was not foolish enough to expel Bai Ling without any assurance. Enough of your excuses. Let me tell you. Bai Ling is one of our own in the Ji family. If you do not gain her forgiveness today, you may as well leave. The old lady, seeing Fu Chen nearing the door, became even more agitated. She had painstakingly achieved the current situation and could not let it be ruined by a mere Bai Ling. Even if it meant having Sun Yurua kneel an apology, it was a price she was willing to pay. Upon hearing this, Sun Yurua disregarded her pride and hurriedly chased after Bai Ling, saying, I was wrong. I apologize to you. I never meant to sever ties. Please forgive me just this once, and let Fu Shao overlook this matter. Sun Yurua was not an inherently proud person. Everything she possessed was granted by the Ji family. And if they cast her out, she would have nothing left. Thus, she set aside her dignity and resolved to apologize to Bai Ling. Bai Ling stood with her hands in her pockets, her head lowered and her baseball cap shading her face, obscuring her expression. She lifted her head slightly, her voice soft and distant. I want to sever ties with you. Sun Yurua was taken aback, struggling to muster a smile after a long pause. You silly child. What nonsense are you speaking? I am your mother. We share blood ties, something you cannot simply discard. How can you say you want to sever our relationship just like that? Sun Yuru feigned calmness, smiling as she said, "Please do not hold a grudge against me. In time, I shall make amends, and I will also care for your grandmother with utmost dedication." Bai Ling cast her a glance, uninterested and engaging, and opened the car door to enter. In a state of urgency, Sun Yuru knocked on the door, pleading, "Bai Ling, I beg you, just forgive me." Yet, her words elicited no response from Bai Ling. Jiang Shiriyue pulled her aside with a mocking smile, saying, "You truly have no shame. Earlier, in front of Bai Ling's grandmother, you disparaged her without a second thought, and now, for your own benefit, you come crawling back. How have you managed to cultivate such a thick skin?" Jiang Shiriyue was genuinely exasperated with Sun Yuru. It was remarkable that someone could treat their mother in such a manner. Sun Yuru dared not meet Jiang Shiriyue's gaze, lowering her head in silence. Fu Chen merely glanced at her before entering the car. Jiang Shiriyue and Xing Yu also ignored Sun Yuru. As the vehicle drove away, the elderly matriarch emerged, brandishing her cane and striking at Sun Yuru, exclaiming, "You calamity bringer! How could our Ji family accept someone like you as a daughter-in-law? You squandered a good investment. Why don't you just disappear?" "Grandma, it wasn't me." The old woman's blows were forceful, leaving Sun Yuru's back aching. Yet she dared not retaliate, merely enduring the pain. "I never said I would sever ties with Bai Ling. It was all her unilateral decision. You must believe me." Ji Xian watched as her mother was beaten, her hands clenched tightly, her eyes ablaze with fury. After some time, she managed to suppress her anger and rushed to kneel before the old woman, crying, "Grandma, please stop hitting my mother. I know her well. She would never do such a thing. It must be my sister who harbors resentment for not being raised by her, thus manipulating Fu Shao against our family." As Ji Xian approached, she deliberately knelt beneath the old woman's cane, causing the elderly matriarch to inadvertently hit Ji Xian's face. The old woman quickly halted, pulling Ji Xian up. "Shiner, you foolish child, why did you rush out like that? Let me see where you are hurt." Ji Xian covered her face, shaking her head through her tears. "Grandma, I am fine. I just cannot bear to see my mother punished." "Oh, you." The matriarch sighed, at a loss for words. After a while, she recalled something and asked, "By the way, what has been going on with you these past few days? Has Fu Shao shown no interest in you? Why did he send you away?" The old woman understood Ji Xian well. She was obedient and sensible, easily winning people's affection. And with her beauty, Fu Shao should have been captivated by her. Yet, it was perplexing that Fu Shao would choose Bai Ling over Ji Xian. "Grandma, it's all my sister's doing. She has framed me." Ji Xian cried even harder. "I tried to care for her, but she, relying on Fu Shao's favor, not only treated me like a maid but also often scolded me. I do not understand why Fu Shao favors her. Even his mother regards my sister with special attention. Whatever I do, they look down upon me." The old woman was taken aback. "Madame Fu has come to the city?" Ji Xian nodded, affirming that they had moved in the day after their arrival, and she had quickly developed a fondness for her elder sister. On that particular day, her sister had insisted on sending her away, but it took considerable effort for Ji Xian to remain. The elderly lady furrowed her brow, her expression darkening. It appeared that Bai Ling was not to be underestimated, as they had all been deceived by her. Ji Xian sobbed, "Grandma, what should we do now? Master Fu is growing increasingly disdainful of me." The elderly lady snorted softly. "In that case, we must secure Master Fu even more firmly. Xianer, do not rush. Allow me to contemplate a solution." "Very well." Once the family entered the house, Ji Xian gazed towards the entrance, her tears instantly ceasing, and a glimmer of determination sparkled in her eyes. Chapter 25, the first day of school on the way back to Mingyuan. Jiang Shirwei felt a surge of anger at the thought of Sun Yurua's demeanor. Unable to restrain himself, he turned to Bai Ling and inquired, "Is that truly your biological mother?" Bai Ling, with a mischievous grin, replied, "Indeed, she is." Jiang Shirwei squinted, contemplating. "Then perhaps you should consider a paternity test?" He had an unsettling feeling that Sun Yurua and Bai Ling were not truly mother and daughter. What kind of mother treats her child in such a manner? Abandoning her daughter at birth was one thing, but to reclaim her for personal gain was another. If one were to bring their child back, shouldn't they treat them well? Yet, Sun Yurua not only looked down upon Bai Ling but also resorted to threats. If he were in her position, he would dismantle his mother's household in indignation. Wouldn't you agree? Bai Ling suddenly laughed, a carefree sound that tugged at Jiang Shiyue's heart. In truth, Bai Ling had indeed undergone a paternity test. The day Sun Yurua found her, she had procured a sample of Sun Yurua's DNA for analysis. The outcome was disappointing. They were confirmed to be mother and daughter. Regardless, she felt that her future was no longer intertwined with Sun Yurua. In the Fu family, no one would dare to mistreat her. Should anyone attempt to do so, he would defend her fiercely. Jiang Shiyue's demeanor was bold and reassuring, adding, Aunt Lin is a kind person. She will undoubtedly treat you as her own daughter. A mother like Sun Yurua is better left behind. At the mention of Lin Paya, Bai Ling's expression shifted subtly. Her solitary nature made it difficult for her to connect with others. Having grown up without parents, she had never truly experienced familial affection. Yet Lin Paya was the only person, aside from her grandmother, who had ever offered her warmth. Many approached her with ulterior motives, but Lin Paya was different. Her gaze was sincere and devoid of pretense, offering Bai Ling the familial love she had long been deprived of. My mother thinks highly of you, Fu Chen remarked. Concerned about the young girl's emotional state, Bai Ling glanced at him and smiled faintly. Thank you, her tone remarkably subdued. Fu Chen observed her for a moment, but chose not to comment further. On Monday morning, Fu Chen accompanied Bai Ling to school. They arrived early. The vicinity of the school almost devoid of people. Would you like me to accompany you inside? He offered, retrieving Bai Ling's black handbag from the back seat and handing it to her. No need, she replied, casually slinging the bag over her shoulder as she stepped into the school, navigating her way effortlessly to the principal's office. She had already hacked into the administrative system of Hengchuan High School and acquired the campus map. Knocking on the door, a voice, tinged with age, beckoned her in. Principal Qin, clad in a black suit and sporting graying spectacles, looked up from his desk, momentarily taken aback upon seeing her. Miss Bai, why didn't you inform me of your arrival? I could have come to greet you, he exclaimed, rising abruptly. Principal Qin, Bai Ling greeted politely. You may simply call me by my name. The principal, visibly excited, pulled out a chair for her. Please, have a seat. Bai Ling nodded in acknowledgement and settled into the chair. Subsequently, Principal Qin picked up the phone and made several calls before hanging up. With a look of contentment, he gazed at Bai Ling, a smile on his face that was impossible to conceal. You have finally arrived. I was beginning to doubt you would come, he remarked. Bai Ling, feeling somewhat disinterested, replied that she had some matters to attend to in Liqing. Understanding her temperament, Principal Qin chose not to press her further. Before long, a knock sounded at the office door, and 3 men and a woman entered. The woman approached the desk, her demeanor proud as she addressed Principal Qin. Principal, you summoned me early this morning. What is it that you require? I am responsible for a key class and must supervise these students during their morning studies. She was Henan, the head teacher of Class 1, Grade 3, who had led the key class for 5 consecutive years and had a reputation for her haughty attitude at school. The 3 men greeted Principal Qin, and he gestured towards the girl seated opposite him. Allow me to introduce you, a new transfer student, Bai Ling. Who among you would like to take her in? A transfer student? Henan eyed Bai Ling with suspicion. It's been over a month since the term began, and midterm exams are approaching. Why transfer now? The other 3 teachers shared her bewilderment. Principal Qin was known for his meticulous nature, and it was rare for him to personally introduce a student. Yet here he was, facilitating the transfer for this girl. This is her academic profile, Principal Qin stated, sliding Bai Ling's records across the table with an impassive expression. Henan glanced at the document and was taken aback. 0 in all subjects? Principal Qin, are you jesting? Do I appear to be joking? Principal Qin replied, sipping from his thermos without revealing any emotion. How did such a student gain admission to Hengchuan High School? Henan's face hardened. You have never taken shortcuts. What is different this time? Unfazed, Principal Qin responded. She had some issues last year and was unable to sit for the exams. I have evaluated her, and her scores meet the admission criteria. Henan set aside Bai Ling's records. I refuse. Principal Qin turned to the 3 male teachers. What about you? 2 of them were also head teachers of key classes. I do not want her either, replied Teacher Shin from Class 2. And Teacher Nyo from Class 3 nodded in agreement. The academic pressure in Grade 3 was intense, and each teacher exerted every effort to ensure their students achieved excellent results. Despite Principal Qin's assurance that Bai Ling had passed the entrance exam, they were hesitant. Should her poor performance affect their average scores, it would be detrimental. Then I will take her, spoke Teacher Yuan Chong, head of Class 18, the eldest and most experienced among the 4. He was in his 50s and had devoted nearly his entire life to Hengchuan High School. However, his class had consistently been among the lowest in performance, and it was the most challenging to manage. Principal Qin looked at Bai Ling. Will you go? Personally, he preferred for her to attend classes 1, 2, or 3, as they were the key classes where she could acquire more knowledge. However, With the head teachers of those classes unwilling to accept her, he could not impose his will. Then go ahead. Bai Ling responded with an air of discontent. Very well, Teacher Yuan, I shall entrust her to you. Yuan Chong acknowledged her words and accompanied Bai Ling to collect her books and school uniform. Bai Ling walked at a leisurely pace, seemingly making a deliberate effort to match her steps with Yuan Chong's. Given his older age, Yuan Chong found it challenging to keep up with the vigor of the younger students, and he was somewhat surprised to see Bai Ling walking beside him in a parallel line. He glanced at her. She was clad entirely in black, wearing a hat that obscured her face, her head bowed. An aura of defiance enveloped her, giving her an air of someone not easily trifled with. Chapter 26. The campus bell is changing. Class 18 and Class 17 are the two lowest-ranked classes in the entire senior year. The students in these classes not only struggle academically, but are also notoriously difficult to manage, with fights and disturbances occurring daily. Many teachers are reluctant to teach these classes. Firstly, they are indeed hard to discipline. Secondly, Hengchuan High School is more than just a prestigious institution. In recent years, it has increasingly attracted offspring of affluent families, transforming it into an elite school. Due to limited slots, many children from ordinary families find themselves edged out unless they achieve exceptional academic results. Most students in the key classes hail from average backgrounds, with only a few belonging to well-off families. Teachers, in pursuit of higher graduation rates and to avoid unnecessary trouble, prefer to focus on students in the key classes, leaving the struggling classes neglected. Bai Ling lowered her head, following Yuan Chong into Class 18. The classroom was in uproar, with the noise echoing into the corridor. As Yuan Chong pushed open the door, the cacophony abruptly ceased, and the students settled into silence. Good morning, teacher, they chorused, standing in unison. Their polite demeanor starkly contrasted with the external rumors. Bai Ling raised her gaze, observing the orderly class, her brows arching slightly. Take your seats. Yuan Chong gestured with a smile. Let me introduce our new transfer student. Turning to Bai Ling, he urged, please introduce yourself. Bai Ling lifted her chin, one hand cradling her books and uniform while the other remained tucked in her pocket, her cap shading her eyes, just so. With her lips parting slightly, she nonchalantly uttered two words, Bai Ling. She stood casually, exuding an air of approachability, yet there was an undeniable chill about her. The way her shoulder bag hung effortlessly on her shoulder added to her cool and aloof demeanor. The students in the class turned their attention to Bai Ling, many of them gaping in astonishment, rendered momentarily speechless. What an ethereal transfer student. She is stunning. Her long hair cascaded casually over her shoulders, the cap tilted at an angle atop her head. Although her eyes remained obscured, the contours of her face were striking, breathtakingly beautiful. Her skin was as fair as milk, delicate and flawless. Yet, she exuded an air of coolness, dressed entirely in black, one hand tucked into her pocket, reminiscent of a street-savvy leader. The once quiet classroom erupted into whispers. Wow, she is exceptionally beautiful. Indeed, her beauty surpasses even that of the campus bell. It seems the campus bell is about to change. At the back of the classroom, a boy turned to his companion, remarking, Liao Shao, where did this girl come from? Do you know her? The boy referred to as Liao Shao as Liao Ran, the heir of the prominent Liao family in Liqing, the most esteemed family in the city. Liao Ran glanced at Bai Ling, pondering for a moment before admitting, I don't recognize her. With a clean-cut, handsome appearance, he exuded a carefree charm, a mischievous grin playing at the corners of his mouth. I thought she was one of your circle. With such beauty, her family must be quite well off. Otherwise, how could she be so stunning? The speaker is Lin Xian, who comes from a family engaged in small business and has grown accustomed to a life of comfort. In his eyes, beautiful women are cultivated through the lavish expenditure of wealth. Lao Ran propped his head on his hand, contemplating intently. He was familiar with most individuals in this circle, yet he had never encountered Bai Ling retrieving his thoughts. He mused that she must have transferred from another city. Quite possible. Lin Xian turned away, lapsing into silence. Yuan Chong tapped on the table, declaring, enough of the discussions, our new classmate has just arrived. So let us extend our kindness. No problem, Teacher Yuan, the students replied, seemingly holding him in high regard, as no one dared to oppose his words. Yuan Chong gestured towards an empty seat, instructing Bai Ling, you may sit next to Xia Kersen. Bai Ling glanced in the direction of his finger and noticed a girl with braided hair, who appeared rather endearing. Nodding in acknowledgement, she made her way over. Her seat was by the window, which Bai Ling found quite pleasing. Casually tossing her books onto the desk and draping her uniform over the chair, she reclined lazily, unabashedly engrossed in her phone. Observing this, Yuan Chong opened his mouth to speak, but upon seeing Bai Ling's cold expression, which radiated an aura of unapproachability, he chose to remain silent. Although this girl seemed slender and came from a modest background, Yuan Chong had an inexplicable feeling that Bai Ling was more challenging to engage with than those privileged offspring of wealthy families. Bai Ling's striking appearance drew the attention of many, her presence captivating since the moment she entered. As she defiantly played on her phone in front of teacher Yuan, some men expressed admiration, acknowledging her boldness. However, several girls harbored less favorable opinions. In the last row, a short-haired girl whispered to her long-haired companion, "She is so arrogant. What does she have to be proud of? Just a pretty face." The long-haired girl glanced at Bai Ling, her eyes shifting, but she refrained from responding. Xia Kersen, an introverted girl, yearned to greet Bai Ling but found her presence intimidating, especially with her perpetually icy demeanor. It wasn't until the end of a class that Xia Kersen mustered the courage to stammer, "Why you? Hello, I'm Xia Kersen." Though teacher Yuan had introduced her name, she felt it necessary to reiterate it personally, as a matter of politeness. Nervousness enveloped her, fearing Bai Ling's displeasure. "Hello." Bai Ling turned her head, casting a glance at her, and smiled. Xia Kersen was momentarily taken aback. So beautiful. Bai Ling's smile radiated an ethereal beauty akin to that of a celestial fairy. Moreover, she was quite amiable, proving to be more approachable than anticipated. Xia Kersen exhaled in relief, smiling as she offered, "If you have any questions, feel free to ask. I will do my utmost to assist you." Her appearance was sweet, with charming dimples accentuating her smile. Bai Ling put away her phone, replying, "All right." Noticing Bai Ling's disinterest in conversation, Xia Kersen refrained from further intrusion. Initially, she had thought Bai Ling would engage with her classmates, but to her surprise, Bai Ling retrieved a pair of headphones from her bag, draped her uniform over her head, and promptly rested her head on the desk, drifting off to sleep. Before sleeping, she uttered a request, "Do not allow anyone to disturb me." Oh. Xia Kersen responded softly. The new classmates proved to be somewhat difficult to engage with. Bai Ling slumbered until noon. During this time, several individuals contemplated approaching her to say hello, yet none dared to do so, primarily due to the formidable aura she emanated. As the final class concluded, Xia Kersen noticed that Bai Ling remained in slumber. She hesitated, lifting her finger in an attempt to rouse her. Yet her hand lingered in the air, unable to bridge the distance. Just as Xia Kersen wrestled with the decision of whether to awaken Bai Ling, she stirred awake. Upon noticing Xia Kersen's gaze upon her, Bai Ling raised an eyebrow and inquired, "What is it?" Xia Kersen hastily withdrew her hand and stammered, "It's noon now. Shall we dine together?" Bai Ling glanced at her phone to check the time, realizing it was indeed 12 o'clock. That nap had been rather extensive. She cast her school uniform onto the chair and declared, "Let us go." Chapter 27. If you cannot control it, then it is best to abandon it. As Bai Ling just rose to her feet, two boys approached her. "Hello, my name is Liao Ran. From now on, we shall be classmates. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to let me know. Our classmates are quite amiable and will certainly assist you." Liao Ran extended a hand, his youthful countenance adorned with a bright smile. Bai Ling slightly lifted her eyelids, perhaps still groggy from sleep. The aura she emanated was rather low, almost unsettling. "Hello." Although her tone was ostensibly polite, it sent a chilling shiver down the spine. Liao Ran retracted his hand with a hint of disappointment, grinning mischievously. "Are you all heading to lunch? Shall we go together?" "Very well." Bai Ling turned and walked away. At the back of the classroom, a short-haired girl observed Liao Ran departing with Bai Ling. Her expression filled with ire as she glared at a long-haired girl. "Why is Liao Shao with the transfer student? Wasn't he having lunch with you every day?" The short-haired girl, named Rue, hailed from a modestly affluent family. The long-haired girl, Miao Yi, belonged to the prestigious Miao family, ranked third among the aristocracy in the city. Unlike the Liao and Ji families, the Miao family had risen from the underground world, holding considerable influence in both legal and illicit spheres, to the point where even the Liao and Ji families tread carefully around them. Miao Yi was known as the Queen Bee of Hengchuan High School, with Rue often trailing behind her, typically exuding an air of dominance. This Bai Ling is quite cunning. Is it merely her beauty that has captivated Liao Shao? "Yi, you cannot let her off easily," Rue said indignantly. Miao Yi cast a glance at Bai Ling's retreating figure, a cold light flashing in her eyes before she averted her gaze. "Let us go." "Yi." and Rue wished to say more, but a frosty glare from Miao Ihi silenced her. Li City is a second-tier city, notorious for its traffic congestion. Although Hangchuan High School is situated in the heart of the city, commuting consumes a full hour, particularly burdensome for the third-year students, who find their time exceedingly precious. Thus, most students in their final year refrain from returning home for lunch, choosing instead to dine at school. Bai Ling and her companions arrived at the cafeteria relatively late, finding it teeming with students. As they stepped inside, countless eyes turned towards them, and murmurs erupted. Wow, that girl is stunning. Which grade is she in? I have never seen her before. Neither have I. She doesn't appear to be from our school. Look, she isn't even wearing a uniform. Is she Liao Xiao's girlfriend? Heavens, Liao Xiao's girlfriend? What about Miao Yihi? Will she fly into a rage? It was no secret that Miao Yihi harbored feelings for Liao Ran. And no girl dared to speak to Liao Xiao alone, for the consequences could be dire. Miao Yihi was no delicate heiress. She was the daughter of the Miao family, notorious for its dark dealings, and no one in the city dared provoke them. The whispers grew louder, and Bai Ling could hear the chatter clearly as she passed by. Her brows furrowed tightly, a look of impatience crossing her face. This was precisely why she despised attending school, constantly under the scrutinizing gaze of others, perpetually living amidst their gossip. She lowered her duckbill cap slightly, her aura becoming even more intimidating. Xia Kersen, standing beside her, felt an inexplicable chill emanating from her. Find a seat. I'll go get you some food. Xia Kersen whispered to Bai Ling. She glanced at Liao Ran but hesitated to speak to him. Bai Ling nodded, murmuring her thanks. Xia Kersen responded with a sweet smile. You're welcome. After a brief pause, she looked at Liao Ran, wanting to caution Bai Ling against associating with him. Yet Liao Ran was persistently following them, making it difficult for her to voice her concern. As Xia Kersen went to fetch the meal, she was suddenly tripped, losing her balance and tumbling to the ground, scattering food everywhere. Bai Ling, engrossed in her phone, looked up at the sound, her eyes narrowing in alarm. Liao Ren also noticed the commotion and was about to erupt in anger when Lin Xian restrained him. Liao Xiao, that's Duan Jinghang. You should steer clear. The Liao family was quite influential in Liqing, but when compared to the capital, they paled in comparison. Duan Jinghang was the second young master of the Duan family from the capital, known for his ruthless dominance at Hengchuan High School. Liao Ran had previously clashed with Duan Jinghang, and shortly thereafter, the Liao family's business had encountered difficulties, with their stock plummeting. It was common knowledge that Duan Jinghang was behind it. Unfortunately, the Liao family could do little in retaliation. Liao Ran had been reprimanded by his family for provoking Duan Jinghang. He bit his lip, slamming his fist on the table and growling, "Damn it." Meanwhile, Xia Kersen, attempting to rise, suddenly felt a foot pressed down on her hand, causing tears to well up in her eyes from the pain, yet she dared not cry. Doing so would only invite further torment. Xia Kersen, do you think my words are just the wind passing by your ears? Duan Jinghang pressed down hard on her hand, his eyes filled with contempt. Did I ever say you were allowed to eat in the cafeteria? What gives you the audacity to dine in the same place as me? Someone of your lowly status? Why, yes. I'm sorry. I was wrong. Xia Kersen stammered through her pain, refraining from defending herself, too intimidated to argue. Duan Jinghang held a disdainful view of the impoverished. Xia Kersen, hailing from the countryside and lacking housing in the city, was forced to live on campus and eat in the cafeteria. After he had once encountered her and scorned her background, he deemed her unworthy of sharing a dining space with those of higher status, and thus frequently bullied her. It became a routine for him to harass her every few days. Xia Kersen had no choice but to endure. Even during lunch, she would secretly wait outside the cafeteria until Duan Jinghang left before daring to enter. She would hastily buy her meal and rush back to her dormitory. Today, she had not intended to come, but with new students arriving, she felt compelled to help them navigate the school. She had observed that Duan Jinghang typically arrived at the cafeteria around 12:30. She hoped to bring Bai Ling in early to avoid encountering him. Yet, her efforts were in vain. Duan Jinghang crouched down, gripping Xia Kersen's hair. Apologies are useless. What do you need the police for? If my words are so ineffective, then prepare to face the consequences. He released her and kicked her mercilessly. Not far away, Liao Ran suddenly stood up, his eyes ablaze with fury. This was intolerable. I could not bear it any longer. Lin Xian hastily grasped his arm, urging restraint. Did he truly wish to bring ruin upon the Liao family? Liao Ran's face darkened ominously. Bai Ling rested one hand upon the table, her icy gaze fixed upon the scene before her, her aura growing increasingly frigid. Casting a glance at Liao Ran, she tucked her phone into her pocket and rose slowly. Upon seeing this, Liao Ran grew anxious. Bai Ling, what are you doing? Come back. However, Bai Ling paid him no heed, moving deliberately towards Xia Kersen. Duan Jingyang lifted his foot, ready to kick Xia Kersen, when Bai Ling suddenly raised her hand and grasped his foot. If you cannot control yourself, then be rendered useless. With that, she tightened her grip. And a sharp crack echoed as Duan Jingyang let out a piercing scream. Chapter 28. The boss is furious. Duan Jingyang, clutching his legs, lost his balance and fell to the ground. Bai Ling calmly helped Xia Kersen to her feet. Xia Kersen was utterly bewildered, speechless for quite some time. This scene unfolded so abruptly that everyone was momentarily stunned. It was only the anguished cries of Duan Jingyang that jolted the students back to reality. Their eyes widening in disbelief as they gazed at Bai Ling, Liao Ran, and Lin Xian stood frozen in shock. After what seemed like an eternity, Lin Xian managed to swallow hard and said, "Wow, Liao Shao, this girl is quite fierce." Liao Ran remained rigid, her expression grave. She sensed that trouble was brewing. Lin Xian snapped back to attention, nodding in concern. Indeed, that's Duan Shao. He won't let this go lightly after having his leg incapacitated. Pausing for a moment, he added, "But did she really disable Duan Shao's leg? Just like that?" Lin Xian gestured, incredulous. "With just a couple of moves, his leg is wrecked?" Liao Ran furrowed her brow, glancing at Duan Jingyang, who appeared to be in excruciating pain. It seemed, indeed, incapacitated. After speaking, Liao Ran's gaze shifted to Bai Ling, pondering her true identity. How could she be so fearless as to challenge the Duan family of the capital and dare to cripple Duan Jingyang? Meanwhile, Duan Jinghang's lackeys had come to their senses and hurried to help him up. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he glared fiercely at Bai Ling. "Who are you? You insolent wretch?" Bai Ling raised her gaze, a cold glimmer emanating from her eyes, causing Duan Jingyang to shudder. He reigned in his arrogance. Which family do you belong to? While Duan Jingyang was indeed brash, he was not devoid of intelligence. At Hengchuan High School, no one dared to provoke him. This girl's audacity to cripple his leg suggested a formidable background. If she was someone the Duan family could not afford to offend, he would have to swallow his pride. Bai Ling cast a casual glance his way, one hand tucked in her pocket, exuding a nonchalant demeanor as she regarded him. Yuanhai Village, by family, by Ling W. Watt. Duan Jingyang thought he had misheard. Leaning heavily against his lackey, one arm wrapped around his leg, he struggled to maintain his balance. Duan Shao, Yuanhai Village is a small rural area in City A. A lackey, noticing Bai Ling, leaned closer to Duan Jingyang and whispered, "I heard there's a beautiful transfer student at our school named Bai Ling." The news of an exceptionally beautiful transfer student arriving in Class 18 spread like wildfire throughout Hengchuan High School after the first class concluded. Many students flocked to Class 18 to catch a glimpse. However, at that moment, Bai Ling was asleep at her desk, and no one had seen her appearance. Duan Jingyang, having arrived late due to earlier commitments, was unaware of this development. Upon hearing this now, he spat in disgust. "Damn it. A commoner dares to lay a hand on me. Do you have a death wish?" He shoved his lackey aside, pointing at Bai Ling. "If you dare touch me, I will make you regret it." With that, he commanded his lackeys, "Take those two to the playground." In a state of utter bewilderment, Xia Kersen regained her senses, her body jolting as she rushed to kneel before Duan Jingyang. "It's all my fault. It has nothing to do with the new classmate. I beg you, spare her." With a resounding slap, Duan Jingyang struck Xia Kersen across the face. "Spare her? My leg is ruined. If I don't make her pay, I am not Duan Jingyang." Xia Kersen's complexion turned pale, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks. She hadn't intended for this to happen. She implored for his mercy, offering to cover the medical expenses. Having endured bullying for 3 years at Hengchuan High School, she had never known assistance. Each time she was tormented, her peers would merely distance themselves. She had no friends. Anyone who dared befriend her would also become a target. Loneliness had become her accustomed companion. When the teacher assigned Bai Ling to be her desk mate, she felt a flicker of joy. Since the onset of her torment, she had not shared a desk with anyone. She had no intentions of befriending Bai Ling, for she understood well that doing so would only endanger her. Initially, she planned to keep her distance after helping Bai Ling acclimate to the school. To her astonishment, when Duan Jingyang bullied her, Bai Ling stood up for her, even incapacitating Duan Jingyang's leg. Deeply moved yet acutely aware of the danger posed by Duan Jingyang, she felt compelled to plead for Bai Ling's sake, determined not to let her be harmed. "Compensate." Duan Jingyang spat at Xia Kersen's face. "Do you think you can afford my life?" Bai Ling's gaze sharpened. her cold eyes gleaming with intensity as a silver needle slipped from her fingers, radiating a fierce aura. Those familiar with her recognized the lethal intent. Just as Bai Ling advanced, Liao Ran seized her arm, urging restraint. Perhaps you have some influence, but have you considered Xia Kersen's plight? Her family is impoverished. Assisting her today will only lead to her further suffering. Is that so? Bai Ling retorted icily, casting a glance at Liao Ran before swiftly stepping forward and grasping Duan Jinghang by the throat, her grip tightening, rendering him breathless. The onlookers gasped in shock. What are you doing? Let go of Duan. If you dare to touch Duan, the Duan family will not spare you. Liao Ran and Lin Xian were equally taken aback, speechless at the audacity of the new transfer student challenging the school's bully without a hint of fear. Suddenly, Liao Ran found newfound respect for Bai Ling. With a swift kick, she toppled Duan Jinghang's lackey, and with a single motion, lifted Duan Jinghang off the ground. The crowd fell silent, witnessing the spectacle. Duan Jinghang's face drained of color, his eyes rolling back as he felt his life slipping away. Just as he believed death was imminent, Bai Ling released her grip, letting him crash to the ground. She loomed over him, exuding an aura of regal authority. I will protect Xia Kersen. Under normal circumstances, with Bai Ling's temperament, Duan Jinghang would have met his end. However, she chose to refrain from causing further chaos, granting him a reprieve this time. Should he fail to learn his lesson, next time would be far less forgiving. Bai Ling then took Xia Kersen by the hand and departed. The crowd that had encircled them suddenly dispersed, none daring to impede her. Duan Jinghang grasped his throat, gasping for air, and pointed at Bai Ling, exclaiming, I will not let you go. I shall annihilate your entire family. Bai Ling halted, turning to face him, her expression as cold as ice. I have a grandmother in the central hospital. If you are unafraid of death, then come for me. The Duan family of the capital? What is that? Perhaps you should inquire with the head of the Duan family whether he dares to eliminate her kin. Just as Bai Ling took a step forward, a female voice rang out. Bai Ling, you arrive at Hengchuan High School with such arrogance. Have you considered how you will navigate your future days? The speaker was Miao Yiha, who strode toward Bai Ling with an imposing presence. She stood tall at 1.7 meters, towering over Bai Ling, and proclaimed, At Hengchuan High School, it is not your place to act with such impudence. Bai Ling smirked, a mischievous grin spreading across her face as she pushed Xia Kersen forward. Try to lay a finger on her. I dare you. Try it then. I fear you not. And Rue, eager to curry favor with Miaoya, raised her hand to strike, but Bai Ling swiftly seized her wrist, exerting such force that Enrue's hand was rendered useless. Enrue let out a piercing shriek. Miao Yiha narrowed her eyes, a chill coursing through her. Bai Ling took hold of Xia Kersen and turned to leave, only to be obstructed by Miao Yiha's associates. Let her pass. Miao Yiha spoke with an impassive demeanor, and only then did the others step aside. Bai Ling and Xia Kersen departed, leaving the cafeteria in disarray. Chapter 29. She is someone the Duan family cannot afford to offend. Until she exited the cafeteria, Xia Kersen's mind remained in a haze. Liao Ran and Lin Xian followed Bai Ling in silence. Unable to restrain himself, Liao Ran discreetly observed Bai Ling's expression, expecting to see worry or fear. Instead, her face radiated an icy calmness, her back straight and exuding an air of arrogance. Thank you. Xia Kersen finally came to her senses, lowering her head and speaking softly. But you shouldn't. What should we do? Duan Shao won't let this go, Bai Ling. Perhaps we should inform the teacher. Bai Ling was engrossed in sending a message to Fu Qin when she heard Xia Kersen's words and looked up. Why tell the teacher? She had missed the first half of Xia Kersen's statement. At least the teacher can help you, Xia Kersen urged. Duan Shao, we truly cannot afford to offend him. I don't want to bring you harm. Xia Kersen's expression was grave. Just then, a reply came through from Fu Chun. Bai Ling glanced down, quickly typing a few words. Find some bodyguards to protect my grandmother. I'll cover the costs. After sending the message, she put her phone away and fixed her cool gaze upon Xia Kersen's face, causing Xia Kersen to feel a chill of apprehension. What's wrong? Xia Kersen thought she had inadvertently upset Bai Ling and immediately grew tense. Bai Ling studied her for a long moment before suddenly smiling. Let us go. From now on, I'll look after you. Xia Kersen's heart was instantly warmed. She raised her gaze to Bai Ling's face, which was flawless and radiant, bathed in sunlight. Her cheeks were adorned with a soft glow, making her all the more beautiful. For some inexplicable reason, the worries that had plagued Xia Kersen moments ago dissipated, and she felt a sense of reassurance. She believed that Bai Ling would be fine. Liao Ran, who had been listening to Bai Ling's audacious declarations, helplessly pinched the bridge of his nose. He offered a well-intentioned warning, Bai Ling. Do you have any idea how formidable the Duan family is in the capital? You crippled Duan Jinghong's leg today. Tomorrow, they might very well threaten your entire family. You disapprove of your classmates being bullied, but have you considered that this consequence is one you cannot bear? Bai Ling tilted her head, gazing at Liao Ran with a hint of mischief. So, because he is wealthy and powerful, you would merely stand by and watch your classmates suffer? Liao Ran's face flushed instantly as he bowed his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. I want to help, but the Liao family is simply not on the same level as the Duan family. Bai Ling let out a cold laugh. Ignoring him as she turned to leave with Xia Kursen, Liao Ran watched her retreating figure, his thoughts swirling. After a while, he caught up to Bai Ling and said seriously, I admit I've been a bit cowardly. To avoid bringing trouble to my family, I've chosen to turn a blind eye to many things. Bai Ling, I am not as brave as you. This time, I will not back down. Your safety and Xia Kursen S are in my hands. If Duan Jinghang dares to trouble you, I will ensure he pays for it. Liao Ren felt a deep sense of shame. A mere girl had fearlessly stood up to authority on the very first day of school, rescuing someone from Duan Jinghang. Yet here he was, the esteemed young master of the Liao family, acting like a coward. Bai Ling cast him a detached glance. You should focus on taking care of yourself first. After speaking, the phone chimed. It was a message from Fu Chen asking, who did you offend? Bai Ling quickly replied with a few words. Fu Chen responded promptly, I understand. Focus on your studies. Bai Ling, somewhat taken aback by the message, smiled slightly and tucked her phone back into her pocket. The events that transpired in the cafeteria at noon soon reverberated throughout Hengchuan University, even reaching the ears of the academic director. In the academic office, the director, rubbing his temples, inquired about Duan Jinghong's whereabouts. He has gone to the hospital. A student answered candidly. The doctor said his leg is likely beyond saving. The academic director inhaled deeply, realizing the gravity of the situation. Furrowing his brow, he asked, what about Enrue? She has also gone to the hospital. Her right hand is fractured, the student replied, still visibly shaken. After all, they were merely teenagers, accustomed to playful scuffles at school, and it was rare for anyone to be maimed in such a manner. The transfer student was indeed formidable. Upon arrival, she had incapacitated 2 students, one of whom was the scion of the distinguished Duan family. He could hardly fathom the repercussions that awaited Bai Ling very well. The academic director conceded, you may return. Once the student departed, he hastily dialed Principal Qin's number. Principal Qin, are you in your office? The academic director's voice was laced with urgency. Yes, came Principal Qin's slightly weary voice from the other end. I am on my way, the academic director exclaimed, nearly sprinting to the office, unwilling to delay. This matter had escalated beyond his control. It required the principal's direct intervention. After knocking on the door and receiving a response, the academic director hurriedly entered and succinctly relayed the situation. Is that all? Principal Qin regarded him with a calm demeanor, his murky eyes betraying no sign of alarm. The academic director was momentarily taken aback. How could the principal remain so composed? This was the scion of the Duan family. An incident at Hengchuan University could ignite their wrath. Principal, this situation is quite serious. You need to decide how to address it promptly, the academic director urged. Decide how? Principal Qin shot him a sidelong glance, picking up a brush from the desk and returning to his writing, seemingly unfazed. Let them handle it themselves. Duan Jinghang has been bullying students at school for quite some time. Perhaps it is time someone put him in his place. But he is, after all, from the Duan family. The academic director expressed his concern. Principal Qin lifted his eyelids slightly. And what of the Duan family? Should their children be allowed to act with impunity at school? Director Zhang, you have been at Hengchuan University for over a decade, and you have witnessed its transformation. If this continues, Hengchuan will no longer be a place of learning, but merely a stepping stone for the offspring of the elite. Is that the legacy you wish to see for the institution you have dedicated so many years to? With a stroke of the brush, Principal Qin's writing faltered. So he set down the pen and took a sip from his teacup. Director Zhang opened his mouth and sighed. I understood that Hengchuan University was not only populated by students, but also by a majority of faculty members hailing from prestigious families. The current state of Hengchuan University had undergone a complete transformation. Given this reality, could we truly alter our circumstances? What if the Duan family were to cause a disturbance at the school? And what about Bai Ling, whom you personally recruited? How would you respond if the Duan family sought to trouble her? Principal Qin cast a brief, indifferent glance at him, asserting that the Duan family would not dare to trouble Bai Ling unless they wished to vanish from the capital. Director Zhang was taken aback, suddenly realizing something profound. Just who was Bai Ling? Principal Qin smiled enigmatically and remarked, "She is someone the Duan family cannot provoke." With that, Principal Qin waved his hand dismissively, saying, "All right, go about your business. Just observe this matter." Chapter 30. The Green Tea Sister strikes again in the afternoon. Bai Ling's exploits successfully made their way onto the Hengchuan University campus forum. Within minutes, the comments section erupted. "Wow, she dares to provoke Duan Shao. This transfer student is impressive. I've given her my support. She is going to face dire consequences. She's so beautiful. Why does she have to stir trouble with Duan Shao?" Most comments revolved around speculating how Bai Ling would be dealt with by Duan Jinghang. Yet, in truth, many were quietly applauding Bai Ling's audacity. Numerous students at Hengchuan University had suffered bullying at the hands of Duan Jinghang, but due to their less illustrious backgrounds, they could only endure in silence. Now, with someone willing to confront Duan Jinghang, those who had been victimized were elated, though they dared not openly support Bai Ling. After all, Duan Jinghang still roamed the halls of the school, and no one wished to incur his wrath. The afternoon brought Heinan's English class. The students of Class 18 seemed rather indifferent to all teachers except Yuan Cheng. Heinan's classroom was a cacophony of noise. Some students lay across their desks asleep. Others engaged in idle chatter, with only a handful focused on their studies. Hainan, disinterested in managing the chaos, hastily covered half the lesson and assigned exercises. Bai Ling, having overslept that morning, was not the least bit drowsy and pulled out her phone to play games. Just as she was engrossed in her game, an ear-piercing ringtone shattered the air. Bai Ling's fingers froze. She had forgotten to silence her phone. Glancing at the caller ID, she stood up and announced, "Teacher, I need to take this call." Although her tone was ostensibly polite, it carried an air of arrogance. Hainan looked up from her desk, her expression livid. "This is a classroom, not your home. What do you think you're doing? Sit back down. If that phone rings again, you can take a trip outside for detention." Hainan had always looked down upon the students of Class 18. Even though she was reluctant to manage them, she would not tolerate disrespect. Bai Ling had just arrived at school on her first day, and her audacity raised alarm bells. Such behavior could not be encouraged. Bai Ling narrowed her eyes, rapped her knuckles on Xia Kersen's desk, signaling her to make way. Xia Kersen quickly stood up, allowing Bai Ling to exit. Ignoring Hainan entirely, Bai Ling strode out with her phone in hand. "You, come back here." Hainan's face turned a shade of fury. The classroom, however, erupted in excitement. "So cool. She dared to answer a call in Hainan's class. Why can't I be that audacious?" Students at Hengchuan University, regardless of their backgrounds or arrogance, were still bound to heed their teachers. Should their behavior cross the line, the school could impose direct penalties. Bai Ling made her way to the restroom. Heading to the innermost stall, where she shut the door and activated a voice modulator before answering the call. "Speak." The voice on the other end shifted, revealing that of a young man. "I found the information you asked me to look into." The caller was Qi. Bai Ling's body stiffened, her spine straightening. "Where?" Her voice was unmistakably charged with excitement. This was the first time Qi had witnessed Bai Ling in such a state of exhilaration. "The Wei family in the capital." Bai Ling pressed her lips together, pondering how she might acquire it. "I have inquired, and it appears that the Wei family is not selling this item. It is rumored to be put up for auction." Qi remarked that the Wei family's circumstances have significantly declined. Their accounts are beginning to show deficits, and they seek to recoup some funds through this auction. After a brief pause, Qi added that once the Wei family released this news, numerous individuals, many of high status, expressed interest in participating in the auction, including even reclusive families. Bai Ling narrowed her eyes, her expression cool. "How many does the Wei family possess?" "One." Qi furrowed his brow slightly. "While the exact auction date remains uncertain, the starting price has been disclosed, 10 billion. Is it possible to obtain an entry ticket?" Bai Ling lowered her gaze, her voice somewhat hoarse. "With the A Bureau involved, securing an entry ticket should not be an issue." "Very well. I appreciate your assistance." Bai Ling pinched the bridge of her nose, contemplating whether the funds in her account would suffice. With a base price of 10 billion, it might take 1,000 billion to secure it. Moreover, with the involvement of those reclusive families, it would be even more challenging to acquire. Qi sighed. "Why are you being so polite with me? Kay, you must understand that you are part of the A Bureau, our family. No matter what happens, the entire A Bureau will support you." After a pause, Qi continued. "Furthermore, you need not worry about the finances. We will ensure you have what you need." "No need." Bai Ling furrowed her brow. "Any orders should be directed to me. It seems I must earn some money." Upon hearing this, Ji chuckled. The renowned K, who once regarded money as mere refuse, now actively seeks orders for profit. If the Black Panther and the others were to learn of this, they would surely laugh for days. Bai Ling frowned, remarking on the excessive chatter. After ending the call, class had already concluded. Bai Ling tucked her phone into her pocket and stepped outside. Just as she reached the restroom entrance, she collided with Ji Xian, who was about to enter. Sister? Ji Xian was evidently surprised to see Bai Ling there. She had not attended school in the morning due to some family matters and had just arrived. Unaware of Bai Ling's circumstances, is there something you need? Bai Ling raised her gaze, her demeanor icy. Ji Xian could hardly tolerate Bai Ling's frigid demeanor. A glimmer of insight flickered in her eyes before she quickly concealed it, smiling as she said, Did young Master Fu assist you with your enrollment? Ji Xian did not believe that Bai Ling had a recommendation letter from Principal Qin, nor had Ji Yin found a connection to facilitate Bai Ling's admission. Therefore, Ji Xian presumed that Bai Ling's presence here was due to Fu Qin's influence. Bai Ling remained silent, arching an eyebrow at her. Young Master Fu is indeed formidable. He can even manage Principal Qin. Sister, since young Master Fu has helped you enroll, you must strive to prove yourself and not bring disgrace to the Ji family. Ji Xian spoke earnestly, each word laced with concern for Bai Ling. Bai Ling smiled faintly, though the warmth did not reach her eyes. The Ji family. What does it have to do with me? Ji Xian's body stiffened as she suppressed her anger, maintaining a smile. I understand that when mother abandoned you, it must have pained you deeply. For all these years, I have lived a life of privilege while you have suffered in the countryside. However, this is ultimately a matter concerning our elders, and we are still blood sisters. Let us not remain estranged, shall we? Ji Xian pressed her lips together, adding, moreover, Mother is making every effort to make amends. Please forgive her. Her words that day were not intentional. Bai Ling raised her chin slightly, her dark pupils reflecting a chilling disdain. In an icy tone, she retorted, What is she to be worthy of my forgiveness? Sister. Ji Xian's tears brimmed in her eyes, looking utterly pitiful. Though she may have erred, she did give you life. Bai Ling, disinterested in further discourse, brushed past her. Ji Xian refused to yield, prompting Bai Ling to shove her aside and walk away without a backward glance. After Bai Ling departed, a few girls standing beside Ji Xian could no longer contain their curiosity. Ji Xian, who is she? She's quite beautiful, yet why does she seem so arrogant? Another girl chimed in. Yes, why do you call her sister? Ji Xian, lowering her head in evident distress, replied, She is my half-sister, Bai Ling. Due to some family issues during our childhood, she was raised in the countryside and has only just returned. However, she harbors resentment towards me and mother. Sigh. I wonder when I will ever earn her forgiveness. It is not your fault. As the words left her lips, one of the girls suddenly recalled something, her voice shifting to one of astonishment. Did you say her name is Bai Ling? Chapter 31. The big shot takes action. Ji Xian cast a glance at her companion, perplexed by the expression on her face, yet she nodded in acknowledgement. Are you not aware? Earlier in the cafeteria, your sister incapacitated Duan Shao, and Enrue ended up with a fractured hand. It is said that Duan Shao has been taken to the hospital, where the doctor declared that his leg cannot be treated. Ji Xian was momentarily taken aback. She truly had no knowledge of these events. Upon hearing this, a subtle smile graced her lips, though she concealed it skillfully, leaving no one the wiser. Lowering her gaze, she sighed softly, reflecting, My sister was raised in the countryside, often skipping classes to engage in fights. She is rather difficult to get along with, and with her temperament, I can't help but wonder what kind of trouble she might stir up in the future. Offending Duan Shao will surely bring White Ling some discomfort. Even with Fu Shao's support, what difference does it make? Duan Jinghong's family background is not to be underestimated. Would Fu Shao really risk his reputation for an acquaintance he has only recently met? Once Fu Shao turns against White Ling, her opportunities will dwindle. A girl with short hair patted Ji Xian on the shoulder. Do not fret over her. I see that she hardly regards you as a sister. So why should you seek discomfort for yourself? Another girl chimed in. Indeed, having offended Duan Shao, she will face the consequences. Perhaps this lesson will remind her that in the Ji family, you are the true heiress. Ji Xian lowered her eyes, replying softly, Please do not say that. After all, she is still my sister. After school that afternoon, White Ling provided her personal mobile number to Xia Kersen, instructing her to call if anything arose. Xia Kersen merely nodded, but did not commit to her promise. Aware that Xia Kersen would likely not contact her even if needed, White Ling sought out Lao Ran. I need a favor, she stated, devoid of any pleading demeanor, exuding an air of authority. Liao Ran, however, was thrilled. Just tell me what I can do, and I will undoubtedly assist. Feeling slighted by White Ling earlier that day, he had been perturbed by her silence, but now he was taken aback that she sought his help. Do you have people in the dormitory? White Ling asked with casual indifference. It was well known that students from any school, especially Hengchuan University, enjoyed forming cliques. While Liao Ran could not compete with Duan Jinghang, he nevertheless had his own network. He nodded, affirming, yes. Keep an eye on Xia Kersen for me. Inform me if anyone troubles her, White Ling instructed, leaving her mobile number with Liao Ran. Excitedly, Liao Ran nodded absolutely. After a brief pause, he inquired, by the way, why are you being so kind to Xia Kersen? It's only your first meeting, yet you're so protective of her. White Ling suddenly smiled, her expression blooming like 1,000 flowers under the brilliant sun, breathtaking in its beauty. Liao Ran was left momentarily speechless, unable to gather his thoughts. By the time he regained his senses, White Ling had already walked away. He hurried to catch up, walking beside her, and remarked, to be honest, you're quite captivating. Your attire suggests a rural background, yet your methods reveal the prowess of a concealed big shot. White Ling kept her gaze fixed on her phone. Upon hearing his comment, she glanced at him briefly before returning her attention to the screen. Liao Ran spoke incessantly, yet I find your character quite appealing. Your audacity to confront Jiang Hang earns my admiration. Otherwise, shall I regard you as my leader? Bai Ling responded nonchalantly, expressing her disinterest. No, you are indeed interested. Liao Ran gazed at Bai Ling with earnestness. Bai Ling, is this the second Jiang Shiriyue? Liao Ran, lacking the intense pride of Jiang Shiriyue, disregarded Bai Ling's look of disdain. Do you not wish to protect Xia Kersen? If you accept me as your leader, we shall dominate Hengchuan High School. And in your absence, none shall dare to provoke you. Indeed, you make a valid point. Bai Ling tucked her phone away, appearing indifferent. Liao Ran's spirits lifted. Does that mean you agree? Bai Ling halted, casting a glance back at him, clearly disagreeing. As they conversed, they arrived at the school gate. Bai Ling intended to take a taxi home, but Fu Chen insisted on picking her up, though he had a minor issue that required her to wait a few minutes. Liao Ran continued to chatter in Bai Ling's ear, urging her to reconsider. Bai Ling, behind you. Bai Ling turned around to find herself surrounded by over 30 men clad in black suits. One of them stepped forward, his expression cold as he addressed Bai Ling. Are you the one who crippled Duan Shao? Bai Ling smirked, hands in her pockets, exuding the demeanor of a streetwise woman. Shall we settle this one-on-one or engage in a group battle? Liao Ran, feeling intimidated by the sheer number of adversaries, mustered his courage to stand protectively in front of Bai Ling, declaring, You'll have to get through me first. Bai Ling raised an eyebrow, remaining silent. The man in the suit regarded them with icy disdain, stating, Since you refuse to heed our warning, do not blame us for our lack of courtesy. He instructed his subordinates, Madam has ordered to break her legs. As for this man, if he seeks death, let us sever one of his. Liao Ran inexplicably shivered. Bai Ling grasped the collar of Liao Ran's shirt, pulling him back several steps. She adjusted her black handbag, her expression transforming into one of cold resolve. Not far away, a black sedan approached. Inside, Xingyu noticed the commotion at the school gate and exclaimed, Fu Yi, Miss Bai is in danger. Fu Chen's expression hardened as he glanced toward the gate, commanding, Stop the car. He and Jiang Shirwei exited the vehicle swiftly, while Xingyu sought a place to park. They advanced quickly, yet suddenly halted, their footsteps faltering. Jiang Shirwei's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld the scene before him. Turning to Fu Chen, he exclaimed, Fu Yi, is your wife even human? Not far away, Bai Ling's petite form darted forward like an arrow released from its bow. Her speed was astonishing, leaving only a fleeting shadow in her wake. She struck with lethal precision. Had she not shown mercy, lives would surely have been lost. In less than 3 minutes, 30 suited men lay sprawled on the ground, groaning in agony. Fu Chen's stern visage bore an unusual expression, his narrowed eyes reflecting a newfound admiration. The young woman possessed formidable skills, though she did not appear to be formally trained. Every move she executed was lethal. Jiang Shirwei was correct. His unexpectedly acquired fiancée was indeed a treasure. With exceptional medical skills and remarkable prowess, her worth exceeds 100 billion. What other astonishing identities does she possess? Bai Ling gazed at the fallen suits scattered across the floor, her aura retracting as she calmly stated, Go back and inform Duan Yuyun. If he cannot manage his son properly, I shall eliminate him. Beside her, Liao Ran was utterly dumbfounded. For the first time, he felt his intellect insufficient. Is this truly a university student? Surely she must be an undercover agent. Bai Ling's words were heard clearly by Jiang Shiwei, who turned to glance at Fu Qin. Wondering how she knew the name of the head of the Duan family and why she seemed utterly unafraid of him, Fu Qin's gaze darkened. He did not respond to Jiang Shiwei but instead strode towards Bai Ling. The individuals sprawled on the ground were, in Fu Qin's eyes, nothing more than corpses. And he did not spare them a single glance. Chapter 32. The boss seeks profit. Fu Qin naturally took over Bai Ling's handbag, entwining his fingers with hers. His voice gentle. Are you hungry? He refrained from mentioning the recent events. A bit, Bai Ling replied nonchalantly, as if the earlier incident had never occurred. Let's go eat. She nodded, said nothing further, and followed Fu Qin into the car. Behind them, Ran was already in a daze. Inside the vehicle, Jiang Shiwei was brimming with questions for Bai Ling, yet he hesitated, unsure if he should voice them. He had been intimidated by her few glances that seemed to label him a fool. If he were to pose another foolish question, his reputation as the Jiang family's eldest son would surely be shattered. The car was enveloped in silence, with no one daring to speak. Fu Qin also chose not to inquire about Bai Ling's earlier actions. After a while, Bai Ling suddenly lifted her gaze, looking seriously at Fu Qin. Is there anyone near you who is gravely ill or on the brink of death? Fu Qin raised an eyebrow. Yes. Jiang Shiwei, intrigued, asked, Why do you want to know? Bai Ling, lazily leaning against the car window, replied with enthusiasm, To make money. Make money? Jiang Shiwei's voice rose significantly. That black card of yours must be worth at least 100 billion. Why do you still need to make money? Bai Ling slightly lifted her eyelids, her long lashes framing eyes that seemed to reflect the depths of one's soul. With a nonchalant smile, she responded, I'm short on cash. For some reason, Jiang Shiwei found himself unable to meet her gaze, diverting his eyes. You lack money, even with 100 billion? Bai Ling glanced at him without uttering a word. Jiang Shiwei looked at her suspiciously. What do you need the money for? To buy things. Bai Ling lowered her head, her mood evidently dampened, possibly influenced by the presence of those suited men. Oh, for buying things? Jiang Shiwei retrieved a card from his pocket. I have this. You can use it for now. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt a chilling glare directed at him, followed by Fu Qin's icy voice. Am I incapable of providing? Jiang Shiwei was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled awkwardly, retracting the card. I forgot she is still your wife. He then looked at Bai Ling. If you need money, just inform Master Fu. He'll provide abundantly. With Master Fu's personal assets exceeding $1 trillion, how much could a young girl possibly require? Master Fu could undoubtedly support her for a lifetime. However, in the next moment, Jiang Shiwei was caught off guard when Bai Ling leisurely stated, 700 billion. Do you have that? Bai Ling pondered for a moment, thinking it wise to prepare ample funds. In the event of an auction, should the price soar beyond $1 trillion, she wouldn't find herself unable to afford it. Jiang Shiwei was left speechless. Are you consuming money? 700 billion? How long would that take? He took a deep breath, cautiously asking, what on earth is so expensive? He felt that spending time with Bai Ling was causing his heart to race. This girl always managed to surprise him. When she finally spoke, it was enough to make one's heart skip a beat. Bai Ling raised 2 fingers, pressing them against her temple. A type of grass. What? Jiang Shiwei nearly doubted his own hearing. A type of grass? 700 billion? The revelation left him utterly astounded. Fu Qin turned his head slightly, casting a sidelong glance at her. The young girl had now quelled her brilliance, appearing rather listless, with a hint of sorrow etched upon her delicate features. It was a rare sight to witness her troubled, and Fu Qin's gaze deepened with intrigue. The matter she referred to must be of considerable significance. Bai Ling pursed her lips, admitting, I have never encountered it either. Jiang Shiwei was convinced. In his lifetime, apart from Fu Qin, he had never been swayed by anyone else. Bai Ling was the second. After a prolonged silence, Fu Qin gently tapped her head twice with his slender fingers, noting that indeed, 2 individuals required intervention, one for whom he would personally finance a sum of 100 billion. Fu Qin was not in want of money. If Bai Ling truly needed funds, he would certainly provide them. Yet, after spending considerable time with the young girl, he discovered her to be rather proud. She would never accept anything without merit, and even if offered 700 billion, she would decline. It would be more beneficial to introduce her to a business opportunity. Bai Ling's eyes lit up as she straightened abruptly, exclaiming, no problem. The spark in her gaze did not escape Fu Qin's notice, and he smiled knowingly. The other case is in the capital. The price may not reach such heights, but I will strive to secure you 500 billion. He paused, adding, be prepared. He has been paralyzed for over a decade. Upon hearing of the opportunity, Bai Ling perked up, resting her chin on her hand and pondering, will I be compensated more if I successfully treat him? Fu Chen raised an eyebrow, responding, with me involved, he must pay more. He had underestimated Bai Ling. She possessed considerable confidence in her medical skills. Very well, I will take it on. Fu Chen regarded Bai Ling, his smile deepening as he proposed another lucrative avenue for her consideration. Bai Ling raised her eyelids, signaling him to continue. I heard you incapacitated the young master of the Duan family? Fu Chen lit a cigarette, reclining lazily in his chair. Indeed, Bai Ling replied succinctly. You could opt to heal his leg. The Duan family should be able to offer 1 billion. Fu Chen spoke deliberately. Bai Ling stroked her chin thoughtfully, nodding in agreement. That's a solid plan. Jiang Shiwei. These two truly were a pair. One cunning, the other shrewd. Bai Ling's mood brightened, her countenance warming. Jiang Shiwei observed her for a considerable time, blinking in surprise. It was the first time he had seen Bai Ling so joyful. Previously, she had been as cold as ice, akin to Fu Chen, a veritable glacier. Now, when she smiled, how strikingly beautiful she appeared. As Jiang Shiwei pondered this, he suddenly felt a piercing cold gaze directed at him, sending a shiver down his spine. He quickly averted his eyes. Bai Ling, why not accept Mr. Fu's money? Isn't it more gratifying to use his resources? He exclaimed, patting his chest. Mr. Fu is rather stingy, unable even to glance at his wife. Earning one's own keep is far more satisfying. Bai Ling, in a good mood, chose not to retort Jiang Shiwei. He, impressed, said nothing further. The restaurant was selected by Jiang Shiwei, who relished fine cuisine. Having spent a few months in the city, he had sampled its culinary offerings thoroughly. The establishments he recommended were all quite commendable. Halfway through their meal, Bai Ling's phone rang. She glanced at the caller ID, then stepped outside with the phone in hand. Fu Chen sat beside her, casting a casual glance at her phone, which displayed only a string of numbers without any notes. Upon seeing the digits, his eyes narrowed slightly. His memory was remarkably sharp, and that number seemed vaguely familiar. He briefly glanced towards the entrance before retracting his gaze. Was Master Fu truly considering allowing Bai Ling to treat him? Jiang Shiwei dared to inquire only when Bai Ling was absent, questioning whether her medical skills were truly so exceptional that she could resurrect the deceased. Jiang Shiwei poured himself a glass of beer. Ever since he noticed Bai Ling frequently indulging in it, he had taken to drinking beer as well. Having grown accustomed to it, he found it quite enjoyable. Taking a sip, he continued, Gu Chenhao mentioned that only Ghost Face possesses the ability to bring the dead back to life. If Bai Ling were a disciple of Ghost Face, I might believe she could indeed achieve that. But she is not. What if she fails to cure him and exposes herself? Fu Chen's long fingers gently tapped the table, his stern visage betraying no emotion. After a prolonged contemplation, he finally spoke, suggesting that she should give it a try. Jiang Shiwei sighed, feeling quite vexed as he took several gulps of beer. Very well, you make the decision. Chapter 33. Return his heart to me outside. Bai Ling answered the phone. Her tone was icy, devoid of warmth. The matter you instructed has been taken care of. On the other end, a voice resonated with a certain severity. Bai Ling, with one hand in her pocket and her gaze lowered, responded, Fine. You all do what you need to do. When will you come by? There are many matters that require your personal decision. Bai Ling's brows furrowed, her expression impassive. Why must I always take the lead? What is your role? After a brief silence, the voice replied, I was presumptuous. I will seek you out once I finish my tasks. At the staircase window, the street outside was becoming shrouded in darkness. The faint glow of the streetlights filtering through the window, casting a pallid light across Bai Ling's face, which was already imbued with a cool demeanor, now tinged with an added chill. She ended the call, her eyes growing colder. It seemed imperative to expedite her investigation into Ji Mohan's heart. Jiang Shiwei had consumed several bottles of beer and was slightly inebriated. Bai Ling had lost her appetite and decided to return with the others. Late at night, the world had succumbed to slumber, enveloped in silence, save for the occasional whisper of the wind. In the Mingyuan villa, Bai Ling, who had been fast asleep, suddenly opened her eyes. In the darkness, her lashes fluttered lightly as the moonlight streamed in, surrounding her exquisite features with an air of chill. She hastily donned her clothes and sat up, listening intently to ensure the villa was quiet before she ventured out. The villa was shrouded in darkness. Bai Ling retrieved her phone and switched on the flashlight, moving slowly toward the study. The study door was unlocked, and with a twist of the handle, it swung open. The study was immaculate, flanked by shelves brimming with a myriad of books, and atop the desk sat a sleek black computer beside a safe. Squatting down, Bai Ling examined the safe, which was protected by 2 layers, a password and a fingerprint lock. After a moment of contemplation, she redirected her focus to the computer. The safe was not difficult to crack, but she was uncertain if an alarm had been set. She powered on the black computer, her delicate fingers dancing swiftly over the keyboard. Lines of code flashed across the screen with remarkable speed. First, she disabled the alarm system, glancing toward the door to ensure no one was approaching before continuing her search. Fu Chen's desktop was remarkably tidy. Aside from a few system-installed applications, there was little else. However, such simplicity could not deceive a hacker of Bai Ling's caliber. With a cursory glance, she located the hidden documents within his computer. There were few files, one marked as top secret. Upon opening the folder for the confidential document, she was met with a dozen files. One immediately caught her eye, titled Heart Donation Agreement. Her eyes narrowed in shock as she opened it. After comprehending its contents, she abruptly stood, her dark pupils betraying her astonishment. After a moment, she sat back down, her grip on the mouse tightening, as a cold glimmer ignited in her clear eyes. Suddenly, the lights in the study flickered on. "What are you searching for?" A voice, tinged with coolness and a touch of huskiness, inquired. Fu Chen entered, and under the moonlight, his silhouette appeared elongated, with distinct contours. His ink-black eyes fixated on Bai Ling. He took a step forward, slowly approaching her. Bai Ling turned around, her cold gaze tinged with a hint of crimson, her chest rising and falling visibly, indicating her troubled emotions. Suddenly, she took a swift step forward, gripping Fu Chen's collar like a wild beast growling. "Return his heart to me." Fu Chen furrowed his brows, lowering his gaze to the content on the computer. Abruptly, his pupils constricted, his voice quivering. "Do you know Ji Mohan?" At the time of Ji Mohan's demise, Bai Ling had yet to arrive in Li City. Moreover, having been raised by a wet nurse since childhood, she had no contact with the Ji family. How could she possibly know Ji Mohan? Bai Ling's exquisite visage was enveloped in fury, her fingers gripping Fu Chen's collar tightly, her pupils gleaming with a blood-red light, as if she were ready to devour him. "You orchestrated the accident, took his heart, forged a false donation agreement, seeking to conceal the truth?" She laughed, a chilling laughter. "I shall excavate your heart to accompany him to the grave." With a sudden lift of her hand, almost instantaneously, Fu Chen sensed the impending danger and swiftly dodged, the silver needle embedding itself into the wall behind him. Bai Ling refrained from launching another needle. Instead, she attacked Fu Chen with reckless abandon. Her approach was utterly desperate. Initially, Fu Chen had merely sought to evade her, but now he could no longer retreat. After a few exchanges, Bai Ling found herself at a disadvantage, and he seized her wrist, imploring, "Let me explain." Bai Ling's agitation was palpable. She lifted her foot to kick Fu Chen's knee. He sidestepped, exclaiming in exasperation, "Can you please not rush? He is not dead yet." Bai Ling's body stiffened, her brows knitting tightly as she fixed her cold gaze upon him, clearly disbelieving his words. Fu Chen pinched the bridge of his nose, feeling a headache coming on. "Could you please sit down? Your temper is truly extraordinary." If she did not calm down, he feared his residence would be in ruins. After a moment of silence, Bai Ling withdrew her hand, pulled out a chair, crossed her legs, and the fury within her began to subside. "Speak," she said. Fu Chen glanced at her before opening the safe, retrieving a hard copy of a document, and presenting it to Bai Ling. "Did you agree to marry me solely to investigate this matter?" The heart donation agreement, in duplicate, was in Fu Chen's possession. There was also an electronic version to prevent loss of the physical copy. Bai Ling shot him a sidelong glance, remaining silent. Fu Chen pulled a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, took a deep drag, and exhaled a cloud of smoke before speaking slowly. "The donation agreement bears his signature. His heart was not given to me." His tone was flat, devoid of any discernible emotion. Bai Ling was taken aback, a cold light flickering in her eyes. Suddenly, she laughed, a wild, unrestrained laugh, only to quickly suppress it, her gaze now glinting with a hint of frost. "Impossible. You may seek handwriting verification." Fu Chen rose, leaning against the desk, inhaled from his cigarette, then turned to find a document from the folder. "This is a recording." Fu Chen pressed play, and the voice of Ji Mohan emerged, frail and subdued. "I am Ji Mohan. I am aware that my time is limited. I willingly donate my heart and authorize Fu Chen to manage the subsequent affairs. If my family hears this recording, I implore you not to pursue the whereabouts of my heart. It shall find its rightful place." The voice was undeniably Ji Mohan's, devoid of any deceit. Bai Ling's eyelids drooped, her silence profound, her exquisite features stripped of the earlier indifference. Her crimson lips were pressed together, revealing no trace of her emotions. Suddenly, she smiled, a smile laced with sarcasm. She had always believed that G.M.O. Han's accident was no mere misfortune. The architect of that calamity wielded immense power, capable of effortlessly claiming G.M.O. Han's heart. To evade complications, a counterfeit heart donation agreement had been fabricated. Yet now, she felt utterly foolish. The donation agreement bore G.M.O. Han's authentic signature. No authentication was necessary, as she recognized his handwriting all too well. The recording, too, required no verification. It was undeniably his voice. Chapter 34. May I stay? Bai Ling withdrew her gaze, her voice somewhat hoarse. Why was there no name of the donor? Fu Chen extinguished his cigarette, but his heart had not been donated and remained intact within him. Yet, for some unfathomable reason, he was compelled to inform the outside world that he had died after donating his heart. Bai Ling stood there, dressed entirely in black, the light casting a lonely glow upon her. In that moment, Fu Chen's heart inexplicably ached. Bai Ling furrowed her brows, and after a long pause, she lifted her gaze. Her clear, cold eyes glinting like poison. I will verify this. If you deceive me, I shall take your life to accompany him in death. Fu Chen pursed his lips, feeling a tinge of helplessness. So, you saved me because you believe that G.M.O. Han's heart resides within me? He had never quite comprehended why Bai Ling was willing to save him, yet refused to heal him. Now, clarity dawned upon him. She was doing it for G.M.O. Han. It seemed that Bai Ling shared a remarkable bond with G.M.O. Han. How intriguing. Two individuals who had never met were worthy of such monumental effort from Bai Ling. She was willing to marry for G.M.O. Han, and equally willing to save for him. Bai Ling glanced at him without uttering a word. Fu Chen's gaze lowered, and after a lengthy silence, he uttered, You already know that G.M.O. Han's heart is not with me. So, do you wish to take my life? His words bore a hint of irritation. What, precisely, was Bai Ling's relationship with G.M.O. Han? Lovers? Or perhaps siblings from different parents? He looked at Bai Ling, and for a fleeting moment, his heart raced. Bai Ling pinched her brow, stood, and returned the donation agreement to Fu Chen, casting him a faint glance. 10 billion. Very well. Fu Chen suddenly laughed. I'll transfer it to you tomorrow. Bai Ling ignored him, took a bottle of beer, and retreated to her room. She opened the beer, took a sip, and then pulled out her phone to call Chi Yi. Is something wrong? Why are you calling so late? Chi Yi, upon receiving Bai Ling's call, immediately dressed. They had known each other for quite some time, and she had never called him this late before. Help me investigate G.M.O. Han's identity, Bai Ling said as she leaned against the wall on the balcony, and look into his relationship with Fu Chen. Bai Ling had never researched G.M.O. Han before. When she learned of his car accident, she had merely investigated who had taken his heart. Bai Ling had always assumed he was merely the eldest son of the Ji family and never considered that his identity might pose any issues. Now, she found herself compelled to delve deeper. She had essentially believed Fu Chen's words. She simply wished to confirm them herself. G.M.O. Han. Chi asked, puzzled. Who is he? He had heard of Fu Chen, the young master of the Fu family in the capital, but G.M.O. Han was unfamiliar to him. The eldest son of the Ji family. Bai Ling replied, her tone lacking enthusiasm as she ended the call. The following morning, when Bai Ling awoke, breakfast was already laid out on the table. She walked over with her head slightly bowed, clearly showing signs of restless sleep. Fu Chen placed a glass of milk before her, his voice gentle. You are still growing. Drink more milk. Bai Ling lifted her gaze lazily, casually grabbing a piece of bread and stuffing it into her mouth, mumbling indistinctly. I'll treat your illness when I return tonight. Chi Yi had sent the investigation results to her phone the previous evening. It was evident that G.M.O. Han's identity was far more complex than merely being the eldest son of the Ji family. He was friends with Fu Chen and Jiang Shirwei, presenting himself as a wealthy heir, yet his true identity belonged to a certain organization. Fu Chen was the leader of that group. G.M.O. Han's car accident had occurred during a mission when he was struck by an adversary. The reason Fu Chen sought to ally with the Ji family was due to G.M.O. Han's demise. He aimed to safeguard the Ji family in G.M.O. Han's stead. Bai Ling was not one to be swayed by trivial matters, now that she had clarified that Fu Chen was not involved. There was no need for her to hold his life in her hands. After all, he had been quite considerate of her during this period. Leaving? Fu Chen's long fingers stiffened, and the atmosphere around him instantly grew tense. Bai Ling glanced at him indifferently, affirming her intent. Fu Chen fell silent. You are my fiancée. Where do you think you are going? Does this not concern me? Bai Ling smiled coldly. It is the Ji family that is engaged to you, not the Bai family. Is that so? Fu Chen leaned slightly closer, his lips brushing against her ear, a playful smirk adorning his face. But it is Bai Ling I intend to marry. His warm breath grazed Bai Ling's cheek, causing an unexpected flush to cross her face. With her eyelids lowered, her long lashes fluttered, and Fu Chen felt his heart quicken, as if something had gripped it tightly. Bai Ling withdrew her gaze. Clearing her throat lightly, "I have decided to leave after I detoxify you." Her tone brooked no argument. Fu Chen found himself somewhat impressed. When would this young lady cease to be so stubborn? Rubbing his temples to suppress his rising frustration, he replied nonchalantly, "Has your grandmother consented to your departure?" Bai Ling pursed her lips, offering no response. "What about the 2 patients you intended to treat?" Fu Chen continued, his deep-set eyes fixed on her, a smile deepening at the corners of his mouth. Bai Ling slapped her forehead in realization, exclaiming, "Oh no, I completely forgot about them. Call them over. I'll treat them before I leave." Feeling a bit exasperated, she retrieved a bottle of beer from the fridge, remaining standing as she gulped it down in one go. Fu Chen, was he hoping she would treat the patients immediately? He wanted her to stay. "My mother likes you. You can't just leave without an explanation." Fu Chen's mind raced with irritation as he grabbed a bottle of beer for himself. Glancing at the time, he noted that it was still early. He needed to resolve this matter before Bai Ling left for school, lest she run off as soon as classes concluded. Given her personality, she was certainly capable of such a feat indeed. Bai Ling rested her hand on her chin, contemplating seriously as she looked at Fu Chen. "How about this? I tell Annie that I have died." Fu Chen, who had just taken a sip of beer, spewed it out at her words, his expression crumbling. Noticing his reaction, Bai Ling deduced that he was not fond of this suggestion and began to ponder anew. "You needn't move away." Fu Chen felt compelled to intervene. If he did not stop her train of thought, she might propose an even more dreadful rationale, such as claiming her husband had died. Bai Ling did not respond to him, contemplating whether she should stay. Fu Chen, noticing her lack of rejection, speculated that the young girl was somewhat swayed, and thus pressed on. "The news of our engagement has already spread. Whether you choose to move or not is inconsequential. If you remain, both your grandmother and my mother will be at ease." After a brief pause, Fu Chen continued, "I possess a certain degree of capability, matters that you find insurmountable. I should be able to assist with." If Jiang Shiwei were present at that moment, he would undoubtedly be astonished, his eyes wide with disbelief. The illustrious Fu Yi, devoid of ability? Bai Ling furrowed her brows slightly, and after a considerable silence, she lifted her gaze and replied nonchalantly, "Very well." Fu Chen's final remark had indeed touched her. After all, she would soon be heading to the capital, and there were certain matters where her individual prowess was limited. Chapter 35. She is someone the Duan family cannot afford to offend at the Central Hospital. Duan Yuyan had just returned from a business trip when he heard the distressing news that his son had lost a leg. Without pausing to drink a drop of water, he hurried to Liqing. Upon arriving at the hospital room, Mrs. Duan threw herself into his embrace, wailing in despair, "My dear, you must take charge for our son. His leg is ruined. He will never walk again." Her cries were heart-wrenching, and her makeup was in disarray from the tears. "Dad, you must avenge me." Duan Jinghang shouted from the bed, his voice filled with agitation. What on earth happened? Duan Yoyun's expression darkened. He was acutely aware of his son's character. It was evident that if Duan Jinghang had not provoked someone, he would not have suffered such a fate. "It was a transfer student from our school. On her very first day, she ruined me. Dad, she's targeting me on purpose." Knowing his father's disposition, Duan Jinghang refrained from disclosing his own misdeeds at school, for he feared that he would suffer an even worse fate. "She even threatened to eliminate me. You have to save me, or she will truly kill me." Since the incident, his mother had consulted numerous renowned doctors, all of whom had delivered the grim prognosis that his leg could not be saved. He harbored a deep-seated hatred for Bai Ling and felt that she must pay a price for her actions. However, he had not anticipated that Bai Ling would be so formidable, managing to take down all 30 of the Duan family's bodyguards. The notion that she had threatened his life infuriated Duan Jinghang, yet he found himself powerless. If the bodyguards could not withstand her, what could he possibly do? He could only hope that his father would seek vengeance on his behalf. "My dear, that transfer student is far too arrogant. If she could cripple our son today, she might very well take his life tomorrow. We cannot allow the Duan family to become extinct." Duan Yuyan furrowed his brow, pushing Mrs. Duan away and fixing his gaze on Duan Jinghang with a stern reprimand. "How many times have I told you not to stir up trouble at school? You never listen. Do you think the Duan family is invincible? There are many who surpass us, and if someone dares to cripple your leg knowing your identity, it is clear they are unafraid of the Duan family." Duan Yoyun's expression was one of disappointment and frustration. "And you still expect me to seek revenge for you? My dear, how can you say that? You know our son's nature. He may be a bit reckless, but he would never resort to violence. That Bai Ling is merely a country girl, without background or influence, yet she possesses some fighting skill. Mrs. Duan's words were abruptly cut short as Duan Yuyun's eyes narrowed, gripping her hand tightly, and he asked through gritted teeth, "What is her name?" What is it?" Mrs. Duan had never witnessed such a demeanor from Duan Yuyun, and she trembled in fear. His grip tightened as his resolute face grew cold. "I ask you again, what is the name of that transfer student?" Bai Ling. Mrs. Duan looked at him with suspicion, unable to fathom why he was more concerned about the name of the transfer student than their son's leg. Duan Yuyun retrieved his mobile phone and opened a photo. "Is this her?" Duan Jinghang glanced at it and nodded. "It is her." Duan Yuyun staggered slightly, as if all the strength had been drained from his body, nearly collapsing to the ground. His mind echoed with two words, "It's over." Madame Duan hurriedly supported him. "My dear, what has happened to you?" Duan Yuyun regained his composure and, in a fit of rage, struck Duan Jinghang across the face, exclaiming, "You wretched fool! You have brought ruin upon the Duan family." Upon witnessing her son being struck, Madame Duan immediately stood protectively in front of Duan Jinghang. "Why are you hitting your son? He is already devastated from losing a leg. Instead of seeking retribution for him, you choose to strike him? Is this how a father behaves?" "You." Duan Yuyun clutched his chest, nearly spitting blood from his fury. "This is all your fault." Taking a deep breath, he glared at Duan Jinghang. "You will immediately accompany me to apologize to Bai Ling. Do it swiftly." For the moment, he could only attempt to quell that person's wrath. "On what grounds?" Madame Duan immediately objected. "How can the one who has been struck be asked to apologize to the one who struck? What is wrong with you? She is merely a country bumpkin. How can she be compared to our son? I do not agree to Jingyang apologizing to her." "A country bumpkin?" Duan Yuyun scoffed weakly. "That so-called bumpkin has the power to make the Duan family vanish from the capital overnight." "What?" Both Madame Duan and Duan Jinghang widened their eyes in disbelief at his words. Though Duan Jinghang was a wastrel, he was not foolish, seeing his father's demeanor. He immediately panicked. "Dad, who exactly is this Bai Ling?" Duan Yuyun looked up at him, responding coldly, "She is someone whom our Duan family cannot afford to offend." At Hengchuan University, when Fu Chen brought Bai Ling, the first class had already commenced. The first lesson was an English class taught by He Nan. Bai Ling arrived at the classroom 10 minutes after the lesson began. "Report." Standing at the classroom door, Bai Ling had one hand in her pocket and the other holding her bag. He Nan turned to look, her expression darkening instantly. "How long has class been in session? If you do not wish to attend school, then do not come. This is not your home where you can come and go as you please." He Nan threw her book onto the desk. "Get out and stand." Yesterday, Bai Ling had taken a phone call during her class, completely disregarding her authority, which had left her fuming. Today, Bai Ling dared to arrive late again. He Nan's anger could no longer be contained. She felt compelled to teach Bai Ling a lesson. Bai Ling cast a glance at her, slung her bag over her shoulder, and turned to leave the classroom. She did not obediently stand for punishment but simply walked away. Frustrated, He Nan shouted, I will go to the principal. I will have you expelled." It was the first time a student had dared to treat her with such disrespect, and she felt her dignity as an esteemed teacher was being trampled by Bai Ling. She mistakenly believed that threatening Bai Ling with expulsion would make her stop and comply, but Bai Ling did not even look back as she walked away, indifferent to her presence. Several men in the back row raised their thumbs in admiration. Impressive. Liao Ren had been waiting for Bai Ling since morning, and as class started without her arrival, he felt a twinge of concern. He feared that Bai Ling had fallen victim to Duan Jinghang's retaliation. But upon seeing her arrive with her usual commanding demeanor, he felt a sense of relief. Bai Ling had intended to take a nap on the playground. As she hadn't slept well the previous night, her eyelids felt heavy and her mind was foggy. Just as she reached the stairwell, a group of people came rushing up. Observing the first runner, Bai Ling crossed her arms over her chest, a wicked smile playing at the corners of her mouth. 100 billion has arrived. Thud. Duan Yuyun knelt before Bai Ling, having run all the way, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. "Miss Bai, I beg your pardon. It is my failure in raising my child. Please forgive me." Upon leaving the hospital, Duan Yuyun immediately inquired about Bai Ling's class, sparing no moment to waste. He urged the driver to push the vehicle to its limits. His tone was imbued with deference, tinged with fear, his body trembling uncontrollably. He dared not contemplate the repercussions of incurring the wrath of this formidable figure. Desperation consumed him as he exerted every ounce of strength to seek Bai Ling's forgiveness. Chapter 36. 100 billion approaches by Ling took a step back, her captivating eyes narrowing into a slit as she leaned against the wall. Gazing at Duan Yuyun with a nonchalant demeanor. Your son intends to kill my entire family, she stated in a calm tone. The words struck Duan Yuyun like a thunderbolt, rendering him momentarily speechless. Quickly regaining his composure, he rose and struck Duan Jinghang across the face, then kicked him hard on the leg. You scoundrel! What kind of joke are you trying to make? Murder? How many lives do you have to spare? The force of his kick was tremendous, with one leg already incapacitated. Duan Jinghang could hardly stand. The sudden impact sent him sprawling to the ground. Apologize to Miss Bai immediately, Duan Yuyun nearly shouted. He was genuinely astonished by Duan Jinghang's audacity to threaten Bai Ling's family. Internally frantic, he maintained an outward facade of calm. In pain, Duan Jinghang lifted his head to see Duan Yuyun glaring at him with a menacing expression. Instantly, he knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing his head towards Bai Ling. I'm sorry. It's my fault. I shouldn't have bullied my classmates or acted arrogantly. It's all my mistake. Please forgive me. His voice echoed loudly, penetrating the classroom where lessons were still ongoing. On this floor were classes 15 through 18, known for their lackluster academic performance. Hearing the commotion, students began to peer out curiously. Upon witnessing the scene, they gasped in disbelief. Good heavens, is that Duan Shao kneeling and bowing to Bai Ling? Where? Let me see. It's really Duan Shao. How could this be? Such a powerful figure, reduced to kneeling before a transfer student? My worldview is shattered. The students erupted in excitement, disregarding their lessons as they rushed outside to witness the spectacle. Even the teachers, unable to maintain order, eventually stepped out to observe the unfolding drama. Duan Jinghang was renowned at Hengchuan High School, and now he was kneeling before a girl. The teachers were equally intrigued. As the crowd of onlookers grew, Duan Jinghang did not glance at them, fixated solely on bowing to Bai Ling. In the past, he would have ensured anyone who dared to watch him faced severe consequences. Yet now, with his own predicament dire, he had no concern for the opinions of others. Miss Bai, this was solely my doing. It has nothing to do with my family. I was merely joking that day. I would never have the audacity to threaten your family. You are magnanimous. Please let me off, he pleaded. Seeing Bai Ling remain silent, her face adorned with a rather sinister smile, Duan Yuyun felt uncertain about her intentions. Thus, he too knelt before her. Miss Bai, my son has been spoiled by his mother and has caused you distress. I apologize on his behalf. The Duan family is willing to offer half of our assets as compensation. At this proclamation, Bai Ling's eyes sparkled with intrigue as she straightened her posture. Looking down at Duan Yuyun, how much is half of the Duan family's assets? Excluding real estate, it amounts to 800 billion. Duan Jinghang's eyes widened in shock. His father was actually willing to give away 800 billion? He felt a surge of resentment, yet he dared not voice his objections. Bai Ling crossed her arms, gently tapping one hand against the back of the other. After a moment of contemplative silence, she spoke deliberately, not enough. Upon hearing this, Duan Yuyun immediately exhaled in relief and requested by Miss to provide a figure. Anything I can procure shall be presented to you in full. As long as it involves money, I shall fear nothing. 100 billion. Bai Ling cast a sidelong glance at Duan Jinghang, contemplating whether it was excessive to purchase his life. Not excessive at all. Duan Yuyun replied with a smile. Your willingness to spare him is indeed his fortune. With that, he delivered a sharp slap to Duan Jinghang's head, urging him, hurry and thank Bai Miss. Duan Jinghang, not daring to refuse, bowed repeatedly, expressing his gratitude. Bai Ling lowered the brim of her cap slightly and instructed him to wait in the hospital room that evening. Duan Yuyun, upon hearing this, bowed excitedly and added, in addition to the 100 billion promised, I shall also present you with some precious medicinal herbs as compensation. Bai Ling, intrigued by the herbs, softened her expression, saying, bring them to me for inspection. Very well, I shall have them delivered to you, he affirmed. Just then, the school bell rang, and Duan Yuyun glanced at the students in the corridor before retracting his gaze. I shall not disturb your studies any longer. Bai Ling acknowledged him with a slight nod and turned back to the classroom. With classes having concluded, Heenan could no longer exert control over her. Amidst the fervent gazes of her peers, Bai Ling entered with remarkable composure, maintaining her icy demeanor, unperturbed by the attention. She casually tossed her satchel onto the desk, donned her school uniform, and succumbed to slumber. In the corridor, a group of students remained silent for an extended period until one finally broke the hush, uttering two words. Impressive. Others quickly echoed, indeed. Yes, impressive. The students found themselves at a loss for further commentary. How could they not be in awe of someone capable of making the head of the Duan family bow? This individual eclipsed Duan Jinghang in prowess, someone they dared not provoke. On the way back to the hospital, Duan Jinghang hesitated to speak, but, glancing at Duan Yuyun's grim expression, chose to remain silent. After a lengthy pause, he could no longer contain himself and turned to Duan Yuyun, inquiring, "Father, who exactly is Bai Ling, and why do you fear her so? Bestowing her 100 billion, this constitutes half of our family fortune. Such an act would surely diminish our standing in the capital. Is it truly worth it?" This question perplexed him. He acknowledged Bai Ling's extraordinary beauty, verging on breathtaking, and had never encountered a girl more stunning. Had it not been for the incident involving Xia Kursen, he might have pursued Bai Ling. Yet, beauty is one matter, while lineage is another. He had commissioned an investigation and discovered that Bai Ling hailed from a rural background, with a father who had vanished and a mother who had remarried. Raised solely by her grandmother, notorious for her brawls and dismal academic performance. Why, then, would his father harbor such fear towards her? Duan Yuyun cast a fleeting glance at him, stating coolly, 100 billion for the safety of the Duan family. Would you not deem it worth the price? Yet, no matter how formidable she may be, she is merely a student. Can she truly bring the Duan family to ruin single-handedly? Father, I believe you have grown older and more timid. Are you truly intimidated by a mere teenage girl? If the Duan family encounters a more powerful adversary in the future, are you prepared to surrender it without a fight? Duan Jinghang felt a surge of indignation. He may have been somewhat arrogant, having relied on the Duan family's wealth over the years and looked down upon the impoverished, yet he would not be like his father, fearful of every shadow. Should he inherit the Duan family, he would ensure its prosperity surpasses its current state. Humph! Duan Yuyun let out a cold snort, her expression impassive as she regarded Duan Jinghang. Do not presume I am unaware of your thoughts. Do you wish for me to stake the entirety of the Duan family against Miss Bai in a duel for your vengeance? How naive. Do you think the Duan family's achievements today were merely handed to us? Chapter 37. She is a genius. Duan Jinghang regarded him in silence. This girl, merely in her teens, has brought great fortune to the Duan family. All that the Duan family possesses today is due to her contributions. Do you realize how young she was at that time? Duan Yuyun retrieved a cigarette and lit it, his eyes reflecting a hint of reverence. 13. Impossible, Duan Jinghang exclaimed, astonished. How could a 13-year-old girl possibly achieve such greatness for the Duan family? What capabilities does she possess? Duan Yuyun cast a cold glance at him. In your view, there are many things deemed impossible. Do you think being the son of the Duan family makes you remarkable? There are countless individuals in this world who surpass your abilities. You merely rely on your privileged upbringing and superior educational resources to gain admission to Hengchuan High School. You may perceive yourself as exceptional, but you will never reach the heights of Miss Bai. Duan Jinghang felt thwarted. I'm not that pathetic, am I? Besides, Bai Ling scores 0 in every subject. How is she considered outstanding? Do you comprehend the meaning of genius? Miss Bai embodies it. Duan Yuyun extinguished his cigarette and waved his hand dismissively. Enough. I do not wish to say more. One day, you will come to understand just how exceptional she truly is. So, have I rendered my leg useless for nothing? Duan Jinghang remained resentful. The vehicle halted at the city center hospital. Duan Yuyun opened the car door and glanced at him nonchalantly. It won't be wasted. Miss Bai will come tonight to treat your injury. Her? Duan Jinghang scoffed. She is the one who ruined my leg, and now she is going to heal it? Dad, are you all right? Does she even understand medicine? Numerous renowned doctors have declared it untreatable. Duan Yuyun interrupted him sharply. Silence. If you wish to keep your leg, then behave yourself in the hospital. Furthermore, I warn you, curb your temper and avoid provoking Miss Bai. I can save you once, but I cannot do so a second time. Be wise in your actions. Duan Yuyun had already lost the desire to manage Duan Jinghang. Over the years, the family business had flourished, and his wife had taken charge of domestic affairs. He had seldom paid attention to his son, who had now become spoiled, causing him considerable frustration. At Hengchuan High School, Class 18, Xia Kursen found herself encircled by a group of students. Xia Kursen, who would have guessed? You've hidden it well, knowing such a powerful figure. Why didn't you mention it? With such a backing, who could dare to bully you? Indeed, that Duan Jinghang appeared like a subordinate before Miss Bai. If you had her standing up for you, you could stride through school without fear. Xia Kursen glanced at Bai Ling, who was still asleep, and lowered her head, speaking softly. I've only just met her. I didn't know her before. Don't be ridiculous. If she didn't know you, would she stand up for you? A boy with a buzz cut leaned closer to Xia Kursen, excitement evident in his voice. On the first day of school, she defended you and even took on Duan Jinghang. Do you dare claim you don't know her? I truly don't know her, Xia Kursen replied, exasperated. It's clear that Bai Ling is kind-hearted and cannot stand by while her classmates are bullied. Why must everyone insist that they know each other? Seeing that Xia Kursen was unwilling to elaborate, the others ceased their inquiries. The boy with the buzz cut remained silent for a moment before asking Xia Kursen, could you inquire if the big boss is looking for a subordinate? One who can lift and carry, even someone to serve tea and water would suffice. As soon as he finished speaking, he was met with enthusiastic agreement from his classmates. Yes, please ask. If the boss is recruiting, I'll be the first to sign up. Xia Kursen found herself in a dilemma. Her new deskmate was far too popular. She hesitated, unsure whether to decline the request. Thanks to her deskmate's influence, her classmates were now eager to engage with her. Refusing might seem impolite, yet she felt intimidated by Bai Ling's mere glance. How could she dare to ask? Just as Xia Kursen wrestled with her uncertainty, Liao Ran, seated at the back of the classroom, suddenly stood up, slammed his hand on the desk, and bellowed. What on earth is all this noise? Can't you see my boss is sleeping? Anyone who disturbs my boss's slumber will face dire consequences. The entire class 38 erupted in astonishment. Wow, Liao is quick to acknowledge his boss. Enough already, sit back down. Didn't you see the murderous glare from Liao? In the back of the classroom, Miao Yihe clenched her fingers tightly, her fair and delicate face cold as ice, her gaze like a poisoned dart, fixated on Bai Ling. The girl sitting next to her quickly advised, Bai Ling is on a roll. Even Duan Shao has been subdued by her. It would be wise to bear with it for now. Bear with it. Miao Yihe scoffed, retracting her gaze and resuming her reading, her demeanor returning to normal. I merely worry you might attract trouble. If she can make Duan Shao kneel and apologize, she is no simple country girl. Perhaps she has a formidable backing. Let us observe before taking action. Miao Yihe lifted her eyelids slightly, her voice frigid. I am not that fool, Duan Jinghang. The girl opened her mouth, but ultimately sighed and said nothing more. When the last class of the noon session concluded, Bai Ling finally stirred from her slumber. She tapped Xia Kursen on the shoulder and announced it was time for lunch. Oh, all right. Xia Kursen regarded Bai Ling with reverence, adhering to her every word. Just as they were about to rise, Liao Ran hastily approached them. Boss, are you going to eat? Let us go together. Bai Ling cast him a fleeting glance. Choosing to ignore him, Liao ran, undeterred by the snub, followed by Ling and Xia Kursen to the cafeteria. Along the way, Liao Ran chattered incessantly in Bai Ling's ear, while she furrowed her brow, exuding an air of low pressure. Passing by the playground, Bai Ling suddenly halted as she spotted Ji Xian, who was dancing with several students. Hengchuan High School has dedicated dance studios to provide students with extracurricular activities. Few seniors participated in such activities. Only those from better-off families with good academic standing had the energy to pursue other interests. Ji Xian had loved dancing since childhood, and Sun Yuru had enrolled her in a dance class, as she aspired to enter the entertainment industry in the future. That is our school's dance club, led by Ji Xian, who is the belle of the school and quite popular among her peers. Next semester, the school will host an arts festival, and the student council has organized several artistic performances, prompting students involved to rehearse during their spare time. If you are interested, I can assist you in signing up. After all, Ji Xian is your sister, is she not? With her presence, you would undoubtedly secure a place in the club. Liao Ran observed Bai Ling gazing toward the playground and assumed she had an interest in dance. However, Bai Ling redirected her gaze, her expression devoid of enthusiasm. There is no denying that Ji Xian possesses a solid foundation in dance, yet her specialty lies in street dance, which entails executing numerous complex movements that can be somewhat taxing. Such performances are more suited for a college audience. When compared to the skillful dancers in the entertainment industry, there exists a significant gap. Chapter 38. I am not joking. Xia Kursen glanced towards the playground, trailing behind Bai Ling, and whispered, her dancing is rather average, isn't it? Upon hearing this, Liao Ran's interest was piqued. Do you also enjoy street dance? Bai Ling lifted her gaze to look at her. Xia Kursen's cheeks flushed lightly as she lowered her head, her voice barely a whisper. I admire Yan Qi's dancing. He is my idol. Goodness. Xia Kursen, are you all right? How can these college students compare to Yan Qi? He is a superstar, with countless albums to his name. It would take years for someone like Ji Xian to reach his level. Yan Qi had risen to fame a few years back, and each of his albums had achieved remarkable sales, with lyrics that resonated deeply with the audience. His fan base had grown exponentially, and within a few short years, he had ascended to the status of a megastar. No one in the entertainment industry had experienced such rapid success. Many believed that Yunqi's immense popularity would lead to an increase in scandals, yet no media outlet had managed to uncover any dirt on him. Instead, they unearthed his past accolades. Before his rise to fame, he had formed a street dance team called TTY, which had won numerous international street dance competitions, boasting 10 championships alone, not to mention countless runners-up. However, the team eventually disbanded when one member departed, though this dissolution was merely a transition to a new formation. As the original members regrouped to form a band, still named TTY, albeit without the departed member. Although the band had reformed, it predominantly performed with Yunqi as the face of the group, leaving him as the sole prominent figure. Nevertheless, due to Yunqi's influence, the other members of TTY garnered a considerable fan following as well. It was rumored that Yunqi had connections with the Haoqing Consortium, a globally recognized entity, which facilitated his smooth ascent in the entertainment sphere. Liao Ran was astonished that Xia Kersen would dare to compare the illustrious Yunqi with college students like Gxian. I simply believe that when it comes to dancing, no one can rival Yunqi, Xia Kersen remarked, her eyes filled with dreams as she gazed ahead. Bai Ling tilted her head and, with a playful tone, asked, "Do you have feelings for him?" "Yes, I absolutely adore him. It's just a pity that I cannot attend his concert." Perhaps feeling more at ease with Bai Ling, Xia Kersen perceived her as less cold than she appeared, and her tone became noticeably lighter. "Why can't you?" The flow of students heading to the cafeteria was increasing, and the narrow pathway was becoming congested. Bai Ling's brows furrowed slightly. "I don't have the money. I'm not from a wealthy family. How could I possibly go? Even if I had the means. They aren't coming to Lee City for a concert." Xia Kersen offered a bittersweet smile. Who wouldn't wish to attend their idol's concert? Yet her family's circumstances were dire. With her living expenses earned through her parents' tireless labor, Bai Ling shrugged nonchalantly and replied, "What is so difficult about it? Just have him come to Lee City for a concert." Upon hearing this, both Xia Kersen and Liao Ran halted in their tracks, looking at Bai Ling as if she were a curiosity. Bai Ling raised an eyebrow and asked, "What?" Liao Ran swallowed hard, struggling to voice his thoughts. "Boss, your ability to deal with Duan Jinghang is quite impressive, yet the King of Cloud is not the same. He is backed by the Haoqing Consortium, and not just anyone can threaten him." Liao Ran believed Bai Ling intended to use force to compel the King of Cloud into holding a concert, which left him feeling uneasy. This ancestor was indeed a troublemaker. She felt discomfort unless she stirred up chaos. Did she truly think she could threaten the King of Cloud? Setting aside whether Bai Ling could even find him, could she get close with his bodyguards around? She was capable. But those bodyguards were far from the incompetent members of the Duan family. They were seasoned, trained mercenaries. It was likely that before Bai Ling could even approach, she would be thrown out by the bodyguards. Bai Ling raised an eyebrow, regarding Liao Ran as if he were a fool. "Are you out of your mind? Why would I threaten him?" "But you said." Liao Ran was somewhat bewildered. If it wasn't a threat, then how would they coax the King of Cloud into coming to Lee City for a concert? Couldn't they just call him? As they spoke, they had already reached the entrance of the cafeteria. Bai Ling stepped inside without hesitation. Behind her, Xia Kersen and Liao Ran were left flabbergasted. "Are you sure you mean to call the King of Cloud?" Liao Ran questioned. "Do you have his private number?" It took him a while to regain his composure, forcing a sheepish grin. "Boss, you truly have a knack for humor." Bai Ling was not joking. She genuinely possessed Yunqi's number. Yet, the two seemed disbelieving. Lowering her gaze, she ignored them. Halfway through, she abruptly turned back to Liao Ran. "Do not call me boss." Liao Ran readily nodded. "All right. Then I shall call you Sister Bai." Bai Ling thought, what a fool. She had no intention of engaging with him further. After lunch, as Bai Ling prepared to return to class, she noticed Gxian and Gxian Hui approaching her, accompanied by members of the dance troupe. "Sister." Gxian greeted with a delicate smile, exuding warmth and charm. Bai Ling merely glanced at her before averting her gaze, offering not a single word. "Humph." Gxian Hui, unable to tolerate Bai Ling's demeanor, scoffed. "Cousin, why are you still being so polite to her? She has taken your fiancé and even made grandmother ill. Someone like her does not deserve to be called your sister." Bai Ling's actions had long been the talk of the school. Gxian Hui, who had never held Bai Ling in high regard, now harbored even more disdain. She believed that the reason Duan Jinghang dared not provoke Bai Ling was that he knew she was the fiancée of young Master Fu. Otherwise, How could such an arrogant heir of the Duan family bow down to a country bumpkin? To her astonishment, Bai Ling, so young, possessed such cunning. Not only had she caused young Master Fu to withdraw his investment from the Ji family, but she also leveraged his influence to act unlawfully. Ji Xian Hui could not comprehend why this country girl, possessing little more than a pretty face, had captured young Master Fu's unwavering loyalty in just a few days. Unable to accept it, she could not tolerate a rural girl dominating the Ji family. Ji Xian tugged at Ji Xian Hui's sleeve and whispered, "Xian Hui, do not speak like that. Regardless of the circumstances, she is my biological sister. It is my mother who has wronged her, and her resentment towards us is only natural." Ji Xian's eyes were cast down, presenting a pitiable demeanor. Bai Ling, with her hands tucked into her pockets, maintained an expressionless visage, tilting her head slightly with a mischievous smile playing at the corners of her mouth, silently observing Ji Xian without uttering a word. "Cousin, you are far too accommodating. The events of the past were not your fault. Why should you endure the humiliation of having your fiancé taken from you?" Ji Xian Hui, unable to contain her anger, glared fiercely at Bai Ling nearby. Others chimed in, "Indeed, Ji Xian, there is no need to be kind to someone like her. What is taken may not be held on to, and surely your fiancé will come to recognize your worth and return to your side." One could only wonder how the principal could admit such a morally bankrupt student. "It is a disgrace to our school. I propose we draft a joint letter requesting the principal to expel her." Chapter 39. You and your mother are cut from the same cloth. As the crowd of onlookers around grew larger, the students began to murmur and point at Bai Ling. Only a handful of students admired her for ridding the school of a nuisance, refraining from joining in the gossip. "Silence!" Liao Ren bellowed. "Who dares to speak nonsense? I will ruin their mouth." The previously raucous crowd fell silent in an instant. Liao Ren coldly surveyed those before him, who just insulted Sister Bai. A few timid girls, of modest backgrounds, exchanged glances and lowered their heads. When Duan Jing'eng was around, they were less fearful of Liao Ran, now that Duan Jing'eng had fallen. Liao Ran had risen to become the kingpin of Hengchuan High, and they feared his retribution. However, not all were intimidated, like Ji Xinhui. "Liao Shao, you are the heir of the Liao family. How could you accept a country bumpkin as your leader? Have you no regard for your family's reputation?" Ji Xinhui scoffed. "Indeed, your reputation as a debauched heir has echoed throughout Liqing, and your abysmal academic performance has long tarnished the Liao name." Instead of anger, Liao Ran responded with a smirk. "Ji Xinhui, do you really have the audacity to flaunt yourself before me? You are nothing but a mere accessory to Ji Xian. If she sold you off, you would still be counting the money for her." Ji Xian's expression shifted. "Liao Shao, what do you mean?" Liao Ran chuckled mockingly, his gaze at Ji Xian laced with derision. "We are all natives of Liqing. Who doesn't he know who? Stop pretending to be a noble goddess. In reality, you are more insidious than anyone else, and it is only dim-witted individuals like Ji Xinhui who fall prey to your manipulations. Who are you calling dim-witted?" Ji Xinhui stepped forward, her eyes wide with fury. As the second daughter of the Ji family, she had never been spoken to in such a manner. "I am referring to you." Liao Ran, accustomed to his arrogance, replied bluntly, "With your meager looks, dreaming of being Duan Jinghong's girlfriend? How laughable. You are not even worthy of holding his shoes." "You." I do not." Ji Xinhui felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. "Do not." Liao Ran let out a scoff. "Then I must have misunderstood. You are not seeking trouble with her because Sister Bai dealt with Duan Jingheng?" Ji Xinhui's face flushed, momentarily speechless, for Liao Ran's words struck true. She indeed harbored resentment towards Bai Ling for having incapacitated Duan Jingheng and sought to confront her. Yet, how could Liao Ran possibly know her thoughts, which she believed she had concealed so well? Casting a glance at Bai Ling, Ji Xinhui noted her indifferent stance, silent as if the unfolding drama bore no relevance to her. A cold glint flashed in Ji Xinhui's eyes as she tightly clenched her long, fair fingers. Quickly, she averted her gaze back to Liao Ran. "Liao Shao, it was merely a trivial quarrel between sisters. Must you speak so harshly?" Ji Xian pressed her lips together, her eyes glistening with a veil of tears. "Shao Xian Hui merely felt pity for me. I bore no resentment towards my sister, even though she was with my fiancé. This was a debt my mother and I owed her. I can understand you standing up for your sister, but you shouldn't speak ill of Shao Xian Hui." Suddenly, Bai Ling, who had been silent, lifted her head, her cold gaze fixated on Ji Xian's face, and smiled. That smile resembled a blossoming bud. exquisite and penetrating to the core. After a long pause, she spoke with indifference. You and your mother are cut from the same cloth. With that, she turned and walked away. Liao Ran and Xia Kersen hurried to follow her. After a short distance, Liao Ran turned back, saying, "Listen, Bai Jie is my superior. Anyone who dares to stir trouble behind her back or spread baseless rumors will find themselves unable to remain at Hengchuan High School. I assure you. You can test me on that." Bai Ling walked swiftly, and Liao Ran and Xia Kersen struggled to keep pace with her. After a while, Xia Kersen suddenly stopped and grabbed Liao Ran, saying, "Don't follow her. She probably wishes to be alone right now." Damn it. Liao Ran kicked a pebble by the roadside in frustration. Bai Jie is clearly wonderful. Why can't those from the Ji family see that? The relationship between Ji Xin and Bai Ling had spread throughout Hengchuan High School. Upon learning of this, Liao Ran investigated and discovered that Bai Ling's biological mother had abandoned her to her grandmother since birth. For the sake of the Ji family's honor, she had brought Bai Ling back, expecting her to marry into the Fu family as Ji Xin's substitute. This was something Ji Xin had never wanted, yet it was twisted into a narrative of Bai Ling stealing it away. Liao Ran felt immense pity for Bai Ling. He finally understood why Bai Ling always wore a cold demeanor. Who could be happy under such circumstances? Xia Kersen smiled. She deserves better and doesn't he need the Ji family's approval. She gazed at Bai Ling's silhouette, which appeared frail and lonely, evoking a sense of heartache. Liao Ran raised his gaze but remained silent, having made a resolute decision in his heart. He would become strong enough to protect Bai Ling in the future. In the afternoon, after school, Fu Chen's car was parked at the entrance of Hengchuan High School. Jiang Shuriwei and Xing Yu were also present. Upon seeing Bai Ling exit the school, Fu Chen stepped out of the car, took her handbag, and naturally grasped her hand, a gentle smile gracing his lips. "Are you feeling unwell?" When Bai Ling emerged from the school gate, Fu Chen had already noted her troubled expression. "No," she replied, furrowing her brows and reluctant to speak. Fu Chen did not press further and led her into the car. "How handsome." As they entered, several female students at the school gate gasped in awe. Fu Chen's exquisitely sculpted features and his aristocratic aura captivated countless girls. Watching Fu Chen leave with Bai Ling, some girls were envious and perplexed, unable to fathom why such a man would be drawn to someone like Bai Ling, whom they deemed inferior. Indeed, he had even sacrificed his engagement with the Ji family for her. From any angle, Ji Xin seemed the better choice. Among these girls, Ji Xin listened to the gossip, and after a day shrouded in gloom, a smile finally broke across her face. In the eyes of all, she is indeed the most suitable fiancée for Fu Chen. Cousin, Bai Ling's methods are remarkably adept. In just a few days, she has ensnared Fu Shao's heart, managing to have him pick her up from school every day. You must devise a strategy to prevent Fu Shao from being taken away by Bai Ling. Ji Xinhui cast a venomous glance in the direction of Fu Chen's departing vehicle. Previously, she had been unaware that Fu Shao's appearance remained unscathed, but witnessing it firsthand now left her deeply unsettled. How could that wild girl Bai Ling be deserving of such an exceptional man? She could not tolerate Bai Ling's increasing arrogance, bolstered by her association with Fu Shao. Xinhui, refrain from speaking of her in such a manner. After all, she is my sister. If you continue, I shall be displeased, Ji Xin admonished Ji Xinhui, though her eyes gleamed with a hint of schadenfreude. Are you truly willing to let your fiancé be snatched away? Ji Xinhui retorted indignantly. A cold glimmer flickered in Ji Xin's gaze. Willing? That is out of the question. Whatever is lost, I shall reclaim with my own hands. Though her heart harbored such thoughts, she masked them well. Very well, let us return. Chapter 40. Just one needle? In the central hospital. Bai Ling pushed open the door to a VIP ward, followed closely by Fu Chen, Jiang Shuriwei, and Xing Yu. Duan Yuyun and his son had been waiting in the room for quite some time. Upon seeing Bai Ling enter, Duan Yuyun hurriedly approached her. Miss Bai. Noticing Fu Chen behind her, he paused momentarily. Fu Shao? He had met Fu Chen before but was uncertain as to why he was present here. Recently, the news of Fu Chen's engagement had created quite a stir in the capital, and as one of the prominent families in the city, the Duan family was certainly aware of this development. However, having heard that Fu Chen's betrothed was the daughter of the Ji family, he wondered what connection he had with Miss Bai. Hello, head of the Duan family. Fu Chen greeted Duan Yuyun with a nod, his tone courteous yet exuding an air of luxury. Duan Yuyun returned the gesture. Hello. The two families did not share a deep bond, and their exchange was merely a formality. Duan Yuyun turned away from Fu Chen and faced Bai Ling with a respectful demeanor. Miss Bai, Thank you for your efforts. Bai Ling cast a cold glance at Duan Yuyun before walking over to Duan Jinghang, taking out her silver needle pouch and extracting a needle, which she promptly inserted into an acupoint on Duan Jinghang's thigh. Moments later, she withdrew the needle, declaring, "All done. Is that it?" Jiang Shiwei looked at Bai Ling in disbelief. Wasn't she here to treat Duan Jinghang's leg? How could one needle suffice? He distinctly remembered that when treating Fu Chen, Bai Ling had administered over 50 needles, yet only half of the ailment was addressed. Now one needle had supposedly cured a leg. What nonsense! Duan Jinghang also found it hard to believe. Since his injury, he had consulted numerous doctors without any success. How could a single needle from Bai Ling make a difference? Yet Fu Chen and Duan Yuyun appeared unfazed, as if they had anticipated this outcome. Bai Ling secured her needles and turned to Duan Jinghang. "You may try to get up." Duan Jinghang, skeptical yet intrigued, immediately swung his legs over the side of the bed. In the next moment, he was stunned. He could indeed stand, and the pain had vanished. Looking up at Bai Ling, his eyes were filled with admiration. Suddenly, he knelt before her, as if pledging an oath. "Miss Bai, I was wrong that day. From now on, you are my superior. Wherever you direct me, I shall not dare to stray." In that moment, Duan Jinghang comprehended the meaning behind his father's words. Bai Ling truly possessed the power to either elevate the Duan family or bring about its demise. Not interested, Bai Ling replied tersely, her expression taut. She walked over to Fu Chun and said coolly, "Let's go." After taking a few steps, she turned back to Duan Yuyun. "Remember to transfer the payment." Duan Yuyun bowed slightly. 1 billion. "I have already instructed my people to transfer it to your account by noon." Nodding, Bai Ling said nothing further and left. Once outside the hospital, the four of them went out to eat. The atmosphere in the car was rather subdued. Jiang Shiwei, usually quite talkative, refrained from speaking today, sensing Bai Ling's low spirits. Upon arriving at the restaurant, Bai Ling alighted first, while Fu Chun remained seated, peering through the car window at her slender, solitary figure, which evoked a pang of sympathy within him. He averted his gaze, his expression icy, and instructed in a voice as frigid as winter frost, "Xingyu, investigate what transpired at Hengchuan University today." "Yes," came the reply. Bai Ling had barely touched her meal, opting instead to sip on her drink. She remained silent, her demeanor heavy with an oppressive aura that made Jiang Shiwei and Xingyu uneasy. Jiang Shiwei leaned closer to Fu Chen and whispered, "Master Fu, have you angered the young lady? She appears rather intimidating. I scarcely dare to speak aloud." Fu Chen shot him a sidelong glance, retorting, "Then keep your mouth shut." Not only Jiang Shiwei, but even Fu Chen himself hesitated to speak, genuinely fearing that this girl might lash out at any moment. He had experienced her formidable strength firsthand before. "But didn't Tishi say she would treat you tonight?" Jiang Shiwei continued in a hushed tone. Fu Chen pressed his lips together, his gaze lingering on Bai Ling, unconcerned about the immediate moment. As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Ling placed her beer bottle on the table and, with an air of indifference, glanced at Fu Chen and Jiang Shiwei. "Do you have paper and a pen?" she inquired. Fu Chen remained silent, turning his attention to Xingyu. Understanding the unspoken request, Xingyu promptly replied, "I'll fetch them." Before long, Xingyu returned with paper and a pen. Bai Ling seized the pen and elegantly wrote a long list of ingredients, then handed it to Xingyu. Upon inspecting the list, he noticed it was filled with herbal ingredients, some of which he had never even heard of. "Get all of these from Bai Keitang," she commanded. Bai Ling took a sip of her beer, her brow furrowed. "This drink has no flavor at all. It's truly awful." Xingyu paused, taken aback by the volume required. Did they even have all these herbs at Bai Keitang? He was aware of Bai Keitang's reputation in Lichen. It was a well-known herbal shop, albeit small, occupying merely a few dozen square meters. He questioned how many herbs could possibly be stored in such a limited space. Moreover, Bai Ling's list contained over 30 types, including several rare and precious herbs. He genuinely doubted their availability. Bai Ling cast him a fleeting glance, remaining silent. Feeling a shiver run down his spine, Xingyu quickly turned to leave, eager to avoid being regarded as a fool by Miss Bai. Once he departed, Bai Ling set her cup down and declared, "Let us go." Fu Chun and Jiang Shiwei exchanged no words, settling the bill before escorting Bai Ling away. Upon returning to Mingyuan, Xingyu had indeed procured the herbs. Although Bai Ling's prescription included 30 varieties of precious herbs, she only required 10. The surplus 20 would be considered a complimentary offering from Fu Chun. She was not one to engage in unprofitable transactions. It was only fair that Fu Chun should bear some cost, especially since he had already secured a substantial sum from his 10 billion order. with the herbs in hand. She made her way toward the kitchen. Xingyu, quick on his feet, took the herbs from her, wearing an eager expression. Miss Bai, allow me to assist you. Bai Ling's fingers momentarily stiffened before she unceremoniously shoved the herbs into his hands. Xingyu carefully placed the herbs down, fully aware of their exorbitant value. He had spent a staggering 100 million for such a meager collection. The Bai Keitang truly seems to offer an astonishing array of goods. It is quite remarkable. You may leave, Bai Ling said softly, rummaging through the kitchen. With a sudden thud, Xingyu wrestled with his inner turmoil for a moment before kneeling before Bai Ling. As she retrieved a pressure cooker from the cabinet and turned around, she found him kneeling upright, her movements momentarily stilled, her brow arched in inquiry. What is it? Miss Bai, I am immensely grateful for your willingness to save Master Fu. From this day forth, should you command, I shall traverse mountains of blades and seas of fire without hesitation, Xingyu declared with heartfelt sincerity. How noisy. Bai Ling shot him an expressionless glance. Get out. Very well. Recognizing Bai Ling's volatile temperament, Xingyu dared not further disturb her, promptly departing. Chapter 41. Pharmaceuticals. Bai Ling had been in the kitchen for 4 hours, and outside. Fu Chun and the others could only hear the incessant crackling sounds emanating from within, leaving them in suspense regarding her activities. Fu Chun, however, remained unfazed, engrossed in his phone, seemingly indifferent to the commotion. In contrast, Jiang Shiriyue and Xingyu were becoming increasingly restless. Jiang Shiriyue glanced at his watch, reclined on the sofa, and with a teasing tone remarked, "Surely, she isn't demolishing the kitchen, is she?" He was well aware of Bai Ling's propensity for violence. Despite her youth, she possessed remarkable dexterity, and Jiang Shiriyue had learned to yield in the face of her impulsiveness. The cacophony from the kitchen raised his suspicions. Was Bai Ling perhaps venting her frustrations in there? Fu Qin slightly lifted his gaze, his narrow eyes directed toward the kitchen, his lips pressed together in a cold line, his expression unreadable. He seemed lost in thought for a moment before returning his attention to his phone, indifferent to her potential destruction. In his calm demeanor, he mused that if demolishing the kitchen brought her joy, then so be it. One room was hardly a loss. He had many more at his disposal. Jiang Shiriyue tilted his head, a mischievous grin playing on his lips. You can't possibly have developed feelings for her, can you? Upon hearing this, Fu Qin's long fingers momentarily stiffened as he turned to Jiang Shiriyue. His gaze exuded a palpable intensity that made Jiang Shiriyue's heart race. No, that's not what I meant. I meant to say, she married you for Ji Mohan, and you're unaware of their connection. What if they are indeed romantically involved? Jiang Shiriyue bit his lip and continued. If Bai Ling truly is Ji Mohan's girlfriend, what will you do? Will you take her away? Don't forget, he did this for you. Jiang Shiriyue hesitated, unable to voice the rest of his thoughts. Leaning back on the sofa, Fu Chun crossed his legs, his tall figure illuminated by the soft glow of the room. Jiang Shiriyue could discern a flicker of inner turmoil on Fu Chen's face, a rare sight for someone known to be decisive and ruthless. After a long pause, Fu Chen finally spoke. Perhaps she is not. His deep-set eyes grew dim, a pang of pain tugging at his heart, as if something had grasped it tightly. Sensing his discomfort, Jiang Shiriyue chose not to pursue the topic further. The rumors painted Fu Chen as a man of ruthless resolve, yet here he was, revealing such a reluctant expression for the sake of a girl. How peculiar. Rubbing his temples, Jiang Shiriyue pondered, how is it possible that Bai Ling, at just 19, possesses such extraordinary medical skills? She claimed that Gue Mian is not her master. But who then is? Apart from Gue Mian, I have never heard of a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner of such caliber. Moreover, she appears indifferent to wealth. 7 trillion seems as trivial to her as paper, yet she also seems to need money, mentioning that astronomical figure so casually. Fu Chen narrowed his eyes, remaining silent. He paced by the coffee table, his mind racing. If her medical prowess were to be known to those in the capital, they would undoubtedly vie for her talent. Lighting a cigarette, he exhaled a plume of smoke, his gaze contemplative. Suddenly, he stood up, extinguishing the cigarette butt. He resolved to handle Bai Ling's information discreetly. Her medical abilities were not to be disclosed to anyone. Jiang Shiriyue swiftly realized the urgency of the situation and exclaimed, Yes, we must promptly seal off this information. The fact that Bai Ling possesses medical skills must remain concealed. Xingyu, having followed Fu Chun for many years, naturally understood his intentions. Without further ado, he immediately set out to take action. Fu Chun approached the window, the balcony being in close proximity to the kitchen, allowing him to clearly hear the sounds emanating from within. He squinted, a cold glimmer passing through his icy pupils, his long fingers tucked into his pocket. His expression dark and brooding. Jiang Shiriyue felt as though the very air around him was frozen by Fu Qin's voice, which was chilling to the bone. He responded with a hesitant acknowledgement, awaiting Fu Qin's next words. Send a message to the dark web. Fu Qin lit another cigarette, his demeanor grave. It had been a long time since Jiang Shiriyue had witnessed such a serious side of Fu Qin. He nodded, affirmatively stating, no matter who it is. Anyone who dares to target Bai Ling must seek my permission first. The news of Master Fu's revival could be concealed from most. But the elite in the capital might not be so easily fooled. Moreover, they had already released information about his revival early on. At this moment, it was likely that those in the capital had begun investigating who had brought Master Fu back to life. It seemed that any attempts to keep this under wraps would be futile, necessitating an increase in personnel for Bai Ling's safety. Suddenly, a series of explosive sounds erupted from the kitchen. Fu Qin's expression tightened, and he hastily discarded his cigarette, but before rushing into the kitchen, Jiang Shiriyue's countenance darkened. He had just asserted that anyone attempting to harm Bai Ling would need to consult him, and now someone had acted? This was outrageous. He followed Fu Qin into the kitchen, and upon opening the door, he was taken aback. Fu Qin stood at the entrance, his body rigid, seemingly frozen in shock. Bai Ling, what just happened? Jiang Shiriyue stammered, unable to believe his eyes. Was this still the kitchen? It resembled a battlefield. Bai Ling emerged calmly from the chaos, looking somewhat embarrassed. I apologize, I was experimenting with something. She cleared her throat, her expression slightly awkward, her gaze drifting. I will compensate for the damages. Only then did Fu Qin snap out of his astonishment. He pressed his lips together, struggling to maintain his composure as he overlooked the kitchen that had almost been blown apart by Bai Ling's experiment. Is everyone unharmed? No one is hurt, Bai Ling replied, lifting the lid of the pressure cooker, revealing a grim sight. Inside lay several brown pills, quietly resting. Bai Ling nodded in satisfaction, retrieving a few pills, keeping one for herself while handing the rest to Fu Qin. Take one each day, and let me know when you finish. I'll prepare more. She glanced around the disheveled room, realizing that her plans for today were thwarted. Next time, inform me in advance, and I will procure better tools for you. Fu Qin accepted the pills from her hand, pausing for a moment before gazing at Bai Ling earnestly. Thank you. You've provided a valuable service. Bai Ling smiled, her exquisitely perfect visage illuminated by a soft glow under the light. Typically cold and irritable, she rarely smiled, but in this moment, she was remarkably enchanting. That little offering hardly suffices to buy my life. Fu Qin instinctively grasped Bai Ling's hand with great intensity. Bai Ling smiled playfully, patting Fu Qin on the shoulder, embodying the camaraderie of close friends. In my line of work, I only seek equitable exchanges. If I deem it sufficient, then it is indeed sufficient. Fu Qin fell silent, delegating the task of fetching water to Xingyu before consuming the pill. Jiang Shiriyue remained dazed, lost in thought for an extended period. Eventually, he turned to Bai Ling and inquired, what you just did? Was that alchemy? He had previously heard Gu Qinhao mention that alchemy existed in this world, involving the use of rare herbs and special techniques to concoct elixirs. Jiang Shiriyue was skeptical, having only encountered such notions in novels. Yet now, before his very eyes, he witnessed what? A genuine practitioner of alchemy, and astonishingly, a mere 19-year-old girl at that. This was absurd. His world felt as though it was on the brink of collapse. Why is it that others can possess such exceptional talents while he remained ordinary? Chapter 42. The big shot blushed. Bai Ling placed another pill before Jiang Shiriyue, a playful smile gracing her lips. A lifesaver? 100,000? Shall we? Jiang Shiriyue was jolted back to reality by her voice, his lips twitching. You are treating us so differently. Master Fu gets it for free, and I have to pay? Isn't that a bit steep? Bai Ling playfully rubbed her temple with her middle finger, her eyes twinkling with mischief. Others might spend 1 billion and still not acquire this elixir. The opportunity is singular. If you don't buy it, then so be it. Jiang Shiriyue felt a surge of frustration. He pulled out his phone, grumbling, not expensive, just give me your card number, and I'll transfer the funds. Even if Bai Ling demanded 1 million, he would comply. A mere 100,000 was inconsequential. What she offered was invaluable, a life-saving pill, a necessity. Yet, he was so irked. Why did Master Fu pay nothing, while he was expected to shell out cash? They weren't even married yet. And this couple was already plotting against him. What would the future hold? Bai Ling, why do you insist on charging me? After completing the transfer, Jiang Shiriyue, baffled, leaned closer to her and cheekily asked, is it because I'm not handsome enough? Upon hearing this, Bai Ling tilted her head, genuinely scrutinizing Jiang Shiyue's appearance. His features were well-defined, deep-set eyes, a prominent nose, and thin lips, with tousled hair partially obscuring one eye, exuding an air of mystery. "Quite handsome," she replied earnestly. Fu Chen shot Jiang Shiyue a sidelong glance, his expression noticeably cooler. Before Jiang Shiyue could revel in her compliment, Bai Ling doused him with cold water. Pointing at Fu Chen, "Not as handsome as him." Fu Chen instantly erupted in laughter. Jiang Shiyue's face darkened, teeth clenched in annoyance. "How cruel." Bai Ling refrained from further banter, fixing her gaze on Fu Chen, her demeanor shifting to one of seriousness. "The poison of blood seduction is not easily dispelled. This vial is different from the one I previously provided. It can only protect your internal organs. For the next month, I must treat you daily without fail." Bai Ling's eyes lifted, her voice devoid of warmth. "If you suffer external injuries, you must crawl back to me for treatment. Otherwise, you won't survive 10 minutes. Jiang Shiyue was taken aback. "Is it really that potent?" Bai Ling cast a glance at them, stating flatly, "Find someone to clean the kitchen. And do not disturb me for the next 3 hours." Xingyu hurried off to tidy the kitchen. "Didn't you just say you couldn't concoct any pills today? How come you can now?" Jiang Shiyue asked, perplexed. Bai Ling shot him a look of incredulity. "Who said I was making pills?" Jiang Shiyue, feeling foolish once more, sighed. Bai Ling ignored their antics and turned back to her tasks. Fu Chen led Jiang Shiyue and Xingyu out of the kitchen, allowing her to work undisturbed. Half an hour later, Bai Ling emerged from the kitchen, holding a bowl of dark, thick soup, which she handed to Fu Chen. "Drink this." Fu Chen did not hesitate and took a sip. Just after a mouthful, his brows knitted tightly. So bitter, bitterer than ordinary herbal medicine. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught Bai Ling watching him with an amused expression, and he couldn't help but feel somewhat impressed. He had every reason to suspect that the girl intentionally concocted such a bitter potion for him. After a brief moment of silence, Fu Chen no longer hesitated and drank it all in one go. Just as he finished, Bai Ling spoke, "Xingyu, fetch the basin." Xingyu immediately understood and went to the bathroom to retrieve a basin. Considering the lesson from last time, he took several basins this time. As Xingyu returned with the basin, Fu Chen's stomach churned violently, and he expelled a mouthful of blood. The amount was considerable, though the color was lighter than before, revealing a faint hint of red. Previously, the blood Fu Chen had vomited was pitch black, akin to ink. After expelling 2 basins of blood, he finally ceased. Bai Ling shot a glance at Xingyu, poured the medicinal concoction from the kitchen into the bathtub, and continued to brew it, maintaining a medium flame, pouring every 15 minutes until the tub was full. Xingyu was entirely convinced by Bai Ling, having no doubts about her words, and followed her instructions without question. Jiang Shiyue observed Fu Chen's somewhat weakened form, expressing concern. With him vomiting so much blood, he won tea, perhaps, die from it. Will he? Bai Ling raised her eyes, placing a hand on Fu Chen's arm to check his pulse, and replied calmly, "What he is expelling is toxins. Initially, there won't be significant reactions. The more toxins cleared, the purer his blood will become. Eventually, symptoms like dizziness and weakness will appear, which are normal reactions. A bit of nourishment will suffice. That is not a problem. I will purchase supplements tomorrow to ensure Master Fu's health is restored," Jiang Shiyue said, his previously tense heart finally easing. After checking Fu Chen's pulse, Bai Ling rested her chin on her hand, her eyes fixed on Fu Chen. Her long eyelashes blinking rhythmically, her gaze mischievous, adding, "But don't overcompensate. You have kidney deficiency, and too many supplements would be detrimental." Fu Chen, Jiang Shiyue. The atmosphere became awkward. Jiang Shiyue, his face flushed, took a long moment to glance at Bai Ling, then at Fu Chen, finally saying in defeat, "Master Fu, I shall take my leave." As he was departing, he paused again, looking at Fu Chen, and managed to squeeze out a few words, "Keep an eye on your wife." Once Jiang Shiyue left, Fu Chen regained his focus, his deep, ink-like eyes fixed on Bai Ling, his gaze darkening. After a moment, he leaned slightly closer, his lips brushing against Bai Ling's ear. "How come I was unaware of my kidney deficiency?" His warm breath brushed against Bai Ling's face, causing a subtle flush to rise on her fair cheeks. They were so close that she could distinctly smell the faint scent of tobacco on him. Although Bai Ling disliked the smell of smoke, she did not mind the scent that lingered on Fu Chen. The two locked eyes for an extended period before Bai Ling finally averted her gaze, stating lightly, "Do you understand medicine?" In truth, Fu Chen had no issues with his kidneys. Bai Ling merely wished to tease him for concealing matters regarding Ji Moan. Unexpectedly, she found herself unable to look Fu Chen directly in the eye. "Fu Chen, all right. If you understand medicine, then your word is law." At that moment, Xingyu made several trips back and forth and finally filled the bathtub. He emerged, respectfully addressing Bai Ling. "Miss Bai, it's ready." Bai Ling acknowledged with a sound, and then followed Fu Chun into the bathroom. Xingyu did not follow, as Fu Chun instructed him to leave first. Inside the bathroom, Bai Ling pointed towards the bathtub, shedding her garments before stepping in. After a brief pause, she added, completely undressed, not a single piece left. Cough, cough. Fu Chun could no longer contain himself, letting out a couple of coughs. His usually stern countenance flushed with warmth. He was momentarily taken aback before slowly uttering, "Are you certain?" His voice was unusually hoarse, and his entire body was taut with tension. He realized that in Bai Ling's presence, he lacked the decisiveness he usually possessed. This young lady always managed to place him in an awkward predicament. Bai Ling, however, appeared remarkably composed, her expression unchanged. "This is a carefully concocted medicinal bath. It not only detoxifies but also strengthens bones and muscles. You must soak for 49 days, and due to the potency of the herbs, I must observe your reactions here." Chapter 43, Blushing. Originally, the medicinal bath was unnecessary for detoxifying Fu Qin. It was an additional gift from Bai Ling. Having been poisoned for 6 months, Fu Qin's various organs suffered damage. Although Bai Ling had managed to heal some of his ailments previously, his body remained compromised, rendering him incapable of enduring heavy strain. Henceforth, he would merely exist as a privileged young master of the Fu family. The purpose of this medicinal bath was to rejuvenate him, essentially reconstructing his physique to make it more robust. As for the detoxifying aspect, Bai Ling had deliberately exaggerated, not wishing Fu Chun to feel indebted to her. She was someone who understood boundaries well. Fu Chun was a person whom Ji Mohan trusted implicitly. Therefore, she felt compelled to assist him. Moreover, since arriving in Liqing, Fu Chun had treated her quite well, which further motivated her to help. Fu Chun stood still for a considerable time, his gaze lifting, his icy lips pressed tightly together. "Do you often treat others in this manner?" he inquired. "You are the first," Bai Ling replied candidly. While she had previously sold the medicinal bath to several individuals, she had never personally monitored the outcomes, simply instructing the patients' families to oversee the process. Fu Chun was the first patient she had chosen to supervise closely. The reason being, the previous patients had been rather unappealing, and she lacked the inclination to observe them. Fu Chun, however, was quite handsome. She thought it worth sacrificing her composure to assist him. Upon hearing this, Fu Chun's tense demeanor finally relaxed. He affectionately ruffled Bai Ling's hair, saying, "I shall be the last. No one else is to receive such treatment." Bai Ling raised an eyebrow, regarding him with a mischievous glint, clearly implying, "Who are you to dictate my actions?" Fu Chun cleared his throat and promptly fell silent, acknowledging that he indeed lacked the authority to control her. "Should we not enter? It might grow cold," Bai Ling gently reminded him, gesturing towards the bathtub. After a moment of contemplation, Fu Chun ceased his hesitation and undressed, leaving no article of clothing behind. Initially, Bai Ling maintained her composure, but in that instant, she faltered. Her fair complexion flushed crimson, and she instinctively averted her gaze. Witnessing her rare embarrassment lifted Fu Chun's spirits considerably, and he no longer felt uncomfortable. As he stepped into the tub, Bai Ling's eyes remained fixed upon his form. It must be said, Fu Chun's physique was indeed remarkable, 8 sculpted abs and a tall, athletic frame. The scars left by the tumor had vanished, revealing a body so perfect it evoked fanciful thoughts. After a while, Bai Ling withdrew her gaze and poured a pouch of powdered herbs into the bath, a concoction she had meticulously prepared in the kitchen using a blender. Moments later, beads of sweat began to form on Fu Chun's forehead, and his entire body felt as if it were being struck by a 1,000-pound weight. Yet, he endured in silence. Bai Ling cast a surprised glance at him, astonished by his fortitude. As the pain became unbearable, Fu Chun instinctively grasped Bai Ling's hand, causing her fingers to stiffen and her heart to skip a beat. Typically aloof, she suddenly uttered, "Bear with it. The detoxifying bath is inherently painful." "All right," Fu Chun replied through clenched teeth, refusing to utter a single word of his suffering. With her presence, he felt an undeniable sense of reassurance. The medicinal bath lasted for a little over an hour before it concluded. As Fu Chun emerged from the bathtub, he felt an overwhelming sense of lightness enveloping him. Previously weakened due to poisoning, his body now radiated vitality. After donning his attire, he swiftly embraced Bai Ling, his cool lips brushing against her earlobe as he spoke in a voice rich with magnetism. "Thank you." Bai Ling pushed him away, her expression adorned with a gentle smile. "Master Fu, do not take advantage of gratitude to indulge in impropriety." Fu Chun felt a slight headache approaching. On Friday, as Bai Ling made her way to school, the forum buzzed with fervent discussions regarding the selection of the school flower. A significant number championed Bai Ling, praising her beauty and her courage to stand against authority, asserting that she was the rightful candidate for the title. Conversely, some supported Xin, citing her privileged background, striking appearance, commendable academic performance, and gracious demeanor. They argued that while Bai Ling was indeed beautiful, her poor grades and penchant for brawling disqualified her from being the school flower. Xia Kersen, observing the online discourse, felt a surge of indignation and promptly shut off her phone. To her, Bai Ling was undoubtedly the school flower. Upon her arrival, she found Xia Kersen in a state of discontent. Hanging her bag on a chair, she cast a sidelong glance at Xia Kersen and inquired, "What troubles you?" "Nothing. Just that the students are debating who should be the school flower. Our classmates believe it should be you, but most still favor Xin," Xia Kersen replied, her voice tinged with frustration. "Is that all?" Bai Ling shot her a glance before retrieving a book from her bag. It was an ancient medical text, entirely composed in classical Chinese. Xia Kersen glanced at it, but could not discern its content, so she withdrew her gaze. Accustomed to her deskmate's eccentricities and her preference for incomprehensible literature, "Are you not upset?" Xia Kersen asked, curiosity evident in her eyes. After spending time with Bai Ling, she had come to understand her temperament. Bai Ling was known for her short fuse, a person who would resort to physical confrontation rather than verbal disputes when provoked. Yet, this time, she displayed no reaction. "Why would I be angry?" Bai Ling replied nonchalantly, leafing through the medical book until she reached the 100-page mark. She was currently engrossed in researching a new acupuncture technique, aspiring to refine her medical skills further. "They say you have a bad temper and poor academic performance. Shouldn't that make you angry?" Xia Kersen pondered, perplexed by Bai Ling's demeanor. Bai Ling smiled faintly. "I have a bad temper and poor grades, to begin with." "All right then," Xia Kersen conceded. Suddenly recalling something, she pulled a drawing from her bag and handed it to Bai Ling. "This is from Su Xiu in our class." The illustration depicted a girl wearing a duckbill cap and oversized headphones, hands tucked into her pockets, leaning against a tree, her wispy hair tousled by the wind, exuding a cool and aloof aura. Bai Ling gazed at the drawing and smiled, her expression radiant and reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze. Xia Kersen was momentarily spellbound. She had witnessed Bai Ling's smile before, but it had always been a mere subtle upturn of her lips, tinged with an air of coldness. This time, however, Bai Ling's laughter was genuine, devoid of any chill. Xia Kersen observed Bai Ling carefully placing the comic into her bag, as if it were a remarkable treasure. "Do you know Su Xiu?" After a prolonged moment, Xia Kersen returned to her senses and asked, somewhat dazed. "Yes," Bai Ling replied, her mood evidently buoyant, her tone laced with a hint of melody. Xia Kersen pondered for a considerable time, biting her lip, then urgently grasped Bai Ling's arm. Suddenly recalling something, she released her grip and fell silent. Bai Ling glanced down at her, inquiring, "What's the matter?" "Nothing, it's fine," Xia Kersen responded with an awkward smile. Bai Ling closed the book and regarded her with earnest concern. "Is someone giving you trouble?" "No, it's not me," Xia Kersen hastily clarified, then lowered her gaze to the book. Avoiding any further eye contact with Bai Ling narrowed her eyes but chose not to press further. Chapter 44: The Underperforming Student. As the first lesson of the day approached, a short-haired girl timidly approached Bai Ling, her head bowed. Bai Ling. "I came to collect the physics exam papers," she murmured. She was Zhang Xinxin, the class representative for physics. Although she was supposed to collect the papers as soon as she arrived in the morning, her apprehension towards Bai Ling had deterred her. "All right." Bai Ling retrieved a stack of papers from her satchel, flipping through until she found the physics exam and handed it to Zhang Xinxin. Upon glancing at the paper, Zhang Xinxin suddenly looked up, astonished. "You didn't attempt a single question?" Bai Ling lazily reclined in her chair. "I couldn't." Zhang Xinxin's lips twitched in disbelief. With so many questions, she thought at least one should have been attempted. But to not attempt even a single one. Oh dear. Class 18 would surely be the subject of ridicule from the elite classes again. After a moment's hesitation, she ventured, "If you're struggling, you can ask me. I can help you, or you could also ask Xia Kersen." Zhang Xinxin, unable to bear the thought of her classmates being mocked by others, mustered the courage to speak a few more words to Bai Ling. Bai Ling smiled. "Thank you, but that's unnecessary." With a sigh, Zhang Xinxin departed. Xia Kersen then leaned closer to Bai Ling, glancing through the remaining papers in astonishment. "You haven't completed any of these?" Her voice rose in surprise. Hearing this, Liao ran from the back row, hurried over, peering at Bai Ling's papers and bursting into laughter. "Bai Jie, You are incredible. You can't even solve these simple questions. At this rate, you'll become infamous at Hengchuan High School. Bai Ling shot him a sidelong glance. And you? Being the bottom of the grade, do you have the audacity to mock others? Liao Ran stiffened for a moment, offering a sheepish grin. Well, now that you're here, I won't be the one at the bottom anymore. Finally, someone had taken his place. Bai Ling, uninterested, returned to her book. During the morning class, the teacher primarily focused on reviewing the papers. Most students in Class 18 struggled academically, and many appeared disinterested in class. At last, lunchtime arrived. Just as Bai Ling was about to head to the cafeteria with Xia Kursen, a student suddenly shouted. Soon, discontent erupted among the classmates. Wang Zi, are you crazy? Why are you shouting for no reason? You're about to burst my eardrums. Wang Zi, trembling with excitement and clutching his phone, exclaimed. Yun Qi is coming to Liqing for a concert. Don't joke around. I've already heard about Yun Qi's schedule for this year. He won't be coming to Liqing for a concert, another student scoffed. It's true. Wang Zi flashed his phone at everyone. Just now, Yun Qi's studio posted on Weibo that he will be performing in Liqing next Saturday. As the words left his lips, students hastily pulled out their phones to verify the Weibo post. Moments later, Class 18 erupted in excitement. It's really Yun Qi. He is coming to Liqing. I'm so thrilled. One student exclaimed. I'm going to ask my mom for extra living expenses. I need to buy concert tickets. But concert tickets are difficult to obtain. Will we even be able to buy them? Besides, we're in our senior year. What if the teacher schedules extra classes on Saturday? Regardless of my grades, which may never secure me a place in university, I must attend Yun Qi's concert, an opportunity so rare that I would brave any peril to be there. Liao Ran and Xia Kursen gazed at the message posted by Yun Qi's studio on Weibo, their eyes instinctively shifting towards Bai Ling. It was astonishing. Just a few days prior, Bai Ling had suggested that Yun Qi hold a concert in Liqing, and now that very idea had come to fruition. Liao Ran leaned closer to Bai Ling, mischievously inquiring. Sister Bai, have you cast a spell with your words? Bai Ling slapped his face and maintained a distance, exclaiming, Get lost. I can't even be bothered to talk to such an idiot. After a moment of silence, Xia Kursen tucked her phone away and proposed. Shall we go for a meal? Bai Ling raised an eyebrow. Aren't you keen to see the concert? Xia Kursen sighed softly. I do want to go, but I simply cannot. What is stopping you? Bai Ling asked, her hands tucked in her pockets as they slowly exited the classroom. Noticing their departure, Liao Ran trailed behind them. I have no money, Xia Kursen admitted, self-deprecatingly. Coming from a rural background, her parents worked tirelessly to fund her education, and she didn't wish to squander their hard-earned money on a concert. Bai Ling glanced at her, pressed her lips together, and remained silent. In the cafeteria, as Bai Ling and her companions were dining, Duan Jingheng approached with his meal in hand. Standing respectfully beside Bai Ling, he asked, Miss Bai, may I join your table? As he approached, the eyes of the students in the cafeteria turned towards him. They were unaware that Duan Jingheng's leg had been healed and were astonished to see him walking. Some speculated that he intended to confront Bai Ling, for in their eyes, the arrogant young master would never apologize voluntarily, especially after having suffered such humiliation. His prior apology to Bai Ling must have been coerced, thus, they awaited the spectacle of confrontation. However, to their surprise, Duan Jingheng stood beside Bai Ling, devoid of any signs of anger, leaving everyone astonished. Bai Ling looked up and noticed Xia Kursen shrinking in her seat, frowning. You scared my deskmate. Oh, my apologies. Duan Jingheng replied obediently as he moved to a nearby table. Liao Ren watched in disbelief, ultimately giving Bai Ling a thumbs up. Impressive. If you can tame Duan Jingheng like that. The surrounding students averted their gazes, acknowledging the formidable presence of Bai Ling, one not to be trifled with. After finishing their meal, as Bai Ling and her friends left the cafeteria, Duan Jingheng hurriedly followed. He approached Xia Kursen directly, bowing deeply before her. Xia Kursen, I have wronged you in many ways before, and I sincerely apologize. I hope you can forgive me. Huh? Xia Kursen was taken aback by his sudden apology, momentarily speechless. Bai Ling and Liao Ren stood silently beside her. Duan Jingheng cast a glance at Bai Ling and continued. I am willing to make amends for the harm I have caused you, both physically and psychologically. Alternatively, you may take your revenge on me in the same manner as I once treated you, and I shall not retaliate. Xia Kursen finally regained her composure, still hesitant to meet Duan Jingheng's gaze. There is no need for restitution. I forgive you. Duan Jingheng sighed in relief. Thank you. Bai Ling said nothing and took Xia Kursen by the hand as they departed. Liao Ran followed closely, whispering, "Sister Bai, why is Duan Jingheng so afraid of you?" Bai Ling looked up, a faint smirk playing on her lips. "Perhaps it is because I am not a good person." Xia Kersen halted, her expression serious as she declared, "You are a good person." Bai Ling laughed softly and patted Xia Kersen's head, saying, "You were truly foolish." Xia Kersen pondered, was she really foolish? Wasn't Bai Ling inherently a good person? Before she could articulate her thoughts, Bai Ling had already walked far away. Chapter 45. The arrival of the Ji family at the Central Hospital of Liqing. The matriarch of the Ji family, accompanied by a contingent of relatives, approached the VIP ward. Upon reaching the entrance, they were halted by two men clad in black suits. "Who are you?" one of the bodyguards inquired, his tone frigid. Ji matriarch furrowed her brow, her countenance betraying her displeasure. How amusing it was that her visit to see a patient would warrant such scrutiny. The bodyguard, his expression impassive, replied, without Master Fu's permission, "No one is allowed to enter the ward." Fury washed over Ji matriarch, her face turning ashen. Master Fu. Again, it was Master Fu. That insufferable girl, Bai Ling, had only recently taken residence in Mingyuan, and already Master Fu was at her beck and call. He had even arranged for bodyguards to ensure Chen Huifeng's safety. It was infuriating. "Young man, could you do us a favor? The person inside is our family member. We merely wish to check on her. Master Fu is my granddaughter's husband, and I will speak with him shortly," Ji matriarch implored, masking her discontent. "Impossible," the bodyguard retorted, his voice devoid of warmth, his demeanor as cold and unyielding as stone. Ji matriarch narrowed her eyes, retrieving a stack of red bills from her wallet and thrusting them into the bodyguard's hand. "We shall only be inside for a brief moment. Just turn a blind eye, and Master Fu will not hold it against you." The bodyguard brusquely shoved Ji matriarch aside, causing her to nearly lose her footing, only to be steadied by Sun Yurua, who acted swiftly. The bodyguard remained unmoved, his expression as frigid as before. "Leave quickly, or I shall have no qualms about being ungracious." Sun Yurua, incensed, snapped at him, "How dare you speak to me that way? I am Bai Ling's mother, and if provoked, I shall have her dismiss you." The bodyguard paid her no heed. "You." Sun Yurua, furious, pointed an accusatory finger at him, struggling to maintain her composure and avoid descending into a vulgar tirade. After a prolonged silence, she found herself at a loss for words. Ji matriarch tugged at Sun Yurua's sleeve, her expression stern. "Enough. They clearly have no intention of allowing us entry. Are we to leave just like this?" Sun Yurua asked, unwilling to relent. Having enjoyed a life of unparalleled privilege for over a decade, she found her status being undermined daily since Bai Ling's arrival. Now, even the two guards regarded her with disdain. Departing without a semblance of retribution was unacceptable. "Leave?" Ji matriarch scoffed. "Have you forgotten our purpose for coming today?" Sun Yurua's expression shifted. "But we cannot enter. Is your mind truly stagnant?" Ji matriarch glared at Sun Yurua, her irritation mounting. Had it not been for GXIN, she would have expelled Sun Yurua from the Ji family long ago. They refuse to let you in, and you cannot devise a plan? You are, after all, Chen Huifeng's former daughter-in-law and Bai Ling's mother. Surely she cannot truly wish to avoid you. Realization dawned upon Sun Yurua, and she promptly raised her voice at the ward's entrance. "Mother, I have come to see you. I acknowledge my past mistakes and am here specifically to apologize. Please allow me to enter and speak with you." Though reluctant to address Chen Huifeng as mother, she recognized the necessity of adopting a humble demeanor to gain her audience. "I have indeed wronged Bai Ling, yet I have made efforts to compensate her. The words I spoke that day were merely the result of a momentary surge of anger. After all, she is flesh of my flesh. How could I truly be indifferent to her?" In the hospital room, Chen Huifeng had long since heard the commotion outside. She was reluctant to see Sun Yuru, as the previous incident had upset Bai Ling, and she was genuinely uncertain of what Bai Ling might do if Sun Yuru were to act inappropriately once more. Although she held no regard for Sun Yuru, her concern for Bai Ling was profound. She did not wish for Bai Ling to engage in any unlawful actions for the sake of a heartless mother. After a brief moment of hesitation, Chen Huifeng rose from her hospital bed and opened the door. She cast a glance at the individuals standing outside and addressed the bodyguard. "Please allow them to enter. I am acquainted with them." The bodyguards exchanged glances, but ultimately permitted the matriarch of the Ji family and her companions to enter. However, once they were inside, the bodyguard immediately dialed Fu Chen's number. "Sir, the Ji family has come to visit Miss Bai Ling's grandmother, and Grandma Chun has requested their entry. I was unable to prevent it." "Understood," Fu Chen replied tersely before ending the call. Upon entering the hospital room, Chen Huifang settled back onto her bed and gestured casually towards the small sofa beside her. Please, make yourselves comfortable. The matriarch of the Ji family did not sit. Instead, she approached Chen Huifang's bedside, grasping her hand with a concerned expression. Dear sister, I apologize for our late visit. How have you been feeling? Chen Huifang coldly withdrew her hand. There is no need for concern. My health is as it is, and I could meet the king of hell at any moment. Do not speak like that. Dear sister, you are still young. Should you need anything, please let me know, and I will do my utmost to assist you. The matriarch said with a warm and benevolent smile. Those unfamiliar with her might easily be deceived by her demeanor. Since the previous uproar caused by Sun Yuru's visit to the hospital, Chen Huifang had developed a poor opinion of the Ji family. Naturally, she was not fooled by the matriarch's facade. She smiled faintly. At my age, what could I possibly need? You need not concern yourselves, should anything arise. Xiaoling will arrange it for me. But Bai Ling is still just a child. What can she possibly arrange for you? The matriarch patted Chen Huifang's hand. You should allow her to focus on her studies. Securing admission to a good university is what truly matters. Chen Huifang regarded her with a sidelong glance and replied with a slight smile. Matriarch Ji, your grand show of concern for me must surely indicate something beyond mere well-wishing. Please, feel free to speak plainly. The matriarch's expression stiffened slightly, and though she maintained her composed demeanor, she could not hide her intentions from the keen eyes of the elder sister. We have indeed come today with a request. After a moment of silence, the matriarch continued. We wish for you to speak favorably of us in front of Bai Ling, so that Xin may return to Ming Yuan. I'm afraid I cannot assist with that. Bai Ling has always made her own choices, and furthermore, Ming Yuan is not her domain. She cannot determine who stays or who leaves. Chen Huifang's expression darkened. She had long perceived the insincerity of the Ji family, and indeed, none among them harbored good intentions. Each seemed to be plotting against Bai Ling. You are Bai Ling's grandmother. She will surely heed your words. If only Bai Ling were to mention it to young Master Fu, the matter would be settled. Madame Ji maintained her smile as she replied, I am sorry, but I cannot assist you. Chen Huifang, having lost her patience with them, promptly issued an eviction notice, stating, I wish to rest now. You may leave. The expression on Madame Ji's face turned cold. She was genuinely taken aback that a mere peasant woman would exhibit such ingratitude. Rising to her feet, the smile faded from her visage, and she remarked, You and Bai Ling have come to Li Lai City, utterly alone and without support. It was we who arranged for your hospital care, and we have treated Bai Ling with kindness. Is it too much to ask for your help in this trivial matter? Chapter 46. She is unworthy of Mr. Fu. Upon hearing this, Chen Huifang chuckled. Old Lady Ji, though I may be aging, my memory remains sharp. My medical expenses were covered by Xiaoling, which has nothing to do with your Ji family, correct? Old Lady Ji was taken aback and turned to Sun Yurua, inquiring, What is the meaning of this? Sun Yurua trembled slightly, replying, Mother, that card was given to Bai Ling by Mr. Fu. She had never believed that Bai Ling possessed over 4 million and had always assumed that the card belonged to Mr. Fu. Thus, she had refrained from mentioning it to the Ji family. Why didn't you mention such a significant matter sooner? Old Lady Ji glared at Sun Yurua. Sun Yurua hung her head, remaining silent. Old Lady Ji disregarded her and focused on Chen Huifang. Since you have clarified your position, I shall be straightforward. Initially, we arranged for Bai Ling to marry Mr. Fu in place of Xin because we believed Xin was still too young. Now that Xin has come to terms with this, we need not proceed with Bai Ling marrying Mr. Fu. She paused before continuing. You are aware that Mr. Fu initially desired Xin. His choice of Bai Ling now may not stem from genuine affection. You are well aware of Bai Ling's temperament. Perhaps Mr. Fu was merely captivated by novelty at first. But what will come after? Chen Huifang pondered for a moment, deciding that this was their private affair, and she preferred not to intervene. I can see that you care for Bai Ling, but if you truly do, you must consider her best interests. Mr. Fu is not her rightful match. Given your family's circumstances, she is unworthy of them. If she marries into the Fu family, it would be a humiliation for her. Do you wish for Bai Ling to suffer the disdain of the Fu family? Chen Huifang pressed her lips together, remaining silent. Old Lady Ji smiled. Dear sister, my intentions are for the benefit of both our families, and to protect Bai Ling from harm. Would you not agree? Even if I were to agree, Xiaoling would never consent, Chen Huifang said, her resolve wavering. After all, she had only met Fu Chen once and did not know his character. She feared for Bai Ling's well-being. Bai Ling cares for you immensely. She will undoubtedly heed your words, Old Lady Ji remarked. After a moment's hesitation, Chen Huifang nodded. Very well, I shall speak with her. But my motives are not for your families. They are solely for Shaoling. Furthermore, do not seek me out again. There is no need for us to meet." With that, Chen Huifang dismissed them, having achieved her objective. Old Lady Ji deemed it unnecessary to linger and departed with her family. At the hospital entrance, Ji Yan, who had been enduring in silence, could no longer contain himself. "Mother, why must you insist on Xian marrying Mr. Fu? Moreover, Bai Ling may have a difficult temperament, yet she has not wronged us. Why do you persist in opposing her?" Old Lady Ji scoffed. "What do you understand? That girl, Bai Ling, is clearly unmanageable. With her beauty, if she spends too much time with Master Fu, it is inevitable that he will develop feelings for her. We must expedite Xian's arrangement. We cannot allow Mr. Fu to become enamored with Bai Ling. Do you not care about Xian's future? How will others perceive her if she competes with her own sister for a fiancé?" Ji Yan exclaimed angrily. The Ji family had always been ruled by the matriarch, with no one else allowed a voice in the decisions, big or small. In regard to the matter of Bai Ling's substitution in marriage, Ji Yan was opposed from the very beginning, yet his opposition bore no fruit. To his astonishment, the elderly matriarch has grown increasingly relentless, willing to employ any means necessary to forge a connection with the Fu family. "My only concern lies with the future of the Ji family." Ji Laoai glanced at him coldly, remarking, "If you had a bit more spirit, would I need to toil day in and day out for the Ji family? The most prudent decision you ever made was to bear Ji Mohan and Ji Xin. Otherwise, would you have any standing in the Ji family? You do not even compare to a single toe of your elder brother. Indeed, my elder brother surpasses me. So why not arrange a marriage between his children and the Fu family?" Ji Ian finally erupted, shouting at her, "Are your son, grandson, and granddaughter merely sacrifices for your own interests? If that is the case, why did you bring me into this world?" Filled with fury, Ji Ian stormed out. Sun Yirua watched his angry figure retreat, her fingers clenched into fists, a fleeting glimmer of hatred crossing her face. She understood that the matriarch held disdain for their family. Yet she never anticipated that in the matriarch's eyes, Ian was inferior to even a toe of his elder brother. Humph. She was eager to witness what capabilities the elder brother's family possessed. At Hengchuan High School, the last 2 periods of the afternoon were designated for self-study. Bai Ling, reluctant to remain in the classroom, decided to find a spot on the playground to take a nap. Upon reaching the stairwell on the first floor, she encountered Ji Xinhui and several students from Class 1 surrounding Zhang Xinxin and Xia Kursen. "You lot think you can attend Yun Chi's concert? Don't make me laugh. Can you even afford the tickets? Even if you could, would you be able to secure them?" Ji Xinhui's sharp and acerbic voice echoed throughout the stairwell. Numerous students from Classes 1, 2, and 3 leaned out of their classrooms, jeering at the scene. Xia Kursen lowered her head, pulling Zhang Xinxin back a step. "This has nothing to do with you, right?" Perhaps due to her growing familiarity with Bai Ling, Xia Kursen had gained a bit of courage and dared to retort Ji Xinhui and her companions, a stark contrast to her previous behavior of avoiding them. "Oh." Ji Xinhui crossed her arms, scoffing. "It's different when you become someone else's pet, isn't it? Now you're all bold. Xia Kursen, don't think that just because Bai Ling has your back, you can act all high and mighty. Hengchuan High School does not belong to Bai Ling, and you cannot rely on her." "Ji Xinhui, what does Bai Ling have to do with you? On what grounds do you speak of her so contemptuously?" Although Xia Kursen was somewhat timid, she refused to allow anyone to slander Bai Ling. Ji Xinhui laughed mockingly. "Have you gotten addicted to being a pet? Given how you curry favor with Bai Ling, why not ask her to get you a ticket to the concert? What's the use of boasting about wanting to go to the concert if you can't even make it?" "I never said I wanted to go," Xia Kursen retorted, her face flushed with anger. "We are all students. Even if you wish to attend the concert, isn't it still your family footing the bill?" "You," Ji Xinhui, furious, advanced to strike Xia Kursen, but was restrained by those nearby. "Have you forgotten the lesson from Duan Shao? Bai Ling has said she protects Xia Kursen. If you lay a finger on her, how will Bai Ling deal with you? That country bumpkin doesn't intimidate me at all." Despite her bravado, Ji Xinhui did not dare to make a move. Bai Ling coldly observed the scene before her, stepping forward. The students beside Ji Xinhui, upon catching sight of Bai Ling, instantly panicked and retreated several steps. Ji Xinhui, momentarily taken aback, displayed a hint of discomfort on her face, her gaze instinctively averting. However, she quickly recognized that the more fear she exhibited in front of Bai Ling, the more audacious Bai Ling would become. Thus, she straightened her posture and confronted Bai Ling, asserting, "Aren't you quite formidable? Then procure 2 concert tickets for Xia Kursen and Zhang Xinxin. If you cannot fulfill this, refrain from being excessively arrogant in the future." Chapter 47. The bet tickets for the Yunqi concert are notoriously hard to procure. Even with ample wealth, acquiring one remains an elusive endeavor. In due course, Bai Ling would beseech Fu Shao for assistance, and it would be intriguing to witness Fu Shao's reaction to her plea. The thought of Bai Ling seeking another's man, especially someone of Fu Shao's caliber, was simply inconceivable. A malicious glint flickered in Ji Xinhui's eyes as she eagerly anticipated the moment when Bai Ling would be dismissed by Fu Shao. Bai Ling cast a sidelong glance at her and smiled with a hint of mischief. All right. Ji Xinhui was taken aback, clearly not expecting such a swift response from Bai Ling. After a moment of shock, she scoffed, noting that snatching Fu Shao away certainly afforded one certain privileges, such as bestowing tickets worth thousands upon others. A pang of envy stirred within Ji Xinhui's heart. With her hands tucked into her pockets, Bai Ling maintained her smile, though it did not reach her eyes. Not only for you, but I shall gift each member of Class 18 a ticket. Upon hearing this, Xia Kersen grew anxious. I don't want one, Bai Ling. Please refrain from buying us tickets. She had heard from Liao Ran about how Bai Ling had taken Ji Xinxin's place to marry Fu Shao from the capital. Bai Ling's family background was not particularly affluent, and she did not wish for Bai Ling to incur a debt of gratitude to Fu Shao, which might render her unable to hold her head high in the future. Zhang Xinxin chimed in, I don't want one either. Ji Xinhui, overhearing Bai Ling's audacious proclamation, let out a cold snort. I shall wait and see if you truly intend to give tickets to each member of Class 18. Shall we wager on it? Bai Ling tilted her head, her smile mischievous. A wager it shall be. Provoked, Ji Xinhui boldly asked, what shall we bet on? Bai Ling pondered, her slender fingers caressing her chin, her gaze both icy and cunning. Let us bet on a race. The loser must run 100 laps around the track. Ji Xinhui hesitated. A single lap around the track measured 1,500 meters. Running 100 laps. Wouldn't that be tantamount to running herself to death? Bai Ling raised an eyebrow. Afraid to bet? What I have to fear? Ji Xinhui retorted, unwilling to concede defeat to Bai Ling. She could not fathom Fu Shao being so generous as to squander over 100,000 on Bai Ling. Bai Ling nodded. Very well. With that, she turned and departed, fearing that others might remain oblivious to the unfolding drama. Ji Xinhui wasted no time in spreading the news of Bai Ling's intention to purchase concert tickets for the students of Class 18. Initially, the students were filled with excitement. But soon one recalled, Bai Jia is indeed quite loyal. Class 18 has always been looked down upon by other classes. And this time we can finally hold our heads high. While it is a bet, it still serves to vindicate us. However, purchasing tickets for an entire class would cost upwards of 100,000. Does she possess such wealth? Indeed, her family circumstances are not favorable. If she were to borrow money for our tickets, it would only serve to burden her. Perhaps we could all contribute and help her gather the funds. We cannot allow other classes to look down upon us. Liao Ran, seated in the back, rested his chin on his hand, his gaze shifting thoughtfully. Before long, he rose and approached the group of students. Count me in. I will contribute 50,000. His monthly allowance was a mere 50,000, and he could not afford more. Not far away, and Rue observed the scene, a glimmer of malice flashing in her eyes. At a nearby restaurant close to Henchuan High School, with graceful poise, Fu Qin served tea to the elderly gentleman seated across from him, smiling as he said, Old Qin, please. Jiang Shirwei and Xingyu remained silent beside him, aware that this was Fu Qin's domain and thus refrained from speaking. Principal Qin nodded appreciatively, commenting, it is said that young Master Fu's tea artistry is unparalleled. Having tasted it today, I can confirm the truth of this claim. Thank you for your kind words, Old Qin, Fu Qin replied, filling his own teacup with tea, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Principal Qin glanced at Fu Qin and, with a hint of meaning in his voice, remarked, I have heard that young Master Fu was cured of his ailment by a miraculous doctor. Initially, I was skeptical, but seeing you now, it appears the rumors hold merit. Might I inquire if you could introduce me to this esteemed physician? Fu Chan maintained a courteous demeanor, stating, by chance, that doctor vanished after curing me, and I have been unable to locate her. I shall refrain from pressing further if young Master Fu is unwilling to share, Principal Qin said, taking a sip of tea. He then looked up and continued, your visit today is not solely for tea, I presume? If there is something on your mind, please speak candidly. Fu Qin chuckled lightly, lighting a cigarette and allowing his long fingers to rhythmically tap the table as he spoke at a leisurely pace. There have been posts circulating about me at Hengchuan University. I wonder if Old Qin has had the chance to see them? Posts about you? Principal Qin inquired, a puzzled expression on his face. He had been preoccupied with family matters lately and had not been closely monitoring the school. There are individuals maligning my fiancée through these posts. And as the principal of Hengchuan University, you must understand the detrimental impact such slander can have on a student. This behavior should be eradicated. Do you not agree? Old Qin? Fu Chen flicked the ash from his cigarette, his deep-set eyes narrowing, the amiable aura that had surrounded him dissipating, replaced by a chilling intensity. Principal Qin furrowed his brow, stating, I am not yet fully informed about the situation at the school. I will investigate upon my return, and if such posts do exist, I assure you they will be dealt with severely. Fu Chen nodded, his demeanor softening. Thank you. The atmosphere improved significantly over the next 10 minutes, with the four individuals quietly sipping tea and occasionally engaging in light conversation. After a brief moment, Fu Chen raised his gaze to Principal Qin, asking, As you approach retirement age, have you considered what you plan to do afterward? Principal Qin smiled, replying, After retirement, I intend to enjoy a life of leisure. As for Hengchuan University, I have already identified a successor. Is it your grandson? Fu Chen inquired nonchalantly. No, Principal Qin replied. Fu Chen squinted slightly, opting for silence. Jiang Shiwei interjected, Are you not passing the mantle to young Master Qin? I have a more suitable candidate, Principal Qin said, sipping his tea with a sigh. However, she has yet to agree. Jiang Shiwei's eyes widened in disbelief. The successor you have chosen does not wish to take on the role? How is that possible? Does she not realize who old Qin is? Or what Hengchuan University represents? How could she refuse? Fu Chen also found this unexpected. Logically, Principal Qin's choice should be commendable. Yet the fact that the individual could decline was perplexing. Principal Qin offered a wry smile. I am still making efforts. He glanced at the time, stating, I have matters to attend to shortly, so I shall not linger. I will contact you once I have clarified the situation regarding the posts. Fu Chen rose from his seat as Elder Qin ambled away. Jiang Shiwei and Xing Yu also stood up. Once Principal Qin had departed, Jiang Shiwei turned to Fu Chen and remarked, Fu Yi, this situation seems rather peculiar. Leaning back gracefully in his chair, Fu Chen sipped his tea in silence. Jiang Shiwei, unable to contain his thoughts, took a seat beside Fu Chen and continued, Young Master Qin is the favored grandson of Elder Qin. Previously, Elder Qin mentioned that he would eventually pass the Qin family to young Master Qin. How is it that the successor has suddenly changed? Do you not find that strange? There's nothing strange about it, Fu Chen replied as he stood, his expression as stoic as ever. Elder Qin has always had his own methods. Let us observe. Fu Chen glanced at the time, noting it was time to fetch the young lady from school. Jiang Shiwei did not press further and followed Fu Chen out. Chapter 48. Grandmother says we are incompatible after school. Bai Ling had just settled into Fu Chen's car when she received a call from Chen Huifang. Xiaoling, please come to the hospital after school. I need to talk to you. Chen Huifang's voice was somewhat off. Bai Ling narrowed her eyes, her tone turning a shade colder. All right. Fu Chen, seated beside her, overheard the conversation. He took Bai Ling's hand, his voice gravelly. The Ji family has sent someone to visit grandmother. Bai Ling turned to gaze at Fu Chen for a long moment, and suddenly, a faint, icy smile graced her lips. That's quite good. In the front seat, Jiang Shiwei instinctively shrank back, sensing that the girl was becoming agitated. It was better to remain silent and preserve one's safety. 20 minutes later, the car came to a halt at the hospital entrance. Bai Ling and the others headed straight to the ward. Upon seeing Fu Chen accompanied by Ling, Chen Huifang paused momentarily before speaking. Mr. Fu, could you step outside for a moment? I wish to speak to Xiaoling alone. Fu Chen said nothing in response, simply nodding, and then led Jiang Shiwei and Xing Yu outside. Bai Ling took a seat and peeled an orange for Chen Huifang, remaining silent. Chen Huifang, having eaten a piece of the orange, found it difficult to initiate the conversation. After a brief moment, she set down the fruit, grasped Bai Ling's hand, and suggested, Let GXIN accompany you to stay at Mr. Fu's house. You are sisters, and it would be good for you to look after one another. Bai Ling raised her gaze, a glimmer passing through her clear eyes, and the corners of her lips gradually curved into a smile. All right. Chen Huifang was taken aback by her swift agreement. Aren't you going to ask why? Why? Bai Ling casually pinched an orange and popped it into her mouth, mischievously inquiring. Chen Huifang was momentarily at a loss for words. Observing her awkward expression, Bai Ling chuckled as she patted her shoulder. Focus on recuperating. You needn't worry about anything else. I know what to do. Sighing, Chen Huifang replied, I only want what's best for you, Xiaoling. No matter what happens, I hope you find happiness. In truth, I quite like Mr. Fu. I believe he comes from a good family and possesses decent looks, but he may not be the right fit for you. Bai Ling took Chen Huifang's hand, its surface marked by wrinkles, the skin having lost its firmness. Gently caressing her hand, she smiled sincerely. As long as you are alive, I will be happy. Deep down, she understood that even if there were no poison, her grandmother would eventually leave her. Aging was inevitable, and no medicine could grant immortality. She lacked that power. Chen Huifang patted Bai Ling's hand, wanting to say something but ultimately refraining from speaking. After spending half an hour in the ward, Bai Ling decided to leave. Fu Chen and the others were still waiting outside. Bai Ling glanced at them. Let us go. The weather had turned cooler, and Bai Ling was only wearing a thin sweatshirt, feeling somewhat chilly as her body instinctively tensed. Suddenly, she felt an added warmth enveloping her. Looking up, she saw Fu Chan draping his suit jacket over her shoulders and naturally pulling her into his embrace. It's getting cold. You should wear more layers. Bai Ling momentarily lost her focus. Fu Chen said nothing further, holding her close as they walked forward. Bai Ling remained silent as she walked on. Jiang Shuriwei and Xing Yu noticed her displeasure and wisely chose to seal their lips. Upon exiting the hospital, the two of them hailed a taxi. Feeling that the atmosphere was too stifling to endure, they feared suffocation. Once in the car, Bai Ling occupied the front passenger seat, leaning against the window, gazing outside without uttering a word. Fu Chen cast a sidelong glance at Bai Ling, his lips pressed together. What did your grandmother say to you? He asked, his voice husky, laced with a unique masculine charm. Bai Ling turned her head, her eyes dimming, a faint smile gracing her lips as she responded. We are not suited for each other. Fu Chen abruptly slammed on the brakes, his long fingers gripping the steering wheel tightly as he stared at Bai Ling. Taking a long while to reply, I believe we are quite compatible. He was unaware that his body trembled at her words. Bai Ling chuckled lightly, treating it as a jest. Fu Chen stared, a hint of melancholy in his gaze. That joke isn't amusing. Do not make such jokes in the future. Bai Ling shrugged. Grandma has invited GXIN to stay at Mingyuan. Did you refuse? Fu Chen leaned against the car window, his posture relaxed. I accepted. Bai Ling replied nonchalantly. Instantly, Fu Chen's expression darkened. Bai Ling rested her head in her hand, appearing languid and bored, as if merely passing the time. Fu Chen's demeanor lightened considerably, and he restarted the car. Then let her stay in the maid's quarters downstairs. As you wish. The following day, Saturday, was for supplementary classes. As Bai Ling arrived at the school gate, the security guard called out to her, Bai Ling, your package. Bai Ling paused. You know me? The guard chuckled. You've become quite famous at Hengchuan University. How could I not recognize you? Having worked at Hengchuan University for over 30 years, it felt like home to him. And there was scarcely anything he did not know about it. He admired Bai Ling for her audacity in confronting the school bully, Duan Jinghang. Shortly after her arrival, she was indeed an impressive figure. Bai Ling raised an eyebrow, contemplating whether she should be more discreet. After collecting her package, she returned to the classroom. Upon entering, a swarm of students surrounded her. A boy with a crew cut stepped forward, grinning earnestly. Bai Ling, this is a collection from our class. We heard you made a bet with Jixin Hui from class 1. We don't want you to lose. Take this money to buy tickets and just say you purchased them yourself. Bai Ling glanced at her classmates in surprise. Aside from Miao Yiha and Rui at the back, the others seemed genuinely concerned for her. Thank you, but it's unnecessary, she replied. She placed the package on Xia Kerson's desk and began to unwrap it. Xia Kerson considered persuading Bai Ling to accept the money, but seeing her nonchalant demeanor, she refrained from doing so. As Bai Ling opened the package, her eyes widened in shock, her lips trembling. This is... Liao Ren leaned closer, asking, Xia Kerson, why do you look so startled? The words caught in Liao Ran's throat, leaving him momentarily speechless. The two individuals remained in a state of stupor for quite some time, until Liao Ran finally regained his senses and exclaimed, Sister Bai, how magnificent. Bai Ling felt a jolt in her mind, massaging her temples, thinking, this fool. Liao Ran eagerly lifted the items from the delivery box, shouting in excitement, hurry. Everyone line up. Here are the tickets, one for each person, for the Yun Qi concert. Am I seeing this correctly? These are indeed tickets for the Yun Qi concert? My goodness. Sister Bai is incredible. 50 tickets acquired in a single night? It must have taken at least a couple of days for them to arrive by mail. How did she manage it? All I can say is, Sister Bai is remarkable. I'm in awe. And I am also in awe. Who would dare to challenge my sister by now? In less than 5 minutes, the tickets had been distributed. Miao Yihi and Rui did not take any, and Liao Ran withheld them as well. With Bai Ling's consent, the 2 extra tickets were kept, one intended for Duan Jinghang, as he was aligned with Sister Bai and deserved to share in the blessings. The other ticket would be reserved for someone in need. Chapter 49. Defaulting on debts? The first lesson was Yuan Chong's mathematics class. Whenever it was Yuan Chong's class, the students of class 18 behaved quite well. Yuan Chong distributed the papers from the previous test, and when he reached Bai Ling, he rubbed his temples in mild exasperation. Bai Ling, he called out. She approached and received her paper. Yuan Chong gently patted her shoulder, saying earnestly, "Mathematics isn't that difficult. With a bit of effort, you can excel. Perhaps I could offer you some extra tutoring?" He was unaware of Bai Ling's entrance exam scores, as Principal Qin had only mentioned that she had passed. However, recent reports from various subject teachers indicated that Bai Ling had scored 0 on every subject's quizzes. Initially, Yuan Chong found it hard to believe. But upon seeing her math paper, he realized she hadn't attempted a single question. He consulted the academic representatives from each subject, who informed him that Bai Ling simply didn't understand. This left him at a loss. How could she struggle in every single subject? "Thank you, teacher." "But that's not necessary," Bai Ling replied, looking up and smiling at Yuan Chong. Her smile was disarmingly innocent, and Yuan Chong found himself momentarily taken aback. It had been over a month since Bai Ling had transferred, and he had hardly seen her smile until now. Suddenly, he felt a slight unease. Had she perhaps done something wrong? Once Bai Ling returned to her seat, Yuan Chong regained his composure and began explaining the problems. He was thorough in his teaching, and many students were able to comprehend the material, coupled with his good-natured temperament and patience. Class 18 excelled in mathematics more than any other subject. Xia Kersen noticed Bai Ling stuffing her math paper into her desk and turned around, speaking earnestly. "Bai Ling, you must study hard, or others will look down on you." Bai Ling found this amusing and playfully flicked Xia Kersen's forehead, replying, "Right, you should study diligently too." Xia Kersen, pouting in annoyance, retorted, "I meant you." "All right, I'll study hard and strive for improvement," Bai Ling said lazily before opening an ancient medical text to read. Xia Kersen was left frustrated, her cheeks aching from pouting, yet she found herself powerless against Bai Ling's nonchalance. As the first class concluded, Liao Ran stood up, tapping on his desk a few times. "Classmates, please stop. I have something to say." His authority within the class was substantial, and as soon as he spoke, silence fell over the room. Our Bai Jie Liao Ran spread his hands, pointing at Bai Ling. "Is quite generous, wouldn't you agree?" "Absolutely." The class responded in unison, their voices resonating. "She made a bet with someone, and she has treated us all to tickets. Doesn't that mean she won the bet?" Liao Ran, with one foot resting on the table, spoke nonchalantly. "Yes." Liao Ran nodded with satisfaction. "If that is the case, shouldn't we find the one who lost the bet to fulfill their end of the bargain?" "Of course we should. Let us go now." Liao Ran leaped off his chair and approached Bai Ling. "Bai Jie, are you coming?" Bai Ling lifted her head from her medical book, a mischievous smile crossing her face. Yes. Though Bai Ling was not one to revel in spectacle, if Jixin Hui dared to wager against her, there would be consequences. The group from Class 18 arrived at the doorway of Class 1. Liao Ran pushed open the door to Class 1 and called out, "Jixin Hui, come out." Jixin Hui slammed her hand on the desk and stood up. "Liao Ran, are you out of your mind? What are you doing bringing your Class 18 into our classroom?" Liao Ran let out a cold laugh. "Have you forgotten about the bet you made with me and Bai Jie? Look here." He held up the ticket in his hand. "Bai Jie has already purchased the ticket. You lost. Hurry up and run 100 laps on the playground." Jixin Hui's face flushed with anger as she approached the classroom door, standing defiantly in front of Liao Ran with her hands on her hips, her expression dripping with sarcasm. "Bai Ling, I used to think you were merely an uncouth wild girl, but now I realize you're nothing but a liar. Tell me, did you buy these tickets with your own money?" "Jixin Hui, are you trying to wriggle out of this?" Liao Ran's expression shifted, his gaze icy as he regarded Jixin Hui. "Wriggle out? Not at all." Jixin Hui snatched the ticket from Liao Ran's hand. "Your Class 18 pooled money yesterday to give to Bai Ling so she could buy the tickets, all to ensure she won the bet. How brazen of you. One person lies, and the whole class joins in, expecting me to uphold this bet? Dream on." The students of Class 18 were incensed. "What nonsense are you spouting? These tickets were bought by Bai Jie herself. If you're too cowardly to accept the punishment, just admit it instead of concocting such ridiculous excuses. How disgusting. Pfft. You claim your class is noble, but I see nothing but disgrace." Jixin Hui shot them a cold look. "Do you dare say you didn't contribute to Bai Ling's ticket fund?" "We did contribute, but we only gave Bai Jie the money this morning. She refused it. By then, she had already purchased the tickets. You say you didn't give anything, so does that mean you didn't?" Jixin Hui glared at the students of Class 18. You think I'll believe such childish lies? Liao Ran's face turned a shade of green with frustration. He had hoped this would be a moment of vindication for Bai Jie, but instead, it had resulted in her being misunderstood. Truly infuriating. The students of Class 18 were left speechless, merely glaring at Ji Xinhui with fury in their eyes. Bai Ling crossed her arms, mockingly observing Ji Xinhui. Denying it is of no consequence. I will make you acknowledge it. With that, she pulled out her phone and dialed a number. Send me 50 more tickets to Hengchuan High School. Ji Xinhui regarded Bai Ling with incredulity. I have never encountered someone so full of hot air. Bai Ling, you lost. So accept it gracefully. If those tickets don't arrive, you'll be utterly humiliated. Bai Ling shot her a glance and turned to Lao Ran. What is the next class? Self-study. Lao Ran anticipated Bai Ling's next question and continued. Class 1 also has self-study. Bai Ling nodded. Then let us wait. 15 minutes. As soon as Bai Ling spoke, the students of Class 18 fell silent and all gathered at the door of Class 1. 15 minutes passed swiftly. Bai Ling's phone rang and she answered, instructing the security guard to assist with the delivery. After hanging up, she turned to Liao Ran. Do you have any money? Liao Ran nodded. Yes. Soon. The security guard entered carrying an item, this time in a bag rather than a box. He handed the items to Bai Ling, and Liao Ran, understanding the situation, discreetly produced several red bills for the doorman. The doorman expressed his gratitude and hurried away. With his years of experience, he recognized that the students were likely to stir up trouble again. Bai Ling retrieved a ticket from the bag, giving the remainder to Liao Ran to distribute among the students of Class 18. She then turned to Ji Xinhui, asking if she wished to verify its authenticity. The moment Ji Xinhui received the ticket from Bai Ling, she was taken aback. How could you? This is impossible. Bai Ling let out a cold laugh. So, will you honor the wager? With that, her gaze turned icy. If you choose not to fulfill it, we can negotiate a different bet. You would do well to consider your options carefully. Chapter 50. Inversion of Truth. Ji Xinhui recalled the incident where Duan Jing'ang had his leg crippled by Bai Ling. And in an instant, her legs turned to jelly, causing her to collapse onto the ground. In a frantic state, she shook her head, insisting, No, I have not lost. The concert tickets are not genuine. You must have employed some trickery. Bai Ling is merely a wild girl, without wealth or influence. She could not possibly acquire tickets to the Yunqi concert. Fu Shao would never give her hundreds of thousands for such a purpose. This must be a fabrication. Absolutely a fabrication. Bai Ling stepped forward, looking down at Ji Xinhui with an air of superiority. If she did not wish to fulfill the wager, she would adopt a different approach. With a sidelong glance, Bai Ling's expression remained devoid of emotion, her exquisite beauty unyielding. Such a foul mouth deserves to be sewn shut. Liao Ran, do you dare? What is there to fear? Liao Ran, emboldened by his association with Bai Ling, declared, I shall procure needle and thread at once to silence her. Anyone who dared to defy Sister Bai would not escape unscathed. Startled, Ji Xinhui scrambled to her feet and dashed toward Class 1, pleading, No, you cannot do this. I am a young lady of the Ji family. How dare you? Cousin, save me. Her words tumbled forth in disarray as she fled towards GXIN. Initially a mere observer, GXIN felt compelled to intervene upon hearing Ji Xinhui's cries. She internally chastised her cousin for her incompetence. With a smile, she approached Bai Ling, saying, Sister, we are all family. Please forgive Xinhui. She was merely jesting with your classmates. I do not believe she was jesting, Bai Ling replied, her face impassive. I was just joking, truly. Ji Xinhui peered from behind GXIN, her voice trembling. GXIN smiled brightly, radiating warmth like the sun. Xinhui has a childish temperament. She speaks harshly but means no harm. Sister, let us not dwell on this. Many boys were enchanted by her radiant smile, and soon, a few stepped forward to defend her. Bai Ling, while you may enjoy fighting, it is unwise to target the vulnerable. Although our class is a key one and perhaps not as strong as yours, we are not to be trifled with. Should you harm Ji Xinhui today, we will report you to the teachers, and your place at Hengchuan High School will be jeopardized. Class 18, upon hearing this, was incensed. You speak nonsense. Ji Xinhui was the one who first insulted Xia Kersen and Zhang Xinxin, inciting discord between Sister Bai and them, and insisted on wagering with her. Now that she is lost, she refuses to acknowledge it and instead blames Sister Bai? You all from Class 1, how audacious. You speak both ill and well. But who gave you the right to belittle us from Class 18? Huh? This group, always clutching their books, yet they have not rendered themselves fools. They are adept at distorting the truth, each one more skilled than the last. The students of Class 18 stood united. Furthermore, Bai Ling had generously gifted each member of Class 18 2 tickets to the concert, making her their de facto leader. Naturally, they would not stand idly by while their leader was wronged. GXIN observed the escalating tensions between the two classes, clenching her hands tightly, her sharp nails digging into her flesh as hatred simmered in her eyes. During her 3 years at Hengchuan High School, she reigned supreme as the campus belle, with her classmates revolving around her. However, ever since the arrival of Bai Ling, not only has she lost her title, but a multitude of students have also been captivated by Bai Ling. Although a few students from Class 1 still support her, they are merely a handful. In stark contrast, Bai Ling has the entire class rallying behind her, with only Miao Yihe and Enrui standing by her side. She cannot comprehend what makes Bai Ling so remarkable. Fu Shao, enamored by her, not only facilitated her admission to Hengchuan High School, but also generously provided her with substantial financial support. Mrs. Fu has also taken a liking to her, unwavering in her belief that this would be her daughter-in-law, regardless of Bai Ling's shortcomings. Presently, even the students of Class 18 have warmed up to her. GXIN is on the verge of madness. Everything she possesses is gradually slipping away because of Bai Ling. She cannot allow this to transpire. Gritting her teeth, GXIN approached Bai Ling, grasped her hand, and with a faint smile said, "Sister, we are both members of the G family. Such public disputes will surely displease our family. You have just become engaged to Fu Shao. He would not be pleased with this either. Xin Hui is at fault. Shall I ask her to apologize to you?" Bai Ling coldly shook off GXIN's hand. "What does Fu Shao think? Do you know?" Bai Ling mocked with a smile. "Indeed, he was originally your fiancé, whom I have taken away." "Sister, that is not what I meant. I never said such things." GXIN seethed internally, though her face remained serene. "Not important." Bai Ling turned, locking eyes with GXIN. With her hands in her pockets, she exuded a queenly demeanor. "I am not oblivious to the G family's true nature. Accusing me of stealing your fiancé is trivial. At least you have not accused me of murder, so I should be grateful for your restraint." GXIN's eyes narrowed, suddenly filled with tears, evoking a pitiful appearance. "You misunderstand us deeply." "Misunderstanding?" Bai Ling scoffed. "Is it a misunderstanding when your entire family came to the hospital to beseech my grandmother to allow me to send you into the Fu family? Or is it a misunderstanding that you genuinely have feelings for Fu Shao, and I cunningly snatched him away?" GXIN gritted her teeth, feeling the sting of being exposed. Bai Ling continued to gaze at her, her eyes devoid of warmth. "Let me remind you, it was your mother who came to the countryside to plead with me to marry Fu Shao, while she abandoned me after giving birth. To prevent you from marrying the dying Fu Shao, she sought to have me take your place. How quickly you forget." GXIN lifted her gaze, staring fiercely at Bai Ling. Why was she saying all this in front of so many people? Was she attempting to play the victim? GXIN: "I am typically quite laid back and have never enjoyed competing for anything. The reason I am willing to engage in this lengthy conversation with you today is to convey a message to the G family. I, Bai Ling, have no connection to your family since birth. If anyone dares to approach my grandmother at the hospital again, I assure you, the G family will face bankruptcy overnight." Bai Ling's eyes narrowed. "Do not take my words lightly. I do not jest with strangers. As for this matter, my grandmother has spoken. And if you wish to reside in the Fu family, then by all means, do so." GXIN's gaze lifted, revealing a glimmer of surprise in her eyes. Grandmother's advice proved to be effective. If she sought out Bai Ling's grandmother, she would undoubtedly secure a place in the Fu family. How wonderful! She would once again have the opportunity to see young Master Fu. This time, she was determined to seize the moment. The surrounding classmates listened, their expressions filled with astonishment. They were only aware of the posts on the school forum claiming that Bai Ling had taken GXIN's fiancé. Yet they had no inkling of the astonishing events that unfolded in this rivalry for love. A mother abandoned her eldest daughter, only to later reclaim her in order to facilitate the marriage of her younger daughter. This was utterly shocking. Liao Ran and Xia Kersen were already privy to all of this and chose to remain silent. However, they found it peculiar. Bai Ling was not known for her verbosity. She had always been aloof and cool. What had transpired today? "Sister, I knew you still cared for us. If that is the case, I implore you to give me some grace and let Xin Hui be," GXIN said with a smile. Chapter 51. Your reputation is worthless. Bai Ling raised her eyebrows slightly and took a bold step forward, pulling Ji Xinhui out from behind GXIN. With one hand gripping Ji Xinhui's collar, she turned to GXIN and declared, "Your reputation holds no value." GXIN's expression turned frosty. Yet upon noticing the altered gazes of her classmates, she refrained from responding. Ignoring GXIN, Bai Ling focused on Ji Xinhui, stating, "No one dares to evade their debts with me. If you do, you shall face the consequences. This is my rule. What do you intend to do?" Ji Xinhui struggled to escape. However, Bai Ling's strength was formidable, making it impossible for her to break free. With a flick of her fingers, she grasped Ji Xinhui's arm. And a crack echoed as Ji Xinhui let out a piercing scream. Bai Ling released Ji Xinhui onto the ground, coldly observing her as she remarked, "You should be grateful that your family possesses Ji Mohan. Otherwise, your hand would be irreparably damaged." With that, Bai Ling turned on her heel and departed. She had merely fractured Ji Xinhui's hand, not rendered it useless. Had it not been for Ji Mohan, Ji Xinhui would have lost her hand entirely. The students of Class 18 did not linger, following Bai Ling as they exited. On their way back, the students were elated, due to their academic performance. Class 18 had always been looked down upon by other classes, particularly when Class 17 had Zhang Jinghang, making fights futile. Today, they finally had a chance to stand tall. In the principal's office, Principal Qin hurriedly summoned the head of the Academic Affairs Office upon arriving at school to investigate the matters surrounding the campus forum. The Academic Affairs Director was well-versed in school affairs. After glancing at the campus website, he quickly understood. These are merely rumors spread by students. I had already noticed them. But since it concerns the Ji family, I did not intervene, he reported truthfully. The Ji family? Principal Qin furrowed his brow. Show me the posts. The director handed his phone to Principal Qin. Upon viewing the content, the principal's expression changed dramatically. He was aware that young Master Fu was to be wed to the Ji family, but he was not privy to the specifics. Hearing the director mention the Ji family piqued his interest, and upon inspection, he realized the gravity of the situation. How could Bai Ling be involved? Principal Qin asked. His demeanor serious. Are you not aware? The Academic Affairs Director continued. There were rumors that young Master Fu from the capital was to marry into the Ji family. Originally, GXIN was meant to be engaged to him, but for reasons unknown, it was Bai Ling who became engaged to young Master Fu. The director glanced at Principal Qin, adding, subsequently, there were claims that Bai Ling had stolen GXIN's fiancée. The versions of the story are quite varied. I did not investigate further. Principal Qin was both amused and angered by the director's comments. Bai Ling stole GXIN's fiancé? What a farce. Someone like her would never stoop to seize what does not belong to her. He sighed, immediately delete this post, issue a warning to the individual responsible for it, and announce that anyone who dares to spread false claims in the future will face expulsion. The Academic Affairs Director paused, bewildered. You have never concerned yourself with these matters before. What has changed? Go quickly, Principal Qin said, rubbing his temples. If the situation wasn't addressed soon, Hengchuan High School would face disintegration. The Academic Affairs Director trembled and hurriedly exited to take care of matters. Once he left, Principal Qin opened his phone and perused the post. In that moment, he comprehended why young Master Fu had sought him out personally. He also understood why young Master Fu's health had suddenly improved following his engagement. It dawned on him. A person of such exceptional caliber as Miss Bai could only be paired with someone like young Master Fu. During the third period that morning, it was Yuan Chang's turn to teach. As class concluded, he closed his book and gravely announced, I have an important announcement. There will be no break this weekend, and we will have a small exam on Sunday and Monday. A chorus of dismay erupted in the classroom. Alas, the end of my world has arrived. A small exam every 2 weeks, and a major exam each month. I'm going mad. Fortunately, it wasn't the following weekend when the exam was scheduled. Otherwise, he would have truly lost his mind, especially since Yun Qi's concert was next week. Observing his students' despair, Yuan Chong comforted them earnestly, do not be overly anxious. There remains ample time before the standardized exams. If we all put in the effort during this period, success is within reach. The small tests will ultimately benefit you. A despondent student in the back slumped over his desk, lamenting, does it seem like we are capable of attending university? When great responsibility is bestowed upon a person, their heart and mind must endure great trials. I have already suffered enough. Yuan Chong regarded these children with a smile, while other teachers shunned struggling students. He found joy in their company. Those who grappled with their studies often possessed a deeper appreciation for teaching and gratitude than their more accomplished peers. He had nurtured countless individuals through Hengchuan High School. Some emerged as talents, while others as underachievers. Yet, it was often those underachievers who remembered him fondly and returned occasionally to visit. He believed that with the right guidance, these children would flourish. After Yuan Chong departed, The voice of the academic affairs director resonated through the intercom. Attention, concerning recent false statements made on the campus forum, our school has decided to publicly reprimand the poster. Ji Xinhui, with a warning. We hope all students will remember that any further malicious slander will result in expulsion. Class 18 erupted in excitement. Each student slammed their books onto their desks, brimming with enthusiasm. Liao Ran leaned over to Bai Ling's desk, grinning. Sister Bai, the heavens are watching. The school has never cared about forum matters before, yet they issued a public reprimand for you. How fortunate you are. Bai Ling shot him a disdainful glance, finding him bothersome, and ignored him with her headphones on. Summer Curson, indignant, retorted, What do you mean Bai Ling is lucky? It was clearly Ji Xinhui who acted wrongly and wronged Bai Ling. How can she do such a thing? That's what we call a princess complex. Liao Ran teased. You wouldn't understand. You haven't been in a wealthy family. Are all rich people like that? Summer Curson questioned, perplexed. Aren't we students? Shouldn't we prioritize our studies? Liao Ran scoffed twice. Sister, you are far too young. In due time, you shall come to understand that students with family wealth to inherit need not study diligently. They can simply procure a diploma and rely on their family's legacy. Yet, one day, that legacy will inevitably be exhausted. He shrugged, but that's no concern of mine. I, too, am destined to rely on my family's fortune. Alas, what can I do? My intellect is lacking, and I struggle with my studies. At that moment, Miaoiha, seated at the back, approached Liao Ran. She glanced at Xia Curson before returning her gaze to Liao Ran with a smile. Liao Ran, let us have lunch together after school. It's been a while since we've dined together. Liao Ran waved his hand dismissively. No. I want to eat with my sister Bai. Miaoiha's expression turned icy, though she maintained her smile. We used to always have lunch alone together. I said, Are you bothersome? I don't want to have lunch with you. Liao Ran, noticing that Bai Ling was ignoring him, shouted irritably at Miaoiha before returning to his seat. Watching his retreating figure, a cold glint flickered in Miaoiha's eyes. Chapter 52. This is my fiancé's exclusive seat in the afternoon after school. Fu Chen's car was already parked in front of Hengchuan High School. Xian was aware that Fu Chen came to pick up Bai Ling every day after classes, so she, who usually left last, unexpectedly rushed out of the classroom first today. At the school gate, Fu Chen's car was indeed there. A thrill of joy surged within her as her fair fingers tightly clutched her school bag. Nervously, she approached the vehicle. Fu Shao. My sister asked me to return to Mingyuan with you. She said she couldn't manage alone. Miss Ji, you truly are relentless, Jiang Sherwei remarked, opening the passenger window and mocking her. Xian's expression changed, her lips pressed together in a pout, feeling quite aggrieved. Fu Chen cast a glance at her, then noticed Bai Ling slowly emerging from the school. He opened the car door and directly walked towards Bai Ling, leaving Xian behind. Fu Chen took Bai Ling's handbag and intertwined his fingers with hers, a picture of harmony. Watching this scene, resentment exploded within Xian. As Fu Chen and Bai Ling settled into the car, Xian struggled to contain her emotions. Just as she was about to approach, she heard Fu Chen's cold voice. Miss Ji, there isn't enough space in the car. You should take your own vehicle. But there's an empty seat. Xian's eyes brimmed with tears as she pointed to an unoccupied spot, her tone soft and feeble. That seat is reserved for me and your sister. It wouldn't be appropriate for you to sit there, Fu Chan said with a frosty demeanor. We just got engaged and need to cultivate our relationship. Xian lowered her gaze, fighting back tears that threatened to fall. After a moment, she lifted her head and offered Fu Chen a sweet smile. It was my oversight. You and my sister should head back first. Fu Chen acknowledged her with a slight nod, and Xingyu started the car. As she watched Fu Chen's vehicle gradually disappear from view, Xian, filled with rage, threw her school bag to the ground, fuming with indignation. She had clearly seen Jiang Sherwei seated in that very car. Their sweet words were merely a guise to keep her out. The driver from the Ji family approached, and she composed herself, picking up her bag and tossing it into the car, her eyes glinting with determination. No rush. As long as I can move into Mingyuan, I will eventually win over Fu Shao. Let us go, Xian coolly instructed the driver as she fastened her seatbelt. Fu Chen and the others did not head directly back to Mingyuan. Instead, they went to a restaurant in the city center for a meal. Their dining experience was simple, and what should have taken merely 10 minutes stretched into 2 hours before they finally returned to their vehicle. By the time they arrived at Mingyuan, it was nearly 10 o'clock. Xian sat on the steps at the entrance of Mingyuan, tears of frustration streaming down her cheeks. When Fu Chen's car pulled in, he seemed to finally notice her. Miss Ji, what are you doing here? Didn't I ask you to return first? GXIN could no longer hold back her tears. They flowed like a burst dam. The security wouldn't let me in, and I don't have Fu Shao's number. I called my sister, but she didn't answer. It was then that Fu Chen realized the situation, looking apologetically at GXIN. I'm sorry, I forgot to inform the security. He then turned to Bai Ling, reproaching her. Miss G called you. Why didn't you answer? Bai Ling rested her chin on her hand, offering a half smile as she replied. I accidentally muted my phone during class. Fu Chen's expression darkened, his tone growing stern. Be more attentive next time. She is your sister, after all. Making her wait so long reflects poorly on me as her guardian. Bai Ling's smile deepened. It was unexpected that Fu Chen was quite adept at acting. Upon witnessing Fu Chen's demeanor towards Bai Ling, GXIN felt her spirits lift considerably. She wiped away her tears and softly said, Fu Shao, please don't blame my sister. It was not intentional. I know it was unintentional. You are her sister. How could she deliberately ignore your call? Wouldn't you agree, Miss G? Fu Chen said, gently pulling Bai Ling closer with a faint smile. GXIN hesitated for a moment, of course. Then let us proceed inside. Miss G, please join us, he declared, starting the car without allowing GXIN a moment to respond. Fu Shao, GXIN fumed, stamping her foot in frustration. To ensure Fu Shao understood her grievance, she had intentionally sent the driver away. How could she manage to carry the 5 or 6 suitcases by herself? Glancing at the security guard at the entrance, she smiled and asked, could you please assist me with my luggage? It's just too much for me to handle. The guard regarded her coldly, responding, I'm sorry, but we cannot leave our posts. GXIN felt both exasperated and helpless, ultimately having to lug each suitcase inside by herself. By the time she had transported all her bags to Mingyuan, Bai Ling had already prepared Fu Chen's medicinal bath and administered acupuncture. Bai Ling had previously instructed Xing Yu on the herbal concoction, so there was no need for her to oversee the brewing process. The most critical aspect of detoxification was the daily acupuncture sessions for Fu Chen, though the effectiveness was enhanced post-bath. After the first session, Fu Chen grew accustomed to it, and Bai Ling found it considerably easier. In just half an hour, everything was accomplished, while GXIN was still struggling. Due to the impending exam, Bai Ling decided to retire early for the night, not bothering to inquire about GXIN's situation. The following morning, as Bai Ling rose, both Fu Chen and GXIN were already awake. GXIN had risen around 6 and prepared breakfast. Seeing Bai Ling and Fu Chen coming downstairs, she hurriedly approached them. Fu Shao, sister, I made breakfast. Please come and eat. Fu Chen glanced at the food on the table and replied coolly, I apologize, but I have a personal chef. Miss G, you may prepare meals solely for yourself from now on. My chef only caters to 2 servings. GXIN was taken aback, biting her lip as tears brimmed in her eyes. But I've already made it. If you can't finish, save it for dinner, Fu Chen said, dismissing her. At that moment, the doorbell rang and Fu Chen's personal chef entered with freshly prepared dishes. The meal was quite simple, just bread, milk, and a few side dishes. Fu Chen disdained extravagance, and Bai Ling ate sparingly. Their breakfast had always been straightforward and unpretentious. They consumed their meal with remarkable swiftness, finishing within merely 10 minutes. Fu Chen seized Bai Ling's backpack and strode outside. As he walked, he glanced at GXIN, asking, Miss G, are you not coming along? His cold, piercing gaze fixed upon her, causing her to shudder involuntarily. I haven't had breakfast yet. GXIN murmured, her head bowed in embarrassment. Fu Chen's expression darkened. What were you doing while we were eating? Mingyuan is quite distant from Hengchuan University, and there is a quiz today. Do you wish for your sister to be late? No, that is not what I meant. GXIN panicked instantly. So, will you come or not? Fu Chen's countenance was ominous. I will go now, GXIN replied hastily, not daring to ponder further, and hurriedly grabbed her backpack to follow them outside. Fu Chen and Bai Ling directly entered the vehicle. Just as GXIN was about to join them, Fu Chen's frigid voice rang out. Are you certain you wish to board? Aye. GXIN felt her heart teetering on the brink of collapse, yet she understood that tears were not an option. She withdrew her foot, forcing a smile. I have overstepped my bounds. Fu Shao's car is only for his fiancée. It was not until Fu Chen's vehicle disappeared from sight that GXIN could no longer contain her tears. One hand clenched into a fist, her eyes ablaze with indignation. She was unwilling. Chapter 53. The minor examination the following day, Wednesday, marked the day of the minor examination. Although it was a minor test, it adhered strictly to the formal examination protocol. Each class was overseen by 2 invigilators. The students of Class 18 appeared utterly dispirited, as this examination served merely to subject them once again to the rigors of academic scrutiny. The results would inevitably lead to a parent-teacher meeting, followed by further torment at home. Consequently, examinations were the bane of Class 18's existence. The morning commenced with a mathematics test. As the invigilators distributed the papers, Xia Kersen hastily began to answer the questions. Bai Ling, however, was unusually alert today, casually doodling on her answer sheet with her pen. Alternating between her left and right hands, her handwriting danced across the page. She diligently completed both the fill-in-the-blank and essay questions. Remarkably, within less than 20 minutes, Bai Ling submitted her paper, leaving her classmates in a state of bewilderment. A few students at the back exchanged glances and whispered, "What is going on? There are so many questions I can't solve, yet Bai Jie is finished? Her paper is completely filled out. She must have completed it. But isn't she supposed to be struggling with her studies? How does she know all this?" Amidst the curious gazes of her peers, Bai Ling exited the classroom. Not wishing to disturb her classmates during the examination, she made her way directly to the playground. Taking out her phone, she launched a recently popular game. As soon as she logged in, a player with the username the handsomest in the world sent her a request to team up. Bai Ling accepted. The room initially held only one player, and as soon as she entered, the game commenced. The game was titled City of Glory. 5 players formed a team, allowing for either a complete squad of 5 or a duo, with the system matching the remaining 3. Bai Ling and the handsomest in the world selected their respective heroes. And once the other 3 teammates made their choices, the game began. The voice chat was activated, and she recognized the voice of Lu Jingyu. "Aren't you supposed to be in school? How do you have time to play games?" "Exams," Bai Ling replied coolly. At that moment, the 5 players converged in a hidden realm, encountering the opposing team of 5. Bai Ling, with remarkable speed, executed her skills, securing the first kill in under 5 seconds. Lu Jingyu sighed, acknowledging the prowess of a true expert. Even during examinations, she dared to indulge in gaming. He was well aware of Bai Ling's disdain for tedious rules. Forcing her to sit still and take an exam would be akin to sentencing her to a fate worse than death. Nevertheless, her audacity at Hengchuan High School was unparalleled. Bai Ling paid him no heed. As a formidable boss appeared in the game, she pressed her skills, launching into action and seamlessly switching between techniques. Both allies and foes joined the fray against the boss. In City of Glory, true mastery was not defined by the number of kills one achieved, but rather by the ability to conquer the boss. Bosses were notoriously challenging, with a strict time limit. If not defeated within 3 minutes, they would vanish. However, successful elimination would yield exceptional loot. Professional teams dedicated their time daily to slay bosses. This time, Bai Ling and her companions encountered a formidable boss. After 2 minutes of struggle, they still could not bring it down, and Bai Ling began to grow impatient. With a swift flick of her fingers, she switched her character's weapon. At that moment, both her teammates and the enemies halted, and the screen exploded with messages. The blood-weeping sword. I was merely matchmaking. How did I end up with the blood-weeping sword? I'm going insane. It said that the blood-weeping sword was randomly assigned to the boss by the founder of the City of Glory, and to date, no more than 10 have been dropped. The effort team possesses only 5. What a deity. No wonder we were instantly defeated upon meeting. Ignoring the flurry of messages on the screen, Bai Ling swiftly manipulated her phone, and her character swung the sword, vanquishing the boss. Upon the boss's demise, it dropped equipment. Bai Ling picked it up, momentarily stunned. Then, with a low growl, she exclaimed, "Damn. The glazed fan." She had casually defeated a boss and miraculously obtained the glazed fan. At that moment, the screen erupted once more. "What? Can someone tell me if I'm seeing things?" "No, you're not hallucinating. That's the glazed fan. The only one in the entire server. What incredible luck is this?" Half a year prior, the game had announced a new piece of equipment, the glazed fan, with only 3 in circulation. Yet, after such a lengthy period, no one had managed to acquire the glazed fan, not even the FR professional team. It had been obtained so effortlessly by someone else. Lu Jingyu, observing the screen's content, chuckled mischievously, "Sister Bai, you've struck gold again. Get lost." Bai Ling stored the equipment in her backpack and glanced at the time. The math exam was likely concluding. She stood up, casually declared, "I'm out." Then exited the game, tucking her phone into her pocket as she headed straight to the cafeteria. Liao Ran and the others searched for Bai Ling for quite some time, but found her as soon as they arrived at the cafeteria. Liao Ran hurried over to sit beside her. "Sister Bai, did you finish the math problems?" Bai Ling nodded, "All correct?" Liao Ran inquired. Bai Ling took a bite of rice and mumbled indistinctly, "I think I only got one right." What? Liao Ran thought he had misheard. Bai Ling swallowed her food and looked at Liao Ran with a half-smile. 20 points, 2 more than you, and you're still at the bottom. Aside from one question she had answered diligently, the rest were incorrect. That question was worth 20 points. In the last minor exam, Liao Ran had scored 18 points. Given his track record, he probably wouldn't exceed 20 this time. No way. Liao Ran gazed at her in defeat. Are you copying answers just to let me come in last? Liao Ran found it hard to believe that Bai Ling had answered a major question correctly. He had seen that question. It was quite challenging, and likely, very few in Class 18 could answer it. Right? Bai Ling smiled, but offered no further comment. Liao Ran poked at his rice with his chopsticks, his face clouded with worry. What should I do? I'm already crumbling over math. And the other subjects make my head throb. Don't even mention answering questions. Xia Kersen tilted her head in confusion and asked, You must know a bit about Chinese. Right? This is our national language. Sighing, Liao Ran replied listlessly, I can only manage a few problems in math and Chinese. When the results come out, my parents will surely give me a beating. Xia Kersen laughed. Aren't you afraid of your parents? Liao Ran shot her a glare and retorted, Of course. They control my finances. If I don't perform well, my living allowance will be halved next month, and I won't be able to survive. Bai Ling playfully tapped him on the forehead. What a lack of ambition. Bai Jie, don't speak so lightly. You have a fiancé and don't have to worry about money. I'm not in the same boat. Liao Ran lamented as he rested his head on the table. I'm solely relying on my monthly allowance. Bai Ling glanced at him and said, Then you should study hard and strive for improvement. She then pointed at Xia Kersen. That's what she said. Xia Kersen nodded seriously. Yes, that's exactly what I said. You too. Liao Ran exclaimed. I don't want to deal with you. Chapter 54. I copied for the following 2 days. Examinations persisted. Bai Ling submitted her paper merely 20 minutes after the test commenced. Upon reviewing her work, the teachers collectively sighed, acknowledging the futility of her situation. After the minor examination concluded, the teachers began grading the papers, and by Tuesday morning, the results were revealed. The first class of the day was taught by Yuan Chong, who held a mathematics paper along with a report card. Placing the paper on the lectern, he picked up the report card and cheerfully announced, This time, everyone has made progress. Our class's top scorer is Xia Kersen, with a score of 110 in mathematics. The total score across all subjects amounts to 505, ranking her 200th in the entire grade. Xia Kersen walked up to collect her paper, her head bowed, visibly disheartened. Bai Ling glanced at her and inquired, What's wrong? More than 500 points, yet I'm only 200th in the grade. I suppose I won't be able to get into Kyoto University, she lamented, her spirits markedly low. After striving for so long with the aspiration of attending Kyoto University, her current performance seemed far too inadequate. Do you wish to attend Kyoto University? Bai Ling asked with a hint of curiosity. Indeed. Kyoto University is the finest institution in the nation. Graduating from there would secure me a good job, Xia Kersen continued, resting her head on the desk. Alas. It seems I will never achieve that. Bai Ling observed her in silence. Upon hearing Xia Kersen's results, their classmates expressed their dismay. The top of our class is only ranked 200th in the grade. Is there any hope for us? We're doomed, with my score. I'll likely be ranked after 800. Yuan Chong tapped the desk, signaling for quiet, and the raucous students fell silent. Yuan Chong addressed them with a patient tone. Do not be too disheartened. In fact, everyone performed reasonably well. For instance, Bai Ling, despite numerous errors, managed to correctly answer a significant question. I noted that only 5 students in the entire third-year class got it right. You all possess considerable intelligence. With diligent practice, these challenges will become manageable. He turned to Bai Ling, smiling. Bai Ling, would you kindly come up and explain this question? Yuan Chong sought to set Bai Ling as an example for her peers, hoping to inspire her enthusiasm. Unexpectedly, Bai Ling stood and lethargically confessed, I copied. The entirety of Class 18 erupted. Impressive. You're the first to openly admit to the teacher that you copied answers. Yuan Chong's lips twitched as he scratched his head in bemusement. Why don't you take a seat for now? I will guide you through this gradually. He was utterly at a loss with Bai Ling and genuinely concerned for her future. The subsequent classes revolved around distributing and discussing the papers, proving rather tedious. After school, Fu Chen arrived to pick up Bai Ling due to the minor examination. Xin left later that day. Aware she could not accompany Fu Shao, she refrained from following Bai Ling outside. Today, Jiang Sherwei and Xingyu were absent, leaving Fu Chen alone. As he drove, Bai Ling occupied the passenger seat. My mother has invited us to dinner at the ancestral home tonight, he mentioned. The Fu family owned a dedicated residence in Liqing. Every time Fu Qin's parents visit Liqing, they always stay at the old Fu family residence. The Mingyuan is a property purchased by Fu Qin, who seldom returns to the old house. Bai Ling responded softly. Fu Qin glanced at her and noticed that the young girl was feeling down again, so he chose to remain silent. The atmosphere was quite somber as the car swiftly came to a halt in front of the Fu family residence. As soon as Bai Ling stepped out of the car, Lin Paya approached with a warm smile, taking Bai Ling's hand. You finally arrived. Today, I will cook for you personally, so please indulge and eat well. All right. Bai Ling replied, her earlier gloom finally lifting into a smile. Being with Lin Paya always made her feel more at ease. Let us head inside, Lin Paya said, pulling Bai Ling along, as if they were mother and daughter, completely oblivious to the fact that her biological son was behind them. Fu Qin couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. In the living room sat another man. Bai Ling looked at him and greeted, hello uncle. She was quite polite. He was Fu Qin's father, Fu Baikong, whom Bai Ling had seen in the materials prior. Fu Baikong nodded, offering a warm smile. Please, have a seat. Don't be nervous. Consider this your own home. Bai Ling responded with an affirmative sound and sat on the sofa. Lin Paya busied herself in the kitchen. Fu Baikong placed the newspaper on the table and glanced at Fu Qin with a hint of surprise. Although he had heard Lin Paya mention that their son was being treated by his future daughter-in-law, he had not seen it with his own eyes, which left him somewhat uneasy. Now that he had witnessed it firsthand, his concerns began to ease. Fu Baikong shifted his gaze back to Bai Ling. I hear you are studying at Hengchuan University. How is it? Is the academic pressure intense? It's manageable, Bai Ling replied lightly, neither overly humble nor arrogant, exuding politeness. Fu Baikong nodded with satisfaction and personally poured a glass of water for her. I've heard from Aunt Lin about your efforts in treating Fu Qin. Thank you for your hard work. If you ever need anything, do not hesitate to reach out to me. It's not a burden, Bai Ling met his gaze. Responding calmly, he compensates me. Fu Baikong chuckled. Then let me thank you on behalf of my son. No wonder Lin Paya had praised Bai Ling so highly upon her return. Seeing her today, it was evident that she was indeed a remarkable girl. Dinner is ready, Lin Paya called out. Fu Qin took Bai Ling's hand and led her to the dining table. Lin Paya brought over the last dish and sat next to Bai Ling. She placed a piece of braised pork rib in Bai Ling's bowl. Please try it and let me know how it tastes, she said, watching Bai Ling anxiously. Bai Ling took a bite and nodded, it's delicious. Lin Paya sighed with relief and served her some more vegetables. If you like it, eat more. You should come over for meals more often. You seem too thin, and I need to fatten you up. Bai Ling, Fu Baikong and Fu Qin, seated across the table, observed Lin Paya's rapt attention solely on Bai Ling, both wearing amused smiles. They were quite impressed. The treatment of a daughter-in-law was indeed different. The meal was quite enjoyable. Afterward, Lin Paya engaged Bai Ling in conversation, while Fu Baikong and Fu Qin sat beside them, listening quietly without interjecting. After conversing for a while, Lin Paya noticed that Bai Ling's mood seemed rather dismal. She inquired gently, have you encountered something unpleasant at school? No, Bai Ling replied. Reclining on the sofa, her voice faint and lacking luster, indeed reflecting her low spirits. Lin Paya's expression grew serious. How can there be nothing? I can see that you're not happy. If something is troubling you, you must confide in me. I will confront anyone who dares to bully you. Seeing Lin Paya's earnest demeanor, Bai Ling chuckled softly. Really, it's nothing. It's just that we have a parent-teacher meeting, and my grandmother is in the hospital. Lin Paya's heart tightened suddenly. Bai Ling had been abandoned by her mother at a young age and had lived with her grandmother. Now, with her grandmother in the hospital, thoughts of her mother lingered ominously. Lin Paya snorted. I fear that Sun Yurua is only concerned with attending the parent-teacher meeting for GXIN. This child truly deserves sympathy. Lin Paya pondered for a moment, then patted Bai Ling's hand. This is not a significant matter. I shall attend on your behalf. Bai Ling turned her head, eyebrows raised in surprise. You? Indeed. I am your future mother-in-law. I am considered your guardian. Why should I not attend? Lin Paya asserted confidently. Fu Qin's lips curled into a smile. It appeared that his mother truly cherished her prospective daughter-in-law. Bai Ling smiled in return, feeling it was difficult to decline Lin Paya's fervent offer. Chapter 55. The mother-in-law received a love letter from her daughter-in-law after spending over an hour at the Fu family's old residence. Fu Qin and Bai Ling returned to Mingyuan. As soon as they entered, GXIN rushed over, grasping Bai Ling's hand with a worried expression. Sister, I heard that you only scored 20 points in this mock exam. Is that true? Bai Ling raised an eyebrow, her eyes glimmering with mischief. Indeed. Fu Chen turned to her, somewhat surprised. He was aware that the young girl had entered Hengchuan University with a score of 0 across all subjects, but had not anticipated her performance to be this dismal. After all, she possessed decent medical skills, could comprehend medical texts, and had a mind brimming with knowledge. Who would have thought that her grades would be so abysmal? A total score of 20 points? Fu Chen rubbed his temples, feeling a twinge of concern. With such a score, her graduation seemed uncertain. What shall we do? There is only 1.5 semesters left before the comprehensive exams. With these grades, how can you possibly get into university? GXIN. Catching a glimpse of Fu Chen's serious demeanor, couldn't help but smirk inwardly. Bai Ling glanced at her before making her way to the sofa, lounging lazily against it. Her expression nonchalant. Indeed, getting into university seems unlikely. Don't be disheartened, sister. I will tutor you every day after school to surely improve your grades, GXIN said softly, appearing genuinely concerned for Bai Ling's plight. Upon hearing this, Bai Ling chuckled. You ranked 20th this time, right? Dropping 10 places, are you certain you can teach me? GXIN's expression shifted, her gaze dropping as she mumbled. The questions were a bit difficult this time. I made some errors, but I can still help you. Once you achieve the top rank, then you can teach me, Bai Ling replied lazily, dismissing GXIN's offer. She pulled out her phone and began to play a game. GXIN bit her lip, a flicker of resentment crossing her eyes. Soon, however, she composed herself and glanced at Fu Chen, retrieving a paper from her backpack. Fu Shao, could you help me with these questions? There are several I couldn't solve, and I want to learn so I can teach my sister. Fu Chen, a graduate of Jing University, was well aware of the implications. If he could assist GXIN with her questions, perhaps her grades might improve somewhat. He glanced at GXIN's paper and said, his lips parting slightly, I'm afraid I can't help. Though his tone was polite, it carried an unmistakable chill. GXIN felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. Then I shall ask the teacher, she replied. Fu Chen ignored her and went upstairs to fetch his computer. Settling beside Bai Ling, GXIN retreated to her own room, leaving only Bai Ling and Fu Chen in the living room. Neither disturbed the other. They simply sat in a leisurely manner, occasionally raising their cups in unison. However, while Fu Chen held a cup of water, Bai Ling cradled a glass of wine. Fu Chen cast a sidelong glance at Bai Ling, remarking leisurely, excessive drinking is detrimental to your health. Indeed, Bai Ling replied coolly, continuing to focus on her phone. Fu Chen, I see you are still drinking? The night passed in silence. The following day, the parent-teacher meeting commenced. The meeting for the third-year students began at 7:30 in the evening. By around 7, parents started arriving at the school in succession. At the entrance of Hengchuan High School, luxury cars continued to arrive. Lin Paya had called Bai Ling in advance and had already arrived at the school. After classes, Fu Chen first took Bai Ling out for a meal before returning her to school. Although it was a parent-teacher meeting, students were also required to attend. Waiting outside the classrooms, Lin Paya had already investigated Bai Ling's class and seat before coming, and she headed directly to Bai Ling's desk. Beside her sat a middle-aged man dressed rather modestly. He wore a brand-new black suit, not particularly expensive, probably around 1,000 yuan, likely purchased specifically for the parent meeting. Hello, you must be the father of Bai Ling's desk mate, Lin Paya greeted with elegant grace. As she spoke, her gaze continuously assessed the man beside her. The man turned his head to look at her, revealing a simple, honest smile. Hello, are you Bai Ling's mother? I've heard from my daughter Kirsten that Bai Ling takes good care of her, so I want to thank you on behalf of the kids. Lin Paya smiled gently. Bai Ling is a kind-hearted child, no need for thanks. After exchanging a few polite words, Lin Paya picked up Bai Ling's test papers from the desk. Upon glancing at them, she paused in surprise. Out of 5 papers, only 1 math question was correct. The rest were all zeros. Although the papers were filled, not a single answer was right. Did that mean her total score was merely 20 points? Propping her head with her hand, Lin Paya felt a headache coming on from such poor results. With some time left before the meeting commenced, she noticed Bai Ling's desk was a bit messy and thought to tidy it up. However, as she pulled out a book, a pile of items tumbled out of the desk. Picking them up, Lin Paya couldn't help but smile. Her daughter-in-law seemed quite popular at school. There were a multitude of love letters, probably over 30, just from today alone. As Lin Paya organized the letters one by one, a boy with a buzz cut approached. Head downcast. Auntie, are you Bai Ling's mother? Could you please deliver this to her for me? Lin Paya looked up and, upon seeing what the boy held, smiled and graciously accepted it. Sure, I'll make sure she gets it. This was yet another love letter. The boy was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Lin Paya to be so open, and he shyly thanked her. After the boy left through the back door of class 18 and reached the corner of the stairs, two girls were waiting there. The boy approached them and whispered, "Iha." I gave the love letter to Bai Ling's mother, and she didn't get angry. She even said she would deliver it for me. Miao Iha was taken aback, her eyes narrowing, and Rue also looked incredulous. Are you sure you didn't make a mistake? No, and she seemed quite easygoing, the boy replied. Miao Iha scrutinized the boy for a moment before saying resolutely, "You should head back now." After the boy left, and Rue pondered for a while before asking Miao Iha, "Is it possible that your information was incorrect? The one attending the parent meeting for Bai Ling today isn't Mrs. Fu, but her actual mother?" "Impossible." Miao Iha cast a cold glance at her, stating that she had already seen the individual in question, Madame Fu, and there could be no mistake. How peculiar it is. And Rue pondered that a future mother-in-law would not be upset upon discovering her daughter-in-law receiving such an abundance of love letters. Surely, the Fu family would not tolerate someone who tarnishes their family reputation. Miao Iha surveyed the classroom briefly before indifferently retracting her gaze, deciding to leave. Is she truly letting her off the hook? And Rue asked, her dissatisfaction palpable. The last time she had encountered Bai Ling, she had suffered a broken arm, enduring over a week of treatment before being discharged. Even now, her arm remained immobile. Gratefully, it was her left arm that had been injured. Otherwise, she would have been unable to sit for her examinations. And Rue had urged her family to pursue the matter, yet it ultimately fizzled out. Her father refused to disclose the reasons, merely advising her to avoid provoking Bai Ling in the future. How could she possibly let Bai Ling off so easily? The wounds she had endured demanded retribution. Let her go? Miao Iha scoffed, a glint of determination flashing in her eyes as she turned to leave. Chapter 56. The mother-in-law urges the prodigy to study. As Lin Paya meticulously arranged Bai Ling's desk, a woman approached her. "Excuse me, madam, but I believe you are seated in the wrong place. This is my daughter's seat." Sun Yuru, with an air of elegance, regarded Lin Paya, her face adorned with a brilliant smile. Unbeknownst to her, Lin Paya was Mrs. Fu. Lin Paya raised her gaze, glancing at Sun Yuru, who leaned against her chair, exuding an aura of dignity and nobility. Indeed, Lin Paya recognized Sun Yuru. She had seen her photograph during her earlier investigation into the Ji family's affairs. She held no fondness for Sun Yuru, a woman capable of abandoning her newborn child, who relentlessly exploited her daughter's worth for personal gain. Such a person was particularly loathsome to her. Sun Yuru paused momentarily, bewildered. "This is Bai Ling's seat. She is my daughter. And you are." Aware that Hangchuan High School hosted many affluent families, she refrained from expressing her annoyance. Moreover, she always maintained an appearance of grace and poise in public, for her image was of utmost importance. "I am Lin Paya, Bai Ling's mother-in-law." Lin Paya's eyes lifted, coldly locking onto Sun Yuru. Nearby, Xia Kerson's father gazed at Lin Paya in astonishment before turning away. Upon hearing Lin Paya's introduction, Sun Yuru stood frozen, struggling to comprehend the situation. After a brief moment, she regained her composure and hurriedly offered her apologies. "Ah, Mrs. Fu, my sincerest apologies. I did not recognize you. Bai Ling truly ought not to trouble you with attending this parent-teacher meeting. I will certainly speak to her about it. Mrs. Ji, Bai Ling is my daughter-in-law. Thus she is also my daughter. I see no inconvenience in attending her parent-teacher meeting, and there is no need for you to admonish her. As my daughter-in-law, it is not for others to educate her," Lin Paya replied, her expression remaining frosty. Were it not for the impending meeting and the presence of numerous onlookers, she would have given Sun Yuru a proper reprimand. How could her precious daughter-in-law be subjected to the likes of such a woman? Sun Yuru's face flushed with embarrassment. "Mrs. Fu, that's not what I meant. Bai Ling is my daughter, and attending her parent-teacher meeting is my duty." "Duty?" Lin Paya chuckled lightly. "That will no longer be necessary. She is now our family's responsibility." But Sun Yuru attempted to interject, but Lin Paya's demeanor turned icy. "The meeting is about to commence. If you have no further business, Mrs. Ji, you may leave." "I." As Sun Yuru raised her gaze, she was met with Lin Paya's frigid stare, causing her to instinctively shudder. Lowering her head, she conceded, "Then I shall take my leave." Lin Paya ignored her. After Sun Yuru departed, Xia Kerson's father turned to Lin Paya. "So, Bai Ling married at just 19? "Not quite. They are merely engaged." Lin Paya's expression softened considerably. Xia Kerson's father nodded, recognizing her as a commendable mother-in-law. "Indeed?" Lin Paya finally smiled. Outside the classroom, Fu Qin and Bai Ling had just arrived, witnessing Sun Yuru emerging from the classroom, looking disheveled and defeated. Bai Ling glanced around the classroom, raising an eyebrow as a faint smile graced her lips. Liao Ran had already arrived. Leaning towards Bai Ling and mischievously remarking, "Sister Bai, is that your mother? Wow, she is stunning. Clearly, strong genes run in the family." Bai Ling was quite well known at school, and many students were eager to see her mother's appearance. Consequently, a throng of students had gathered by the window of Class 18. Bai Ling cast a casual glance at Liao Ran and replied, "No." "Eh?" Liao Ran was taken aback. "She is not your mother? Then who is she?" "My future mother-in-law," Bai Ling stated with conviction. Fu Chen couldn't help but laugh at that. Acknowledging her future mother-in-law seemed to signify the young lady's openness to accepting him. Indeed, one could always rely on a biological mother. Liao Ran remained stunned for quite some time, finally managing to swallow hard and give a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Impressive." The future mother-in-law attending a parent-teacher meeting. What a first. Sister Bai is truly remarkable. What a style. At 7:30, the parent-teacher meeting commenced. Yuan Cheng briefly discussed the exam papers and student scores, encouraging the parents and mentioning the upcoming standardized tests before concluding the meeting. Unlike other teachers who indulged in trivial chatter, he utilized the remaining time for parents to inquire about their children. Parents asked about their children's daily performance at school and whether tutoring would be necessary. Yuan Cheng displayed remarkable patience, engaging in meaningful conversations with each parent. Once most parents had finished their inquiries, Yuan Cheng approached Lin Paiya. "You must be Bai Ling's parent, correct?" Lin Paiya nodded, standing up and smiling as she greeted, "Hello, Teacher Yuan." She was quite polite and exhibited none of the airs of a wealthy lady. "I primarily wish to discuss Bai Ling," Yuan Cheng said, pressing his lips together. "She is quite intelligent. In this recent quiz, there was a significant question worth 20 points, which only a few students answered correctly. She claimed to have copied the answer, but I believe she simply lacks motivation to study. This question cannot be solved through copying." In the classroom, Yuan Cheng had genuinely believed Bai Ling's words. However, after class, he pondered for quite some time, sensing something was amiss. Later, he examined Bai Ling's answer to that question, which was entirely different from her classmates' responses. It was a novel solution, and moreover, it was superior to the others. He then reviewed her answers to other questions, which appeared chaotic yet contained correct methods, albeit with incorrect answers. He refused to accept this as mere coincidence. "I just want to convey that with proper guidance from her parents, she is indeed capable of attending university." Yuan Cheng spoke earnestly. Lin Paiya glanced at Bai Ling's exam paper, pondering whether her grades truly warranted university admission. With a total score of 20, it was uncertain if she would even graduate smoothly. Could she really get into university? Initially contemplating whether to leverage connections to secure a place for Bai Ling in a self-funded university, Lin Paiya now found herself somewhat tempted by the teacher's words. If this child could gain admission to university on her own merit, it would be a positive development. After all, possessing knowledge would ensure she would never go astray in life. With a semester and a half remaining before the unified examination, both parents and teachers are striving together to support her. Yuan Cheng remarked that perhaps you have yet to recognize the child's strengths, which has led to her lack of confidence. Very well. Lin Paiya, having collected the papers, requested Yuan's assistance once more, assuring that they would encourage her to study diligently. "It is my duty," he replied. After exchanging pleasantries, Lin Paiya departed. As she walked, she made a phone call, requesting some intensive practice exercises for the upcoming examination to be delivered to Ming Yuan, while also ensuring Bai Ling stays focused on her studies. This task should be entrusted to Fu Chen. Perhaps it might even strengthen their bond. Chapter 57. The Overlord is out of control after attending the parent-teacher meeting. Lin Paiya returned to the ancestral home. Before leaving, she pulled Fu Chen aside, offering him personal advice. Teacher Yuan mentioned that cooperation between parents and the school would enable Bai Ling to achieve excellent results. "I have arranged for the mock exam practice books to be delivered to Ming Yuan. This matter is now in your hands." Having said that, Lin Paiya patted Fu Chen on the shoulder, saying, "Son, I have created an opportunity for you. You must put in the effort and not let my daughter-in-law slip away." Fu Chen pinched the bridge of his nose, feeling somewhat speechless, yet he refrained from commenting. Focusing on the young lady's studies is indeed a commendable approach, but whether she would cooperate remains uncertain. After Lin Paiya's departure, Fu Chen and the others prepared to head back. Jiang Shiwei and Xing Yu had also arrived, though they chose not to enter, preferring instead to stroll around Hengchuan University to reminisce about their college days. Fu Chen called Jiang Shiwei and the others, and soon they joined him for the drive home. Along the way, Fu Chen rested one arm on the window, casually glancing at Bai Ling with a slight smile gracing his lips. In a cheerful tone, he remarked, Your teacher says you are a person of great potential. Bai Ling tilted her head, raising an eyebrow at him. Thus, my mother has tasked me with supervising your studies. The papers have been sent to Mingyuan. Complete one each day. Fu Chen's smile deepened. Bai Ling, with a neutral expression, cast a glance at Fu Chen and after a moment, replied with 2 words, bored? For your own good, Fu Chen replied, shifting slightly in his seat and speaking leisurely. Bai Ling was somewhat convinced, choosing not to respond. Jiang Shirue turned around. Resting on the back of his seat, grinning mischievously, Bai Ling, could you share your insights on scoring 20 points? What? Bai Ling asked languidly, leaning against the chair's back. Nothing, just wondering how someone as foolish as you could score only 20 points out of a total of 750, Jiang Shirue mused, touching his earlobe. You are at least a girl with personality. Can't you manage a few more points? Bai Ling nodded thoughtfully. You're right. I'll aim for 21 points next time. Fu Chun and Jiang Shirue exchanged glances, both wishing they could pry open her mind to understand her thoughts. Yet, they hesitated. She was quite clever. So why did she always act foolishly at crucial moments? Your sister constantly troubles you and often flaunts her academic achievements. Why can't you stand your ground and score well to slap Gxin's face? Jiang Shirue genuinely worried for Bai Ling. The Ji family had several troublesome children who constantly sought to annoy her. If Jiang Shirue weren't already in his 20s, he would have dealt with them long ago. Not interested, Bai Ling replied coolly. Hey, you. Just as Jiang Shirue was about to speak, Bai Ling's phone rang. She answered. And an anxious voice on the other end spoke urgently. Bai Ling, Su Siyu is going to jump into the river. I can't stop her. Please hurry and help. Bai Ling's pupils constricted, her voice suddenly turning icy. Give me the address. Jiangchuan River. Xia Kersen provided the address and abruptly ended the call. Fu Chen, seated close to Bai Ling, caught the words from the conversation, his demeanor cooling instantly at the mention of Xingyu and Jiang Chuandehe. Xingyu acknowledged with a nod, accelerating the vehicle. Bai Ling's grip remained firm, her expression icy, exuding an aura of lethal determination. After several minutes, they were still in the city. Bai Ling's gaze turned steely. Stop, she commanded. Xingyu complied without hesitation. Bai Ling stepped out, approached the driver's seat, opened the door, and ordered, sit in the back. Glancing at Fu Chen, who remained silent, Xingyu obediently moved to the rear. Bai Ling ignited the engine. Suddenly, the car surged forward like an arrow released from its bow. The 3 occupants exchanged startled glances, swiftly grasping their armrests. Jiang Shirue pressed tightly against the window, his complexion pale. Bai Ling, slow down. You might cause an accident, he implored. Bai Ling cast him a fleeting glance, ignoring his plea. Fu Chen quickly regained his composure. Observing Bai Ling's frosty visage in the rearview mirror, he was unaware of who Su Siyu was but recognized that apart from her grandmother and Ji Mohan, he had never witnessed Bai Ling lose control to this extent. The vehicle sped onward until they finally reached Jiang Chuandehe. Before the car could come to a complete halt, a figure leaped from the riverbank. A piercing scream followed. See you. Xia Kersen, frantic and tearful, cried out for help. Is anyone there? Please, someone help. As she scanned the area and found no one, she leaped into the water without a second thought. Bai Ling parked the car and saw Xia Kersen plunge in as well. Without a moment's hesitation, she followed suit, diving into the river. Fu Chen attempted to grasp her arm, but it was too late. He, too, leapt into the water after her. Jiang Shirue and Xingyu's expressions turned ashen. Jiang Shirue, surveying the rushing current, gravely asked Xingyu, what should we do? We save them. What else can we do? Xingyu shouted, preparing to jump in. Jiang Shirue urgently grabbed his arm. Have you lost your mind? Can't you see that it's a strong current? Why would you all jump in? Then what do you suggest we do? Xingyu retorted, his eyes gleaming with a fierce light, his chest heaving. Fear gripped him. We need to call for help, now. Jiang Shirue hissed, you stay here and wait for rescue. I'll go check. But, Xingyu hesitated. But what? Fu Yi has jumped in. Do you plan to follow? Who will handle the aftermath? Jiang Shirue barked, quickly call for help and prepare a medical team. With no time for further hesitation, Xingyu began making calls. As darkness enveloped the sky, Jiang Shirue stood on the bank, unable to see the situation in the water. He called out several times, but received no response. Just as he contemplated how to proceed, 2 figures emerged from the depths. Startled, he recognized Fu Chen and quickly beckoned to Xingyu. Hurry over. Together, they heaved Fu Chen onto the shore, where he cradled 2 girls in his arms. As Jiang Shirue glanced over, he urgently inquired, where is Bai Ling? Fu Chen's expression shifted dramatically. She hasn't come up? No, Jiang Shirue trembled. She wouldn't. A shadow of dread loomed over Fu Chen's stoic face. Without a moment's hesitation, he plunged back into the water. Master Fu. Xingyu attempted to call out to him, but Jiang Shiwei restrained him. Enough. Don't shout. Are you unaware of his temperament? Besides, Bai Ling hasn't surfaced. He cannot remain indifferent. Jiang Shiwei sighed, realizing that Master Fu had indeed developed genuine feelings for the girl. Xingyu opened his mouth, as if to speak, but ultimately chose silence. Shortly thereafter, the rescue and medical teams arrived, attending first to the two girls Fu Chun had brought to safety. Jiang Shiwei remained on the shore, vigilantly observing the unfolding situation. Chapter 58. Truly infuriated, Fu Chen plunged into the water, and within mere moments, he emerged with Bai Ling in his arms. In truth, Bai Ling was unharmed. She had simply spent an eternity searching for Xia Kersen and Su Siyu, and upon encountering Fu Chen, he insisted on carrying her to safety. Feeling somewhat powerless, she acquiesced to his grip. Once ashore, Xia Kersen and Su Siyu were also rescued, having merely choked on water, with no serious harm done. Bai Ling, her expression frosty, approached Su Siyu and uttered a single word, explain. Her lips, slightly pale, and her hair still dripping, conveyed her displeasure. Su Siyu, having erred, lowered her head in silence. Bai Ling fixed her with a piercing gaze, her countenance icy. After a moment, Su Siyu could no longer endure Bai Ling's stare and finally looked up. I'm sorry. Sister Bai, I felt I couldn't go on. Did I bring you to Hengchuan University to meet your demise? Bai Ling demanded, seizing Su Siyu by the collar and lifting her, her eyes glinting with cold fury. During her time in Yuanhai village, Su Siyu frequently wrote to her, assuring her that the siblings were thriving. Thus, Bai Ling intentionally refrained from contacting them upon arriving at Hengchuan University, wishing for them to focus solely on their studies. She had never anticipated that Su Siyu would contemplate such a drastic step. Bai Ling narrowed her eyes, her demeanor starkly composed. I. Su Siyu stammered, taken aback, weeping silently, too frightened to utter another word. The atmosphere was tense. Fu Chen returned from the car with a clean set of clothes, draping them over Bai Ling and enveloping her in an embrace, urging her to return. After a moment of silence, Bai Ling released Su Siyu. At that instant, a young man rushed over, anxiously grasping Su Siyu's hand. Siyu, are you all right? He inquired. Su Siyu, head bowed, murmured, brother. The young man looked up and froze upon seeing Bai Ling. You're here too? Bai Ling cast a cold glance their way and stated flatly, you all return with me. With that, she turned and walked away. Su Siyu, watching Bai Ling's retreating figure, tugged at her brother's arm. What should we do? Sister Bai is angry. Su Qiqi sighed, patting her head. It's all right. She won't truly be angry with you. In the car, Fu Chen patiently dried Bai Ling's hair with a towel. With only one spare outfit available and surrounded by men, she did not change. Throughout the journey, Bai Ling remained silent, emanating an air of palpable tension that even Jiang Shiwei dared not glance back at her. Upon arriving at Mingyuan, Gxian hurried over upon hearing the commotion. Sister, you're back? Leave. Bai Ling snapped, striding past without a single glance in her direction. Gxian was momentarily taken aback. Sister, She attempted to speak further, but Fu Chen shot her a cold look. Miss G. There are matters at home today. It is inconvenient for you to stay here. I will have someone take you back. But, Jiang Shiwei, irritated by Gxian's feigned fragility, abruptly intervened, lifting her and declaring, what nonsense. Didn't you hear what Master Fu said? Hurry back. Xingyu approached, casting a cold gaze upon Gxian. Miss G, allow me to escort you home. Gxian was filled with grievances, yet words eluded her, and she could only follow Xingyu. As they walked, she glanced back at Bai Ling, her eyes brimming with animosity. Xia Kersen, Su Siyu, and Su Siki returned in another vehicle. Upon entering, they stood before Bai Ling, heads bowed, hesitant to speak. In truth, Xia Kersen had done nothing wrong. She merely sensed Bai Ling's current discontent and the palpable tension in the air. Bai Ling's expression was as frigid as a winter's night, rendering them reluctant to utter a word. Bai Ling stood there, her gaze icy as it bore down on them. Even a single word from her sent shivers down the spines of the three before her. Fu Chen had initially intended for Bai Ling to change her attire before addressing the matter, but seeing her demeanor, he feared she would remain unyielding. Perhaps her ire would even be directed at him. Thus, he opted for silence. Su Siyu and Su Siki exchanged glances with Bai Ling, opening their mouths to speak, but ultimately lowering their heads in silence. Xia Kersen regarded them for a moment, hesitating before retrieving her phone and opening the campus network. Presenting it to Bai Ling. This is CU's final message. Curson. CU's face turned pale with urgency, wishing to intervene. But Bai Ling had already taken the phone. She quickly averted her gaze once more. Bai Ling perused the contents on Xia Curson's phone, her expression growing increasingly frigid. Before taking her own life, CU had posted on the campus network, "I despise this world and all of you indifferent souls. I can endure your torment and violence. But I cannot tolerate your stripping away of my dignity, your taking of my photographs. I loathe you all. I shall become a vengeful spirit to seek retribution for my demise." With a resounding clap, Bai Ling tossed the phone onto the table. Her face devoid of emotion as she inquired, "What transpired?" Xia Curson paused for a moment before replying, "CU has been relentlessly bullied. Those individuals falsely accused her of theft, smeared her reputation, and even forced her to consume expired food. Today, they went too far, forcibly removing her clothing and taking photographs, threatening to upload them online. It is likely that they have already done so." Xia Curson had long pondered why Bai Ling would aid her, and today, the reason became clear. It was due to CU. She had a close bond with CU, yet they dared not be seen together. Both had been victimized, and whenever they appeared side by side, they were subjected to the same mistreatment. Thus, they had maintained their distance. Bai Ling narrowed her eyes, directing her attention to Jiang Shuriwei. "Please fetch my laptop from upstairs." "Understood," Jiang Shuriwei responded without further ado, promptly ascending the stairs. Soon, he returned with the laptop. Bai Ling powered it on, her fingers dancing swiftly across the keyboard. Jiang Shuyue's eyes widened in astonishment. "Wow, such speed." Fu Shao observed Bai Ling with profound intensity, and suddenly, a faint smile graced his lips. He finally comprehended why his computer had triggered an alarm that day. The young girl was indeed a hidden talent. After 2 minutes of deft operation, Bai Ling paused, her demeanor chillingly fierce. There were indeed photographs of CU online, yet she had not deleted them. She had merely restricted access to the website. She shut down the computer and coldly gazed at CU. "Who is it?" CU still dared not speak. Just as Xia Curson was about to respond for CU, Bai Ling, her expression impassive, interrupted, insisting that she speak for herself. CU bit her lip, her eyes brimming with tears as she looked at Bai Ling's sister Bai. She was reluctant to speak, unwilling to burden Bai Ling with trouble. "Wipe away those tears." Bai Ling barked sharply. CU was immediately silenced by the fright. Fu Qin and Jiang Shurwei were taken aback, witnessing Bai Ling's stern demeanor for the first time. Who exactly was CU that warranted such seriousness from Bai Ling? "I will give you one more chance. Will you speak on your own, or shall I investigate personally?" Bai Ling's patience had worn thin. Had it been anyone else, she would have erupted long ago. Only CU could elicit such forbearance from her. "It's Miaoya." CU trembled as she spoke. She wanted to take revenge for Tang Huaqing. "So she treated me this way." Bai Ling frowned. "What happened to Tang Huaqing?" She believes that my brother and I are the illegitimate children of Uncle Tang, so." CU stepped closer, grasping Bai Ling's hand. "Sister Bai, I understand my mistake and won't behave like this again. Please, let this matter go." Bai Ling regarded her silently. After a long pause, she looked at Fu Chun. "Arrange rooms for them." Fu Chun nodded. "Understood. Thank you." After Bai Ling spoke, she led CU and the others upstairs. Just a few steps later, everything suddenly went dark, and she fainted. Fu Chun's expression changed. He quickly stepped forward and caught her in his arms. "Jiang Shuriwei, drive to the hospital." Jiang Shuriwei was momentarily stunned by Bai Ling's sudden fainting, and it was Fu Qin's shout that brought him back to reality. "Oh, right." Fu Qin held Bai Ling tightly, his face grave, his deep-set eyes looking down at her. Her complexion was alarmingly pale, her breath faint, as if she might. Fu Qin instinctively tightened his grip. He would not allow anything to happen to her. Chapter 59. Fainting. A significant incident transpired at the Central City Hospital. The director, along with the heads of various departments, gathered in the emergency room. Half an hour later, Director Zhang Qiming, holding a stack of test reports, opened the door and approached Fu Qin with deference. "Mr. Fu, based on the various tests conducted, Miss Bai is not facing any major issues. She possesses a naturally cold constitution, and during her menstrual cycle, she experiences considerably more pain than the average person, hence she must avoid exposure to cold water." Director Zhang glanced at Fu Chun, who, clad in a dark suit that accentuated his tall and elegant frame, wore a frown that betrayed his heavy disposition. Taking a deep breath, Director Zhang nervously continued. This episode may have been triggered by the stimulation of cold water, compounded by her usual malnutrition, leading to her fainting. A nutrient infusion should suffice. Upon hearing this, Fu Chen's anxious heart gradually eased. Is there a remedy to alleviate her suffering? He inquired, casting a glance at the girl in the hospital room. She lay with her eyes tightly shut, her usual brilliance diminished, appearing frail and emaciated. Her condition is quite unique. There have been no documented recoveries internationally. However, if she avoids cold water, consumes warm foods, and receives adequate nutrition, her condition can be managed, though she will still endure significant pain each month. Director Zhang felt intimidated by Fu Chun, but understood that he could not merely offer platitudes at this juncture. Fu Chun furrowed his brow. Is there no way to ease her pain? The thought of the girl enduring such torment for several days each month tightened his heart. This girl, so stubborn, always bore her burdens alone. Did she not realize that the more resolute she was, the more it pained those who truly cared for her? There is a method, albeit of limited efficacy for Miss Bai. During those painful days, applying a warm compress to her abdomen may alleviate some discomfort, Director Zhang suggested. Though he hesitated to admit that, given Bai Ling's constitution, even that might prove futile. However, seeing the gravity on Fu Chen's face, he refrained from speaking the unvarnished truth. I understand. You may carry on, Fu Chen remarked, withdrawing his gaze with a hint of indifference. Director Zhang, feeling a wave of relief, hurriedly departed with a group of doctors. Once they had distanced themselves, a few physicians dared to inquire, Director Zhang, who is that man? Is it truly necessary for the heads of all departments to be involved over a mere case of dysmenorrhea? Director Zhang cast a sharp glance at the questioning doctor. He is your benefactor, the true authority of this hospital. Mark my words, from now on, ensure your vigilance regarding anything related to that girl. Director. It seems that the girl's grandmother is hospitalized in our facility, Dr. Chen reminded him. What? Why didn't you mention this sooner? Director Zhang's expression shifted dramatically. You didn't ask, Dr. Chen mumbled, lowering his gaze. With a glare, Director Zhang hastily exited the room. Fu Chun and Jiang Shiriyue proceeded to the hospital room, where Bai Ling remained unconscious. Perhaps due to the nutrient infusion, her complexion had improved significantly. Jiang Shiriyue gazed at Bai Ling, a pang of concern gripping his heart. This girl, usually so aloof and arrogant, now lay there in sudden silence, and it felt rather unfamiliar to him. Fu Chen pulled a chair beside Bai Ling's hospital bed and took her hand in his. It was then that he noticed her hand was icy cold, as if she had been ensconced in a chamber of ice. A few strands of her hair had fallen, obscuring her cheek. Fu Chen gently brushed them aside, and her strikingly beautiful face was bathed in a soft glow, rendering her less fierce. Turning his head slightly, Fu Chen glanced at Jiang Shiriyue. You should head back. I'll take her home to Mingyuan myself later. Jiang Shiriyue discerned Fu Chen's desire for solitude with Bai Ling and refrained from saying anything further. By the time Bai Ling finished her 4-drip, it was already 2 in the morning. Perhaps due to her frailty, she slept soundly. Fu Chen chose not to wake her, instead carrying her out of the hospital. As he stepped outside, Bai Ling stirred slightly, and a gust of wind lifted her hair. Fu Chen could distinctly smell the faint aroma of herbs emanating from her. He had always been sensitive to traditional Chinese medicine but found no aversion to the scent that clung to Bai Ling. In fact, he had never complained about the bitterness of the medicine she provided. He accepted it with gratitude. On the way, Fu Chen drove slowly, ensuring a smooth ride devoid of any jolts. Upon arriving at Mingyuan, he noticed that Xia Kerson's children were still awake. As they saw him enter, they hurried over. And upon noticing Bai Ling asleep, Xia Kerson lowered her voice, asking, How is Sister Bai? She has merely caught a chill, so do not worry, Fu Chen reassured them, casting a glance in their direction. You should all get some rest. Don't let her be concerned about you. It was evident that Bai Ling cared deeply for these children, which softened Fu Chen's demeanor towards them. As he ascended the stairs with Bai Ling in his arms, Su Siki suddenly blocked his path. Where are you taking her? Fu Chen cast her a sidelong glance. To a room to rest. That's unnecessary. She can sleep in my sister's room, Su Siki insisted, her expression vigilant. He had never inquired about Bai Ling's affairs, thus remained oblivious to the nature of her relationship with Fu Chun. Yet, he could sense that the man before him harbored feelings for Bai Ling that were far from innocent. Are you certain your sister can care for her properly? Su Siki probed, lowering her gaze in silence. Fu Chen's eyes narrowed. Go to bed. He dismissed her and continued up the stairs, ignoring their presence. However, Su Siki still wished to voice her concerns, but Xia Kerson pulled her back, saying, Don't worry. He is Bai Ling's fiancé and will certainly take good care of her. Xia Kersen could see that Fu Qin was genuinely concerned for Bai Ling. After a moment of hesitation, Su Siki chose to remain silent. Meanwhile, Su Siyu, standing to the side, watched Fu Qin's retreating figure, a subtle glimmer crossing her eyes. Fu Qin directly brought Bai Ling to his room. He was worried she might awaken in the middle of the night or feel unwell, so he planned to stay by her side throughout the night. Initially, he intended to offer the bed to Bai Ling while he made do on the sofa. Yet, for reasons unknown, she clung tightly to his waist. As soon as he attempted to shift her hand, her brows furrowed in distress. After considering the situation, Fu Qin decided to share the bed with Bai Ling. The following morning dawned. A golden ray of sunlight gradually streamed into the room from outside. The slumbering Bai Ling sensed the presence of a substantial radiator beside her, and she embraced it tightly, feeling an immediate surge of warmth enveloping her. Her delicate, fair fingers glided across the radiator with a sense of indulgence. Meanwhile, Fu Qin, who had long been awake, remained rigid. Bai Ling alternated between caressing his face and tracing his well-defined chest muscles, and now, rather audaciously, her hand had ventured to rest upon his abdomen, moving back and forth. A wave of heat surged through his throat as he struggled to swallow, his expression betraying an unnatural discomfort. Fu Qin hesitated, contemplating whether to awaken Bai Ling, when unexpectedly, her restless hand reached toward a rather inappropriate area. His body tensed, and in a moment of panic, he seized her hand, perhaps a bit too forcefully. The sudden pain jolted Bai Ling awake. Turning her head, she was met with Fu Qin's strikingly handsome visage, and for a brief moment, they were caught in each other's gaze. Chapter 60. Young Master Fu, I am still just a child. The temperature in the room gradually rose, creating an atmosphere that felt somewhat unusual. Bai Ling gazed intently at Fu Qin, her fair complexion gradually tinged with a delicate blush. It was her first time observing Fu Qin from such proximity. His features were exquisitely refined, with a chiseled profile, deep, inky eyes, a prominent nose, and cool lips. Strands of hair fell across one side of his face, lending him an air of allure. Bai Ling found herself momentarily entranced. After a brief pause, she became acutely aware of where her hand rested, her expression stiffening. It was then that she noticed his body radiating warmth. Fu Qin had always been warm, and Bai Ling cherished their time together, especially since she often felt chilly. He provided her with comfort. Yet, never had she experienced him being so fervently hot. A thought crossed her mind, and her lips curled into a subtle smile as she turned to Fu Qin. Young Master Fu, I am still just a child. Reclining slightly, her hair cascaded softly, and her clear eyes sparkled with mischief, devoid of casual indifference, instead exuding a touch of charm. Fu Qin's gaze tightened as he grasped her hand. His voice hoarse. Then why do you tease me? I am a normal man. Was it not you who brought me into your room? Bai Ling smiled gently. Under the sunlight, her smile became increasingly enchanting. Last night, when she fainted, she was not entirely oblivious. She sensed that Fu Qin had stayed by her side throughout the night, holding her hand to provide her warmth. She bore no ill will towards him. She merely wanted to jest, having never seen him blush before. Fu Qin found himself at a loss for words. I did it to make it easier to care for you, he replied, wishing to clarify his intentions to the young girl. Bai Ling chuckled, sitting up. I know. I was just joking. Finally rising, Fu Qin let out a sigh of relief as the heat radiating from his body began to dissipate. Bai Ling glanced at the time. Is it already 8? Yes, Fu Qin replied, also sitting up. Although he returned to normal, a hint of warmth still lingered on his face as he looked at Bai Ling. Your classmates are still waiting for you. At around 6 o'clock, Jiang Shiwei had arrived. Upon hearing some movement, Fu Qin sent a text to Jiang Shiwei, requesting that they not disturb Bai Ling's rest. Jiang Shiwei replied, informing him that the students were unwilling to leave, insisting on waiting for Bai Ling to awaken. Bai Ling said nothing further and directly opened the door to leave, with Fu Qin following closely behind. He had specifically instructed the chef to prepare additional portions for their meal. After finishing, Bai Ling accompanied Xia Kersen and the others to school. At Hengchuan High School, after the second class ended, Lin Xian glanced at Bai Ling's empty seat, puzzled. Strange. Why hasn't his sister Bai and Xia Kersen come to class? What could have happened? Liao Ren also appeared confused, speculating. Could it be that they were reprimanded by their parents when they returned home yesterday? I heard Sister Bai mention that her mother-in-law attended the parent-teacher meeting. Could it be that her mother-in-law is two-faced, pretending to treat Bai Ling well on the surface, only to scold her at home for embarrassing the Fu family with her grades? That's impossible. It's Sister Bai we're talking about. You know her temper. Who could possibly reprimand her? Lin Xian shrugged, considering that Xia Kersen had also not arrived. Surely she would not be scolded by her parents as well? A reasonable thought. Liao Ran nodded. I'll give Sister Bai a call. Before he could finish his sentence, the classroom door was kicked open. Liao Ran looked up to see Bai Ling striding in with a fierce expression. Lin Xian shrank back slightly, feeling intimidated. Sister Bai's demeanor suggested she was quite enraged. Who had provoked her? Liao Ran remained silent, merely observing Bai Ling. Bai Ling approached the podium, her gaze icy as she surveyed the students. Her voice chilling as it cut through the air. In the next self-study session, everyone except Miao Yihe and Enrui is to leave. Those who wish to go home may do so, and those who do not can find a place to linger. What happened? A classmate inquired. I'm handling some personal matters. Rest assured, I've informed Teacher Yuan, Bai Ling replied, her eyes fixed intently on Miao Yihe, accustomed to her cold demeanor. Her gaze was as piercing as that of a hawk, causing Miao Yihe to feel a sudden panic, rendering her unable to meet Bai Ling's stare. After a moment, Miao Yihe felt a surge of irritation. How could she, a mere country girl, intimidate her? Ridiculous. Seeing that no one had moved, Liao Ran stood up and exclaimed, What are you all dawdling for? Did you not hear, Sister Bai? At that, the classmates dispersed in a hurry. Yet, Liao Ran did not leave. Xia Kersen, who had entered with Bai Ling, remained out of concern for her. Lin Xian, feeling somewhat fearful of Bai Ling, followed the others out. Only 5 individuals remained in the classroom. Bai Ling stepped forward slowly towards Miao Yihe, silver needles glinting in her hand. Miao Yihe rose and met her gaze directly, sneering. What is this? I'm not looking for trouble, yet you come after me? You best be clear, I am not like Duan Jinghang. In the blink of an eye, Bai Ling stood directly before Miao Yihe. She raised her finger, and several silver needles struck Miao Yihe with an imperceptible swiftness. In an instant, Miao Yihe found herself immobilized. Her expression shifting as she exclaimed, What have you done to me? The daughter of the Miao family in the underground world of Liqing, you are quite formidable. But you are no match for me, Bai Ling replied, her eyes glinting with a sharp light. I do not engage in combat with you out of fear. Rather, I wish for you to experience the sensation of helplessness. With that, Bai Ling lifted her finger and swiftly tore away Miao Yihe's clothing, leaving her utterly exposed. Goodness! Liao Ran quickly turned away, unwilling to witness such an explicit scene. Miao Yihe's eyes blazed with fury. She yearned to move, yet found herself utterly paralyzed. Unable even to lift a finger. I will not let you off, she vowed. Is that so? Bai Ling replied coldly. Enrui felt a jolt of fear and instinctively sought to flee. But before she could take a step, a silver needle struck her, freezing her in place. Bai Ling glanced at Enrui. Not your turn yet. Don't rush. Turning back to Miao Yihe, she continued. Do you enjoy stripping others of their clothing? Do you revel in bullying the weak? Suddenly, Bai Ling seized Miao Yihe's hand and pulled forcefully, causing a sickening crack as bones shattered. Miao Yihe let out a piercing scream, her face contorted in agony. She wished to cover her hands, yet found herself unable to do so. Bai Ling merely observed her cries of agony, remaining indifferent. Behind her, Liao Ran shielded his face. The mere sound of those anguished wails sent shivers coursing through his entire being. Bai Jie was indeed ruthless. After a few minutes, as Miao Yihe was too exhausted to scream any longer, Bai Ling crushed the other hand of Miao Yihe, and another wail echoed through the air. And Rui, immobilized nearby, felt a wave of numbness wash over her. Bai Ling, I implore you, spare us. We bear you no grudge. We are all classmates. Why must you be so merciless? No grudge? Bai Ling turned to look at her. Then what animosity do you harbor towards Su Siyu? And Rui paused, momentarily taken aback. Before realizing, is this all for Su Siyu? But she has no connection to you, does she? You said you would protect Xia Kersen, and we did not harm her. Yet you cannot hold us accountable for everything, can you? Bai Ling suddenly smiled. Oh, I forgot to mention, Su Siyu is my sister. Chapter 61. She must be expelled what? And Rui's expression changed dramatically. No wonder Bai Ling was so furious today. It turns out. Oh my goodness. Were they about to repay Su Siyu for all the torment they had inflicted upon her? And Rui had no doubt that Bai Ling could execute such a deed. This person was indeed a lunatic. The agonizing cries of Miao Yihe ceased, and Bai Ling once again took action, crushing her left foot. For the ensuing half hour, the classroom reverberated with horrifying screams, a scene of unimaginable brutality. The sounds emanated from Class 18, yet no one dared to intervene, for the classroom was surrounded. Dressed in identical black suits, the bodyguards exuded an air of cold detachment, embodying an aura of intimidation. The students at Hengchuan High had never encountered such a formidable display and were too terrified to step outside their classrooms. Some teachers, unable to bear the situation any longer, attempted to investigate but were blocked at the door by the bodyguards. A few teachers even sought out the principal. However, he merely waved his hand dismissively, uttering 3 words, "I am aware." After that, there was no further discussion. The teachers quickly grasped the principal's stance and no one dared to speak out. In Class 18, it was only after Bai Ling had shattered both Miao Yiha's and Enrui's limbs that she finally removed the silver needles. Unable to stand, Miao Yiha and Enrui collapsed to the ground. Bai Ling stepped forward, looking down upon them with an icy demeanor, her lips parting slightly as she spoke. "Do you know why I have not utterly incapacitated you?" Miao Yiha glared fiercely at her, declaring, "I will seek revenge. I will make you wish you were never born." Bai Ling smiled. "Yes, that is precisely it. I want you to come back for vengeance, to witness how your foolishness leads to the obliteration of your families from this world." Rising to her feet, Bai Ling opened the classroom door and summoned the bodyguards to return Miao Yiha and Enrui to the Miao and families, respectively. The bodyguards, with their emotionless demeanor, hoisted Miao Yiha and Enrui and exited. Liao Ran watched Bai Ling, suddenly collapsing to the ground, his legs giving way beneath him in sheer fright. Bai Ling cast a sidelong glance at him before turning to leave. Perhaps after today, the students at Hengchuan High would regard her as a madwoman. Yet, she remained unfazed. Su Siyu and Su Siki were the ones she had risked her life to protect. Anyone who dared to harm them would face the consequences, regardless of who they were. This incident quickly became the talk of the town. Bai Ling found herself the target of widespread ire at Hengchuan High, while students often overlooked minor scuffles and even chose to turn a blind eye to bullying. Bai Ling's actions had transcended mere schoolyard quarrels. Stripping a female student of her clothes and breaking her limbs, how cruel were her methods? Parents of the affected students approached teachers, demanding that the school take stringent measures against Bai Ling. Their primary concern was the safety of their children, as they perceived Bai Ling to be a dangerous individual. Initially, the school dismissed the matter, but when the incident was brought to light on Weibo, Bai Ling was swiftly vilified across the internet. Hengchuan High found itself in turmoil. In Principal Qin's office, the academic director and several teachers wore grave expressions. "Principal, this matter cannot be overlooked. The repercussions are too severe. If Bai Ling is not expelled, the reputation of Hengchuan High School will be irreparably tarnished," He Yinan exclaimed, her voice laced with urgency. The other teachers concurred, expressing their shared discontent. "She has only been here for less than a month, yet she has turned Hengchuan High School upside down. Our students live in a state of constant apprehension, fearing that Bai Ling may target them next." Principal Qin leaned back in her chair, her demeanor unchanging. She had confidence that Bai Ling would not disturb the other students, allowing them to focus on their studies. "What do you mean by that? Are you suggesting that you wish to shield Bai Ling?" He Yinan retorted, her gaze fixed defiantly on Principal Qin. "I understand she was personally recruited by you, but you cannot indulge her to this extent. This is a matter of character." Principal Qin cast a sidelong glance at her, but remained silent. "This issue must be addressed," He Yinan insisted with a firm voice. Her discontent with Bai Ling was already palpable, and with the recent chaos caused by her actions, He Yinan could not allow her to remain at Hengchuan High School. "Of course it must be handled," Principal Qin replied, turning her attention to the academic affairs director. "Please issue a notice. Miao Yiha and Rui and 18 other students have bullied their classmates. They will receive a major demerit, which will be recorded in their academic files. Should there be a next offense, expulsion will be the consequence." Upon hearing this, the other teachers, aside from the academic affairs director, widened their eyes in disbelief, staring incredulously at Principal Qin. He Yinan felt a surge of anger. "Principal Qin, what on earth is going on? The ones who were bullied were clearly Miao Yiha and Enrui. Instead of defending them, you choose to punish them? This is my decision. You all may return to your duties." Principal Qin waved her hand dismissively, clearly unwilling to elaborate. "You." He Yinan, exasperated, looked at Principal Qin's resolute expression, feeling utterly helpless. After a long pause, she finally declared, "Fine, I will confront her myself. I will make sure she is expelled from Hengchuan High School." Principal Qin glanced at her and replied coolly, "I advise you not to do that." He Yinan scoffed. "I refuse to believe she has the audacity to strike a teacher." With that, disregarding the protest of others, she marched directly to Class 18. At that moment, Class 18 was under the instruction of Teacher Yuan Chong, but He Yinan paid no heed to whether they were in the midst of a lesson. She pushed the door open and stepped inside. Approaching the teacher's desk, she coldly addressed Yuan Chong. "I apologize for interrupting your class, but I need to speak with Bai Ling." Yuan Chong frowned, Teacher He, is there something that cannot wait until after class? The third-year curriculum is quite demanding. As you are well aware, what does it matter whether you study or not with your grades? How many of you can realistically get into university? Heenan taunted. I would wager not a single one. Her words ignited the ire of the students in Class 18. What do you mean it doesn't matter if we study? We all work hard, you know. One student retorted. Exactly. Does being in Class 1 guarantee that everyone will get into university? The students glared at Heenan, wishing they could drive her out. However, no student at Hengchuan High School dared to be disrespectful to a teacher. Heenan paid little mind to the students' outrage. Her gaze fixated on Bai Ling. I have come to inform you, Bai Ling, that your recent actions have severely impacted the students in our advanced class. On behalf of all third-year teachers, I must insist that you withdraw from the school immediately. Yuan Chong, filled with indignation, slammed the textbook onto the table. You cannot speak on my behalf. The school has yet to reach a resolution regarding this matter, and you cannot arbitrarily dismiss her. I believe Bai Ling has her reasons for acting as she did. Yuan Chong was well aware of the actions of Miao Yihe and Enrue. He had intervened in their affairs before, yet these two disregarded him, rendering his words ineffective. Eventually, he chose to turn a blind eye. Although he was uncertain about the reasons behind Bai Ling's confrontation with them, he could discern that she was not the type to instigate trouble without cause. Your presence makes no difference, Heenan remarked coldly. For the sake of the well-being of our class, she must leave Hengchuan High School. Bai Ling, seated in the back row, lifted her gaze, her eyes glinting with frost. Rising to her feet, she fixed her cold stare upon Heenan. So, it appears that Teacher He places such great importance on the mental and physical health of her students? Indeed, Heenan replied. Then why have you turned a blind eye to the prolonged bullying endured by Su Siyu and Su Siki in your class? Bai Ling, with her hands tucked into her pockets, regarded her with a stark indifference. Chapter 62. I have evidence. Heenan stood in stunned silence, unable to respond for a while. After a moment, she regained her composure and exclaimed angrily, What nonsense are you spouting? They have never claimed to be bullied. Bai Ling scoffed derisively. Is it that they haven't spoken up, or is it that you are aware yet refuse to intervene? Suddenly, her gaze turned icy, her pupils glinting like sharp arrows, piercing directly towards Heenan. Heenan felt a surge of fear under that gaze and stumbled back in alarm. After a prolonged moment, she steadied herself against the desk. Her face pale as she declared, You clearly struck a fellow student, yet to evade responsibility, you are framing others. You should leave this school immediately. Hengchuan High cannot harbor such filth. Upon hearing this, the students of Class 18 erupted in anger, rising from their seats and pounding their desks. On what grounds do you wish to expel Sister Bai? She is not the cruel one. It is Miao Yihe who has been tyrannizing the school, bullying her classmates for far too long. Sister Bai is merely ridding the school of a menace. Indeed, several students in our class have been victimized by Miao Yihe. She physically assaults them at the slightest provocation. Where was the school when she was tormenting her classmates? As the students of Class 18 voiced their grievances, Heenan's expression shifted dramatically. What are you all doing? Revolting? She shouted, exasperated, pointing at the group of students whom she deemed uneducated and full of lies. I am unaware of Miao Yihe's true character, but I do know that her academic standing is 5th in your class. If what you say is true, how could she possibly achieve such commendable results? Heenan looked at them with disdain, continuing, As for you lot, always brawling and frequently causing trouble for our class. It seems to me that you are colluding with Bai Ling to deliberately target Miao Yihe. You. Lao Ren shot up, glaring fiercely at Heenan. Heenan retorted angrily. If you claim Miao Yihe is bullying others, then present your evidence. I will only believe your words if you can substantiate them. Bai Ling, with her eyes lowered, remained calm as she regarded Heenan. After a lengthy silence, she smiled. Evidence, you say? She retrieved her phone and accessed the campus network, a site that had been blocked for others, accessible only to her. Offering her phone to Heenan, Bai Ling spoke indifferently. I have all the details. Take your time to read, but remember to return my phone once you are done. As Heenan examined the contents on Bai Ling's phone, her face drained of color. She had genuinely been unaware that Miao Yihe was capable of such actions. Her disdain for Bai Ling had driven her to speak out, especially considering the psychological impact this incident had on the students of Class 1. However, upon seeing the evidence, photos of Su Siyu on the campus website, along with videos of Miao Yihe and Enrue giving testimonies, Heenan felt a stinging heat in her cheeks. Just moments ago, she had been so confident, and now she wished she could vanish into a hole. Unable to maintain her composure, He Yinan thrust the phone back into Bai Ling's hands, indignantly stating, "So what if this is true? Who can guarantee the authenticity of this evidence? I will verify it with the principal." She turned away, her expression awkward, but paused at the classroom door. Glancing at the students of Class 18, she disdainfully warned, "I caution you, Class 18, refrain from constantly provoking our class. Your lack of ambition should not affect diligent students." At her words, the countenance of the Class 18 students darkened. Even Yuan Chong, known for his amiable nature, wore a frosty expression. However, in order to avoid trouble, he ultimately remained silent. Bai Ling narrowed her eyes, observing He Yinan's departing figure with an indifferent demeanor. At this moment, in the Miao household, Miao Wanong stormed home, radiating an aura of icy fury. "Which fool dares to lay hands on my daughter?" Miao Wanong, accustomed to a life of bloodshed and strife, exuded an air of intimidation that compelled others to keep their distance. His subordinates instinctively shrank back, one of them leaning close to Miao Wanyang's ear and whispering, "It was a classmate of the young lady." There was no significant conflict. She merely disciplined a female student, who retaliated by injuring her. Miao Wanyang's eyes narrowed as he coldly inquired, "Have you thoroughly investigated her background?" "Yes," the subordinate replied. "Her name is Bai Ling, the adopted daughter of the Ji family. She was raised in the countryside and recently brought back, reportedly to marry into the Ji family. She lacks any influential background, save for her fiancé, who is not someone we can afford to provoke." "Who is he?" Miao Wanyang's expression grew more serious. After years of establishing dominance in Liqing, he was accustomed to being feared and respected, seldom encountering those beyond his reach. "In the capital, he is the young master of the Fu family." Miao Wanong stiffened, taking a moment to respond. "Indeed, a formidable adversary. In that case, we shall not seek Bai Ling's life. We will merely break her limbs and teach her a lesson." His subordinate hesitated. "I believe we should approach this matter with caution. Recently, Bai Ling incapacitated the leg of the young master of the Duan family. Yet she faced no repercussions. In fact, the head of the Duan family personally came to apologize. They seem powerless against her. Duan Yuyun is nothing but a coward, utterly disgracing manhood. Throughout my life, no one has dared to trample upon my authority. My precious daughter shall not suffer in vain. I will extend a courtesy to the Fu family by sparing Bai Ling's life. However, should they fail to recognize our leniency, I will not hesitate to deal with them as well." Miao Wanong, a man who thrived in peril, was unafraid of either heaven or earth. Seeing his resolve, his subordinate refrained from further protest. Meanwhile, at the in-family residence, the head of the in-family rushed home upon hearing the news. Upon entering, he did not inquire about Enrue's injuries but instead struck her across the face, reprimanding her angrily, "You wretched girl! How many times must I tell you not to provoke Bai Ling? Do you treat my words as mere nonsense?" Enrue, overwhelmed with grievance, began to cry, "Father, I am your daughter. I have been beaten to such a state, and instead of seeking vengeance for me, you strike me?" Madame and stood firmly in front of Enrue, imploring urgently, "My dear, do not place the blame upon her. She is but a child with a fleeting temper." Yet, regardless of the circumstances, her classmate should not have gone so far as to break her hands and feet. Such cruelty is beyond reason. "Last time, you mentioned letting the matter rest, but this time, we cannot simply overlook it. You must approach the school and demand an explanation." "An explanation? What nonsense!" The head of the in-family seethed, his throat tightening with indignation. "If this issue were so easily resolved, would I allow it to languish unattended? The last occasion when Enrue suffered a broken hand coincided with my dinner with Tang Jinqing, the influential figure in Liqing. Tang is not easily summoned. It took considerable time to arrange this meeting, prompted by a significant collaboration. Just as we settled down, my family called to inform me that Enrue had been attacked by a girl named Bai Ling. As I prepared to return and address the situation, Tang casually remarked, "Given our partnership, I advise you to let this go. You cannot touch her." The head of the in-family, astute as he was, grasped the implication, and thus the matter was left unresolved. He even cautioned Enrue against provoking Bai Ling. Yet today, calamity struck once more. The head of the in-family was driven to the brink of exasperation by his daughter's antics. After a moment of hesitation, he resolved, "I will arrange for your transfer. You can no longer remain at Hengchuan High School." Chapter 63. I took them back to Hengchuan High School regarding the incident whereby Ling assaulted a fellow student. The school has finally issued its disciplinary decision. The academic director announced over the intercom that Miao Yihe, Enrue, and 8 other students displayed abhorrent behavior through bullying, demonstrating a profound moral decay. In response, The school has imposed the following penalties. Miao Yi and Rui have received a formal reprimand, which will be recorded in their academic files, while the remaining students will face lesser sanctions. It is hoped that all students will take this as a cautionary lesson. The entire school was in an uproar. Xin from class 1 gripped her pen tightly, furiously scrawling across her notebook, leaving it in a state of utter disarray. Her eyes glimmered with a cold light, and her teeth ground together in frustration. How could this be? Bai Ling had committed such a grievous error, yet the school imposed no punishment on her whatsoever. She could not accept that the principal was simply protecting Bai Ling. It must have been Master Fu who intervened on her behalf. Her anger flared. What was so special about Bai Ling? How could Master Fu be willing to go to such lengths for her? Her academic performance, engaging in fights, and being unreasonable, yet Master Fu seemed unfazed by it all. Did he truly harbor such affection for Bai Ling? Xin violently tore her notebook pages apart, the hatred within her intensifying. I will not allow you to take Master Fu away from me. I absolutely will not. Class 18. At noon after class, Bai Ling did not join Xia Kersen and the others for lunch. Instead, she donned a baseball cap and headed straight outside the school. The Yuzhou Longfu is a relatively upscale restaurant in Liqing. Upon entering, Bai Ling announced her reservation number and was escorted to a private room by a server. As she pushed the door open, a man in his 50s rose to greet her, a warm smile gracing his face. Miss Bai, he said. Uncle Tang. Just call me Bai Ling, she replied, taking a seat across from him and placing her cap on the table, speaking softly and calmly. She lifted her gaze to meet the man S, who was impeccably dressed in a tailored suit, his handsome features striking and dignified, despite being in his 50s. His well-maintained appearance betrayed no signs of age. Yet, his eyes always held a sharp glint, exuding an aura of authority that belonged to the true ruler of Liqing, Tang Jincheng. Although the Tang family's wealth may not rival that of the Liao or Ji families, he was the undisputed leader of Liqing, commanding respect even from Miao Wanong, who dared not underestimate the Tang family. Bai Ling shifted her focus, leaning back in her chair as she spoke slowly. I am here today regarding the Su siblings. Tang Jincheng filled her cup with tea, and upon hearing her words, he smiled reassuringly. Rest assured. They are well taken care of at my home and will encounter no trouble. Bai Ling glanced at him and pulled out her phone, handing it to Tang Jincheng. Please take a look at this first. As he took the phone, his expression shifted dramatically. He stood up abruptly, astonished. How could this happen? Uncle Tang, you are quite busy with your duties and may not have the time to attend to matters at home, Bai Ling remarked, her hand tapping rhythmically on the table. Her tone cool yet laced with a heavy animosity. Tang Wanqing suspects they are your illegitimate children and has caused them considerable trouble privately. This is not the first time something like this has occurred. Bai Ling lifted her eyelids slightly, her voice tinged with a hint of coldness. I have dealt with everyone involved in this matter. The remaining issue with Tang Wanqing is now in your hands, Uncle Tang. When I entrusted them to you, it was out of faith in your ability to care for them. However, it appears I can no longer rest easy allowing them to stay in the Tang household. Tang Jincheng's expression shifted. I truly wasn't aware of this. I will provide you with an explanation upon my return. As for the two of them, let them remain in the Tang residence for now. I assure you, such incidents will not occur again. Bai Ling curled her lips into a faint smile. Her slightly cool cheeks illuminated by the sunlight, revealing an exquisite contour, beautiful yet laced with an icy chill. No need. I will make new arrangements for their accommodation. Tang Jincheng's brows furrowed tightly. Where do you intend to take them? You still have school, and you're currently residing at the Fu household. Your grandmother is in the hospital and requires care. Can you truly manage them both? Bai Ling's expression shifted slightly, her red lips pressed together in silence. Noticing her wavering demeanor, Tang Jincheng pressed on. It is best for them to stay at the Tang house. No one dares to come there and harm them. You have your own matters to attend to, and it would be inconvenient to bring them along. This incident was my oversight, and I will personally handle it upon my return and provide you with an explanation. Taking a sip of tea, Tang Jincheng looked at Bai Ling. When you entrusted them to me, was it not with the hope that they would remain undisturbed? After a prolonged silence, Bai Ling finally relented. Very well. Then I shall trouble Uncle Tang to continue looking after them, but I do not wish for such events to recur. Never. Their parents were. Tang Jincheng sighed. I regard them as my own children. Bai Ling nodded. All right. Tang Jincheng exhaled in relief. Let's eat. I ordered your favorites. After the meal, Tang Jincheng returned to the Tang residence. Mrs. Tang had just finished her yoga session and was momentarily taken aback upon seeing him return early. Elder, why are you back so soon today? Glancing at her, Tang Jincheng removed his suit jacket, with Tang Wanqing trailing behind him. After dining with Bai Ling, he had gone to Hengchuan High School to fetch Tang Wanqing. Kneel. As soon as Tang Wanqing entered, Tang Jincheng's voice turned icy. Tang Wanqing looked at him incredulously. Dad? Mrs. Tang, alarmed, approached Tang Jincheng. Elder, what is the matter? Why are you so furious all of a sudden? Wanqing has always been well-behaved. What has she done wrong? Be quiet. Tang Jincheng barked at her. If it weren't for your instigation, would she have turned out this way? He tossed a pile of documents in front of Tang Wanqing. Look at what you've done. Such a young age, and your heart is already so malicious. What will become of you in the future? Upon glancing at the documents, Tang Wanqing quickly understood, a mocking smile gracing her lips. So this is all about those two illegitimate children. Dad, you have committed an unconscionable act, betraying both my mother and me. Yet you shamelessly bring those children into our home. Have you considered our feelings? So, you allow others to bully them? Tang Jincheng's expression conveyed profound heartache. Indeed. Tang Wanqing lifted her gaze, her clear eyes fixed upon him. They have taken what is mine, and I shall ensure they pay the price. Slap. Tang Jincheng struck Tang Wanqing across the face. She covered her cheek, tears welling in her eyes. You dare hit me? I strike you because you are heartless and ungrateful. Tang Jincheng roared. I am your father. Do you not understand what kind of man I am? Do you think I would seek women outside and bring back an illegitimate child? Tang Wanqing was taken aback. What do you mean? Their parents were my benefactors. They perished while saving me. Do you think they wish to come to the Tang family? Tang Jincheng's face darkened. I begged them to come. Many wish to raise them simply to repay a debt of gratitude. And you, how dare you turn me into an ungrateful wretch? Disappointment etched across his face, he continued. This is impossible. Tang Wanqing collapsed to the ground. Believe it or not, starting today, I will hire someone specifically to protect their safety. Consider this a warning. Should you dare to harm them again, do not blame me for severing our father-daughter bond. Chapter 64. The dance studio. In the aftermath of recent events, the school settled into a semblance of tranquility. Miao Yihe transferred to another class, while Enrue left the school altogether. The students who had previously endured bullying breathed a sigh of relief and expressed their gratitude to Bai Ling for resolving the issue with Miao Yihe. Following the tumult, the atmosphere shifted back to a focused academic environment. One day, Bai Ling accompanied Xia Kersen and others to the cafeteria for a meal. Bai Ling. The school is hosting an arts festival soon, and a few of our classmates are preparing to perform street dance. Would you join us? Xia Kersen mumbled through a mouthful of food. Each year, the senior classes organize an arts festival, and every class must prepare a performance. However, the students of Class 18 were not particularly enthusiastic about street dancing, especially since Class 1 already had a team led by the charming GXIN. GXIN's beauty made her quite popular among the students, and competing with her in street dance felt like an exercise in futility. Moreover, Class 18 was known for their playful demeanor, lacking in musical talent, their singing was often off-key, and they had little aptitude for acting. Street dance was their one redeeming option, as many were fond of Yunqi and had learned a fair bit from watching his dance videos. Xia Kersen, a devoted fan of Yunqi, had self-studied various dance styles. When planning their performance, Lao Ran and the others decided on street dance. However, since audience voting would play a crucial role in the festival, they thought of enlisting Bai Ling to enhance their chances. Bai Ling was already a prominent figure at Hengchuan High School and the reigning campus belle. Her presence would surely attract votes. Besides, even if Bai Ling had no dancing skills, it wouldn't matter much in a group performance as long as she kept in sync with the others. I'm not interested. Bai Ling replied lazily, accustomed to her independence and disinclined to partake in collective activities. Xia Kersen felt a pang of disappointment. All right, she conceded. Lao Ran and the others also shared her disappointment but remained silent. After finishing their meal, as Xia Kersen cleared the dishes, she said to Bai Ling, "You can head back to the classroom. We still need to practice in the dance studio." Bai Ling contemplated that there was little for her to do in the classroom and decided, I'll go with you to watch. Though she wouldn't participate, observing others dance could still be enjoyable. The group participating in the arts festival comprised 10 individuals, all possessing basic dance skills. With classes to attend, their only practice time was during lunch breaks. Bai Ling followed them to the dance studio, where, just as Xia Kersen started the music, the door swung open. A group of students from Class 1, led by GXIN, entered. GXIN stepped forward, glancing at the students from Class 18. This studio is ours, please leave. This is a public studio. When did it become exclusive to your class? Lao Ran retorted coldly. We have always used this studio with the teacher's permission, GXIN replied. crossing her arms and regarding them with a frosty stare. If you disagree, perhaps you should consult the teacher. Liao Ran scoffed. Did your teacher permit it? Has the principal approved this? I suggest you take the matter up with the principal directly. The students of Class 18 echoed in agreement, lamenting that since the beginning of the school year, their classroom had been monopolized, leaving no opportunity for their class to practice. After finally managing to come and rehearse today, they were confronted with trouble. Don't think that just because you are in the elite class and the teachers favor you, you can act with impunity. Ji Xinhui smirked, her pride evident as she regarded them. Indeed, we are the elite class, which is why we are valued by the teachers. If you are dissatisfied, then strive to join the elite class. The students of Class 18 seethed with anger yet felt powerless. After all, they could not compete academically with their counterparts. Even the top student in their class was only ranked 200 in Hengchuan High School. Xia Kersen lowered her gaze and approached Liao Ran, whispering, "Perhaps we should just let this go and practice on the playground instead." Renowned for her exceptional dancing skills, she was the captain of the dance team and preferred to avoid conflict, believing that sometimes retreating could lead to broader horizons. However, Liao Ran was resolute. "No way. We are claiming this classroom today. You will practice here, and I challenge anyone who dares to make us leave." Just then, Henan entered the room. Noticing the students of Class 1 lingering at the doorway, she asked, "What are you all standing around for? Hurry up and practice. The arts festival is in 3 weeks, and you must strive for excellence to secure the title of outstanding class." Henan was determined to attain the accolade of outstanding class this time. Ji Xian glanced at Bai Ling, who had remained silent, and then turned to Henan, speaking softly, "Teacher He, the classroom has already been occupied by the students of Class 18. Let us wait until they finish before we come back." It seemed that Henan only then noticed the students from Class 18. What a joke. This classroom was fought for on your behalf. Other classes cannot use it. She then addressed the students of Class 18. "You should practice elsewhere." "On what grounds?" Liao Ran retorted angrily. "We are practicing here. What qualifications do you have to practice here? Are you ranked in the top 100? Henan scoffed. "Come back to me when you manage to get into the top 100. Having suffered a significant loss in Class 18 previously, she was determined to reclaim her dignity. Suddenly, Bai Ling, who had been silent, burst into laughter. "So, teacher, he means that if every student in our class ranks in the top 100, you will relinquish this classroom to us, and we will never set foot in here again." Henan's expression darkened upon seeing Bai Ling. "Indeed. Then let us make a bet," Bai Ling said, her hands tucked casually in her pockets and a playful glint in her eyes. "What kind of bet?" Henan queried. Puzzled. "I bet that our class will achieve the top rank in the upcoming midterm exam, with every student placing in the top 50, Bai Ling stated nonchalantly. The students of Class 1 erupted in laughter, while Class 18 felt utterly humiliated. Although they were also frustrated with Henan, they did not dare to make such a brazen wager. An elite class achieving the top rank, with every student in the top 50? What an audacious bet. They simply could not afford to take that risk. Henan couldn't help but laugh. "Bai Ling, have you lost your mind? Are you challenging me to this bet? Our class is the top in the grade, consistently ranking first in every exam, with even the top 5 students hailing from our ranks. What do you have to wager against me?" Bai Ling raised her eyebrows slightly, visibly irritated, and insisted, "Are we betting or not?" "All right." Perhaps provoked by Bai Ling's determination, Henan, without a moment's hesitation, agreed. What are the stakes for the losers? She was eager to witness Bai Ling's defeat. The losing class would be responsible for cleaning the restrooms and maintaining the hygiene of the entire grade for a month, relinquishing the dance studio to the winning class. And each member of the losing class would have to write an apology letter. Bai Ling's voice was calm and unruffled. "Fine, I accept your challenge." The smile on Henan's face was unmistakable. She was certain of her victory. Meanwhile, the students of Class 18 wore despondent expressions. Aware that Bai Ling aimed to defend their honor, they bore no ill will towards her, but they knew they were destined to lose this time. Chapter 65, Prohibition of Alcohol. Upon exiting the dance studio, Bai Ling promptly departed from the school premises. In no time, news of her wager with Henan reached the ears of various teachers. Many educators scoffed at Bai Ling's audacity, deeming her overconfident. Yet, only Yuan Chang's eyes gleamed with a hint of brightness, for he believed Bai Ling was far from inept. The students of Class 18 were struck by the news as if struck by lightning, lamenting their fate. However, they soon managed to adjust their spirits. Bai Jia had always been benevolent towards them. This time, she was standing up for them, and they could not afford to disgrace her. Even if they could not secure a victory, they must strive for commendable scores. Yet, with only 2 weeks until the midterm exams, no amount of effort seemed sufficient to yield favorable results. Regardless, they resolved to give it their all, just as everyone was preparing their textbooks for diligent study. Bai Ling entered the classroom, cradling a pile of materials that were indistinguishable from a distance. She placed the items on the podium and gestured to Zhang Xinxin, instructing her to distribute them to the class. Zhang Xinxin paused momentarily before complying. As she approached, she realized the materials consisted of a multitude of documents and practice exercises. Surprised, she glanced at Bai Ling but said nothing as she began to hand out the materials to their classmates. Bai Ling, chalk in hand, with one hand in her pocket, inscribed the number 12 on the blackboard. Discarding the chalk, she regarded the students of Class 18 with an expression of indifference. From today onward, the entire Class 18 will reside on campus, with no breaks between classes and no weekends. I shall review the knowledge from the first year until the conclusion of the midterm examinations. Liao Ran, seated at the back, chuckled without a care in the world. Bai Jie, I understand you're determined not to lose, but you can't possibly teach us, can you? With your grades, we might end up worse off. Bai Ling shot him a cold glare. Liao Ran shivered and quickly added, just kidding. Bai Ling responded, I will start teaching from the front row during this self-study session. With no teacher present, Bai Ling approached the first boy in the front row, Yu Yang, the math representative. He wished to express that she need not teach him, as he could manage on his own, but her frosty demeanor deterred him from speaking. Lin Xian leaned closer to Liao Ran, whispering, Has Bai Jie been overly affected this time? Her teaching will surely make us worse. Liao Ran, exasperated, ran a hand through his hair and muttered, Well, if Bai Jie's instructions are incorrect, we can always research on our own. After all, we must advance in rankings this time. Lin Xin sighed, remaining silent. Bai Ling paid no heed to the murmurs from the students behind her and instructed Yu Yang to retrieve his first-year textbook. Her aura was overwhelmingly commanding, causing Yu Yang to feel intimidated, compelling him to obediently produce the textbook. Bai Ling opened to the 3rd page, highlighting a key point, then unfolded the materials she had distributed earlier. Pointing to a problem, she began her explanation. Her pace was measured, and her explanations thorough, initially. Yu Yang was aware of only one method to solve the problem, but through Bai Ling's elucidation, he discovered several alternative approaches, all yielding correct answers. Unbeknownst to Yu Yang, he was gently guided into Bai Ling's explanation. His academic performance was commendable, ranking 10th in his class. Bai Ling's words resonated with him, and he grasped the concept swiftly. He realized that once the foundational elements were comprehended, the subsequent problems became significantly easier to tackle. Furthermore, the handwritten notes she provided were extensive and thorough. Within a mere half period, Yu Yang became thoroughly acquainted with the entirety of his first-year mathematics curriculum, even mastering it. He was astonished, nearly dropping his eyes from disbelief. During the latter half of the session, Bai Ling increased her pace, simultaneously covering the 2nd and 3rd-year material, and to his surprise, Yu Yang managed to keep up entirely. The self-study period swiftly came to an end. Bai Ling stood up, gazing at Yu Yang with a calm demeanor, stating, I will give you 2 days to complete those sets of problems. No copying the answers. Leave any that you cannot solve blank. Yu Yang was in utter admiration of her, feeling completely awed, and dared not dissent. Following this, Bai Ling moved on to the next student. Similar to Yu Yang, she initially covered the mathematics from 1st to 3rd year before assigning practice problems. The first few students fared well, their foundation was solid. And with a brief explanation from Bai Ling, they understood the material. However, as she progressed, her respect for the students' varying levels of comprehension deepened. For those with particularly weak foundations, she devoted more time to explain the concepts. As evening approached, Bai Ling showed no inclination to cease her teaching until she had finished with the last student, which turned out to be 8 o'clock at night. Remembering that Fu Chen awaited her at the school gate, she decided to head home. Before leaving, she instructed Xia Kersen to ensure that the entire class focused on their exercises without resorting to cheating. Xia Kersen held an immense admiration for Bai Ling. While other students might still harbor doubts about the correctness of Bai Ling's teachings, she was confident that Bai Ling was entirely accurate. Moreover, thanks to Bai Ling's guidance, she had grasped many of the concepts that had previously eluded her. She even began to believe that Bai Ling's explanations surpassed those of Yuan Chong. Bai Ling did not merely reiterate theoretical knowledge. She emphasized key points and problem-solving techniques, rendering the theoretical aspects easily understandable with a glance. Xia Kersen then realized that her deskmate was not a struggling student, but rather an academic prodigy. Outside Hengchuan University, Bai Ling emerged to find Fu Qin waiting for her at the entrance, a cigarette in hand. The moonlight cast a slender silhouette of him. Upon noticing her, Fu Qin extinguished his cigarette and enveloped her in an embrace, inquiring about her late return. Ever since the doctor had informed him of Bai Ling's cool constitution, Fu Qin had frequently held her close, under the pretense of providing warmth, though in truth, he sought to cultivate a sense of dependency within her. Bai Ling indeed found comfort in his presence. Whenever she was with him, she felt less cold, warmth always radiating from his hands, which she relished. As they contemplated their meal options, Bai Ling, fatigued and with a hint of weariness in her voice, asked, "Would you prefer to eat at home or outside?" Observing her tired demeanor, Fu Qin felt a pang of sympathy. In truth, Bai Ling was not particularly fond of dining out. However, the thought of returning home to face Ji Xian's dramatic antics made her reluctant. After some contemplation, she decided that dining out would be preferable. Upon entering the vehicle, Bai Ling discovered that Jiang Shiwei was also present. However, today he appeared to be preoccupied with his thoughts, lacking his usual playful demeanor. Bai Ling chose not to disturb him. Suddenly craving something spicy, Fu Qin instructed Xing Yu to find a hot pot restaurant. Jiang Shiwei seemed to be in a rather foul mood today and ordered some alcohol. Ordinarily, it was Bai Ling who frequently took the initiative to order drinks, so it was unusual for Jiang Shiwei to do so today. Bai Ling raised an eyebrow, sensing something was amiss with Jiang Shiwei. When the server brought the alcohol, Bai Ling eagerly opened a bottle, but before she could bring it to her lips, Fu Qin snatched it away and instead offered her a cup of tea at the perfect temperature, forbidding her from consuming alcohol. Bai Ling arched an eyebrow, casting a mischievous glance at him. "What's wrong? Did the doctor say you can't drink anything cold?" This time, Fu Qin disregarded the possibility of Bai Ling being upset and resolutely confiscated the alcohol. This girl was far too disobedient. She needed to be firmly managed. Could his medical skills surpass mine? As Bai Ling reached for the drink again, Fu Qin caught her hand and tucked it into his pocket, muttering that a healer should not neglect their own health. Bai Ling. She was exasperated. Chapter 66, Will you consider being my girlfriend? Ultimately, Bai Ling decided against drinking. She was acutely aware of her constitution and the adverse effects of consuming cold substances. However, her usual nonchalance led her to overlook her health, and the discomfort she felt was trivial in comparison to the pain she had previously endured. It was rather intriguing to have someone looking after her. Halfway through their meal, Bai Ling noticed that Jiang Shiwei had not uttered a single word, which surprised her. She raised an eyebrow and inquired of Fu Qin about his silence. Fu Qin, unhurriedly serving her more food, replied nonchalantly that he was just lost in thought. Bai Ling nodded in agreement, sensing the same. Xing Yu's lips twitched at the peculiar dynamic between the two. The dinner proceeded in a rather subdued atmosphere. As Xing Yu approached the cashier to settle the bill, Bai Ling recalled something and turned to Fu Qin, asking if he had a patient for her to treat. She had refrained from asking earlier, assuming Fu Qin would inform her once arrangements were made. However, a week had passed without any mention from him, prompting her to take the initiative. According to Qi, the Wei family's funds were dwindling rapidly and an auction was imminent. She needed to hasten her efforts to earn enough money. Before Fu Qin could respond, Jiang Shiwei abruptly lifted his head, a glimmer of light in his eyes as he seemed ready to speak. Yet, a mere glance from Fu Qin caused him to lower his head again, displaying his displeasure. Bai Ling raised her eyebrows, intrigued by Jiang Shiwei's demeanor, and asked if something was amiss. Jiang Shiwei glanced at Fu Qin, appearing lackluster, and replied that all was well. Fu Qin poured Bai Ling a cup of hot water, advising her to focus on her studies and defer everything until her break. Bai Ling shrugged, unconcerned, stating she would go check things out first. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shiwei immediately brightened and playfully urged, "Fu Yi, since Bai Ling has expressed her desire to take a look, why not let her?" Fu Qin cast a cold glance in his direction, causing Jiang Shiwei to shiver and fall silent. After a moment of contemplation, Fu Qin finally agreed. "All right, let's arrange it for the weekend." At this, Jiang Shiwei's anxious heart settled. Bai Ling remained quiet throughout the exchange. Once Xing Yu returned from paying the bill, they headed home. Upon arriving at Mingyuan, they found Ji Xian still awake, which exasperated Bai Ling. She gave Ji Xian not even a glance and informed Fu Qin. "I'm heading upstairs. I'll join you," he replied. The two of them completely ignored Ji Xian, who was left fuming in place. After preparing a medicinal bath and administering acupuncture for Fu Qin, Bai Ling intended to retire for the night but was summoned to his room. Fu Qin presented her with a stack of practice exercises, speaking with utmost seriousness. My mother asked me to ensure you focus on your studies. A set of exercises daily. I shall teach you anything you do not understand. Bai Ling felt a surge of reluctance. She was not inclined to engage with him. Do not be displeased. This is for your future, Fu Chen insisted, pulling her to sit in a chair and handing her a pen. Now write. Bai Ling rested her head on her hand for a while before slowly uttering 2 words. I can't. Fu Chen furrowed his brows. Not a single one? Bai Ling met his gaze in silence. With a sigh of resignation, Fu Chen pulled up a chair in front of her, stating, I will teach you from the basics. Bai Ling. Well, she might as well observe the capabilities of the former top student from Peking University. When Fu Chen dedicates himself to a task, he radiates an elegant and noble aura that compels one to glance at him more than once. Bai Ling lifted her gaze to him. The light illuminated his profile, perfectly sculpting his chiseled features, while his sensual lips captivated her, causing her heart to skip a beat. As Fu Chen turned his head, he caught sight of Bai Ling's bright and clear eyes, momentarily halting his actions, lost in her gaze for what felt like an eternity. After a brief pause, he regained his composure and, with a teasing smile, inquired, Am I handsome? Bai Ling, pulled back to reality by his voice, noted the amusement in his eyes and replied with a slight smile, Quite handsome indeed. Then why not consider becoming my girlfriend? Fu Chen asked with a gentle smile. Previously, Bai Ling had contemplated an engagement with him in order to investigate Ji Mohan's affairs. Now that everything had been clarified and their relationship had transformed, she had been harboring thoughts of leaving. Retaining her presence would undoubtedly prove to be a challenging endeavor. Bai Ling rested her chin on her hand, her gaze wandering as she mused. It is a possibility. He had treated her well, much like his grandmother, always unconditionally indulging her and supporting her aspirations. Most importantly, he was indeed quite attractive. She had a weakness for good looks. Fu Chen was taken aback by her prompt response, momentarily stunned. Are you truly considering it? Perhaps I should observe for a while, Bai Ling replied leisurely. Fu Chen. He berated himself for asking that additional question. Why not skip the observation? I could be your boyfriend and surely pass the test, he suggested, taking her hand with a soft voice. I could also be your warm comfort. That is true. Bai Ling nodded in agreement. Fu Chen's eyes brightened, his lips curving into an unmistakable smile. So you agree? Not quite, Bai Ling replied. Fu Chen. Bai Ling, feeling somewhat fatigued, didn't wish to hear any more of Fu Chen's explanations and directly climbed onto his bed, slipping off her shoes. I'll just sleep here. The weather had turned chilly, and Bai Ling felt a bit unwell, often experiencing a persistent chill throughout her body. After being held by Fu Chen for a night, she felt considerably more at ease. Fu Chen initially intended to persuade Bai Ling to complete her set of problems before going to sleep, but her sudden action caused him to abandon his principles in an instant. He removed his outerwear and climbed into bed, embracing Bai Ling as they drifted off to sleep. He harbored no ulterior motives, considering her youth. They merely shared a simple embrace for slumber. However, the restless movements of her hands kept Fu Chen's body tense throughout the night. The following morning, Bai Ling surprisingly woke up quite early. Fu Chen, curious, asked, Why are you up so early today? She mumbled through her toothbrush. I need to catch up on lessons. Fu Chen nodded, acknowledging that an early start was necessary. After finishing their morning routines, they stepped outside, only to find GXIN standing at the door. Upon seeing Bai Ling and Fu Chen emerge together, GXIN froze, her already pale face turning ghostly white. You too. Last night? The realization struck her. They had indeed spent the night together. Could it be that they have engaged in an intimate relationship? No. How could they do such a thing? Fu Shao belongs to her. Why would Bai Ling attempt to take him away? GXIN's mental state had already crumbled. Fu Chen furrowed his brow, addressing GXIN. Have I not expressly forbidden you from wandering about the villa? GXIN glared at Bai Ling with unbridled fury, completely oblivious to Fu Chen's words. Fu Chen's expression darkened, and he coldly reprimanded, Miss G. The chilling timbre of his voice jolted GXIN back to reality, and she hastily replied, I apologize. I merely wish to bring my newly purchased practice exercises to my sister. She does not require them. Fu Chen's demeanor grew increasingly menacing, an aura of frost enveloping him as if he were a harbinger of winter's chill. I must remind you, do not ascend to the upper floor again, or you shall return to the G household. This was the first time GXIN had witnessed Fu Chen's temper flare so dramatically, and tears of grievance began to cascade down her cheeks. I did not mean to, it will not happen again. Yet Fu Chen paid her no heed, taking Bai Ling with him as he departed. Disturbed by Xion's emotional turmoil, he lacked the appetite to dine at home that morning, instead opting to take Bai Ling out for a meal before escorting her to school. Chapter 67. Mr. Fu was jealous under the formidable presence of Bai Ling. The students of Class 18 have entered an intense phase of study. The substitute teachers are astonished. Within just a few days, certain educators have noted significant improvements in the entire class's academic performance. Yuan Chong is filled with pride as he observes his students striving diligently. Bai Ling has been quite occupied these past few days, teaching each student individually, tirelessly working until this Saturday. During self-study in the afternoon, Bai Ling approached the podium and gently tapped the desk, signaling for silence. Class 18 holds her in the highest regard. No one dares to disobey her. And the classroom fell silent in an instant. Tonight, they would collectively attend a concert. Upon hearing this, the students of Class 18 erupted in cheers. Long live Sister Bai. Sister Bai, you are amazing. I thought you had forgotten about the concert, and I was quite disappointed for a long time. Liao Ran has made considerable progress recently, having completed several sets of exercises with an impressive accuracy rate of 70%. Although he still cannot compare to the top-performing students, he is immensely grateful for his current level of achievement. He holds Bai Ling in high esteem. Upon hearing about the concert, he eagerly asked, Sister Bai, will you be joining us? Bai Ling nodded, yes. After school, she instructed Liao Ran to arrange a large bus. The boarding students followed the bus, while those who wished to travel independently could do so directly to the concert venue. Su Siyu and Su Shiqi also joined the excursion. Bai Ling did not travel with the bus. Fu Chun and Jiang Shiriwei came to pick her up. Jiang Shiriwei, also a fan of Yunqi, was quite animated throughout the journey. Bai Ling, I didn't expect you to be a fan of Yunqi as well. You usually seem so aloof. I thought nothing could capture your interest. Bai Ling, engrossed in messaging someone, looked up at his comment, I am not his fan. Come on, with that cheerful expression. I find it hard to believe you aren't, Jiang Shiriwei remarked, clearly skeptical of her claim. Having spent time with her, he realized that she often enjoyed making serious jokes that caught others off guard. Bai Ling, seemingly unfazed, questioned, am I really that happy? Jiang Shiriwei, ignoring her expression, continued. Yunqi is quite handsome, and he dances exceptionally well. I've always wanted to attend his concert but never had the chance. Bai Ling nodded nonchalantly, indeed. He is rather handsome. There is no denying the reason behind Yunqi's rise to stardom. Besides his exceptional talent, his looks have captivated many fans. Beside them, Fu Chun, who had remained silent, turned grave upon hearing this, his voice low and somber, am I not more handsome? Bai Ling paused, a playful smile gracing her lips. Actually, he is more handsome. Fu Chen's handsome face stiffened. Then let us not go. Let's go home. What nonsense is this? Are you trying to court my wife? Absolutely forbidden. Jiang Shiriwei jumped up in protest. Hey, Mr. Fu, do you have no humanity? I worked hard to get these concert tickets, and we're almost there. Do you dare to try going? Fu Chen's deep-set eyes gleamed with a cold light. Not only has my wife been tempted, but my brother has also fallen prey to a lure. He seeks an opportunity to undermine that Yunqi. Jiang Shiriwei wore a defeated expression. Fu Yi, you have changed. He turned his gaze toward Bai Ling, looking at her with a hint of melancholy. Bai Ling, why do you casually praise other men as handsomeness? Are you not aware that since you have been by Fu Ye's side, he has become an insatiable, jealous man? Now look, we can't attend the concert. Bai Ling put away her phone, tilted her head to glance at Fu Chen, and with a playful smile, said earnestly, you are more handsome than him. In truth, she held little interest in the concert. She simply had to attend for a particular matter. Then let us go, Fu Chen replied, his eyes sparkling with amusement, clearly lacking any principles. Jiang Shiriwei gave Bai Ling a thumbs up. You are truly remarkable. At the stadium, the crowd was immense, with many eager fans arriving before the start of the concert. Jiang Shiriwei, having somehow procured tickets, found himself seated in the fourth row. Bai Ling had initially considered giving him her front row ticket, but ultimately decided against it. She preferred not to draw attention. The concert commenced at last. Dressed in a luxurious black phoenix tail suit, Yunqi commanded the stage with elegance, eliciting a wave of screams from the audience. The only two unresponsive individuals in the crowd were Fu Chen and Bai Ling. As the concert progressed halfway, Yunqi exited the stage, and a guest performer took over. Bai Ling turned to Fu Chen and quietly said, I'm heading to the restroom. Fu Chen nodded in acknowledgement. In a dimly lit corner backstage, Bai Ling pulled her cap down lower. A man approached her, extending a plastic bag with an excited gleam in his eyes. Everything you requested is in here. It was Yunqi, who had hurried down after receiving her message. He glanced at Bai Ling, noting her unchanged demeanor, still cool and aloof. As if nothing could pique her interest. I thought you wouldn't come. If you had, I would have told the others to join us for a meal. It's been ages since we gathered. Bai Ling grasped the bag, her gaze lowered. No, I have other matters to attend to. I must leave. Are you truly not planning to return? We are all waiting for you, Yin Qi called after her, his companions eager to see her again. I want to be coming back. I need to focus on my studies, Bai Ling replied, her hand tucked into her pocket. The faint light casting shadows on her slender figure. Yin Qi felt a pang of sympathy but respected her decision. Well then, whenever you choose to return, just let me know. Your place will remain untouched. With a smile, Bai Ling replied, No. You should find a newcomer to take my place. I will not return. Adjusting her cap, she turned and walked away without hesitation. Not far behind Bai Ling, Liao Ren watched this scene, his eyes wide with astonishment. He merely stepped out for a moment to use the restroom when he noticed Bai Ling heading towards the backstage. Concerned that Bai Ling might have taken a wrong turn and could be reprimanded by the staff, he hurriedly followed. To his astonishment, he witnessed an unexpected scene. Bai Ling had also spotted him, handing the bag in his hand to Liao Ran, distributing it among their classmates. Liao Ran, bewildered, gazed at Bai Ling and asked, Sister Bai, was that Yun Qi? Indeed, Bai Ling replied with a smile, but keep it under wraps. With that, she turned and departed. Liao Ran stood in silence for a considerable time, finally regaining his senses. As he reflected on the place where Bai Ling's figure had vanished, it dawned on him why she could effortlessly procure 2 tickets to the concert for every member of Class 18. She was acquainted with Yin Qi. To her, these tickets were inconsequential. With this realization, Liao Ren opened the bag, and his eyes widened in disbelief. Wow, Yin Qi's autograph. If he were to share this signature with their classmates, Class 18 would undoubtedly erupt with excitement. Chapter 68. After the concert concluded, Bai Ling followed Fu Chun directly back. Liao Ran, accompanied by the students of Class 18, prepared to return to school. At the entrance of the stadium, Liao Ran called out to his classmates. Pulling out a signed photo of Yin Qi from his bag. This is from Sister Bai for you all, Yin Qi's autograph. A chorus of astonished gasps erupted from Class 18. Ah, am I dreaming? This is truly Yin Qi's autograph. Sister Bai, I adore you. Many departing spectators paused to glance over, and upon seeing the autograph in Liao Ran's hand, they erupted into excitement. They gathered around him, eager to ingratiate themselves. Could you possibly part with your autograph? I would pay a handsome price. Liao Ran politely declined, stating, I'm sorry, but each person in our class receives one. There are no extras. And it's not for sale. A wave of disappointment swept through the onlookers. Learning that each student would receive one, envy was evident on their faces. Liao Ran distributed the signed photos to the students of Class 18 and declared loudly, Sister Bai has treated us so well, we must reciprocate. Though she didn't mandate our return to school today, I have decided that the entire class will return to complete practice exercises. I agree. With that, the students of Class 18 boarded their vehicles in an orderly manner and departed. Bystanders speculated about this Sister Bai, a teacher who had gone to such lengths to encourage her students to excel academically by procuring a class's worth of autographs. Many began searching for this Sister Bai and even declared intentions to transfer schools to become her student. Once the crowd had dispersed, GXIN stood alone, her expression cold. Bai Ling, in her bid to win over her classmates, had enlisted Fu Shao's help to secure an entire class's worth of autographs. Little did they know how rare Yun Qi's signature was. They had acquired it with such ease. Fu Shao's influence was indeed formidable. In just over a month of being with Fu Shao, Bai Ling had garnered the unwavering support of all students in Class 18. This could not stand. She could not remain passive any longer. That evening, GXIN did not return to Ming Yuan, and Bai Ling and the others did not inquire about her absence. It was for the best, as Bai Ling found GXIN's presence distressing. The next day, Jiang Shiwei arrived early. Bai Ling and Fu Chen also rose early. And after a quick breakfast, they set out. Bai Ling had agreed to visit the patient Fu Chen mentioned, uncertain of their destination. She knew only that it was quite far. Fu Chen had not elaborated, and she dozed off in the car. She slept for a considerable while. Approximately 2 hours later, Fu Chen roused her. Bai Ling opened her eyes to find herself at a small private hospital. Raising an eyebrow, she looked at Fu Chen with a hint of mischief. Yours? It was unexpected for anyone else to establish a private hospital in Liqing, and Bai Ling could think of no one but Fu Chen. He nodded, his demeanor seemingly somber. He pressed his lips together, his tone rather flat. Let's go inside. Bai Ling cast a glance at him, but remained silent, following him in. After taking a few steps, Fu Chen suddenly halted and called out to her, Xiao Ling, if later. He had never addressed Bai Ling so affectionately before. Bai Ling turned back to look at him. What is it? His voice sounded somewhat off. Fu Chen's deep-set eyes were cast downward, and after a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. It's nothing, let's go. This time, he did not take Bai Ling's hand, choosing instead to walk ahead alone. His tall and upright figure appeared somewhat solitary. Bai Ling's gaze flickered momentarily, but after a brief pause, she followed him inside. Upon reaching a luxurious hospital room, Fu Chen halted at the entrance, his long fingers gripping the doorknob. After a slight hesitation, he opened the door. Bai Ling followed closely behind, and upon entering, her eyes widened as she beheld the figure lying on the hospital bed. She hastened to the bedside, her exquisite face as cold as frost. What happened? Ji Mohan? Bai Ling's brows furrowed tightly as she grasped Ji Mohan's wrist to take his pulse. Fu Chen's pupils constricted, his fingers clenched instinctively within his pocket. The heart-eating goo? Bai Ling looked at Fu Chen in shock, her expression grave. Fu Chen averted his gaze and nodded. Yes, his poison is more potent than your grandmother's. It has already manifested. The esteemed healer, Old Qian from the Research Institute, has temporarily sealed his heart meridian, placing him in a state of suspended animation. But Old Qian is unable to neutralize the poison. Recently, Ji Mohan's body has shown abnormalities, and I fear he cannot endure much longer. We must find a way to detoxify him. Fu Chen had originally not intended to seek Bai Ling's help. If she could resolve the heart-eating goose poison, she would have already cured her grandmother. However, there was no alternative now. Ji Mohan's poison needed to be controlled, otherwise, he would not survive beyond 7 days. Bai Ling's eyes turned icy, her voice frigid. Who did this? The heart-eating goo is notoriously difficult to cultivate. There are no more than 5 individuals in the world capable of breeding such a creature. Bai Ling realized that both Ji Mohan and her grandmother had been afflicted by the same type of poison, originating from the same person. She had always known her grandmother's poisoning was far from simple. Her grandmother's identity was certainly not limited to that of a mere village teacher. Now, with both her grandmother and Ji Mohan poisoned by the same individual, she had no choice but to take this matter seriously. An ancient hidden family, Fu Chen uttered, his thin lips parting to release a few words. Which family? Bai Ling asked coldly. I do not yet know, he replied, having utilized all his connections to investigate. Yet the leads he had were scant. The power of hidden families is immense. Ordinary investigative methods are utterly ineffective. Bai Ling pressed her lips together, her gaze chilling, remaining silent. Jiang Shuriwa hesitated for a long moment before stepping forward. Bai Ling, I can see that your relationship with Ji Mohan is extraordinary. Now that the goo poison has invaded his heart meridian, can you control the onset of the poison? Bai Ling lifted her gaze to glance at him, remaining silent. She could indeed manage it, but its effect would be minimal. To truly save Ji Mohan, the poison must be completely resolved. To achieve this, the blood god herb was necessary, of which only a single specimen currently existed, still in the possession of the Wei family. However, the auction date for the Wei family had yet to be determined. She could delay until she successfully bid for the blood god herb. Yet, her grandmother also needed it. Both were the most important individuals in her life, and she felt torn between whom to save. Seeing her silent for so long, Jiang Shiyue's hope dwindled. Can you not treat him? Bai Ling's delicate eyes were cast down, her porcelain fingers gently clasping Ji Mohan's hand. He lay upon the bed, devoid of any vitality, his handsome visage as pale as that of a corpse. After a moment of silence, Bai Ling rose, instructing, You may leave now. There is no need to wait for me today. Fu Chen's expression shifted, his thin lips parting as if to speak, yet the words remained lodged in his throat, unuttered. Jiang Shirwei glanced at Bai Ling, then at Fu Chen, and with a sigh, suggested, Master Fu, let us take our leave. She should possess the means to manage the onset of the poison. Having spent considerable time in Bai Ling's company, Jiang Shirwei had come to understand her somewhat. If she were uncertain about a matter, she would express it outright. Fu Chen pressed his lips together, nodding in agreement. As he reached the doorway, he paused. Turning back to Bai Ling, I have asked Xingyu to wait for you at the entrance. Should you wish to return, he will escort you. Bai Ling acknowledged with a soft reply and fell silent thereafter. Chapter 69. Master Fu, please refrain from teasing evening. October bar. Jiang Shuriwei seized the beer from Fu Chen's hand, expressing his concerns. Master Fu, you have consumed over 30 bottles of beer. You can no longer indulge. Even if you're not intoxicated, you might still face consequences. Hand it over. Fu Chen's eyes glimmered with a crimson light, reminiscent of a wolf prowling in the dead of night, and he growled, I will not. Jiang Shiriyue clutched the beer to his chest, unwilling to concede. Your poison has not been entirely resolved. Even if Bai Ling has stated you can drink, this is excessive, I assent it? At the mention of Bai Ling, Fu Chen's body stiffened slightly as he leaned against the sofa, enveloped in silence. Jiang Shiriyue sighed, unsure of what to say. In truth, since leaving the hospital that morning, Master Fu had not moved from the entrance. He had been waiting for Bai Ling, yet as night fell, her presence remained elusive. Fu Chen had called Xingyu. But since Bai Ling had not permitted him entry, Xingyu was unaware of the circumstances within the ward and informed Fu Chen candidly. Subsequently, Fu Chen had arrived at the bar and downed 30 bottles of beer in one go. He had never been fond of beer. He only drank because Bai Ling enjoyed it. Jiang Shiriyue observed Fu Chen, running his hands through his hair in frustration. It was evident that Fu Chen harbored feelings for Bai Ling, and he feared that she might have a romantic relationship with Ji Mohan, deliberately suppressing their meetings. Indeed, Bai Ling's demeanor towards Ji Mohan was markedly different from her interactions with others. It was the first time Jiang Shiriyue had witnessed her being so anxious about someone. It was not difficult to surmise that Bai Ling's relationship with Ji Mohan was far from ordinary. At the very least, it was not a typical sibling bond. After all, they shared no blood ties, and it was not inconceivable for them to develop affections for one another. However, what was to be done now that Master Fu had been stirred by such emotions? Let us return, Fu Chen finally said, having leaned against the sofa for some time before slowly rising. Perhaps due to his inebriation, he swayed slightly. Jiang Shiriyue hurriedly supported him as they exited the bar. Upon returning to Mingyuan, Fu Chen headed directly to the bathroom. As he opened the door, he was taken aback to find Bai Ling showering. She shivered at the unexpected sight. Bai Ling, startled by Fu Chen's sudden return, quickly grabbed a bath towel to cover herself, her face flushed a deep crimson. Fu Chen's gaze fixated upon Bai Ling, a surge of heat coursing through him, rendering his breath shallow. At that moment, she was only clad in a white bath towel, her collarbone exposed, her legs slender and pale, with droplets of water still clinging to her hair, exuding a cold yet captivating allure. Fu Chen was momentarily entranced, rendered speechless. Bai Ling soon regained her composure, noticing his unwavering gaze. With a playful smile, she teased, Master Fu, do you intend to keep staring at me like this? Finally, Fu Chen's thoughts were jolted back to reality by her voice. His throat felt parched, and after a brief pause, he grasped her firmly, pulling her into his embrace. His voice hoarse as he confessed, I would rather hold you forever. Bai Ling did not expect Fu Chen to embrace her so suddenly. Her once cold heart began to race uncontrollably, and she felt her cheeks burning. Nestled against him, she could distinctly catch the mingled scent of alcohol and smoke that clung to him, subtle yet intoxicating. She lifted her gaze slightly, observing the distinct contours of his profile. With a flutter of her eyelashes, she inquired, have you been drinking? Yes, Fu Chen replied softly, tightening his embrace around Bai Ling. I thought you wouldn't come back. Bai Ling found this amusing. Why wouldn't I return? The hospital has a place for me to stay. She was merely exploring ways to prolong her control over Ji Mohan's poison and safeguard his vital energy. She had yet to implement the acupuncture technique, which had consumed a considerable amount of time. By the time she finished, it was already 10 o'clock at night. She had assumed Fu Chen would be at home. But upon her arrival, she found him absent. Xingyu informed her that Fu Chen's calls with Jiang Shiriyue were unanswered, possibly due to some urgent matters. Bai Ling did not press for further details and proceeded to take a shower. Little did she anticipate that Fu Chen would return just a few minutes after she entered the bathroom. Don't you wish to remain by his side more than with me? Fu Chen's tone carried a hint of jealousy. He rarely concerned himself with such matters, but when it came to Bai Ling, he was undeniably affected. He acknowledged that he felt envious of her attitude towards Ji Mohan. Upon hearing this, Bai Ling raised her head and regarded Fu Chen for a moment before bursting into laughter. So you're jealous? Indeed, Fu Chen asserted with conviction. You fancy another man, and I won't permit it. Bai Ling finally grasped why the illustrious Fu Yi was acting strangely that evening. The smile at the corner of her lips deepened. Do you really think he is my boyfriend? Fu Chen arched an eyebrow, regarding her with displeasure. I never imagined Fu Ye's imagination was so vivid. She pushed him away, locking eyes with him. A sibling romance. What nonsense. At her words, Fu Chen's eyes sparkled with intrigue. So he is not your boyfriend? He is my brother. Bai Ling replied, somewhat exasperated, as she pinched her brow. Aside from my grandmother, he is the only person who has treated me well. She had met Ji Mohan a decade ago when she was merely 9, and he was just 12. That day, having just finished school, she encountered Ji Mohan waiting at the school gate. Under the sun, his smile radiated warmth, elegance, and nobility. Subsequently, Ji Mohan would occasionally visit her, bringing daily necessities for her and her grandmother, though Bai Ling had no need for them. At 9 years old, she had already earned her first income, ensuring her grandmother would never go hungry. She simply felt comforted by Ji Mohan's presence, fostering a deep sense of trust in him. Ji Mohan treated her well, and their relationship remained purely that of siblings. Am I not good to you? Fu Chen's anxious heart finally found solace, relieved as long as the young lady did not harbor feelings for Ji Mohan. Bai Ling's eyes sparkled as she smiled lightly. You aren't too bad. Fu Chen's gaze brightened, and he wrapped his arm around her waist, whispering softly in her ear, "Let me help you dry your hair." His slightly suggestive look made Bai Ling's heart skip a beat, causing her to instinctively avert her gaze. All right, I'm too tired to move after a long day. Having a free helper is quite convenient. Yet, she felt her heart becoming increasingly uncontrollable. This sensation was troubling. Should she distance herself from him? Having experienced much, Bai Ling feared being tethered to anyone. Fu Chan was different. She found herself developing a new kind of feeling for him. Though this sensation remained faint, it was far from a favorable circumstance for her. Fu Chen's movements were tender, meticulously drying each strand of Bai Ling's hair. His fingers occasionally brushed against her neck, sending her heart into a flurry. After a series of struggles, Bai Ling let out a low exclamation of frustration. Damn it. She then seized the hairdryer. Fixing a serious gaze upon Fu Chen, I'll do it myself. If he continued to blow her hair, she feared she might lose control and leap upon him. Fu Chen smiled softly, taking the hairdryer back from her grasp. Be good, it will be done shortly. Bai Ling. This damned, suffocating atmosphere. At last, as their emotions began to spiral out of control, Fu Chen completed the drying of her hair. Bai Ling inhaled deeply, her crimson lips parting. Master Fu, do not tease. Chapter 70. She plagiarized. Fu Chen smiled, leaning closer to her, his long fingers gently brushing against her head. Can you be stirred? If he truly could stir her emotions, he would not be envious of other men. This sensation was rather unpleasant. Bai Ling crossed her arms, a hint of mockery glimmering in her eyes. Perhaps he could stir her. After speaking, she took a white shirt and headed to the restroom to change out of her towel. The amusement in Fu Chen's eyes deepened. He said nothing further and went to shower. Upon his return, Bai Ling was still awake, clutching her phone as if searching for something. Fu Chen approached and casually glanced at her screen, surprised. Are you looking for blood god grass? Bai Ling looked up. You know about this? I've heard of it. Fu Chen poured 2 cups of hot water, handing one to Bai Ling. The Wei family seems to have some. Bai Ling nodded. Yes, their S1 plant. What do you need blood god grass for? Fu Chen took a sip of his water, casually sitting beside her. To detoxify. Bai Ling put her phone away, her mood visibly low. The antidote for the heart-devouring goo requires blood god grass as a medicinal guide, and the Wei family only possesses one. Fu Chen's fingers hesitated. Only one plant? Does that mean only one person can be saved? To save Grandma or Ji Mohan? The young girl must be in turmoil. Fu Chen glanced at her. Her expression was devoid of any visible conflict. This girl always concealed herself so tightly. If only she would show a hint of vulnerability. With this thought, Fu Chen took her hand and gently said, First save Grandma. Bai Ling looked at him in surprise. Fu Chen smiled. To others, Ji Mohan is already dead. It makes little difference whether you save him now or later. I believe in your medical skills. You can stabilize his condition. A soft part of Bai Ling's heart was touched by Fu Chen's words, and for a long time, she remained silent. Eventually, she regained her composure and smiled at him. Thank you. This smile was sincere, radiant like the morning sun, bright and penetrating. Fu Chen's heart was instantly captivated by her smile. He patted her head gently and whispered, Get some sleep. In the blink of an eye, the midterm exams at Hengchuan High School commenced. Fu Chen took Bai Ling to school early, softly encouraging her. Do your best on the exam. Bai Ling nodded, shouldering her bag as she departed. The first exam that morning was Chinese, which was relatively easier compared to other subjects, although the composition posed a greater challenge. As soon as the exam bell rang, Bai Ling quickly filled out the Chinese questions, and her composition was thoroughly written. She submitted her paper within half an hour. Bai Ling was quite well known at school, and upon seeing her submit her paper early, the supervising teacher shook her head, muttering, This child must be the last in her grade again. However, when the teacher casually glanced through Bai Ling's paper, she was momentarily stunned. How is this possible? In the afternoon, it was mathematics. Bai Ling again submitted her paper early. However, she had not completed all the questions, only tackling 4 major problems, which collectively amounted to 80 points, barely passing. In subsequent classes, Bai Ling continued the trend, submitting her papers ahead of time. After the afternoon examinations, all the teachers gathered to grade the papers in the teacher's office. The physics instructor, having assessed a portion of the tests, sighed repeatedly, lamenting, these questions were exceedingly difficult. Many students couldn't answer them. The chemistry teacher nodded in agreement, stating, indeed, I've graded so many, and the highest score is merely 110. The other teachers exchanged wry smiles and shook their heads, sharing the same sentiment. Thus far, no paper had exceeded the score of 110. The physics teacher, having lost faith in the examination, was taken aback when he suddenly encountered an unusual paper. As he meticulously graded each question, he abruptly stood up, eyes wide in astonishment, exclaiming, whose paper is this? The paper was sealed, preventing him from seeing the name. The chemistry teacher leaned in to take a look and gasped, a perfect score? Is this Susiki from class 1? He consistently ranks first in the grade. The physics teacher shook his head, stating, this is not Susiki's handwriting. How peculiar. Suddenly, the chemistry teacher paused mid-sentence. I also have a perfect score here. Concurrently, there was also a perfect score in English, and a score of 148 in Chinese. However, in mathematics, Yuan Chong had finished grading but had not seen a single perfect score. He removed his reading glasses in frustration, realizing that mathematics indeed posed a challenge. The physics teacher chuckled, be content. The overall scores in mathematics are quite good. Many scored 140, so missing a 150 isn't significant. Yuan Chong felt somewhat reassured. Indeed, among all subjects, mathematics yielded the best results, with no scores below 80. This was the finest performance he had witnessed in his years of teaching. Subsequently, the teachers compiled the results. Yinan was eager to discover who topped the English class. Upon unsealing the paper, she was left dumbfounded. How is this possible? Bai Ling, that underachiever, how could she achieve a perfect score? Other teachers also opened their papers. Yuan teacher, the student with a perfect score in physics is Bai Ling from your class. The same goes for chemistry and Chinese. Yuan Chong was taken aback and quickly checked the score sheets. Indeed, it was Bai Ling. This child had not disappointed him. However, the next moment, he felt disheartened. Why did mathematics prove so challenging? Bai Ling only scored 80. Upon hearing Bai Ling's score, Yinan was instantly enraged. She slammed her hand on the table and shouted at Yuan Chong, Yuan teacher, you teach such a good student. It's one thing to perform poorly in studies, but to dare to cheat? This is a disgrace to our Hengchuan University. He teacher, Yuan Chong retorted angrily, please do not baselessly slander my student. I believe she would never resort to cheating. Humph. Yinan scoffed. What kind of character does she possess? Which teacher in the senior year doesn't he know? She has always been at the bottom, suddenly scoring first. How could it not be cheating? Yuan Chong's face flushed with anger, yet he found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, Bai Ling's previous grades had been too poor. This time, there can be no leniency. I shall seek out the academic director. Yinan had originally intended to approach the principal, but recalling the principal's previous defense of Bai Ling, she opted to directly confront the academic director instead. If it is confirmed that Bai Ling has committed plagiarism, a board meeting will ensue, and she has little doubt that the principal would not come to Bai Ling's aid this time. In class 18, Yuan Chong pushed open the classroom door, only to find an unusually tranquil atmosphere within. Glancing at the class schedule, he noted that it was a study period, and remarkably, every student was engrossed in their books. Yuan Chong smiled with satisfaction. Ever since Bai Ling joined class 18, the ambience of the class had transformed dramatically. He cast a glance at Bai Ling, who was currently absorbed in her phone. With a sigh, he called out, Bai Ling, please come with me. Bai Ling looked up briefly, said nothing, and followed Yuan Chong outside. Chapter 71, A Resounding Victory. Yuan Chong escorted Bai Ling to the academic office, where all the teachers were gathered. Just as Director Zhang was about to inquire about the situation, Yinan stepped forward and interrogated, Bai Ling, I ask you, did you complete the exam on your own? Bai Ling lowered her gaze and replied coolly, yes. Her voice lacked warmth. Did you plagiarize? Yinan's expression was frosty, showing no kindness towards Bai Ling. No. Bai Ling responded, standing quietly, unperturbed. You are lying. Yinan tossed several exam papers onto the table before Bai Ling. If you didn't cheat, why did you score full marks in these subjects? You know your own abilities. Do not tell me it was sheer luck that you managed to answer everything correctly. A slight smile graced Bai Ling's lips, her eyes lifting slightly. It was not luck. I answered them myself. Unrepentant. Yinan, losing patience, turned to the academic director. Director. You heard her. She is guilty of plagiarism. I hope you can address this matter seriously. Director Zhang felt a headache coming on. On one hand was the aggressive Yinan, and on the other, a student under Principal Qin's protection. It was a dilemma to uphold either side. After a moment of contemplation, Director Zhang approached Bai Ling with a smile. Student Bai, you are aware that your previous grades were rather poor. It is quite understandable that the teachers find it hard to believe you achieved full marks suddenly. Do you have any way to prove that you did not cheat? With her hands in her pockets, Bai Ling regarded Director Zhang with a smirk. Why not just retake the exam? From the moment Bai Ling decided to tutor Class 18, she anticipated such an occurrence. It came as no surprise to her. It was merely a matter of retaking the exam, a waste of some time. Yes, a retake is essential. This time, I will personally set the questions. Yinan was eager to expose Bai Ling's supposed deceit. The other teachers exchanged glances, each preparing their own set of questions, as they too harbored doubts about Bai Ling's exam results. A retake seemed the most reasonable solution. This time, Yinan selected the most challenging questions, even more difficult than those on the midterm exam. She handed the paper to Bai Ling. Start the timer when you are ready. Bai Ling cast her eyes over Yinan briefly. Let's begin. The initial section was listening comprehension, which consumed considerable time. However, the subsequent written portion was significantly easier. Bai Ling worked swiftly, her pen flying across the paper like a gust of wind. In the blink of an eye, she had moved on to the next question. Approximately 25 minutes later, Bai Ling capped her pen and presented the paper to Yinan. Finished. What? Yinan looked at Bai Ling in disbelief. You completed it in just 25 minutes? A quick glance at the answers revealed they were all correct. Her expression shifted dramatically. I will grade it immediately. The other teachers refrained from interrupting her, patiently awaiting the results. Moments later, Yinan stood up, her face displaying a myriad of emotions as she stared at the score on the paper, resembling a color palette. She gaped at Bai Ling. It's full marks. Upon hearing the news, the physics teacher hastily handed the exam paper to Bai Ling, instructing her to complete the physics test. Bai Ling remained silent, immediately getting to work on the paper. Just as before, she submitted her answers in a mere 20 minutes, a speed even swifter than during the midterm exam. The physics teacher, not daring to delay, promptly began grading her paper. The result was once again impeccable, full marks. Yuan Chong, observing from the side, felt a deepening smile. He had always known that Bai Ling would not resort to plagiarism. With an impassive expression, Bai Ling looked at the teachers and inquired whether she needed to complete the chemistry exam as well. No need, the chemistry teacher replied. I trust that you did not cheat. Embarrassed, the chemistry teacher quickly took the exam paper and left the room. This was hardly a case of cheating. It was a revelation of an unexpected talent. Having already been chastised, there was no need to subject her to another round of humiliation. The academic director was equally astonished by the results, but soon a smile spread across his face. No wonder the principal insisted on keeping Bai Ling. She is truly a treasure for Hengchuan High School. Although Bai Ling's performance in mathematics was less than stellar at this rate, gaining admission to Peking University seemed well within her grasp. As Director Zhang contemplated this, he abruptly turned to Yinan with a stern expression. Ms. He, do you have any further concerns? Yinan's face flushed with embarrassment. She had never felt so humiliated. I have none. Director Zhang replied coldly. Since there are no further issues, I expect you to apologize to Bai Ling. As a teacher, it is unbecoming to doubt your own students. Yinan felt a sharp pang of indignation. Apologizing to a student? She was unwilling to comply. Yet, surrounded by her colleagues' watchful eyes, she realized that refusing to apologize would only lead to further disgrace. After a long moment of hesitation, she finally faced Bai Ling. I'm sorry, I was mistaken. I apologize. Bai Ling responded with a cold smile. No need for an apology, Ms. He. Just remember our wager. Yinan's expression stiffened, but she refused to back down. Let us see if your class can truly secure first place first. Bai Ling cast her a brief glance, said nothing, and turned to leave. The following day, the campus bulletin board displayed the results of the midterm exams. Students rushed to check their scores. Class 18, once fearful of results, now approached the announcement with unbridled enthusiasm. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Wow. Bai Jia is second in the entire grade. Xia Kersen is fifth. Liao Ran is 25th. Class 18 had achieved the highest total score across the grade. Such results astonished not only Class 18 but also the other 17 classes. In just 2 weeks, Class 18 had risen from the bottom to the top. What sorcery was this? Xia Kersen and Liao Ran stood there, stunned. Xia Kersen had never imagined she would place 5th in the entire grade, achieving a remarkable total of 665 points. Admission to Peking University was now well within reach. Liao Ran, too, was left dazed by the astonishing results. When Belan imparted knowledge to them, he could surmise that her previous score of 0 was merely a clever ruse, a deliberate act on her part. However, he had never anticipated that he would achieve the 25th rank in the entire grade, a remarkable leap indeed. After a prolonged moment of astonishment, he turned to Xia Kersen and remarked, "Belan truly is one of a kind. There exists no other like her in this world." Xia Kersen cast a languid glance in his direction and quickly began searching for the rankings of their classmates. Reminding him not to forget that Belan had wagered with teacher he that their class must have all members rank within the top 50 to emerge victorious. It was then that Liao Ran recalled this particular matter. Upon further inspection, a smile spread across Liao Ran's face. The entire Class 18 had successfully entered the top 50. Susiki from Class 1 claimed the first position, while Ji Xian secured the third. The remaining students from Class 1 experienced a significant decline in their scores, with the highest total barely exceeding 400 points, whereas Class 18's lowest total exceeded 500. Class 18 had achieved a resounding victory. Chapter 72. The teacher refuses to acknowledge. In the morning, during English class, Heenan entered the classroom and commenced the lesson without delay. Bai Ling, seated at the back, squinted her eyes and stood up. "Teacher have you forgotten something?" Heenan's gaze flickered with a hint of discomfort. "I have an excellent memory. What could I possibly forget?" "It appears you have overlooked our wager," Bai Ling remarked, her demeanor cool, her eyes glinting with intensity. "What a joke." Heenan scoffed. "I am a teacher. How could I possibly wager with you?" She continued, "Do not think that just because you ranked second in the entire year, you can act with such arrogance. I am still your teacher." Bai Ling smirked. "So it seems, teacher you have no intention of acknowledging it?" Heenan averted her gaze, choosing not to respond. Bai Ling's cold laughter echoed. "It matters not. A teacher lacking in ethics will not admit defeat. You need not apologize. But as for the dance studio, your class should not expect to use it. Anyone from your class who dares step into the dance studio will be made to leave on all fours. I advise you to convey my words to your students." "Teacher With that, she resumed her seat. She had anticipated that Heenan would refuse to acknowledge the wager, but she was not intent on forcing her to accept punishment. Such matters did not require coercion. Heenan had already lost face before the entire school. Upon hearing this, Heenan's expression stiffened, yet she refrained from arguing with Bai Ling. However, the students from Class 18 were unwilling to remain silent. Liao Ran stood up in a fury. "That is unacceptable. A wager lost must be honored. Our class ranked first in this exam. If you refuse to acknowledge it, does that mean if we lose, you can also deny it?" Lin Xin interjected with a sneer. "That would certainly not be permissible if our class were to lose. I fear, teacher, he would be the first to demand that we clean the restrooms." The classroom erupted in laughter. Heenan's face turned ashen with anger. "Do not speak nonsense. When did I wager with you? Do you have any evidence?" "Indeed, we do." Liao Ran grinned mischievously as he pulled out his phone, playing a video. The footage captured everything that transpired in the dance studio that day. Heenan's expression darkened further. "Teacher, do you have anything to say?" Liao Ran smirked. "You." Heenan gritted her teeth, at a loss for words. She had indeed underestimated Bai Ling's academic prowess. Not only had she excelled in her studies, but she had also propelled the students of Class 18 into the top 50 of the entire year. Such an achievement was unparalleled among the teachers of the senior class. Now, faced with this group of students causing her trouble, she found herself unable to simply deflect their demands. "If you still refuse to fulfill the wager, that's fine. I can always post this video online. I am certain many students would enjoy seeing it," Liao Ran said nonchalantly. Perhaps having spent too much time with Bai Ling, he had adopted a rather roguish demeanor, occasionally resembling her in mannerisms. "Please don't." Heenan finally broke, conceding, "I apologize to you all. I should not have underestimated you. Each of you is an exceptional student." Liao Ran tucked away his phone and sat down. "We accept your apology, but do remember, each member of your class must write us a letter of apology." Heenan glared at Liao Ran with resentment, and the truth dawned upon her. That afternoon, the students of Class 18 received an apology letter from Class 1. After handing over the letter, Ji Xian's delicate face twisted into a grotesque expression, resembling that of a wild beast. She was on the verge of madness, driven to the brink by Bai Ling, after painstakingly achieving third place in the entire grade. A rise of 7 ranks, she hardly had the chance to bask in her triumph before encountering Bai Ling's report card. Ji Xian's fist clenched tightly, her eyes ablaze with fury. How could that wild girl, seemingly inept, manage to secure second place in the grade? Furthermore, she had led Class 18 into the top 50. Why? Why was this happening? She had always been the most exceptional, yet since Bai Ling's arrival, she had lost everything. Her fiancé had faltered. The school belle had faltered. Her social standing had faltered. Now, even her academic prowess had faltered. Why was Bai Ling able to keep her so thoroughly suppressed? A cold light flickered in Ji Xian's eyes. This time, she would reclaim what she had lost with her own hands. That evening, Fu Chen returned home with Bai Ling. They dined in, as the dedicated chef delivered meals directly to Ming Yuan. Ever since Fu Chen learned of Bai Ling's malnutrition, he had instructed the chef to prepare extra dishes at every meal, hoping to nourish the girl. Just as they were about to eat, Ji Xian returned. Upon seeing Fu Chen and Bai Ling dining together, she approached with a smile. Fu Shao, sister, may I join you for dinner? We haven't dined together since my arrival. Fu Chen glanced at her, and before he could respond, Ji Xian hurriedly added, I know you both dislike me, and my presence here bothers you. I will move back tomorrow, but can we share this last meal together? After a brief moment of silence, Fu Chen looked to Bai Ling, seeking her opinion. Bai Ling cast a sidelong glance at her and replied, have a seat. Ji Xian beamed sweetly. Thank you, sister. Halfway through the meal, Fu Chen and Bai Ling's cups ran dry, prompting Ji Xian to swiftly offer, Fu Shao, let me pour water for you. Fu Chen nodded, saying nothing. After the meal, Fu Chen suddenly propped his head on his hand, frowning, I feel a bit dizzy. So do I, Bai Ling murmured, slumped over the table. Unable to sit upright, Ji Xian smirked, revealing a hint of malice. Fu Shao, sister, are you both all right? Fu Chen and Bai Ling remained silent. Only then did Ji Xian set down her chopsticks, stepping in front of Fu Chen to gently caress his face with a feigned shyness. Fu Shao, don't blame me. You forced my hand. I adore you so much, yet you choose to be with Bai Ling, that country girl. I cannot bear her stealing what is rightfully mine. Ji Xian sneered, you were always meant to be mine. Once you belong to me, no one will ever take you away. With that, she assisted Fu Chen upstairs. This was her first time entering Fu Chen's room, which was simply decorated yet exuded an elegant charm, unconfined by convention. The atmosphere within was distinctly his. And Ji Xian felt her heart race. The smile at the corners of her mouth deepened. Soon, this man would be hers. Ji Xian gently placed Fu Chen onto the bed and leaned over him, whispering, Fu Shao, you are my first man and will be my last. She removed her clothing. But suddenly, the room was plunged into darkness. Her expression shifted with alarm. What was happening? She quickly got up to turn on the light, only to discover that the power had gone out. Frustrated, she stomped her feet, cursing the ill-timed failure. Glancing at Fu Chen lying on the bed, she noted that in the shadows, his silhouette seemed even more alluring. Ji Xian bit her lip and resolutely approached him. No matter what transpired that night, she was determined to become his woman. Without further hesitation, she shed her garments. In the darkness, she slowly reached out, seeking his lips for a kiss. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced her neck, and her vision faded to black as she succumbed to unconsciousness. Chapter 73. Let the Ji family come to retrieve their daughter. The room's lights flickered on. Fu Chen and Bai Ling regarded Ji Xian with cold indifference, their expressions devoid of emotion. How do you intend to resolve this? Fu Chen inquired, drawing Bai Ling closer into his embrace, his voice tinged with a somber tone. Had it not been for Bai Ling's keen observation of the suspicious water Ji Xian had poured for him, which prompted her to send him a message, he might have unwittingly succumbed to Ji Xian's advances. The Ji family truly excels at raising such a devious daughter. To achieve her goals, she would forsake her own integrity. Do as you wish. Bai Ling, who had always been indifferent towards the Ji family, was disinclined to inquire how Fu Chen planned to handle this situation. Then I shall have the matriarch of the Ji family come personally to retrieve her. Fu Chen made a call to Xingyu and then dialed Ji Tai. An hour later, all members of the Ji family had gathered. Fu Chen and Bai Ling sat on the sofa, their expressions unchanged as they silently observed the assembly of the Ji family, not uttering a single word. Ji Tai felt a sudden pang of unease under Fu Chen's scrutinizing gaze. She composed herself and bowed respectfully. Mr. Fu, May I inquire why you summoned us at this late hour? Fu Chen took a sip of the warm water from the table, his tone neither warm nor cold. I have requested that you come personally to retrieve your granddaughter. Ji Tai Tai glanced at Bai Ling, uncertain of what misstep Bai Ling had made to incur Fu Chen's wrath. She had always looked down upon Bai Ling, believing that every mishap was a result of her actions. I am speaking of the Ji family's granddaughter. What relevance does this have to Bai Ling? If I recall correctly, she has severed ties with the Ji family. Fu Chen's deep-set gaze lifted, piercing through Ji Tai Tai like a sharp blade. Ji Tai Tai faltered, nearly losing her balance. Sun Yuru, upon hearing this, hastily searched for GXIN within the house. After looking around, her anxiety escalated as she could not locate GXIN. What have you done to XINer? She exclaimed. Fu Chen shot her a cold glance. Why not check upstairs to see what your daughter is doing? Sun Yuru, oblivious to the deeper implications of Fu Chen's words, was solely concerned for GXIN's safety and rushed upstairs. She scoured each room until she reached Fu Chen's chamber, where she was met with a shocking sight. XINer, Sun Yuru cried out. The Ji family members, hearing her exclamation, turned pale and hurried upstairs. The scene that greeted them left them all in a state of shock. Sun Yuru, Ji Yin's wife chastised, you have raised a fine daughter. Our family's reputation is utterly tarnished. Sun Yuru felt as though she had been slapped across the face, the sting burning fiercely. Ji Yin, seething with anger, shouted at Sun Yuru, what are you standing there for? Wake her up. Sun Yuru, consumed by worry, shook GXIN's body. GXIN had not taken any medication. She had merely been rendered unconscious. After a couple of shakes, she began to awaken. As her eyes fluttered open, she was greeted by a room full of people. After a moment of bewilderment, GXIN slowly spoke. Mom, Dad, Grandma, what brings you here? What do you think we are here for? Your disgraceful actions have not only brought shame upon yourself, but have also sullied our family's name. Madame G lifted her cane and struck GXIN, exclaiming, after enduring such hardships to enroll you in this prestigious institution, is it merely to provoke me? The elderly lady's strength was considerable, causing GXIN to flinch in pain. She suppressed her tears and inquired, Grandmother, what are you saying? At such a moment, you still pretend to be oblivious, Jita Foreign exclaimed in exasperation. If we hadn't witnessed you in bed with this man, we would have been deceived by the facade of your gentle and obedient demeanor. At merely 18. Is your sole desire truly for men? Madame G snorted disdainfully. You are just like your mother, incapable of living without a man. Your entire family seems intent on ruining the G clan. GXIN felt dizzy from the barrage of accusations. Turning to seek out Sun Yuru, desperate to understand the situation. She was startled to find a man lying beside her. Her eyes widened in shock. Ah, she screamed. The man, roused from slumber by her shriek, looked at the G family with confusion. Who are you? How did you get into my room? He then turned to GXIN, pulling her closer. Darling, did you not enjoy yourself last night? Are you eager for an audience today? A hearty laugh escaped him. I didn't expect you to be so open-minded. GXIN, in a frenzy, pushed him away, striking and kicking, shouting, Who are you? What have you done to me? She resembled an enraged lion, her eyes gleaming with fury. The man paused, then retorted angrily, What madness is this? It was you who called for me yesterday, claiming you missed me and hadn't been nourished by a man in ages. I came for you. You're talking nonsense. GXIN yelled, tears streaming down her face. She had been with Fu Shao yesterday. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she leapt up, only to realize she was without clothing. She dove beneath the covers, pointing at the G family and the man, demanding, Get out. XINer. Sun Yuru, who had entered in a daze, now appeared concerned upon seeing GXIN's state. Get out. All of you, get out. GXIN shrieked desperately. We will leave, Madame G said, suppressing her anger and ushering everyone away. After all, this was a family disgrace, and GXIN was but a newly 18-year-old girl. Exposing her body to others was certainly inappropriate. Once dressed, GXIN rushed downstairs, where Fu Chun and Bai Ling were calmly sipping tea. Her mind buzzed with disbelief. They were unfazed. From the very beginning, they had feigned unconsciousness, deliberately orchestrating the presence of a man in her life. Rage consumed GXIN, and without a second thought, she charged at Bai Ling, clutching her clothing and shouting hoarsely, It's you, isn't it? You orchestrated this whole affair, aiming to ruin my reputation and replace me completely. Fu Chun's expression darkened, ready to react. But at Bai Ling's subtle glance, he restrained himself, though a chilling aura enveloped him. Bai Ling regarded GXIN with a cryptic smile, remaining silent. By what right do you act so? Ji Xian's face contorted in a grotesque manner. I am the most exceptional one. I am the esteemed daughter of the Ji family. And you are nothing. You will never be able to replace me. Bai Ling smirked, the corners of her lips curling into a derisive smile. Speak. Ji Xian could not tolerate the way Bai Ling gazed at her, and in a fit of madness, she shouted, Tell Fu Shao that this was all your scheme. You are the one who made that man do such things to me. Speak. What should I say? Should I articulate the lasciviousness of your cries? Or should I reveal the venomous nature of your heart, which sought to poison both me and Fu Chen? Bai Ling finally acted. She forcefully shook off Ji Xian's grip, causing Ji Xian to stumble and fall to the ground. The members of the Ji family were rendered pale by her words. Elder Ji glared at Ji Xian, fury burning in her eyes. How dare you poison Fu Shao? Are you seeking death? She was on the verge of being driven to madness by Ji Xian's audacity. Who was Fu Shao? Poisoning Fu Shao would mean that the entire Ji family would be insufficient to atone for such a transgression. Chapter 74. Go to hell. No, I did not. Ji Xian shouted vehemently. She merely administered a love-inducing potion to Fu Shao. The substance given to Bai Ling was merely a sleeping drug. Nothing more. Is that so? Fu Chen rose to his feet and strode towards Ji Xian, his gaze towering over her with an intimidating scrutiny. The water you provided for us has been tested and found to contain toxic components. Should I present the report for your perusal? Ji Xian looked at Fu Chen in astonishment. That can't be true. I only gave you a little sleeping medicine. There is no poison at all. So, you admit to drugging us? Fu Chen's voice turned icy, emanating an aura akin to a demon from the depths of hell. Ji Xian, intimidated by his presence, retreated repeatedly, but soon regained her composure and crawled to grasp Fu Chen's pant leg. Yes, I'm sorry. It was my fault. I simply liked you too much. I never intended to harm anyone. I could never do that. Fu Shao, please forgive me. I will never do it again. She finally comprehended that it was not Bai Ling who had plotted against her, but Fu Shao. How cruel he was, to prevent her from touching him by sending her to another man. Was she truly so unworthy? So unworthy that Fu Shao sought to tarnish her reputation? Fu Chen, expressionless, kicked her away. You are not deserving of my forgiveness. Sun Yirua could no longer bear to watch and knelt before Fu Chen, exclaiming, Fu Shao, it is my failure in raising my daughter. If you must lay blame, let it be upon me. I shall bear her sins. I implore you to show mercy and not hold it against Xianer. Sun Yirua enveloped Ji Xian protectively, pleading, I assure you, I will ensure she is well taught henceforth and that such actions will not be repeated. Your assurances mean nothing to me. Fu Chen had no desire for further discourse with her. He turned his gaze towards the Ji family. Madam Ji, the performance is over. Please take Miss Ji away and do not sully my domain. At that moment, Madam Ji dared not utter a word of dissent. With heads hung low, they departed with Ji Xian. The once vibrant villa fell into a profound silence. Although Ji Xian was expelled, Bai Ling felt no elation. She glanced at Fu Chen. I will prepare a medicinal bath. Allow me to administer acupuncture. With that, she turned and ascended the stairs. Fu Chen observed her retreating figure, an inexplicable pang of sorrow piercing his heart. This girl always bore her burdens in silence. Just moments ago, when Sun Yirua shielded Ji Xian, Bai Ling's indifferent expression had subtly shifted, her emotions dampening from that very moment. Having grown up devoid of parental affection, all the love from Sun Yirua was bestowed upon Ji Xian, while all the malice was directed at Bai Ling. Fu Chen pondered. To what extent had she fortified herself to conceal her anguish within? The following day, and in the days that ensued, Bai Ling was exceedingly busy. She juggled acupuncture for GMO Han, detoxifying Fu Chen, and attending school. The previously languid Bai Ling now found herself immersed in a plethora of exercises. Despite having completed these exercises no less than 100 times, her class, having secured the top rank, now brimmed with confidence. Each student paid earnest attention in class, finding the lessons comprehensible, and there was no longer any disruption during self-study sessions. All were diligently solving problems. It was as though they had suddenly plunged into a tense atmosphere of impending examinations. One afternoon, after school, Xingyu arrived to pick up Bai Ling, who was somewhat taken aback but refrained from inquiring further. Xingyu, however, proactively reported on Fu Chen's itinerary, stating that he had matters to attend to in City A and would likely return around 11 o'clock in the evening. Bai Ling acknowledged this with a brief nod, instructing him not to let Fu Chen's affairs impede her treatment. Xingyu affirmed this, assuring her that Fu Chen had specified his return before 11. Bai Ling chose not to press the matter any further. As the vehicle journeyed toward Mingyuan, which was quite a distance away, Bai Ling simply closed her eyes. After an indeterminate amount of time, Xingyu suddenly slammed on the brakes, causing Bai Ling to lurch forward slightly, but her composure prevented any collision. She furrowed her brow, and before she could speak, Xingyu, with a grave expression, cautioned her to remain in the car and not to exit. Upon his command, Bai Ling noticed a group of individuals encircling their vehicle, each wielding a steel pipe. Her eyes narrowed slightly, yet she complied with Xingyu's instruction to stay put. Although she had not witnessed Xingyu's martial prowess firsthand, she was confident that he could handle the ruffians without issue. Within the car, Bai Ling observed Xingyu engage in brief negotiations with the assailants before conflict erupted. Indeed, Xingyu displayed commendable skill. However, in the distance, dozens of vans approached, a throng of people advancing toward them. Xingyu's complexion shifted, and he quickly retreated to the rear of the car, anxiously urging Bai Ling to drive away while he dealt with the situation. Bai Ling's fair fingers tapped thoughtfully on the seat before she opened the car door and stepped out. Xingyu, alarmed, exclaimed, "Miss Bai Yu, you must leave quickly. We cannot contend with these numbers." He had witnessed Bai Ling's capabilities, which were impressive, perhaps even surpassing his own. Yet against such a multitude, how could they prevail? Bai Ling cast him a cold glance and stepped back. Xingyu, however, remained steadfastly positioned in front of her. At that moment, the group approached, and the leading man scrutinized Bai Ling for some time before confirming she was the one they sought. With a smirk, he remarked, "It truly was a hassle to intercept you. Fu Chun had always been with you, which deterred our efforts. Today, the followers reported that Fu Chun was absent, allowing us to mobilize entirely. It seems excessive to target a mere girl, but orders are orders." Bai Ling, hands tucked into her pockets, maintained an icy demeanor, the streetlight illuminating her features with a chilling radiance. Her brow furrowed, and the brim of her cap obscured her gaze. "Who do you work for?" she inquired. "You need not concern yourself with such details. Simply understand that someone intends to teach you a lesson," the leader retorted coldly. "I advise you to stand still and endure what you must. It will all be over soon. Otherwise, the consequences are beyond your imagination." "Is it the Miao family?" Bai Ling dismissed his threats with nonchalance. The leader momentarily faltered, his expression shifting to one of rage as he commanded his associates, "Attack." A smile curved Bai Ling's lips. As she discerned the truth, she removed her cap and handed it to Xingyu, instructing, "Hold on to this for me." Those acquainted with her would recognize that her removing the duckbill cap signifies her true rise to prominence. In an instant, Bai Ling shot forth like an arrow released from its bow, her speed so remarkable that she left behind only an ephemeral shadow. Xingyu barely grasped the nature of her attack before he was met with a chorus of anguished cries, followed by the sight of numerous individuals collapsing one after another. His eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld this astonishing scene. Was he merely dreaming? In less than 10 minutes, over 100 adversaries lay defeated at Bai Ling's feet, utterly devoid of any opportunity to retaliate. "Damn it!" the leading man bellowed. "I underestimated you. Since you possess such prowess, then prepare to die." With that, he drew a gun from his coat, aiming it menacingly at Bai Ling. Xingyu's expression changed dramatically. "Miss Bai, be careful." Bang. Chapter 75. My grandmother has matters to attend to. You must accompany her in death. Bai Ling turned her head, her cold gaze reflecting a piercing light. A silver needle slipped from her hand, swiftly flying out. With a sudden clash, the silver needle collided with a bullet, producing a deafening sound as the bullet fell to the ground. Bai Ling took a swift step forward, grasping the collar of the leading man. Her voice was as frigid as ice, cutting to the bone. "Where did the gun come from?" The man at the forefront gritted his teeth. "You're doomed. Our boss will not let you go. The Miao family is under the protection of Master Bai." This man was Lu Lin, a trusted subordinate of Miao Wanyang. Having followed Miao Wanyang through countless battles over the years, he understood his temper well. Initially, Miao Wanyang sought to vent his anger on Bai Ling, but now, she had to die. It was the rule of Miao Wanyang, and also a rule of the underworld. Bai Ling tightened her grip around his throat, exuding an aura of chilling menace. "Bring your men here. Summon as many as you can." Lu Lin was taken aback by her audacity. "You said it yourself." Without delaying, Lu Lin hurriedly dialed Miao Wanyang's number. Within 10 minutes, a convoy of vehicles arrived, ranging from vans to luxury sedans, a magnificent display. The foremost car's door opened, and a man stepped out. He was quite handsome, clad in a black suit, and had it not been for the palpable hostility emanating from him, others might have mistaken him for a successful figure in society. The crowd surrounded Bai Ling in a tight circle, impenetrable. Master Bai had decreed that no one in Liqing was to disturb the peace. Violators would be executed. The man parted the crowd, slowly approaching Bai Ling, who was causing a disturbance. As he drew near and beheld Bai Ling's face, his expression shifted dramatically. His legs went weak, and with a thud, he knelt, trembling. Bai Ling cast him a glance, causing him to shudder. "Miss Bai," he stammered. His action left everyone present dumbfounded. Even Xingyu, standing behind Bai Ling, was taken aback, observing her with newfound contemplation. Xingyu had an excellent memory. If he recalled correctly, this man was Shao, the vice leader of the Qinglong Hall under Master Bai, a person of significant standing in the underworld of Liqing. In recent years, Master Bai had emerged as a legendary figure. Previously, he had ruled the underworld of City A. It was said that Master Bai had a peculiar temperament. Unlike the rulers of other cities' underworlds, he advocated for peace. Upon taking control of City A, he issued orders that no one was to disrupt its order, create unrest, or engage in murder. Except for law enforcers of the surface world and rulers of the underworld, no one was permitted to bear arms. Initially, the underworlds of other cities scoffed at this, with some even attempting to seize territory from City A, but ultimately they vanished from existence. From that point on, no one dared to challenge Master Bai's authority. City A became a forbidden ground, a sanctuary of perpetual peace. A month ago, Master Bai suddenly turned his attention to Liqing, swiftly establishing dominion over its underworld within mere days. His trusted aides garnered immense respect in Liqing, and Shao was one among them. Merely Xingyu gazed at Shao, perplexed by his profound respect for Miss Bai. He possesses a firearm. Bai Ling, with her hands firmly nestled in her pockets and her spine erect, cast a piercing gaze akin to a sharp sword. Shao froze, abruptly realizing the gravity of the situation. He stood and kicked Lu Lin, exclaiming, "Where did you get that gun?" "Shue, brother Shue. You were sent by brother Miao to assist me." Lu Lin, bewildered by Shue Cheng's sudden ire, was momentarily dazed. "Assist your mother." Shue Cheng retaliated with a powerful punch. "If you don't clarify this immediately, I'll ruin you." "Damn it. Old Bai has decreed that no one is to bear arms." When they seized control of Li City, they confiscated all weapons from those who surrendered. How could Miao's family dare to wield firearms and contemplate murder? Setting aside how Old Bai intends to deal with the Miao family, his own life was at stake. Yes, it was Master Miao who procured the guns from the arms dealer Zhou Cheng. "It has nothing to do with us." Lu Lin wailed in agony on the ground from Shue Cheng's blows. The Miao family, indeed. Shue Cheng narrowed his eyes and commanded his subordinates, "Disable them. Today, we eradicate the Miao family." "No." Lu Lin cried out from his knees, "Brother Shue, we have always supported Old Bai. Why are you unjustly targeting the Miao family?" "Unjustly?" Shue Cheng coldly regarded him. "Your Miao family has provoked the wrong individuals. Annihilating you is merely a light penalty." Lu Lin sat slumped on the ground, unable to comprehend whom the Miao family had offended. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he looked at Bai Ling, his face ashen. "Is it you?" Bai Ling met his gaze with icy indifference. "Yes, and what of it? If the Miao family is so eager for death, let them perish." Her words held no warmth, instilling a chilling fear. At that moment, Xingyu's phone rang. Upon answering, his expression shifted dramatically. He hurried to Bai Ling. "Miss Bai, there has been an incident at the hospital." Bai Ling furrowed her brow. "What happened?" "An attack occurred in the ward. 3 bodyguards are dead, and your grandmother might—" He could not finish, as Bai Ling's demeanor transformed, her cold presence capable of freezing the air. Suddenly, Bai Ling turned. Seizing Lu Lin by the neck, "The Miao family had better pray that my grandmother isn't scathed. Otherwise, I will tear you apart and feed you to the dogs." Xingyu shivered. Miss Bai was terrifying. Bai Ling pivoted to leave but abruptly halted, glancing back at Shue Cheng. "You too." Shue Cheng felt his legs weaken and fell to the ground. It was only after Bai Ling had departed that he regained his senses and hastily dialed a number. "Brother Qiao, there has been an incident." Throughout the journey, Bai Ling drove the car with the urgency of an airplane. Fortunately, they were not far from the hospital, arriving within 10 minutes. Bai Ling raced to the ward. The entire internal medicine building was in disarray. Several doctors and nurses lay on the ground, shot, uncertain of their fate. Bai Ling's steps felt as though they were weighed down by lead, unable to move. Xingyu's brow furrowed tightly. The brutality of the attack was unfathomable. Even if they intended to target Miss Bai's grandmother, there was no need to involve innocent others. Could this be the work of a human being, injuring doctors and nurses? Xingyu, typically a rather amiable individual, was now engulfed in fury. Suddenly, he heard something and turned to Bai Ling. "Say, Miss Bai, there seems to be commotion in the ward." Bai Ling snapped back to reality and swiftly rushed into the room. Guards were sprawled on the floor, and Chen Huifang lay in the corner with another guard on top of her. Both had sustained gunshot wounds. Bai Ling's pupils contracted as she helped Chen Huifang onto the bed, then promptly used silver needles to safeguard her vital energy. Instead of immediately attending to Chen Huifang, she prioritized the guards and the injured doctors and nurses, administering silver needles to protect their heart meridians first. Once she had finished, Bai Ling approached the ward and coldly instructed Xingyu, prepare the operating room. Chapter 76. To die beside her on the highway from Zhou City to Li City. A luxurious sedan sped forward, trailed by a convoy of over a dozen black cars, all racing at a swift pace. Within the black vehicles, individuals leaned against the windows. Guns aimed at the car ahead, bullets striking the body of the sedan, causing it to shudder. Fortunately, the luxury car had been fortified with robust bulletproof enhancements, ensuring the safety of its occupants. Damn it! Jiang Shirui glanced at the rearview mirror, furiously pounding the steering wheel as he accelerated slightly, dodging the pursuing vehicles. He turned to the back seat. Gu Qinhao, how is Master Fu holding up? Can he endure until we reach Li City? Gu Qinhao's expression was grave. I cannot guarantee anything. Master Fu has sustained multiple gunshot wounds, and with the poison taking effect, his body can barely withstand it. Then think of a way quickly. Jiang Shirui roared, his eyes ablaze with fury. They had come to Zhou City for business, never anticipating a confrontation with old enemies. They had a plan to evade their pursuers, but Master Fu insisted on returning to Li City after receiving a call from the hospital's bodyguards, declaring that he would not be deterred. After a fierce struggle, Master Fu succumbed to the poison and was inadvertently hit by an enemy's gunfire. Realizing the dire situation, Jiang Shirui intended to take Master Fu to Rong City, where their allies awaited. However, Master Fu refused to go anywhere but Li City, insisting that if he were to die, it must be in front of Bai Ling. This was a sentiment echoed by Bai Ling, who had once proclaimed that in times of peril, one must crawl back, regardless of the circumstances. With no other choice, Jiang Shirui had to bring Master Fu back. Yet, the pursuers relentlessly trailed them, and despite the car's defenses, it would not hold out much longer. I can only control Master Fu's bleeding. Beyond that, I am powerless. Gu Qinhao admitted, urgency evident in his demeanor, yet he understood that haste would not change their circumstances. He could only exert his utmost efforts to stabilize Fu Chen's condition. We must find a place for surgery immediately to remove the bullets, Gu Qinhao stated solemnly. Jiang Shirui's expression darkened. He gritted his teeth and declared, enough. I'll shake them off and take Master Fu to the nearest hospital. You perform the surgery. Master Fu grasped Gu Qinhao's hand tightly, his voice frail yet resolute. No. We returned to Li City. His complexion was as pale as a blank sheet of paper, devoid of any color, every inch of him racked with pain. Yet he summoned the last of his strength to command Gu Qinhao. However, Gu Qinhao hesitated, casting a glance at Jiang Shirui, observing Master Fu's weakening state. Jiang Shirui contemplated for a moment, clenched his jaw, and growled, damn it. I'm going to take a gamble. With his foot pressing the accelerator, the car surged forward with increased speed. This vehicle was high performance, covering several kilometers without issue, while the cars behind gradually slowed their pursuit. Jiang Shirui exhaled in relief. Finally, the vehicle halted at the entrance to Li City. They were met by an obstruction. Jiang Shirui frowned as a group of individuals approached them. The leader's cold gaze fixated upon them. What is your purpose here? I am the young master of the Jiang family from the capital. We need to enter. Kindly move aside. Jiang Shirui, in a state of urgent distress, exhibited a hint of impatience upon his countenance. A few individuals at the entrance glanced into the vehicle and, upon noticing a severely injured man inside, the leader among them declared, Li Qing has been taken over by Lord Bai. He has issued orders that no disturbances are to occur here. Furrowing his brow, Jiang Shirui insisted, we have pressing matters to attend to. We must enter. Young Master Jiang. Gu Qinhao interjected, blocking Jiang Shirui's path, then turned to the man opposite them. Could you kindly inform Lord Bai that we seek an audience with him? Do you think Lord Bai is someone you can just see whenever you wish? The man shot them a cold glance. If there's nothing urgent, be on your way. Return once you have dealt with your affairs. Gu Qinhao's expression grew somber. Why not inquire with Lord Bai first? What if he is willing to meet with us? We are not without our own standing. Lord Bai has just established himself in Li Qing and would surely prefer not to create more adversaries. Gu Qinhao clasped his hands respectfully. If Lord Bai agrees to assist us with the troubles we face, the Fu family and Jiang family in the capital will undoubtedly repay this favor in kind. The Fu family? The Jiang family? The man narrowed his eyes, seemingly contemplating something. He had always regarded such matters with indifference, but had heard whispers of the formidable influence wielded by the Fu and Jiang families in the capital. Jiang Shiriwa had only mentioned the Jiang family earlier, and the connection had not occurred to him until now. At this moment, he felt compelled to report back to Lord Bai. Please wait, I shall send someone to inquire. Bang, bang, bang. Before the man could finish his statement, gunfire erupted not far behind them. Jiang Shiriwa swiftly dodged to evade the bullets raining down. With only 3 of them, they were clearly outmatched by their assailants. As Jiang Shiriwa pondered how to handle the situation, the man behind him suddenly turned cold, exclaiming, "To dare cause trouble and leeching is courting death." He drew a gun from his pocket and commanded one of his subordinates, "Go find Lord Bai. Someone wishes to see him. The rest, prepare for battle." The guardians of leeching, well-trained and organized, joined the fray with precision in their marksmanship. Jiang Shiriwa let out a sigh of relief. He had genuinely feared that these individuals would neglect their duty to assist them. The authority of Lord Bai was indeed formidable. Even Lord Fu could not command this group. As the pursuers multiplied, within 5 minutes, vehicles began to converge, creating a densely packed throng, each individual armed with a firearm. The leader's expression shifted dramatically as he shouted, "Quickly, notify Lord Bai." These men were trained personally by Lord Bai, capable of fighting against overwhelming odds. Yet, facing over 1,000 adversaries, they clearly stood no chance. Moreover, the sounds of approaching vehicles indicated that the underground forces from several surrounding cities were mobilizing. It appeared that the pursuit was not merely aimed at the 3 of them, but that others sought to seize control of leeching amidst the chaos. "Damn it," the man growled, launching several silver needles into the fray, and bellowing, "Brothers, we must hold out until Lord Bai arrives. We cannot allow a single person to breach our defenses or disrupt the order of leeching." "Yes," a deafening chorus echoed in response. Jiang Shiriwa was momentarily awestruck by their resolve. Subsequently, he observed as each of the dozen men deftly released numerous silver needles, rendering their opponents immobile. Jiang Shiriwa narrowed his eyes, recognizing the technique of sealing acupoints with silver needles. The battle grew increasingly fierce, and Jiang Shiriwa, disregarding everything else, charged into the crowd with his firearm. Before departing, he instructed Guchen how to escort Master Fu inside, advising against returning to Mingyuan and suggesting they seek out Master Bai. As Mingyuan was likely unsafe, Guchen Hao said nothing and drove into the hospital. Despite Bai Ling's exceptional medical skills, she was unable to extract the bullet from Qin Huifeng's body using silver needles. The bullet had to be surgically removed. After completing the operation on Qin Huifeng, Bai Ling attended to the fallen doctors, nurses, and bodyguards, performing surgeries on them as well. Initially overwhelmed by the workload, it was the hospital director who arrived and directed several surgeons to assist, allowing the procedures to conclude swiftly. Bai Ling wheeled her grandmother into the ward and entrusted her care to the director. "Thank you for arranging care for my grandmother. I have other matters to attend to," she stated before leaving. The director nodded. "You go ahead. I will ensure she is well looked after." He held immense admiration for Bai Ling, having never encountered such a remarkable physician. Each operation took merely 20 minutes, encompassing anesthesia, incision, and suturing, executed with remarkable precision and efficiency, moving seamlessly from one case to the next while delegating the finishing touches to others. Even the finest doctors in their hospital could not rival her prowess. Bai Ling turned sharply to Xing Yu and commanded, "Take me to the Dark Night Club." Chapter 77. Those who provoked her shall perish. Xing Yu gazed at Bai Ling in astonishment, questioning her intent to venture into the Dark Night Club. The establishment was under the dominion of Bai Yi, so why did Bai Ling desire to go there? With a raised eyebrow and an icy demeanor, she scrutinized him. "Is there a problem?" Her gaze resembled a chilling blade, instilling trepidation within him. He hastily averted his eyes. "No, I shall escort you there immediately." Throughout the journey, Xing Yu occasionally glanced at Bai Ling, who sat silently in the back seat, emanating an aura of coldness akin to a specter from the underworld. He had never witnessed her in such a state. Upon arriving at the Dark Night Club, Bai Ling pushed open the car door, coldly instructing, "Wait for me downstairs." Xing Yu was about to call out to her, warning her that entry without an invitation was impossible, but he watched in disbelief as she strode inside without a care, the guards at the entrance failing to impede her passage. His eyes widened in astonishment. Who exactly was Bai Ling? How could she traverse the heavily guarded premises of the Dark Night Club with such ease? The security here was notoriously stringent. Even Fu Yu required the owner's consent to enter. How had Bai Ling achieved such a feat? Once inside, Bai Ling ascended directly to the 28th floor via the elevator. As she exited, a throng of individuals hurried towards the exit, and the man at the forefront, upon spotting her, suddenly knelt, exclaiming, "Bai Yi." Bai Ling cast him a sidelong glance, remaining silent as she proceeded to a spacious room. The others exchanged nervous glances, beads of perspiration forming on the brows of the two in the lead as they followed closely behind her. Once the door closed, they knelt again. And one man spoke up, "I apologize, Bai Yi. It was my oversight. I did not anticipate the Miao family would purchase firearms without authorization." The speaker, named Xiao Sen, was the second in command of the underworld, solely answerable to Bai Ling, overseeing thousands of subordinates. He was a figure respected by all in the underground realm, known as Brother Qiao. Yet, in his 30s, he trembled before Bai Ling, fully aware of her temperament. Despite her youth of merely 19, when incited, her wrath inflicted torment beyond ordinary measure. Bai Ling was generally accommodating, yet she stood firm on principles, never tolerating any infringement upon them. The prohibition against unauthorized firearms was her rule, as well as an unspoken law of the underworld. The Miao family had violated this decree and nearly brought harm to Bai Yi. Thus, accountability rested upon him. With her hands tucked into her pockets and a frigid expression, she surveyed the room, failing to locate the person she sought. "Where is Xuecheng?" she inquired. "He has gone to deal with the Miao family," Qiaosen replied with utmost deference. Bai Ling retrieved a bottle of beer from the refrigerator, took a sip, and stated flatly, "Call him. Do not engage with the Miao family. I will handle it personally." Xiao Sun inhaled sharply. Bai Ye's direct involvement indicated the severity of the situation. However, he dared not voice any objections, simply responding, "Understood." Bai Ling drained her beer and fixed a cold gaze upon Xiao Senator. "Those who violate the rules must face the consequences." Xiao Sun shuddered, replying, "Yes. I shall accept the punishment. I submit to your authority, Bai Yi. I have no time to deal with you. Go to the court and accept your punishment." Bai Ling discarded the beer into the trash and instructed someone to protect my grandmother. If anything happens to her again. Before Bai Ling could finish her sentence, Xiao Sun immediately interjected, "Rest assured, Bai Yi, I will stake my life on it. Grandma Chun will come to no harm." Bai Ling nodded and departed. Xiao Sun gazed in astonishment at Bai Ling, surprised by her abrupt exit. This was not typical of Bai Yi. In similar situations in the past, they would have languished in bed for days. Yet today, she had so nonchalantly dismissed the matter, instructing him to accept the consequences. Did she truly not intend to punish them? Unbeknownst to Xiao Sun, since Bai Ling had become involved with Fu Chun, her once fierce demeanor had gradually softened. The violence held no allure for her anymore. As long as others did not provoke her, she seldom stirred up trouble. However, the Miao family had crossed her line, and they must pay the price. Just as Bai Ling reached the doorway, the door was suddenly pushed open, and a subordinate entered. Upon seeing Bai Ling, he approached her directly. "Bai Yi, there are two individuals outside who wish to see you." "Who are they?" Bai Ling inquired, somewhat taken aback. Few dared to seek her out in this manner. "I don't know, but one of them is severely injured and unconscious, seeking your assistance." It seems they were being pursued and fled all the way to Li City, the subordinate replied earnestly. Bai Ling fell silent for a moment before responding. "Since they have entered Li City's territory, ensure their safety and send a few people to escort them to the hospital." "Understood," the subordinate acknowledged before departing. Bai Ling did not linger and followed him into the elevator. As she approached the entrance, she spotted Gu Chenhao standing there, his expression fraught with anxiety. She furrowed her brow, initially reluctant to acknowledge him, but given his association with Fu Chun, she approached him. "What are you doing here?" "Bai Xiaojie?" Gu Chenhao exclaimed, astonished at her presence. "How did you get out of there?" "I have some matters to attend to," Bai Ling replied coolly. At that moment, the subordinate hurried back, casting a puzzled glance at Gu Chenhao before informing Bai Ling. "Bai Yi, these two are the ones who wish to see you." Fu Chen was in the car, but Bai Ling had not seen him. Upon hearing this, her eyes narrowed as she turned to Gu Chenhao. "What is going on?" Gu Chenhao was momentarily stunned by the subordinate's address of Bai Yi, standing there in disbelief, entirely oblivious to Bai Ling's question. "Bai Yi? How is that possible?" he thought. Had he misheard? How could Bai Ling possibly be the fabled Bai Yi, the ruler of the underground realms of City A and Li City, a mere 19-year-old girl? Impossible. He must have been mistaken. Bai Xiaojie, did he just call you that?" Gu Chenhao sought to verify, momentarily forgetting about the gravely injured Fu Chun. Bai Ling's expression darkened, her patience waning. I ask you again, what has happened? Do not test my patience. Her voice was chilling, akin to the frost of a frigid winter's day. Gu Qinhao shivered at her tone. Fu Yi has been poisoned and shot. Bai Ling's expression shifted dramatically. Before Gu Qinhao could finish his explanation, she swiftly yanked open the car door. In the vehicle, Fu Qin's breathing was faint, his handsome face as pale as a blank sheet of paper. Bai Ling reached out to pulse him, her expression tightening with alarm. Cursed fate. He was hanging by a thread. She swiftly produced a silver needle and sealed Fu Qin's heart meridian. Moments later, she turned to Gu Qinhao, inquiring about the nature of the gunshot wound. Gu Qinhao hesitated, contemplating whether to reveal the truth to Bai Ling. Yet, upon seeing her face, cold as ice, he was too frightened to withhold anything. We were on a business trip to City A, and on our return, we encountered enemies. Master Fu's poison happened to act up, and the three of us were overpowered. To protect us, Master Fu sustained a gunshot wound. Where's Jiang Shiwei? Bai Ling's demeanor shifted gradually. Though Jiang Shiwei was known for his sharp tongue, he had regarded her as one of his own. Anyone who dared to threaten her would face annihilation. At the city gate, their foes were in pursuit. Chapter 78. Is she Bai Yi? Before Gu Qinhao could finish his words, Bai Ling darted out in a flash, vanishing without a trace. Gu Qinhao stood dumbfounded, gazing at the direction in which Bai Ling had disappeared. What had he just witnessed? Had a shadow just flown past him in an instant? Following closely behind Bai Ling, Xiao Sen, upon hearing Gu Qinhao's words, changed his expression dramatically and commanded his subordinates to hasten to the city gate for support. Gu Qinhao watched as everyone departed, feeling an unspoken anguish. What should he do now? How would Master Fu fare? Would they still be able to reach the hospital? Just as he hesitated over a solution, Bai Ling returned, instructing him to take Fu Qin to the hospital, advising him not to touch the silver needles, and instructing him to perform the surgery to extract the bullet, leaving the rest for her to address upon her return. Halfway through her run, Bai Ling realized she had perhaps overreacted. The city gate was at least a 20-minute journey away, and no matter how swift her pace, it could not rival the speed of a vehicle. Unable to locate Xingyu, she called him only to discover he had parked the car. Considering Gu Qinhao's intellect, she concluded he would likely remain there for the entire night, which would mean Fu Qin could succumb to excessive blood loss. Thus, she returned to personally reiterate her instructions. Gu Qinhao responded numbly. Xingyu drove up, spotting Bai Ling and Fu Qin's car from a distance. As he exited the vehicle and began to inquire about Gu Qinhao, Bai Ling seized him and urged him onward. At the city gate, Jiang Shiwei fought desperately against individuals from the underworld. The bullets had long been expended, and of the 10 or so guards, only 5 remained. Yet the opposing forces had only diminished by half. They were utterly exhausted. As the adversaries advanced, Jiang Shiwei clenched his fists, realizing that he might perish here today. Gritting his teeth, he prepared to strike when a car suddenly sped toward him from behind. In the darkness, Jiang Shiwei could not discern the occupants of the vehicle, only seeing 2 indistinct figures. The car halted, and the door swung open. Suddenly, the man beside Jiang Shiwei exclaimed, "Bai Yi has arrived. Wonderful. We have made it." Jiang Shiwei turned his gaze toward the source of the voice, eager to behold the legendary Bai Yi. Before he could focus, he witnessed the figure darting forth like a whirlwind, followed by silver needles flying from their sleeves. Soon after, he observed hundreds of adversaries freezing in place, one after another. Jiang Shiwei was left stunned. The effectiveness of these silver needles was astonishing. Furthermore, they were remarkably precise, with not a single deviation, causing all to be immobilized. Were it not for his own eyes witnessing the event, he would have deemed such a tale the ravings of a madman. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, several individuals beside him approached Bai Ling Bai Yi. "We are deeply sorry for failing to save our fallen brothers." The leader among them was Xiao Ming, the second in command of the underworld, only around 25 years old, addressing Bai Ling with utmost reverence. Bai Ling glanced at the brothers lying on the ground, squatted to check their pulses, detecting a faint heartbeat. Rising, she coldly commanded, "Help them back." Behind her, Jiang Shiwei felt as though he had been struck by lightning the moment Bai Ling spoke. What in the world? That voice? Bai Ling? Bai Yi? What sort of extraordinary maneuver is this? Bai Ling's gaze swept the surroundings and landed on Jiang Shiwei before turning to the more than 500 individuals who stood frozen not far away. She took a step forward, approaching the crowd with deliberate slowness, her crimson lips parting to utter, "Violators, perish. Anyone who dares to move will wish they had never been born." With that, Bai Ling dashed through the throng of over 500 people. In no time, The silver needles were retracted, leaving 500 individuals sprawled on the ground, their limbs rendered useless. Jiang Shiwei watched this scene, swallowing hard. Her prowess rivaled that of Master Fu. If Master Fu were in good health, these 500 would pose no threat to him. The crucial point, however, was that Bai Ling was a girl, a mere 19 years of age. How could she possess such formidable skills? Still in a daze, Jiang Shiwei was brought back to reality when Xiao Sun arrived with his entourage. Observing the incapacitated individuals strewn across the ground, he approached Bai Ling without a flicker of hesitation, calmly asking, "Bai Yi, how shall we deal with these people?" As Bai Ling's right-hand man, Xiao Sun could easily discern that she had rendered these individuals powerless, a signature punishment of hers. With her legendary medical skills and an intimate knowledge of human anatomy, she could effortlessly extinguish a life without the victim ever realizing it. Bai Ling typically refrained from taking lives when Xiao Sun inquired why she spared some. She explained that someone had taught her the art of healing, and her primary ethos was to save lives, resorting to killing only when absolutely necessary. Over the years, few had perished at her hands. Those who did were often dealt with by her subordinates. However, those who compelled her to act personally were assuredly subjected to a fate more torturous than death itself. Administer the drug to them, ascertain their identities, and dispose of them, Bai Ling coldly commanded before turning to leave. Xiao Sun shivered at her words. The drug she spoke of was her specially crafted poison, aptly named heart-wrenching. True to its name, anyone who ingested it would endure excruciating torment daily, ultimately pushing them to the brink of despair. If they did not succumb to death, the suffering would follow them for a lifetime. Without delay, Xiao Sun instructed his men to retrieve the poison and began organizing the subsequent tasks. Bai Ling settled back into the car, while Xing Yu was left in a state of shock, still struggling to comprehend the turn of events. Bai Ling paid him no mind, instead opening the car door and addressing the still-dazed Jiang Shiwei. "Aren't you leaving?" Jiang Shiwei was jolted back to reality by her frigid tone, staring at her in bewilderment. "Huh? Leave?" Bai Ling remained silent, simply observing him. Jiang Shiwei, feeling a sudden chill from her gaze, finally snapped back to attention and hurried into the car. He recalled that Gu Chenhao had taken Master Fu to find Bai Yi. At that moment, Bai Ling was indeed Bai Yi. Master Fu would be saved. Yet, Jiang Shiwei couldn't help but glance at Bai Ling from time to time. Sensing the low pressure surrounding her, exuding an air of danger that made him hesitant to engage her in conversation. Beneath a torrent of unanswered questions, he endured in silence. Xing Yu, too, remained quiet, primarily because he was at a loss for words, his mind clouded throughout the journey. The vehicle swiftly arrived at the Central Hospital of Liqing. Bai Ling proceeded directly to the operating room, where Gu Chenhao was still engaged in surgery on Fu Chen. After donning a sterile gown, Bai Ling pushed open the door to the operating room and approached Gu Chenhao, her voice cold as she commanded, "Step aside." Startled by the chilling tone, Gu Chenhao's hand trembled, nearly causing him to make a grave mistake. Upon raising his gaze to meet Bai Ling's frigid expression, he instinctively moved aside. Bai Ling displayed remarkable skill, each motion executed with precision and without hesitation, as she extracted all the bullets within mere minutes. Gu Chenhao watched in astonishment. As Bai Ling prepared to suture the wounds, Gu Chenhao regained his composure and hurriedly offered, "Miss Bai, allow me to handle the suturing." "No, I will do it myself." Bai Ling replied, her eyes fixed on the unconscious Fu Chen, as a profound sense of unease struck her deep within. Chapter 79, Master Fu's Whimsy. Initially, it was unnecessary for her to personally intervene at the city gate. However, upon learning that Fu Chun had been grievously injured while being pursued, a part of her heart was wrenched asunder, igniting a tempest of fury within her. She was resolute in avenging Fu Chun, determined to make those responsible wish for death. Bai Ling's suturing was executed with remarkable delicacy. Despite being aware that she had administered anesthesia, her touch remained gentle, as if fearful of causing him discomfort. Once the suturing was complete, she instructed the other doctors to leave, retaining only Gu Chenhao. "Have you studied traditional Chinese medicine?" Bai Ling inquired, having removed her sterile attire. "I have not, but I have perused some texts on the subject," Gu Chenhao replied, his admiration for Bai Ling palpable as he responded earnestly to her question. Bai Ling nodded. "I shall teach you a specific acupuncture technique. You will perform it." This technique was perilous and ideally required her own expertise. However, given the exhaustion she felt from the day's events and the more pressing matters that awaited her attention, she could not afford to expend further energy, lest Fu Chen's subsequent treatment be neglected. "Me?" Gu Chenhao exclaimed in astonishment. Although he harbored a keen interest in traditional medicine, He had never actually wielded a needle. This was Master Fu after all. What if he made a mistake? Can you do it? Bai Ling's expression had begun to reflect impatience. I fear I might err with Master Fu. Gu Chenhao voiced his concern. Are you familiar with the body's acupoints? Bai Ling rolled up her sleeves and retrieved a pouch of silver needles. Yes. Bai Ling nodded and handed the silver needles to Gu Chenhao. Follow my instructions precisely. Insert the needles into the correct acupoints. Despite his hesitation, Gu Chenhao accepted the needles. His fascination with medicine had been piqued by Bai Ling's acupuncture and the surgical procedure she had performed earlier, leaving him in awe. He was certain he could never reach such heights, yet he yearned to learn. Acquiring this acupuncture technique would grant him an invaluable skill to save lives. Begin. Gu Chenhao followed Bai Ling's guidance, inserting the needles one by one into the specified acupoints. This particular technique was more intricate than the last, previously. Bai Ling had detoxified Fu Chun using 108 needles, but this time, it required 360, ensuring that every acupoint was addressed. Halfway through, Bai Ling glanced at the pouch of needles and suddenly exclaimed, "Alas, we are short on needles." She had always prepared 600 needles for her outings, but having utilized over 500 at the city gate, only a little more than 100 remained. Meanwhile, Gu Chenhao had already administered 50. Realizing this, Bai Ling swiftly recited several acupoints and instructed, "Remember these points, proceed in order, and do not pause." With that, she opened the door to the operating room. Suddenly, a figure rushed in. "Bai Ling, how is Fu Chun?" Bai Ling lifted her gaze and softly reassured, "Auntie, he is fine, do not worry." It was only then that she noticed Fu Baikong and Lin Paya had also arrived. "Is he truly unharmed?" Lin Paya cast a worried glance at the operating room. "I heard Jiang Shiwei mention that his poison had flared up again, and he had also suffered a gunshot wound." Bai Ling shot Jiang Shiwei a cold glance, then turned to Lin Paya with a reassuring demeanor, stating that with her around, everything would be fine. Jiang Shiwei shuddered under her gaze, appearing to be at a loss for words. It was not his intention to speak. Rather, Uncle Fu and Auntie had compelled him to do so, leaving him no choice. Fu Baikong sighed in relief, looking at Bai Ling and expressing his gratitude for her efforts. "It's no trouble," Bai Ling replied. Then instructed Xing Yu to fetch 500 silver needles for medical acupuncture within 10 minutes, urging him to hurry. Xing Yu, not daring to delay, promptly set off to complete the task. Bai Ling did not linger outside but entered the operating room. Gu Chenhao had just finished the last acupuncture point she had mentioned when Bai Ling entered and promptly named another point. Gu Chenhao seamlessly continued the procedure, their cooperation remarkably harmonious. Xing Yu exhibited exceptional efficiency, returning with the silver needles in under 8 minutes. Fortunately, they were in a hospital with a Chinese medicine department, where some senior doctors preferred acupuncture, making it relatively easy to procure the needles. As time passed, Fu Chun's anesthetic wore off, and he regained consciousness. The acupuncture continued. Upon opening his eyes, he saw Bai Ling, her face serious and earnest as she directed Gu Chenhao on where to insert the needles. Her complexion was immaculate, devoid of any blemish. Fu Chun smiled faintly, reaching out to take her hand, but Bai Ling sharply admonished him, "Don't move." He halted abruptly, his expression one of feigned grievance. Bai Ling sighed and patiently explained, "You have needles in your hand. Moving would misplace them." Only then did Fu Chun's expression return to normal. Gu Chenhao observed in astonishment. Was this truly the Fu Yi he knew? The Fu Yi he was familiar with was a dignified and aloof figure. The man before him, acting like a petulant child, was utterly bewildering. Gu Chenhao surreptitiously glanced at Bai Ling, inhaling deeply. Indeed, the power of love was formidable. 10 minutes later, all the acupuncture points had been addressed. Bai Ling instructed Gu Chenhao to begin removing the needles. Starting from the first one, Gu Chenhao had a good memory. He had noted each point as Bai Ling mentioned them. And now he removed the needles in order without needing further reminders from her. As Fu Chun was wheeled out of the ward, Lin Paya, Fu Baikong, Jiang Shiwei, and Xing Yu all gathered to greet him. Upon seeing that Fu Chun was awake, they all breathed a sigh of relief, especially Jiang Shiwei. Fu Yi had sustained the gunshot wound while protecting him. If anything had happened to Fu Yi, he would never forgive himself. The poison had been contained, and with 10 more days of treatment, it could be entirely eradicated. Bai Ling's demeanor towards Lin Paya remained consistently gentle and polite. All the bullets have been removed. He only has some external injuries, nothing serious. With a period of rest, he will be fine. Lin Paya grasped Bai Ling's hand, asking, "Child, you must be exhausted?" Bai Ling smiled lightly, replying that she was not tired. "Auntie, You all take care of him. I have matters to attend to. It's quite late. What urgent matters could you possibly have? Lin Paya expressed concern for Bai Ling's well-being. It is rather important. Bai Ling's voice was soft and delicate. Lin Paya was momentarily taken aback before suggesting, "How about I accompany you? I am uneasy about you being alone outside." "There's no need," Bai Ling replied. "I have Xingyu with me." Bai Ling intended to address matters concerning the Miao family, and having Lin Paya accompany her would undoubtedly frighten her. Noticing this, Lin Paya refrained from further protest and simply cautioned, "Please be careful." Bai Ling nodded and set off with Xingyu. Seeing that Fu Chen was no longer in any danger, Jiang Shiwei decided to follow Bai Ling. After hearing about the Miao family's situation from Xingyu, he surmised the purpose of Bai Ling's visit. Given the considerable favor Bai Ling had shown them tonight, he felt compelled to assist her in reclaiming her dignity. However, just as they reached the staircase, they encountered a group from the Ji family. Matriarch Ji led the way and, upon spotting Bai Ling, hastily inquired, "How is young Master Fu?" Bai Ling cast a glance at her and replied coolly, "He is in the hospital room." With that, she attempted to move past, only to be halted by Sun Yuru, who exclaimed, "Young Master Fu has been injured. Why aren't you at the hospital with him? Where are you off to at such a late hour?" Chapter 80. The daughter-in-law must seize the opportunity early. Bai Ling cast a cold glance at Sun Yuru, too weary to utter a single word, and turned to leave. Sun Yuru stood there, her face flushed, ultimately saying nothing as she followed the matriarch Ji to the hospital room. "Mr. Fu, Mrs. Fu, we have come to pay a visit to young Master Fu." The matriarch Ji led the way. Noticing both Fu Baikong and Lin Paya present in the room, she lowered her demeanor. Lin Paya glanced at her with a stoic expression. Yet, out of respect for Bai Ling, her tone remained courteous. "Thank you for your thoughtfulness, matriarch." Matriarch Ji glanced at Sun Yuru, gesturing for her to present the gifts they had prepared. Sun Yuru understood, placing the gifts on the table and standing behind the matriarch, striving to maintain an air of decorum and politeness. Unbeknownst to her, from the very beginning, Lin Paya had never regarded her with any seriousness. Were it not for the presence of matriarch Ji, she would not have offered Sun Yuru a favorable countenance. "I was unsure of what young Master Fu would prefer, so I brought some nutritional supplements. I hope Mrs. Fu will not take offense," the matriarch said with a smile, her words imbued with respect. "Your presence alone is sufficient. There is no need for gifts. Fu Chun has just undergone surgery, and these are not needed at this moment. We wouldn't want them to expire," Lin Paya replied flatly. The matriarch's expression stiffened, and she forced a smile. "This is merely a token of our goodwill, and I hope Mrs. Fu will not refuse it." The recent incident involving GXIN had displeased young Master Fu, and the matriarch felt compelled to find a way to appease them. Since Fu Chen had withdrawn his investments, the Ji family's business had been on a steady decline, nearing collapse. If they failed to secure additional funding, they would inevitably face bankruptcy. The Ji family was her life's work. She could not bear to witness its downfall. Thus, she felt it necessary to swallow her pride and seek Fu Chen's assistance. "Thank you very much then," Lin Paya relented, plotting to return the favor with a gift in the future, thus ensuring they were even. Matriarch Ji smiled and deftly redirected the conversation. "I noticed that Bai Ling had just left. She has always been rather wild and lacks formal education. She may not fully comprehend the importance of staying here to care for young Master Fu. If there has been any misunderstanding, I hope Mrs. Fu will be forgiving." Lin Paya, already suppressing her dissatisfaction with the Ji family, had allowed them into the hospital room. However, upon hearing Matriarch Ji's remarks about Bai Ling, her expression darkened instantly. Matriarch Ji, where Bai Ling goes is her own affair. She is under no obligation to care for Fu Chun. Moreover, even if she wished to stay, it was I who instructed her to leave. Do you have any objections to my decision? Matriarch Ji's body stiffened. "Mrs. Fu, you have misunderstood. I merely feared that Bai Ling's departure might displease you." She believed that given Fu Chen's severe injury, the presence of Mr. and Mrs. Fu, Bai Ling's premature exit would surely incite displeasure within the Fu family, which was why she had spoken as such. Her intention was twofold. Firstly, to cultivate further disdain for Bai Ling in the eyes of Mrs. Fu, and secondly, to showcase her own humility and decorum before her. Little did she expect that it would invoke displeasure from Mrs. Fu instead. Bai Ling is doing splendidly. She is obedient, thoughtful, and attentive. We cherish her dearly. How could we possibly be displeased? Lin Paya rose to her feet, locking eyes with the elderly Mrs. Ji. "It appears that your family does not hold her in high regard, viewing her merely as a stepdaughter unworthy of the Ji family stature?" Mrs. Ji's heart raced. "Who has spread such rumors?" That is unfounded. I have always regarded Bai Ling as my own granddaughter and have never treated her poorly. Lin Paya let out a derisive laugh. There is no need for your explanations. I have no interest in understanding Bai Ling's character through the words of others. She is my Fu family's daughter-in-law. We know who she is, and that suffices. Mrs. G was taken aback by Lin Paya's evident affection for Bai Ling. That wild girl. So lacking in refinement and decorum, with such a fierce disposition, what could Mrs. Fu possibly see in her? Why? When the initial proposal for a union had been intended for GXIN, did they not express anger upon the switch to Bai Ling, but instead shower her with affection? Mrs. G, feeling somewhat at a loss, suggested, perhaps you should return home. Fu Qin is resting, and I would prefer not to disturb him. Lin Paya shot her a cold glance before expressionlessly taking a seat. Fu Baikong remained silent throughout the exchange, feeling that someone of the G family's caliber was beyond his reach for conversation. We shall take our leave then, Mrs. G said with a bow, leading her family away. Not a word was spoken by the others as they departed. Once the G family had left, Lin Paya withdrew her gaze and scoffed. Their petty schemes, flaunted before me, are laughable. They have never treated Bai Ling well yet wish to leverage her name for investments from the Fu family. What a delusion. Fu Baikong peeled an orange for her, remarking blandly, don't trouble yourself with anger. Bai Ling is not upset, yet you seem quite agitated. How can you be certain that Bai Ling is unperturbed? Lin Paya shot him a glare. That child always masquerades as resilient, but deep down, she is fragile. As her mother-in-law, I cannot allow anyone to bully her. Fu Baikong shook his head, choosing silence. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Paya suddenly lifted her head, her expression serious. I have made a decision. What have you decided? Fu Baikong shot her a sidelong glance, suspecting her thoughts were far from innocent. I shall host a banquet to publicly acknowledge my daughter-in-law's status. Lin Paya was determined to act on her idea immediately, pulling out her phone to notify the capital. Fu Baikong, exasperated, snatched her phone away. You must consider the timing. Fu Qin is not yet recovered. What sort of banquet can be organized now? Suddenly, Fu Qin, who had been sleeping soundly, opened his eyes. Let's proceed with the banquet. Just as mother suggested. He had not been in such a deep sleep that he missed the conversation. However, since Bai Ling was absent, he had little motivation to open his eyes. Lin Paya beamed at his words. See? My son supports my decision. Fu Baikong found himself conceding. Do as you wish. It is not merely frivolity. Bai Ling mentioned that in 10 days, the poison will be completely resolved, and his injuries will be nearly healed. We must seize this opportunity to organize the banquet. Lin Paya winked at Fu Qin, stating, my actions are not solely for Bai Ling, but also for our son. With such an exceptional daughter-in-law like Bai Ling, possessing unparalleled medical skills, we must not let her slip through our fingers. Others will surely covet her. What if she is taken by someone else? Fu Baikong pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement, acknowledging the validity of her words. Thus, we must swiftly reveal Bai Ling's true identity. Even if others wish to pursue her, they must consider the implications of crossing the Fu family. Lin Paya spoke with an air of pride. She truly is remarkably astute. Indeed, Fu Qin concurred. The young lady's stubbornness was quite pronounced. He needed to secure her affection without delay, lest he find himself regretting her departure one day. Chapter 81. They all call me Lord. By Miao Wanong had waited through the night, but his subordinate Sin Out had not returned. Initially, he felt no cause for alarm. Yet as time passed, his unease grew. Finally, at midnight, with no news, Miao Wanong could no longer remain idle. He called his men to inquire about the situation and why they had not returned. How could it take so long to deal with a mere college student? Suddenly, a deafening noise erupted outside. Damn it! Miao Wanong hung up the phone and rose to head downstairs. Who in the world would dare disturb him at such an hour? Miao Yihe was also startled by the commotion and followed Miao Wanong down. Upon seeing the throng of people below, Miao Yihe's eyes narrowed. Miao Wanong's expression shifted. These were not his men. If someone sought revenge at this moment, he would be utterly defenseless. Asan, Miao Wanong commanded his housekeeper in a low voice. Take the young lady away first. Before Asan could respond, a crisp voice rang out from outside, declaring that no one would leave tonight. The crowd parted, revealing a petite girl who stepped forward. She wore a black hoodie and a cap pulled low, obscuring her face. However, upon recognizing her, Miao Yihe's expression turned icy. She was still alive. Miao Wanong, having never seen Bai Ling, scrutinized her for a long moment before coldly asking, Who are you? What brings such a spectacle to my home? Miao Wanong was no fool. The disparity in numbers was too great for him to ensure his escape. He could only engage in verbal sparring while awaiting the return of his men. Bai Ling smiled faintly. Do you not know who I am? Miao Wanyang studied her face intently and replied, let us dispense with the pleasantries. What do you truly want? I have come for your life. Bai Ling lifted her gaze, a chilling glint flashing in her cold eyes. Miao Wanyang's expression darkened. Many sought his life, but few could achieve it. On what grounds do you presume to succeed? He glanced at the crowd behind Bai Ling, dismissing them as incapable of threatening him. Bai Ling smirked lazily. You seem to misunderstand. I do not require their assistance. I alone will suffice. Haha. Miao Wanyang laughed heartily. I have never heard such a ludicrous joke. You alone wish to kill me? If it were those behind her. He might have some reservations, but her alone. Miao Wanyang scoffed at her audacity. Bai Ling cast him a dispassionate glance. I neglected to introduce myself. I am Bai Ling. What? Miao Wanyang's expression shifted dramatically. This girl was Bai Ling. Then, those he had dispatched. Were they all dead? Bai Ling discerned his thoughts with ease. You guessed correctly. Your subordinates are all dead. With her hands in her pockets, she spoke nonchalantly. Everyone in Liqing connected to you has met their end. I have come personally to resolve matters within this house. Who on earth are you? Miao Wanyang gritted his teeth and demanded. He truly did not expect that a mere high school student possessed such formidable abilities. Effortlessly dispatching all his subordinates without a flicker of emotion, Bai Ling extended her hand, pinching the bridge of her nose, her voice languid and uninspired. They all call me Bai Yi. Upon hearing this, Miao Wanyang and Miao Yihe instantly froze in shock. After a prolonged silence, Miao Yihe widened her eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, No, it's impossible. You are just a high school student. Bai Yi is the king of the underground world. How could you possibly be Bai Yi? You must be lying. Bai Ling's lips curled into a cold smile. Indeed, I am not. Miao Yihe retreated several steps, insisting, I refuse to believe this. It cannot be true. Bai Ling raised her head slightly, her pupils reflecting a chilling light as she regarded Miao Yihe with an icy gaze. Do you know why I've been wasting my breath with you for so long? Miao Yihe stared at her, bewildered. It is to make you aware that the Bai Yi you serve is merely a high school student whom you look down upon. Bai Ling nodded, quite right. I am very pleased with your performance. She then withdrew her hand from her pocket, declaring, Now, it is my turn to act. With that, she lunged forward, her slender, pale fingers tightening around Miao Wanyang's throat, gradually increasing the pressure until his face turned a ghastly shade of purple. Miao Wanyang struggled to break free, but he found himself utterly immobilized. The moment Bai Ling struck, a silver needle flew forth. He was like a fish on a chopping block, at her mercy. Dad! Miao Yihe cried out in alarm, her eyes blazing with fury as she prepared to rush forward and save him. Yet before she could move, Bai Ling's silver needle immobilized her. Bai Ling turned her cold gaze towards her. Do not rush. It will be your turn soon. Miao Yihe remained paralyzed, her eyes fixed on Bai Ling with a fierce intensity. If mere gazes could kill, Bai Ling would have perished countless times under the weight of Miao Yihe's wrathful glare. Just as Miao Wanyang felt he could no longer breathe, Bai Ling released her grip, allowing him a brief gasp of fresh air before tightening her hold once more, plunging him into a near suffocation. This back and forth persisted for several excruciating moments, as Bai Ling toyed with him on the precipice of life and death. Finally, Miao Wanyang could bear it no longer and pleaded for mercy. Bai Yi, I was wrong. Please, spare us. Struggling against her grip, he managed to utter a complete sentence. Yet, Bai Ling remained unmoved. I can tolerate others offending me, but I will not stand idly by while someone harms those I care for. You had no right to threaten my grandmother's life. Having done so, you must face the consequences. I didn't. Miao Wanyang's eyes glazed over, and he felt himself on the verge of losing consciousness. Bai Ling loosened her grip, granting him a moment to inhale fresh air before he continued. I did not harm your grandmother. I only intended for someone to teach you a lesson. Bai Ling paused, her brows furrowing. Not you? But I have confirmed that it was your people. It truly wasn't me. I never intended to take your life. I know you are affiliated with young Master Fu. I originally planned to give him face and merely have someone give you a beating to vent my daughter's frustrations. How could I possibly want your grandmother's life? Miao Wanyang was finally able to breathe, and he spoke fervently. He never anticipated that Bai Ling would employ such ruthless tactics, tormenting him to the brink of madness without inflicting a single wound. Who could truly understand the agony of struggling on the precipice between life and death? He was not one to fear death, yet at this moment, an overwhelming desire to live surged within him. Nothing could surpass the value of existence. Bai Ling's gaze grew contemplative as she turned abruptly to Miao Yihe, inquiring, Is it you? Miao Iha initially hesitated to admit her involvement, but her deep-seated hatred for Bai Ling overshadowed her reservations. She shouted, "So what if it is me? I am the daughter of the Miao family, respected and feared by all. How dare you steal my spotlight upon your arrival and make Aoran follow in your wake? I long to see you suffer 1,000 deaths. You have shattered my limbs, and I shall demand your grandmother's life as recompense." Chapter 82. I am still a doctor. And I revived Grandma Wang Ping. Observing Miao Yi's agitated demeanor, Bai Ling couldn't help but chuckle. She crouched down, lifting Miao Yi's chin, and teasingly remarked, "Unfortunately, you are mistaken. My grandmother is alive." "Impossible," Miao Yi shouted. "I specifically arranged for them to take you to the hospital during the time you were besieged. She cannot possibly be alive." The smile at the corners of Bai Ling's lips grew more pronounced. "Initially, my grandmother was on the brink of death. But it seems I neglected to inform you that I am, in fact, a doctor. I revived her." "You?" Miao Yi spat blood, staring at Bai Ling, rendered speechless for a long while. What manner of creature is she? Not only is she the granddaughter of the Bai family, but she also possesses extraordinary medical skills. With such prowess, why does she seek recognition at Hengchuan University? Why does she steal her limelight? Bai Ling swiftly inserted a silver needle into Miao Yi. Her tone icy as she declared, "I have no intention of letting you die. You will not perish. If you seek your own demise, I can still bring you back." Miao Yi abruptly shoved her away, scrambling back in terror. Bai Ling stood up, dusting off her hands, and coldly instructed Xue Qing, "Throw them into the dogfighting arena. Keep a close watch. Do not let them die." Turning her expressionless gaze upon Miao Yi and Miao Wanong, she stated, "I will not kill you. Compared to ending your lives, living in agony is far more torturous. I want you to suffer for all eternity." Behind her, Jiang Shiwei and Xingyu instinctively shrank back, exchanging a glance before resolutely maintaining their silence. Even Master Fu had never contemplated such cruel measures. Bai Ling was truly ruthless. Jiang Shiwei hesitated to associate the previous Bai Ling with the current one. The disparity in her demeanor was astoundingly vast. Yet, she is the granddaughter of the Bai family. Without a touch of ruthlessness, how could she dominate the underworld of City A and Liqing? "No, please." As the horrifying scene flashed through her mind, Miao Yi frantically crawled to Bai Ling's feet. "I am sorry. I was wrong to target your grandmother. Please spare me. I will never do it again." Bai Ling kicked her aside, her gaze indifferent. "Spare you? You are unworthy." A group of individuals entered and exited with great momentum, leaving the vast villa desolate in an instant. After departing from the Miao family, Bai Ling leaned against the back seat of the car, her cold visage devoid of expression. "Take me back to Mingyuan. Today has been stained with too much blood. I need a bath and some rest." Xingyu acknowledged her request and drove toward Mingyuan. The journey was steeped in silence. Jiang Shiwei contemplated speaking several times but refrained, sensing the heavy tension in the air. As they neared Mingyuan, Jiang Shiwei could no longer contain himself and turned to Bai Ling, his lips pursed. "The Miao family deserves their fate. If you seek vengeance for your grandmother, simply eliminate them. Why torment them? Is this not excessively cruel?" Jiang Shiwei frequently accompanied Fu Chan on various life and death missions, often engaging in ruthless acts. Deep down, he did not believe there was anything amiss with Bai Ling's methods. He merely thought her still a child, and he pondered how she would fare in the future, having already been exposed to such cruelty at such a tender age. Bai Ling cast a glance at him, her expression indifferent as she simply replied, "Mm." She did not deny it. She merely lacked the inclination to respond to Jiang Shiwei's inquiries. Finding the conversation dull, Jiang Shiwei ceased his questioning. Bai Ling turned her head to gaze out at the scenery, her eyes growing increasingly cold. If Jiang Shiwei deemed her cruel, she accepted the label. Since the age of 15, she had lived a life fraught with peril. This world operated on such harsh principles. If she did not exhibit cruelty, others would only return it tenfold. The one redeeming quality she possessed was that she had not yet lost her humanity. She reserved her ruthlessness for those who were wicked and malicious. After delivering Bai Ling to Mingyuan, Jiang Shiwei and Xingyu proceeded directly to the hospital. Fu Baikong and Lin Paiya, upon seeing their arrival, promptly returned home. The hospital room was left with only Fu Qin, Jiang Shiwei, and Xingyu. Once Fu Baikong and Lin Paiya departed, Jiang Shiwei pulled up a chair and sat beside Fu Qin's bed, excitement evident in his voice. "Master Fu, we have breaking news." Fu Qin raised an eyebrow, his expression grim. Despite his severe injuries, he found himself subjected to news. Jiang Shiwei, undeterred, spoke rapidly. "Bai Ling is the legendary Bai Yi, and her skills are extraordinary. She can seal acupoints with silver needles. Over 500 individuals were immobilized by her swift actions. Do you understand what immobilized means? It's just like what you see on television. They couldn't move at all. She single-handedly incapacitated 500 people and had them sent back to their respective cities. Moreover, the Miao family surrounded Bai Ling today and even attempted an assassination on Granny Qin, but Bai Ling sent them to the dogfighting arena instead, declaring that they would endure a lifetime of suffering. As Jiang Shiwei concluded, his excitement rendered him almost incoherent. In his eyes, Master Fu was a prodigy, having joined a certain force at 16, established a commercial empire by 19, and now, at present, he spanned several nations. Still a figure of immense influence. The only ones daring to cross him were hidden aristocratic families. Yet Bai Ling exceeded all his expectations. This young woman, merely 19, was astonishingly talented. Not only was her medical prowess remarkable, but her combat skills were also extraordinary, and she ruled over the underworld of 2 cities. The rapidity of her development rivaled that of Master Fu himself. He once foolishly thought he could best Bai Ling in a fight, had it come to blows. He feared he would be incapacitated before he even had a chance to strike. Jiang Shiwei, feeling a shiver of apprehension, patted his chest, relieved that this young woman was not an enemy. Otherwise, she would undoubtedly pose a terrifying threat, even more so than the hidden families. Fu Qin narrowed his eyes, and after a moment, the corners of his icy lips slowly curled into a smile. Bai Yi, it is indeed fitting, given that she is his fiancée. She was, without a doubt, a dragon among men. Master Fu, do you think Bai Ling's actions towards the Miao family were excessively cruel? Jiang Shiwei, having expressed his excitement, settled back into his chair. Fu Qin raised his gaze, casting a nonchalant glance at him. Is it cruel? I shall be even more merciless than she. His beloved girl. Wronged and retaliating. How is that cruel? If her grandmother were to pass away this evening, who would dare label the Miao family as ruthless? Such is the law of survival in this world. If one wishes to avoid the cruelty of others, one must first embrace cruelty oneself. Alas, that girl is far too formidable, so strong that she requires no protection from him. Were she to exhibit a touch of softness, he would gladly assume the role of the merciless one. Jiang Shiwei found himself at a loss for words, momentarily rendered speechless by Fu Qin's declaration. After a prolonged silence, he finally raised a finger and exclaimed, "Impressive. You truly are a couple." Leaning back on the bed, Fu Qin casually inquired, "Did she merely send a few members of the Miao family to the dogfighting arena?" Jiang Shiwei nodded, stating that she deemed it the most fitting punishment. Fu Qin's brows furrowed slightly, and after a moment, he lifted his gaze, promptly deciding to take over all of the Miao family's white and black businesses, transferring them under Bai Ling's name. This girl has sacrificed so much for me. It is time I present her with a grand gift. Jiang Shiwei nodded in agreement. All right. I shall attend to it immediately. Chapter 83. Your fate is remarkably resilient. The following day, a significant event transpired in Liqing overnight. The illustrious Miao family, ranked 3rd, had fallen from grace. The reasons remained shrouded in mystery. All that was known was that upon awakening, the Miao villa stood deserted. Soon, newspapers reported that the Miao family's assets had been acquired by unidentified parties. In the span of a single night, the once magnificent Miao family ceased to exist. Upon receiving this news, the head of the Yin family collapsed in shock. Fortunately, he had heeded Tang Jinsheng's advice and had sent Rui away to a different location early on. Otherwise, the Yin family would have undoubtedly met a similar fate. With this thought in mind, he hastily called in Rui, reiterating his warning to avoid provoking Bai Ling. Bai Ling had not attended school, having taken a leave of absence. In recent days, Fu Qin's condition necessitated her personal attention. Though the bullet had been removed from her grandmother's body, the toxins continued to spread, requiring her presence at the hospital to manage the situation. In the morning, just as the chef delivered the meal, Lin Paya arrived, shouting, "Eat your meal first, and then I'll take you to school." Unaware that Bai Ling was needed to oversee Fu Qin's recovery, Lin Paya assumed Bai Ling was simply going to school and had come to escort her. Bai Ling hesitated momentarily, then replied, "No need, Andy. I'm not going to school." "Not going to school?" Lin Paya paused, then added, "That's fine. You've been quite tired lately. You should take some time to rest." Bai Ling pressed her fingers to her temples. "I need to treat Fu Qin." Lin Paya was taken aback by her evident concern for Fu Qin, and her smile broadened. "That's right. You're engaged. You should cultivate your feelings for each other." Bai Ling smiled faintly, choosing not to respond. After finishing her meal, Lin Paya accompanied Bai Ling to the hospital. Suddenly recalling something, she said, "Oh, I plan to host a banquet to publicly announce your relationship with Fu Qin, since you two are engaged and your uncle and I weren't present before. Now that we are here, we should celebrate this occasion. Bai Ling replied, is it really necessary to make it so grand? Seeing Bai Ling's silence, Lin Paya assumed she was displeased and quickly added, I want to consult you about this. If you disagree, we want to hold it. Although eager for others to recognize Bai Ling as her daughter-in-law, she was mindful of Bai Ling's feelings. This child preferred simplicity, and she did not wish to impose discomfort upon her. Do as you see fit, Bai Ling said, displaying little interest in the matter. However, as Lin Paya was enthusiastic, she chose not to refuse. Lin Paya sighed in relief, her expression brightening. I'll make sure it's splendid, ensuring you feel comfortable. In a couple of days, I'll take you to choose a gown. You are already so beautiful. With a little enhancement, you will surely captivate everyone. Bai Ling felt somewhat exasperated. She did not wish to steal the spotlight. Pressing her lips together, she remarked, there is no need for a new dress. What I have will suffice. It is essential, Lin Paya said with earnest seriousness. I want everyone to see how exceptional you are. Bai Ling, it's not that I think your current outfit is lacking. I just believe you deserve something finer. In any case, a gown is a must, and I shall personally select it for you. Very well. Bai Ling eventually conceded. If Sun Yuru were present, she would undoubtedly be so infuriated that she might vomit blood on the spot. No matter how she threatened or tempted, Bai Ling steadfastly refused to change her gown. Yet, with just a few words from Lin Paya, Bai Ling surprisingly agreed to switch. The disparity in treatment was striking. Upon seeing Bai Ling's consent, Lin Paya was elated, humming a cheerful tune all the way to the hospital. Upon arrival, Jiang Shiwei and Xing Yu were already there. Fu Boken was absent as he had matters to attend to. Jiang Shiwei, noticing Lin Paya and Bai Ling entering together, could not help but tease, Auntie. You are quite something. Your son is still in the hospital, yet you rush off to please your daughter-in-law. Lin Paya playfully tapped him on the head, you little rascal. Daring to joke about me? Be careful, I tell your father to deal with you. No, Auntie, I was wrong. Jiang Shiwei promptly begged for mercy. Lin Paya chuckled and said nothing further. Bai Ling approached Fu Qin directly, took his pulse, and confirmed there were no major issues before retrieving her acupuncture needles. She looked at Fu Qin and instructed him to remove his clothing and lie down. Fu Qin had been diligently consuming his herbal soup and soaking in medicinal baths. The effects of the herbal baths were significant, enhancing his constitution and bolstering his immune system. Although he had suffered from poisoning, it had not invaded his internal organs. He had merely sustained a gunshot wound yesterday, leading to excessive blood loss and subsequent unconsciousness. At this point, he needed neither soup nor medicine, only acupuncture would suffice. Obediently, Fu Qin lay down on the bed. Bai Ling worked deftly, placing silver needles one by one into his body. Lin Paya observed their harmonious interaction with a comforting smile. I just remembered I have something to attend to, Shaoling. Please take care of Fu Qin, she said as she moved toward the door. Noticing that Jiang Shiwei and Xing Yu were still sitting idly, she exclaimed in irritation, Aren't you two leaving? Jiang Shiwei paused, perplexed. We have nothing to do. Where would we go? Lin Paya had the urge to pry open his skull to see what was inside. Could he not discern that she intended to create an opportunity for Bai Ling and Fu Qin to spend some time alone? Just go, stop with the nonsense. Lin Paya insisted, exasperated, as she pulled Jiang Shiwei along. Xing Yu, quick-witted, soon realized the situation and followed Lin Paya. The hospital room was left with only Bai Ling and Fu Qin. Neither spoke, and the silence was so profound that the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Bai Ling was very close to Fu Qin, and he could distinctly hear her heavy breathing. His expression grew somber as he hoarsely asked, Are you tired? A bit. Bai Ling replied nonchalantly, though her voice carried a hint of weariness. She had not personally dealt with bloody incidents for several years. Since arriving in Liqing, she had tempered her temper significantly. She had no intention of causing trouble, yet issues seemed to arise one after another. Last night, first her grandmother, then Fu Qin. She was preoccupied with saving lives while simultaneously managing troubles, and with each event, she felt increasingly drained. It was not merely physical fatigue, but an exhaustion of the spirit. She yearned to escape the bustling city, to reside in a tranquil paradise, living the life she had always envisioned with the person she cherished. Ultimately, it remained but a dream. Reality did not permit her to embrace this dream. Exhaustion calls for rest. You may take a nap beside me, and I shall ensure that no one disturbs you. Fu Qin felt a pang of sympathy for her. Yet he found himself at a loss for a more effective means of offering comfort. She stubbornly rejected the need for solace from others. Bai Ling responded softly, lapsing into silence. After completing the acupuncture on her back, Bai Ling retrieved silver needles and commenced the treatment on the front. As Fu Chen turned, Bai Ling's gaze fell upon the two conspicuous gunshot wounds on his chest, as well as another on his abdomen and one at his waist, each a potentially fatal injury. Her fingers hesitated momentarily as she regarded Fu Chen for an extended period before finally speaking. You possess a remarkable resilience, surviving such injuries. He seemed to have no one else but himself. Fu Chen smiled softly, replying, with you by my side, my life is indeed resilient. Chapter 84. Perhaps we should try to date? Bai Ling shot him a cold glance, and in an instant, the silver needle in her hand plunged into Fu Chen's acupoint. Hiss. Fu Chen exclaimed in pain, contemplating the absurdity of being attacked by his own wife. Bai Ling drew out another silver needle and said coolly, the poison has yet to be resolved. Why did you go to City A? I found out that the Li family in City A possesses a blood god herb. But I was unable to obtain it, Fu Chen responded innocently. Bai Ling's fingers stiffened slightly, a hint of exasperation creeping in. If the blood god herb were so easily acquired, would I have allowed my grandmother's illness to persist this long? Mr. Fu, you are a prominent figure. When did you become as clueless as Jiang Shuriwa? Cough, cough. Fu Chen cleared his throat. Indeed, the Li family has the blood god herb, but I arrived too late. They had already given it to someone else. Feeling somewhat awkward, Fu Chen added, I was only joking earlier. I didn't steal it. I went to buy it. He understood that the Wei family's blood god herb was not available for sale, regardless of the price offered. This precious herb was sought after by countless families, including reclusive ones, making it improbable for the Wei family to part with it easily. They would gain more through an auction. Fu Chen was acutely aware that Bai Ling was concerned about both her grandmother and Ji Moan, neither of whom she wished to forsake. Thus, he discreetly initiated inquiries into the whereabouts of the blood god herb. Upon visiting the Li family, he learned that the herb had been sold to another party a month prior, leaving Fu Chen empty-handed. As Bai Ling observed Fu Chen, an unusual feeling stirred within her. This man, fully aware of the dangers that awaited him outside of leeching, still recklessly ventured forth, solely to help her obtain the blood god herb. His selfless determination tugged at her heartstrings. The acupuncture session concluded swiftly, and after dressing, Fu Chen gently took Bai Ling's hand, speaking softly, shall we rest for a while? Bai Ling nodded and slipped off her shoes to join him. Last night, she had been unable to sleep at all, suffering from severe insomnia. Her condition worsened with troubling matters. However, her sleep had improved significantly with Fu Chen's presence, as lying beside him brought her a sense of peace. Fu Chen embraced Bai Ling, who curled up in his arms like a small kitten while she slept. He tenderly stroked her hair, and she felt utterly secure in his embrace. Before she knew it, they awoke to find it was already afternoon. Seeing her awake, Fu Chen lifted her from the bed. You must be hungry. Bai Ling stiffened, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck, a rosy hue blooming on her fair cheeks as she nodded. Fu Chen gently placed her in a chair and, with a warm voice, said, My mother made your favorite sweet and sour ribs the last time you visited. I noticed you enjoyed them immensely, so she prepared extra for you. Please, try them and let me know if you like them. Bai Ling's expression remained somewhat awkward as she lowered her head and took a bite of the rib. Not bad, she replied, suppressing the heat rising within her. Fu Chen hardly touched his own meal, instead focusing intently on Bai Ling, occasionally serving her dishes and pouring her water with meticulous care. After dining, he had the dishes cleared away and then lifted Bai Ling back into bed. Sitting upright, Bai Ling stated, I've had enough sleep. As she was about to descend, Fu Chen embraced her tightly, unwilling to let go. I'm still not fully awake, he insisted. Bai Ling, at a loss for words, questioned, Why didn't you sleep earlier? You are simply too beautiful. I was too captivated by your presence to sleep, Fu Chen replied with an air of confidence. Bai Ling pondered, Has a trip to City A scrambled your brain? I'm still injured. I cannot endure without rest. Can you truly be so heartless? Fu Chen leaned against her shoulder, his voice softening. Bai Ling turned her head to glance at him, pursing her lips in silence for a moment before conceding. Then you should sleep. A smirk of triumph played at the corners of Fu Chen's mouth. I want to hold you while I sleep. Bai Ling averted her gaze, her eyes downcast. Don't take advantage of me. I'm cold. Fu Chen inched closer, but you are warm. Bai Ling surrendered entirely, urging him to sleep. All right. However, after a brief moment of closed eyes, Fu Chen opened them again. My mother mentioned that once my condition is fully remedied, she wishes to host a banquet to publicly acknowledge our relationship. At this, Bai Ling nodded. Your mother has already informed me. So, you acknowledge that you are my fiancée? Fu Chen sat up, pulling Bai Ling into his embrace. She was lost in thought, hardly aware of her position nestled against him. Only to make my aunt happy, she eventually murmured after a long pause. Fu Chen sighed softly, contemplating when this girl would finally allow herself to be vulnerable. My mother will surely be pleased. She desires for us to marry. A smile graced Fu Chen's lips. Even so, are you willing to comply just to make her happy? Bai Ling shot him a glance, suddenly realizing, aren't you supposed to be sleeping? Fu Chen. It seemed he would not receive the answers he sought. I have a gift for you. He retrieved a folder from the bedside drawer and handed it to Bai Ling. This contains all of the Miao family's assets, now transferred to your name. Bai Yi. It seems you shall need to protect them from now on. His smile radiated like sunlight. Turning her head, Bai Ling was momentarily lost in his cheerful countenance. After regaining her composure, she stated coolly, I reject it. It's tainted. Dispose of it as you wish. The Miao family had nearly caused her grandmother's demise. She would never accept their money. Very well. Then let Jiang Shiwei convert all of it into cash and donate it to an orphanage in your name. Fu Chen had anticipated Bai Ling's refusal but felt it necessary to ascertain her decision personally. Since she declined, it was unnecessary to retain it. As you wish. Bai Ling replied before turning away, her cold gaze lingering on Fu Chen for a brief moment. With a slight arch of her brow and a hint of a smile, she teased, Fu Yi, it seems you do not intend to sleep after all? Fu Chen's expression faltered slightly before he cleared his throat. With you here, I suddenly find myself unable to sleep. Then I shall take my leave. Bai Ling began to rise from the bed, but Fu Chen tightened his hold, resting his head on her shoulder. His voice was low and earnest. Don't go. Let me hold you for a while. I've been pursued relentlessly, and I fear I might never see you again. Bai Ling remained silent for a moment, ultimately choosing not to descend. The space between them fell into a profound stillness, with neither uttering a word. Moments later, Bai Ling tilted her head to glance at Fu Chen. You could seek treatment at a nearby hospital. Why risk death by returning? You said it yourself. Even if I must die, I would crawl back to do so. Fu Chen's voice resonated deeply. Bai Ling's heart seemed to skip a beat, and she fell into a prolonged silence. After a considerable pause, she finally spoke. What if we tried dating? Her voice was slightly hoarse, and her cheeks flushed. Upon hearing this, Fu Chen looked up at her in astonishment. Are you serious? You may take it as a jest. Bai Ling regretted her impulsive suggestion. I am serious. Fu Chen replied as he sat up, embracing Bai Ling in his arms. You cannot take it back. Chapter 85. Unable to restrain emotions in the days that followed, Bai Ling remained in the hospital. Lin Paya and Jiang Shiwei refrained from visiting, allowing the two to be undisturbed. Bai Ling had missed school for several days, and rumors about her swirled incessantly. Some claimed that the downfall of the Miao family was linked to Bai Ling, while others asserted that she had been killed by them during her confrontation with the Miao clan. In short, myriad versions circulated. 10 days later, Fu Chen was discharged from the hospital, having fully recovered from the poison. On the day of his release, Fu Baikong and Lin Paya personally took them to a restaurant to host a welcoming banquet. Lin Paya also sent out invitations for a gathering scheduled for the upcoming Saturday, intended to honor her daughter-in-law. Prominent families from both the capital and Liqing received these invitations, and the Ji family was no exception. Initially, Lin Paya had no intention of inviting the Ji family, harboring a profound disdain for them and wishing to avoid their presence entirely. However, for this occasion, she deemed it essential to include them, as she wanted the Ji family to witness just how exceptional Bai Ling truly was. At the Ji residence, Ji Xin glared at the contents of the invitation, her eyes blazing with fury, her exquisite features contorted in rage. The Fu family was audacious enough to host a banquet specifically for Bai Ling. How dare they? That wretched girl. What right did she have? They had ruined her life. Yet they could self-righteously celebrate? Impossible. She would not allow their wishes to come to fruition. Bai Ling and Fu Chen emerged from the hospital, the day still bright. Fu Chen naturally took Bai Ling's hand and turned to her, his voice gentle. Shall we take a stroll? He recalled that despite Bai Ling's prolonged stay in Liqing, he had yet to show her around. It seemed that their days were filled with countless matters. A cold breeze swept by, causing Bai Ling to shrink slightly. Fu Chen removed his coat and draped it over her shoulders, embracing her warmly. Shall I take you shopping for clothes? It seems you don't have many. No need. Bai Ling replied with little expression, finding it bothersome. She had grown accustomed to a laid-back lifestyle, preferring to do things spontaneously, including her choice of attire. A simple, loose sweatshirt suited her well. It concealed her acupuncture bag and allowed for easy movement, quite comfortable indeed. Fu Chen's gaze softened as he grasped Bai Ling's hand and led her directly to a nearby mall. They made their way to the women's department, selecting several suitable outfits without allowing Bai Ling to try them on, simply instructing the sales associate to wrap them up. Bai Ling was somewhat speechless, yet chose not to voice her thoughts. If it pleased him, so be it. Within 10 minutes, they were followed by over 20 sales associates, each carrying an armful of items just purchased by Fu Chen. The onlookers cast envious and jealous glances at Bai Ling. That girl is truly fortunate to have found such a wealthy boyfriend, one murmured. Indeed, to spend millions in one go, it's a sum I could never earn in several lifetimes. Another lamented. Let us not be envious. Have you seen how beautiful she is? With looks that could rival top celebrities. It's only natural for her to attract a wealthy partner. The crowd whispered behind them, while Bai Ling maintained a somber expression throughout. She walked for a while, then suddenly halted, her expression devoid of emotion as she gazed at Fu Chen. Was something amiss? She had merely indulged in a little too much food and sought a stroll, unaware that Fu Chen would escort her to the mall, purchasing so many garments. Did she appear to be in dire need of clothing? Was he unwell, or had he been cured? Fu Chen chuckled softly, taking Bai Ling's hand, his elongated eyes narrowing into slits of mirth. It was rare for him to draw attention alongside Bai Ling in a public setting, and as she did not protest, his spirit soared. Bai Ling. She crossed her arms, raised an eyebrow, and a teasing smile grazed her red lips. Mr. Fu, you are still in your probationary period. Fu Chen's smile vanished instantly. Miss Bai, I concede my error. Bai Ling let out a laugh, choosing to ignore him. Subsequently, Fu Chen's demeanor returned to normal, refraining from insisting on buying her anything. Just as they reached the entrance of the mall, Bai Ling's phone rang. It was a call from Xia Kersen. Bai Ling, our school's arts festival is tomorrow. Will you come to watch our performance? Bai Ling pondered for a moment. All right. The banquet was the day after tomorrow, and she had time to spare. Really? That's splendid. Xia Kersen exclaimed excitedly from the other end. You must come at 10 in the morning. Bai Ling agreed and hung up. Fu Chen took Bai Ling out for a meal. And with little else to occupy their evening, they retired early for the night. They still slept together, yet Fu Chen refrained from any advances. In his eyes, Bai Ling was still young, not yet suited to comprehend such matters. The following morning, a golden ray of sunlight gradually ascended from the east, filtering through the translucent glass and illuminating the face of the sleeping figure. Bai Ling squinted against the blinding light, raising her hand to shield her eyes. As she turned, she discovered Fu Chen propped up on his elbow, watching her. She smiled. What is it? You are too beautiful. I wanted to gaze at you a little longer. He replied. He reached out with one hand to gently pat her head, his voice soft. Are you hungry? I shall cook today. You can cook? Bai Ling expressed her surprise. It seemed she had never fully comprehended Fu Chen. Aside from knowing he was the heir of the Fu family and what was presented in his profile, her knowledge of him was rather limited. She gradually lifted her head, contemplating a serious question. Should she seek to understand this man anew? I learned to cook a bit while I was away. Fu Chen smiled gently. I believe you will find it quite palatable. Bai Ling got out of bed and drew back the curtains, allowing the sunlight to flood the room, enveloping her in warmth. She gazed at the cerulean sky, tilting her head back and closing her eyes. It had been a long time since she had felt such refreshing sensations, as if all her pent-up frustrations had evaporated. Fu Chen approached her from behind, his long fingers reaching around her waist, his chin resting on her shoulder as he softly said, Promise me, do not resort to violence in the future. He wished for her to be free of that lingering hostility. He wanted her to be happy. Bai Ling turned her head slightly, her cheek brushing against his lips, feeling somewhat awkward, and then she faced forward again. I will try. Fu Chen placed his hand gently upon her shoulder, turning her body to face him. Beneath the sun's warm embrace, her exquisite beauty shone through, untouched by cosmetics, yet breathtakingly alluring. Her eyes lowered, and her long lashes stirred a tremor within his heart. Her crimson lips were undeniably seductive, igniting a fervent heat in Fu Chen's throat. As their gazes locked, Bai Ling's cheeks flushed slightly, just as she intended to turn away. Fu Chen suddenly held her in place and leaned down to kiss her. Bai Ling blinked twice, her body stiffening like stone, utterly motionless. As Fu Chen's tongue ventured forth, he discovered her teeth clamped tightly, seemingly anxious about something. Opening his eyes, he noticed beads of sweat adorning her face, accompanied by a glimmer of amusement in her gaze. This girl, fearless in every aspect, appeared so apprehensive over a mere kiss. Did he look like someone who would devour her? Fu Chen lifted his hand, cradling the back of her head, and with his cool lips brushing against her ear, he whispered softly, Do not be afraid. Chapter 86. Let my sister replace you. By Ling shivered, feeling as though a current surged through her body, causing her heart to race. Fu Chun moved slowly and gently. His long fingers glided from the nape of her neck to her earlobe, then descended to her throat and collarbone. She was extraordinarily slender, her collarbone distinctly visible. The temperature in the room gradually rose. Fu Chen's tongue continuously explored her mouth, and Bai Ling's body warmth began to escalate. Just as they were on the verge of losing control, Fu Chen suddenly halted, his breath heavy. It was not yet the right moment, as she was still growing. Bai Ling's eyes flickered, and she cleared her throat. I should go wash my face. Her face was flushed, and her demeanor was exceedingly awkward. She had never kissed anyone before. Fu Chen was her first boyfriend. The sensation was indescribable. Fu Chen observed Bai Ling's reddened face, his smile deepening. The young girl also had her moments of shyness. How rare. He proceeded to the kitchen, swiftly preparing breakfast. It was a simple meal, consisting of milk, bread, and a few side dishes. Bai Ling returned after washing her face just as Fu Chen was setting the table. After breakfast, Fu Chen accompanied Bai Ling to school. Today was the arts festival and all students had a day off. Due to the large number of participants, the event was held on the playground. Bai Ling called Xia Kersen and headed straight to the backstage area. Xia Kersen and the others were in the midst of applying makeup. Upon seeing Bai Ling, she excitedly rose to greet her. Bai Ling, you're here. I thought you wouldn't come. Bai Ling nodded. I came to take a look. She glanced at the makeup room. Students from other classes had already finished and left, leaving only those from Class 18 and Class 1. Ji Xian and Ji Xinhui were also present. Ji Xian merely cast a fleeting glance at Bai Ling before indifferently retracting her gaze. Since the incident at Mingyuan, she had not shown Bai Ling any kindness, deeming it unnecessary to appease her. Ji Xinhui's eyes revealed a hint of disdain as she snorted coldly and fell silent. Bai Ling expressionlessly diverted her gaze, maintaining her cool demeanor. Bai Jia, where have you been lately? Liao Ran, freshly made up, pulled Bai Ling aside and whispered. I heard someone say that the Miao family's bankruptcy is related to you? Bai Ling shot him a glance. Yes. Liao Ran's eyes widened in shock. Did you really do it? You're finished, Bai Jia. The Miao family is associated with Bai Yi from the underground world. You should flee quickly, or Bai Yi will soon come for you. Bai Ling merely gave Liao Ran a look that suggested he should figure it out for himself. She then ignored him, sitting down to play on her phone. Liao Ran scratched his head, pondering the meaning behind Bai Ling's earlier glance. Did he say something wrong? Yet, the Miao family was indeed linked to Bai Yi. Why was Bai Jia so unfazed? On stage, the school host provided a brief introduction and invited the first performance to take the stage. Class 18 was scheduled to perform last, following Class 1. There were still many performances ahead, and the students from classes 18 and 1 waited in the makeup room. The two classes have always been at odds, and now, confined in the same space, an unsettling silence envelopes them. At last, the previous performances conclude, and it is Class 1's turn to take the stage. They perform a synchronized dance, the choreography remarkably innovative, with each dancer perfectly attuned to the music. It is indeed impressive for students to reach such a level of proficiency. Led by Ji Xian, the applause from the audience is relentless. Following their performance, the judges award a score of 9.5, the highest in the competition thus far. Once Class 1 exits, Class 18 prepares to take the stage. Bai Ling makes her way to the audience, while Xia Kersen trails behind Liao Ran. The backstage area is dimly lit, making it difficult for her to navigate. Just as they approach the stage, Xia Kersen suddenly steps on something, losing her balance and tumbling down the stairs. Liao Ran's expression shifts dramatically as he rushes to help her up, furrowing his brow in concern. What happened? He asks. Xia Kersen bites her lip, tears welling in her eyes as she replies, I can't walk. What do we do? How can we perform without you? Liao Ran's worry is palpable. The members of Class 1 observe the scene with indifference, not a single person showing concern for Xia Kersen's plight. Bowing her head, Xia Kersen suddenly remembers something and calls out, Ji Xian. Ji Xian, walking ahead, halts in confusion. What is it? She asks. Why did you trip me? Xia Kersen accuses, her voice laced with fury. Ji Xian, taken aback, looks hurt. What are you talking about? I was simply walking my path and didn't even touch you. How can you claim that I tripped you? Don't think that just because Bai Ling protects you at school, you can slander others without consequence. Xia Kersen retorts. Ji Xinhui lifts her chin defiantly, exuding an air of haughtiness. You fell because you weren't watching where you were going, and now you're wrongfully accusing my cousin. I advise you to refrain from making baseless claims. Ji Xinhui had witnessed Ji Xian extend her foot to trip Xia Kersen. yet she would never assist an outsider against her cousin. You. Xia Kersen points an accusatory finger at Ji Xinhui, exasperated. You're lying. GXIN is the one who tripped me, and it was intentional. GXIN smiles mockingly. You claim it was intentional? Do I have a vendetta against you? Why would I deliberately trip you? Or do you think I would choose this moment to sabotage your performance because I believe Class 18's dance surpasses ours? Xia Kersen lowers her gaze, struggling to formulate a retort. The truth remains that GXIN did trip her, and she genuinely suspects GXIN intended to disrupt their performance. Yet, GXIN's words ring true. Class 1 has already scored a commendable 9.5, leading the competition. It would be senseless to sabotage Class 18's routine out of spite. As the tension escalates, Bai Ling, clad in a black hoodie, approaches. Her cool gaze sweeps across the gathered individuals, her tone calm, yet imbued with an icy authority. The host has called for Class 18 to take the stage multiple times, and sensing something amiss, Bai Ling heads backstage. Lin Xian hurriedly joins Bai Ling. Recounting the events that transpired, Bai Ling narrowed her eyes as she crouched down to examine Xia Kersen's feet, her brows furrowing at the sight of the swelling. Will she still be able to dance? Liao Ran asked anxiously. No. Bai Ling stood up, her hands tucked into her pockets, her gaze fixed upon GXIN. Her eyes were like sharp arrows, making GXIN feel utterly uncomfortable. What should we do? Xia Kersen exclaimed. We've practiced for so long. It would be such a pity to give up now. Let my sister take your place. She is always clever and shouldn't mess it up, GXIN interjected, smiling gently at Bai Ling. Right, sister? Bai Ling squinted for a moment before a smile broke across her lips. Very well. GXIN paused in surprise, then beamed brightly. In that case, I shall watch my sister's splendid performance from the sidelines. Chapter 87. Dance that captivates the crowd after Class 1's departure. The atmosphere among the members of Class 18 grew tense. Xia Kersen lowered her gaze and, after a lengthy pause, directed her attention to Bai Ling. I shall go. She asserted, you have never danced before. GXIN's comment was merely intended to humiliate you. My ankle is merely sprained, and I can endure. Bai Ling handed her phone to Xia Kersen, calmly responding, I will go. But you do not even know the movements. Xia Kersen exclaimed, nearly in tears. She lamented her own carelessness, wishing she had been more attentive to her surroundings while walking. Had she been more cautious, she would not have tripped over GXIN's feet. And Bai Ling would not have to take the stage in her stead. Bai Ling gently patted her shoulder, signaling her to remain calm. Then turned to Liao Ran and the others. You all dance as you please. Do not concern yourselves with me. After a moment of contemplation, Liao Ran conceded, well, it has come to this. We cannot simply refrain from performing. Bai Jia, you stay at the back and try not to let the judges notice you. I am familiar with Xia Kersen's dance moves, and I will adjust my position as needed. Each of them had a designated spot, having practiced their respective parts. Although Liao Ran knew Xia Kersen's choreography, he had yet to dance to the accompanying music, but under pressure, he resolved to give it his all. With a silent exchange of understanding, Bai Ling stepped onto the stage, followed closely by Liao Ran and the others. As the music began, Bai Ling positioned herself behind her teammates, while the others danced in synchrony with the rhythm. Bai Ling, however, remained immobile, her cap pulled low over her eyes. Below, GXIN observed with a smirk, reveling in the spectacle of someone wholly inexperienced in dance poised to become the subject of ridicule. Yet, before she could relish her triumph for long, the music surged to a climactic peak. Bai Ling, positioned at the back, executed a dazzling side flip, landing gracefully in front of her teammates, followed by an array of intricate movements. Each motion seamlessly aligned with the music, side flips, floor work, and rapid transitions, all flowed effortlessly, rendering her teammates mere background figures. The audience was spellbound, their eyes fixated solely on her performance, silencing the arena. Even her fellow dancers, momentarily forgetting their own choreography, stood transfixed, watching Bai Ling's mesmerizing display. Fortunately, their formation remained intact, with Bai Ling at the center, enhancing the visual appeal. Most of the students, unfamiliar with street dance, could not fully comprehend the intricacies of her movements, yet they recognized that Bai Ling's performance was nothing short of spectacular. As the music concluded, Bai Ling executed a final spinning kick, which was met with a thunderous ovation from the audience. The judges in the front row could not restrain themselves, rising to their feet in applause. They had not anticipated that a mere high school student could exhibit such extraordinary talent. Meanwhile, GXIN and Ji Xinhui, seated among the judges, were left utterly astonished, staring blankly at Bai Ling. GXIN, in particular, found her mind racing in disbelief. How could this be? Bai Ling had never mentioned her dance capabilities, yet she performed with the finesse of a professional. Gxin bit her lip. Her initial intent to humiliate Bai Ling replaced by a tumult of surprise and indignation. Instead of being embarrassed, Bai Ling shone brightly before the entire faculty and student body. She truly wished she could just choke herself. Time and again, she had created opportunities for Bai Ling to shine. Now, it was time for the judges to score. After a lively commotion, the moment arrived for the judges to reveal their scores. 10 points, 10 points, 10 points. All 5 judges awarded the highest score. The host excitedly announced, "Congratulations to Class 18 for achieving the maximum score of 10 points." The entire Class 18 erupted in cheers. The classmates who had danced alongside Bai Ling remained dazed until they left the stage. After a considerable time, Liao Ran looked at Bai Ling with excitement and exclaimed, "Sister Bai, is there anything you can't do?" Bai Ling cast a nonchalant glance at him, responding, "There are quite a few things I can't do." Liao Ran was convinced. "With your dancing skills, why didn't you join us? If I had known, it would have been enough for Class 18 to send just you to annihilate everyone." Not interested. Over the past few years, Bai Ling had been preoccupied with numerous matters. Her grandmother's poison remained unresolved, and she had devoted great effort to research in traditional Chinese medicine. The underground world aimed to dominate from City A to the capital, which was immensely challenging. During busy periods, she would work tirelessly for an entire month without rest. Additionally, she had to investigate the cause of Ji Mohan's death while balancing her studies, a mountain of responsibilities that left her under immense pressure. Who had the heart to participate in a frivolous arts festival? All right then. Liao Ran, aware of Bai Ling's temperament, refrained from saying more. In any case, the resounding success of Class 18 was all thanks to Sister Bai. Bai Ling glanced at the time. "I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave." Today, Fu Chen was not there to pick up Bai Ling. The Fu family was hosting a banquet, and he needed to remain home to handle some affairs. Bai Ling did not inform him what time she would return. She intended to visit the library to find some medical books. Just as she reached the school gate, she heard someone calling her Miss Bai. Bai Ling turned around and saw the person, politely nodding, "Uncle Tang. I watched your dance, and after several years, you have become even more outstanding." Tang Jinsheng said warmly. He had come to Hengchuan High School for some business, and on his way back, he happened to pass by the playground and stopped to watch Bai Ling dance for a while. "You flatter me," Bai Ling humbly replied. Tang Jinsheng paused. Looking at Bai Ling, "Do you have some time? Shall we chat?" After contemplating for a moment, Bai Ling agreed. Tang Jinsheng's car was parked at the school gate, and Bai Ling got in with him. Gxin, exiting the school, noticed Bai Ling following a man. She couldn't see the man's face, but sensed he was somewhat older. Her gaze shifted slightly. Aside from the Ji family and the Fu family, Bai Ling had no acquaintances in Liqing. Who could this man be? Hesitating for a moment, she decided to follow. Bai Ling and Tang Jinsheng remained unaware of Gxin trailing behind them. Tang Jinsheng glanced at Bai Ling, noticing her slight pallor, and gently patted her shoulder, saying softly, "Don't work too hard. Taking care of your health is the most important thing. I haven't been able to look after you since you came to Liqing. Now that I have some free time, come over for dinner. I'll have your aunt make you some soup to nourish your body." Bai Ling smiled faintly. "Thank you, but no need. I'm doing quite well." Tang Jinsheng sighed. "You are just too strong-willed." Bai Ling hung her head in silence, her recent lack of rest leaving her mind rather foggy. Tang Jinsheng cast a glance at her, pursing his lips as he remarked, "I have heard about the Miao family's situation. You have been rather impulsive. Orders have come down from above for a thorough investigation into this matter." Bai Ling raised her eyes, unhurriedly inquiring, "What do you intend to do, uncle?" "Naturally, I shall resolve this trouble for you," Tang Jinsheng replied, affectionately ruffling her hair with a smile. "I have always regarded you as my own child. The actions of a child must be supported by their parents. Moreover, I have long wished to deal with the Miao family. I simply lack the opportunity. Your actions have unwittingly provided me with a significant favor." Bai Ling glanced at him and expressed her gratitude. "Thank you. There is no need for formality between us." Tang Jinsheng sighed. "As for the previous incident, I have already spoken to Wan Qing. She has assured me that she will no longer target Su Siki and his sister. You may rest easy." Bai Ling nodded silently, not uttering a word. Chapter 88. I have a noblewoman's ointment. Her brows remained slightly lowered, seemingly reflecting a troubled mood. Tang Jinsheng observed her for a while before gently patting her shoulder. "You need not dwell on the events of the past. Such occurrences are beyond anyone's foresight. You cannot remain ensnared by what has transpired." Tang Jinsheng's thoughts drifted, tinged with a hint of irritation. He lit a cigarette, acknowledging, "I too bear responsibility for that incident. If you cannot move on, I shall feel a profound sense of guilt." Bai Ling lifted her gaze slightly, her red lips pressed together. "There is no need for you to feel guilty. I have already moved on." "Have you truly moved on?" Tang Jinsheng asked, scrutinizing her. "Since you seized control of the underground world in City A, you have had no intention of letting go. You seek to find those responsible and exact vengeance upon their parents. Yet, this matter is far from simple. We have toiled for 7 years without uncovering a single clue." Bai Ling turned her head to gaze out at the street, her voice faint and ethereal. "I will find them. They must pay for the deaths of Uncle Su and Aunt Su. Do Susiki and the others wish for you to find them as well?" Tang Jinsheng countered. Bai Ling pursed her lips, falling silent. "Since they do not wish for you to continue your pursuit, why persist?" Tang Jinsheng felt a pang of sympathy for Bai Ling. At just 19, she ought to be focusing on her studies and pursuing her passions. She had a talent for dance, and with the right guidance, her future could be boundless. Yet, she continually placed herself in perilous situations from which she could not escape. Bai Ling rubbed her temples, feeling a bit lethargic. "Uncle Tang, I can forego everything else, but this matter I must pursue." She opened the car door. "Please take care of Susiki and her brother. Once they are at Jing University, I will personally oversee their well-being." Tang Jinsheng intended to say more, but Bai Ling had already exited the vehicle. He sighed and started the car, driving away. Not far behind, Xin gazed at the photos on her phone, a sinister glint passing through her eyes. Her smile was chilling. "Bai Ling, let us see how you will explain yourself to young Master Fu this time." The following morning, Lin Paya arrived early at Mingyuan. Fu Chun and Jiang Shirihua had matters to attend to and had left at dawn. Bai Ling was the only one at home. As soon as Lin Paya stepped inside, she pulled Bai Ling toward the bedroom. "I bought you a gown, tailored to your measurements. You must try it on at once." Bai Ling pinched the bridge of her nose. "There's no need. I will wear it directly in the evening. You must try it on. How will you know if it fits otherwise?" Lin Paya insisted, pushing Bai Ling into the room. "Today, I have no other plans. My sole purpose is to beautify you. Go try on the dress, and afterward, I shall take you for a facial and a hairstyle. I want you to be the center of attention." Bai Ling, however, had no desire to be the focal point. Clutching the gown, she hesitated for a moment before finally changing into it. She could never refuse Lin Paya's requests. Before long, Bai Ling emerged from the room, and as Lin Paya looked up from her phone, she froze in astonishment at the sight before her. She rose gracefully and approached Bai Ling, circling around her, her eyes sparkling with uncontainable admiration. "How exquisite! How stunning! Your beauty is unparalleled in this world. That scoundrel Fu Chen must have stumbled upon extraordinary fortune to have such a remarkable wife." Lin Paya felt a pang of envy, though he was her own son. She suddenly did not wish for Bai Ling to be sullied by others, not even by him. It was the first time Bai Ling had received such compliments, and she felt somewhat awkward, lowering her gaze to inspect her attire, her voice soft, insisting it wasn't that extraordinary. Lin Paya had an impeccable eye. She had chosen a pure white evening gown adorned with intricate embroidery that cinched at the waist, accentuating her figure. Bai Ling's slender physique was beautifully complemented by the dress, which highlighted her curves. Her fair skin and cascading long hair added to her ethereal beauty, rendering her breathtaking, evoking a desire to preserve her in a space untouched by others. As Bai Ling donned such an exquisite outfit for the first time, she caught a glimpse of herself in the mirror, a hint of surprise crossing her features. It seemed that this attire suited her quite well, though the neckline was a tad low, and she worried that a moment's distraction might reveal too much. She turned her head to Lin Paya and inquired whether the neckline was too revealing. "Not at all. This is just right. You've never seen a neckline lower than this, and a higher neckline wooden tea suit and evening gown." Lin Paya chuckled, growing increasingly fond of Bai Ling. This daughter-in-law truly brought her pride. Bai Ling turned away, choosing not to say more. Lin Paya and Fu Chen's approval mattered little to her. After changing out of the gown, Lin Paya took Bai Ling for a beauty treatment. Bai Ling had never visited such an establishment before and was led to a treatment bed where various procedures commenced. The scent of the salon's cosmetics was unbearable for her, prompting her to sit up abruptly. Lin Paya urged her to lie back down, insisting that the treatment was not yet complete. Bai Ling adjusted her attire and coughed lightly. "Auntie, if you wish to preserve your youth and beauty, I have a personally crafted luxury cream that is far more effective than this." The staff member frowned at her statement. "Miss, you mustn't trust those home remedies you see on television. A slight miscalculation could ruin your complexion. Our products are made from traditional Chinese medicine, renowned for their whitening, hydrating, and anti-wrinkle properties, with absolutely no side effects. Bai Ling shot her a glance. You rely on chemical products. While they may indeed whiten, hydrate, and reduce wrinkles, they require constant use. Cease for even a moment, and your skin will quickly become dehydrated. Even aging prematurely. The staff member's expression shifted. You cannot defame our products. We offer high-end items, used by prominent individuals. How could we possibly provide them with chemical products? Any issues would tarnish our reputation. Bai Ling's demeanor grew cold. She was typically impatient. Were it anyone else, she would not have bothered to engage with the staff. However, since she was there with Lin Paya, she felt compelled to intervene. The staff member's face darkened as she addressed Lin Paya. Madam Fu, is this child related to you? You must manage the situation and prevent her from speaking indiscriminately. You are aware of the quality of our products. Having used them yourself, her words could tarnish our reputation. Lin Paya initially intended to counsel Bai Ling to speak less, as they were all in the business of making a living and there was no need to embarrass anyone. However, when the staff member mentioned Bai Ling's name, she became unwilling to comply. She sat up abruptly, questioning, is there a problem? I can simply refrain from using it for 2 or 3 days to find out. The staff member, in a state of urgency, replied, Madam Fu, you are using high-end products. You cannot cease their use. Lin Paya narrowed her eyes, pondering whether the staff's assertion was correct, that halting the product would indeed lead to skin issues. No, that cannot be true. The staff member hesitated in her response. Lin Paya shot her a glance and took Bai Ling away. As they reached the door, she paused, turned back to the staff, and added, I forgot to mention. She is not the child of my relatives. She is my daughter-in-law. With that, she turned and departed, leaving the staff member in a state of shock. Chapter 89. This thing, 500,000. Upon exiting the beauty salon, Lin Paya brought Bai Ling along for a hair treatment. However, Bai Ling, who favored simplicity, opted for merely a trim and a bit of care. With ample time before the banquet, they proceeded to the renowned boutique to select evening gowns. Considering the earlier visit to the salon might unsettle Lin Paya, Bai Ling rummaged through her suitcase for a jar of premium cream to present to her. Auntie, you needn't visit the salon anymore. Just use this. It works wonders. Lin Paya accepted the small box of cream, skeptical about its efficacy. Yet she nodded in agreement to try it out, as she had yet to apply makeup. It will demonstrate immediate results, Bai Ling assured calmly. With a mixture of doubt and hope, Lin Paya made her way to the restroom, carefully following Bai Ling's instructions as she applied the cream around her face. Despite her regular skincare routine, the signs of aging were still evident, particularly the wrinkles around her eyes. Hence, she applied a bit more around her eyes and on her neck, where she bore a burn mark from a mishap a few years prior. Initially contemplating skin graft surgery to remedy the scar, she ultimately deemed it unnecessary, allowing the scar to remain. Bai Ling had mentioned the cream could diminish scars, so she took the plunge and applied a circle of it around her neck. Just as she was about to step out, she glanced at the mirror and was astonished to see the burn mark gradually fading away. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she leaned closer to the mirror, rendered speechless. Not only had the scar on her neck disappeared, but the wrinkles around her eyes had vanished as well, leaving her complexion smooth and youthful. She felt a decade younger. Ecstatic, Lin Paya rushed out, grasping Bai Ling's hand. Xiaoling, this is nothing short of miraculous. The burn on my neck has vanished, and my eye wrinkles are gone. How did you manage this? At that moment, Bai Ling's phone buzzed with a message from Fu Chen. Just as she opened it, Lin Paya emerged. Bai Ling glanced at Lin Paya's face and replied slowly, it's formulated from certain herbal ingredients. That must be quite expensive, Lin Paya inquired. As a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine, Bai Ling's ability to concoct such a remedy was not surprising. Yet Lin Paya believed that something so extraordinary must be composed of rare and precious herbs, thus commanding a high price. Feeling a twinge of guilt for receiving such a valuable gift, she reflected on how she had seldom given anything to Bai Ling. Yet here was Bai Ling presenting her with this remarkable cream. After a moment of contemplation, Bai Ling pursed her lips and stated, it's not expensive, merely 10 yuan. 10 yuan? Lin Paya gasped in astonishment. That is exceedingly affordable. Do you have more? Bai Ling raised an eyebrow, her expression curious. This product is both effective and inexpensive. It deserves to be promoted widely. Provide me with more, and I can sell it for 10,000 a bottle. Lin Paya mused, considering that even 10,000 might be too modest a price. The affluent ladies of the capital, increasingly aging, would surely pay a premium for something that promised to rejuvenate. It was essential for her to engage in this endeavor to please her daughter-in-law. Bai Ling, feeling a touch exasperated, pinched the bridge of her nose. You can use it yourself. I have no desire to sell. Absolutely. We must sell. Lin Paya was quite serious, stating that this was a valuable item. Selling it would not only bring profit but also enhance her reputation, leading to future requests for this product. Why not earn while lying back? However, Andy, Bai Ling coughed lightly, revealing that this item was priced at 500,000. The luxurious cream was something Bai Ling had decided to develop 5 years ago when she was in need of funds. So she entrusted it to Lu Jingyu to help find a buyer. Despite its small size, the cost was substantial, with over a dozen rare herbs involved, and the overall production expenses exceeding 300,000. Lu Jingyu suggested selling it for $1 million, but Bai Ling felt that no one would buy it at that price. So she settled on 500,000. After making some money, she joined Agency A and could earn through taking orders, thus halting the production of the luxurious cream. She only made a few batches for some old clients who had a good rapport with Lu Jingyu. Now, there were only 2 bottles left in her suitcase. One was given to Lin Paya, and the other was reserved for a client Lu Jingyu had arranged. Lin Paya asked, "So, are you saying 10,000? Quickly realizing something, she lowered her head and inquired, "Did you intentionally mention 10,000 to relieve me of pressure?" Bai Ling smiled, but remained silent. Fu Chen's messages kept coming. "Bai Yi, I miss you after a day apart. Yi, have you eaten? Yi, is there any medicine to help a child grow faster? I can't wait for you to turn 20 so we can get our certificate. Yi, my wound hurts." Bai Ling casually glanced at her phone. Typing a few words swiftly, "Your gunshot wound hasn't even left a scar." It was exceedingly cold and indifferent. Fu Chen stared at the few words on his screen and sent a string of ellipses in response. Bai Ling glanced at it and coldly put her phone away. Lin Paya, standing opposite Bai Ling, was deeply moved, thinking that her daughter-in-law was truly understanding and considerate. How could she have such a wonderful daughter-in-law? Bai Ling checked the time and said, "Auntie, it's getting late." Lin Paya snapped back to reality and smiled. "There's still time." After a pause, she added, "Are you really not selling the luxurious cream?" Bai Ling lowered her gaze, pursing her lips. "Do you want me to sell it?" "Of course. You sell it for 500,000, and I'll sell it for 2 million a bottle. I assure you, it's a remarkable product, and many are vying for it. I want to help you earn more money so that in the future, you can buy whatever you desire." Lin Paya thought that since Bai Ling had provided her with such a valuable item, she should help sell it in return. With her social circle, she had no doubt that buyers would come. Upon hearing this, Bai Ling felt quite tempted. Attending the Wei family's auction required significant funds, and the 2 businesses Fu Chun introduced, one in the capital, which she had no time for, and the other with Ji Moan, which was problematic in terms of payment, had not yielded much profit recently. She had only earned 1,000 billion from the Duan family, still falling far short. It was indeed time to earn some more. A little profit is still profit. "All right," Bai Ling nodded. "I will prepare more in a couple of days. Please help me sell it, Andy." Lin Paya feigned anger. "Between us, there is no need to mention trouble. You mustn't say that again in the future." Bai Ling smiled softly, remaining silent. The driver arrived to escort her and Lin Paya. Upon their arrival at the hotel, only 10 minutes remained before the commencement of the banquet. A multitude of guests gradually gathered, with the Fu family's vehicle being particularly conspicuous, primarily due to its ostentatious license plate, which was widely recognized. As the car came to a halt at the entrance, onlookers paused to observe, for it was common knowledge that this gathering was hosted by the Fu family in honor of their future daughter-in-law, sparking considerable curiosity about the identity of Fu Chen's fiancée. The first to alight from the vehicle was Lin Paya, adorned in an exquisite light blue gown. Her hair elegantly styled, exuding an air of regal sophistication. Shortly thereafter, the car door swung open, and Bai Ling emerged, her delicate figure accentuated by pale, pink high heels. Her fair legs slender and elongated. Clad in a pristine white evening gown, meticulously tailored to perfection, she was a vision of ethereal beauty. Her exquisite features reminiscent of a goddess, seemingly transcending the realm of mortals. An almost palpable silence enveloped the surroundings, with not a word uttered, and the sound of breath could be distinctly heard amidst the stillness. Chapter 90. Your daughter-in-law's indiscretion. Fu Chun received the news and arrived at the entrance, where his gaze instantly fell upon the captivating girl that everyone was talking about. For a moment, he found himself entranced. Bai Ling had always donned a black hoodie, never changing her attire over such an extended period. It seemed her wardrobe consisted solely of hoodies. However, now she graced the scene in a resplendent white evening gown, resembling a regal swan, capturing the attention of all around her. As she slowly approached Fu Chan amidst the multitude of gazes, Her expression was far from pleasant. Her delicate brows were tightly knitted. She had always disliked being the center of attention, and the fervent stares from so many individuals dampened her spirits. Upon reaching Fu Shao, she lifted her gaze, and her demeanor improved considerably. He was clad in a tailored suit that accentuated his tall, lean figure, standing with an air of noble elegance, eliciting numerous admiring glances, particularly from the women nearby. She could distinctly hear the gasps of awe from those around her. A smirk played on her lips. This man certainly had a way of attracting attention. Fu Shao, caught in her gaze, snapped back to reality, his deep-set eyes shimmering with a hint of subdued light. He then removed his suit jacket and draped it over her shoulders, his expression slightly displeased, admonishing her not to dress so revealingly in public in the future. Bai Ling raised an eyebrow, noting that her aunt had insisted she wear it. That still does not excuse it, he replied. Taking her hand with a hint of jealousy in his tone, you are only meant to be admired by me. Bai Ling shot him a sidelong glance, a mischievous smile gracing her lips. Mr. Fu, the ladies nearby are watching you. Perhaps you should temper your demeanor as well? If they are looking, it only affirms your allure, Fu Shao retorted boldly. Bai Ling conceded, albeit begrudgingly. Together, they strolled towards the banquet hall, drawing the attention of onlookers one after another. The members of the Ji family, who had arrived earlier, were left speechless at the sight of Bai Ling, especially Ji matriarch, who was at a loss for words to describe Bai Ling, as she appeared utterly flawless, devoid of any imperfection. Bai Ling's beauty eclipsed that of Ji family's daughter by several leagues. It was no wonder Fu Shao chose Bai Ling over Ji Xin. The two were simply incomparable. Sun Yuru watched this scene with a mix of anger and astonishment. She had previously insisted that Bai Ling wear the gown, but the latter had vehemently refused. Now, seeing Bai Ling steal the spotlight and outshine Ji Xin only fueled her frustration. Yet, she could not deny Bai Ling's enchanting beauty, one that could captivate an entire nation. Meanwhile, Ji Xin's eyes blazed with jealousy and fury. Is that Sister Bai? Someone from Class 18 exclaimed in the banquet hall. Good heavens! Sister Bai is simply stunning. She used to be so cold and aloof. It's like she is a completely different person now. I envy her so much. That skin must be like milk. So fair and tender. And just look at that figure, perfectly curved and distinctly shaped. My goodness, is this truly the Bai Ling I know? The students of Class 18 were left in awe. Upon entering, Bai Ling spotted her classmates and, disregarding the others in the banquet hall, made her way directly to them. Casting a fleeting glance over the crowd, I remarked with a hint of indifference, in a while, feel free to help yourselves to whatever you wish to eat. I may not be able to attend to you all. When you are ready to leave, simply inform the security at the entrance, and they will arrange transportation for you. Earlier that morning, Lin Paya had visited Ming Yuan, expressing her concerns that the banquet would only host a select few friends from the Fu family. And fearing that she would be lonely, she encouraged her to invite some acquaintances. Bai Ling, lacking friends in Liqing, decided to extend invitations to her group of students from the 18th class. Initially, she anticipated a modest turnout, yet to her surprise, everyone had arrived. As for Su Siki and Su Siu, she had not invited them. Such an occasion was not suitable for their presence, as too many attendees would inevitably draw attention. Liao Ran, snapping out of his astonishment, nodded and said, Sister Bai, please attend to your matters. We will manage ourselves. Bai Ling chose not to elaborate further and accompanied Fu Shao and Lin Paya towards the center of the banquet hall. The attendees were all prominent figures in society. Principal Qin, the head of the Qin family, one of the 4 great families in the capital, had long received an invitation from the Fu family and arrived early. He typically shunned social gatherings, rarely making an appearance unless absolutely necessary. However, in such circumstances, his presence was imperative. He could not decline the Fu family's invitation, especially with Bai Ling in attendance, as her presence was indispensable, not for any other reason, but out of respect for her. Tang Jinqing, the top official in Liqing, was also present, accompanied by Tang Wanqing. From a distance, Principal Qin and Tang Jinqing spotted Bai Ling but refrained from approaching her. This was her domain, and they would not seek to assert their presence unnecessarily. Lin Paya took the microphone and began her address. Expressing gratitude to everyone for attending the banquet and introducing her daughter-in-law, Bai Ling offered a curt nod to the assembly, her demeanor rather aloof. Understanding her disposition, Lin Paya smiled and added, My daughter-in-law is somewhat shy. Please do not take offense. We shall dispense with pleasantries, let the banquet commence, and everyone is welcome to mingle. Lin Paya had initially intended to guide Bai Ling in greeting some influential figures within the business community, but recognizing her discomfort with such interactions, she refrained from insisting. Bai Ling, instead, took a bottle of wine and approached her classmates from the 18th class. The attendees had, to varying degrees, researched Bai Ling's background. To them, she appeared to be a country girl lacking familial support, merely fortunate to have allied herself with the Fu family, a significant entity. The public acknowledgement of Bai Ling's status as the daughter-in-law of the Fu family indeed astonished many, yet none in attendance regarded her with any esteem, believing she offered them no advantage. Thus, although it was ostensibly Bai Ling's occasion, the guests eagerly sought to toast the Fu family, intentionally disregarding her. This scene did not escape the notice of Principal Qin and Tang Jincheng, whose expressions darkened. Everyone was well aware of the true nature of these individuals in the capital. They simply deemed Bai Ling inconsequential and deliberately sidelined her. Growing increasingly incensed at Bai Ling's neglect, Principal Qin lifted his glass to approach her, only to witness Tang Jincheng making his way toward her as well. The two exchanged a glance, momentarily taken aback, and upon lifting their gazes, they discovered that Gxin had approached Bai Ling, along with Xia Kersen and Liao Ran, was engaged in casual conversation when Gxin arrived. Bai Ling cast a fleeting glance in her direction before averting her gaze. Clad in a delicate yellow dress with her hair elegantly swept up, Gxin exuded a sultry charm. With a smile, she raised her glass and said, "Sister, congratulations on finally gaining the approval of the Fu family." Before Bai Ling could respond, Liao Ran, visibly displeased, interjected, "What do you mean by finally? The Fu family has always recognized Sister Bai, hasn't it? You needn't seek attention unnecessarily." Gxin, offering not even a glance toward Liao Ran, directed her focus solely on Bai Ling, stating, "Sister, there seems to be a misunderstanding between us. I believe that as sisters, we need not dwell on past grievances. I hope you can forgive the wrongs I have committed in the past." Chapter 91, Scandal exposed. Bai Ling, with a wine glass in hand, leaned against the table behind her, observing her with a half-smile, yet remained silent. Gxin's gaze dimmed slightly, though her smile remained intact. "I shall not intrude further, sister. I wish you a successful soiree today." Bai Ling raised an eyebrow, contemplatively watching her departure. Once Gxin left, Principal Qin and Tang Jincheng approached Bai Ling. "Miss Bai, congratulations. At last. There is someone who can take good care of you, allowing me to rest easy," Tang Jincheng said, holding his wine glass, his expression warm and congenial. Bai Ling smiled lightly. "Thank you, Uncle Tang." Principal Qin glanced at Tang Jincheng, his eyes darkening momentarily, before returning to his thoughts and praising Bai Ling. "You ought to don brighter colors. They suit you beautifully." Bai Ling, holding her wine glass, smiled modestly. "You flatter me, Principal." Principal Qin chuckled. "You deserve only the finest compliments." He paused, leaning closer to Bai Ling, and whispered, "Have you given any thought to what I mentioned?" Bai Ling furrowed her brow slightly. "I have yet to decide." "Do not keep me waiting too long," Principal Qin said, patting her shoulder earnestly. "I hope for a favorable outcome." Bai Ling nodded silently. Tang Jincheng and Principal Qin were indeed the focal points of the banquet, wielding considerable influence and wealth, attracting attention wherever they went. The attendees were taken aback to witness them approaching Bai Ling, leading to whispers of speculation. How could the daughter-in-law of the Fu family possibly know them? Was she merely a simple country girl? Consequently, some pondered quietly, raising their glasses to toast Bai Ling. Bai Ling's spirits were high today, and she responded politely to those who came to toast her. Meanwhile, Lin Pei was engaged in conversation with a group of affluent women when suddenly, a phone rang. She glanced down, her expression shifting. She then exchanged a knowing look with someone nearby. Soon, everyone at the banquet was engrossed in their phones, their expressions varying widely. Those toasting Bai Ling were hastily reminded by others and swiftly departed, not uttering a word further. Bai Ling stood in a corner, observing the myriad expressions of the guests in the banquet hall, her eyes narrowing. A few affluent women with a close rapport with Lin Pei pondered for a moment and pulled her aside. "Mrs. Fu, have you not investigated your daughter-in-law?" Lin Pei turned, perplexed. "Why would I need to investigate my daughter-in-law?" The speaker pursed their lips. "Your daughter-in-law's private life is quite scandalous." Upon hearing this, Lin Pei's expression darkened. "What nonsense are you spouting? I know Bai Ling's character well. How could she be improper?" "It is no nonsense." The person produced their phone, showing Lin Pei. "Look, she was caught in a car with an older man, engaging in intimate behavior, and the photos have been posted on Weibo." Lin Pei read the content on Weibo, her face aflame with anger. She abruptly threw her glass, exclaiming furiously, "You wretched creature!" The surrounding guests recoiled in shock. retreating several steps. Fu Chan heard a commotion and furrowed his brows as he glanced in her direction. Madam Fu, do not let it trouble you. There are many girls like her. It is not too late for you to realize this now. If they truly marry in the future, it may become quite problematic. Someone advised Lin Paya. The surrounding crowd murmured their opinions, and Lin Paya's countenance darkened considerably. She gazed at the photos posted on Weibo, her eyes flashing with cold fury. Without uttering a word, she directly sought out Fu Baikong. Fu Baikong was engaged in conversation with the heads of several affluent families from the capital. Noticing Lin Paya waving to him from a short distance, he approached her and inquired, "What is the matter?" Lin Paya handed her phone to Fu Baikong, her expression grave. Several esteemed ladies at the banquet just received this Weibo notification. Should we address this matter now or wait until the banquet concludes? Fu Baikong examined the content on the phone, his aura radiating anger as he exclaimed, "This is outrageous. Today's event was specifically organized for my daughter-in-law. And to release such a thing at this moment is clearly intended to humiliate Bai Ling." On Weibo, a photograph depicted Bai Ling seated in a car alongside a much older man, their proximity evident. The image captured the man affectionately stroking Bai Ling's head and occasionally patting her shoulder, their demeanor intimate. Fu Baikong discerned that the photo was not fabricated. It was evidently taken by someone who had deliberately stalked them. The timing of the photograph's release was clearly aimed at making Bai Ling a target of public scorn. Humph. Fu Baikong scoffed. This individual underestimates the resilience and trust of our family, attempting to sow discord between us and Bai Ling. They have miscalculated. Lin Paya nodded, acknowledging the obvious intent behind the act. The objective is evidently directed at Bai Ling. She is likely unaware of the situation. How do we plan to address this? Should we keep it from her? Or, there is no need for concealment. Fu Baikong scanned the banquet hall, noting the expressions of the guests. Given Bai Ling's intelligence, she should already suspect something. Moreover, it is beneficial for her to be aware of the maliciousness that lurks. She will encounter many challenges in the capital, and today serves as a valuable lesson. Fu Baikong narrowed his eyes and instructed, "Feign great anger for now, and have someone investigate who posted on Weibo. This matter must be resolved on the spot. I want them to understand that my daughter-in-law is not someone they can trample upon at will." "Understood. I will attend to it immediately." Meanwhile, Fu Qin was mingling with some wealthy young men in the capital when Xingyu hurried over, urgency etched on his face. He leaned in to whisper in Fu Qin's ear, causing Fu Qin's expression to darken instantaneously, his demeanor turning icy. He glanced at Bai Ling, who stood in the corner, expressionless, sipping her drink. Taking a sip himself, he said, "Find out. I want results immediately." Xingyu responded affirmatively and rushed off to carry out the task. Jiang Shiwei also received the Weibo notification, his gaze sharpening as he angrily declared, "If I find out who is responsible for this, they will regret it. Damn it. This person is utterly despicable, choosing such a moment to put Bai Ling in a difficult position." While Lin Paya and Xingyu were investigating the truth, the screen in the banquet hall suddenly shifted to display another photograph. On Weibo, photographs of Bai Ling and that man were displayed prominently for all to see. All the guests paused to observe. Most of the men in the banquet hall were preoccupied with networking, leaving few to glance at their phones. The women, having learned of the situation early on, cast disdainful glances at Bai Ling. Some, eager to ingratiate themselves with the Fu family, openly lashed out, declaring her shameless. Young Master Fu is handsome and well off. Marrying him is a stroke of luck. How dare she betray him? They lamented, if one were to be unfaithful. At least choose someone superior to young Master Fu. What is the meaning of associating with such an old man? This is nothing short of a disgrace for the Fu family. Some individuals, having grown up without parental guidance and lacking proper upbringing, are unsurprisingly capable of such actions. Chapter 92. Sister, I have something wonderful to show you. Bai Ling gazed at the photo on the screen, her cold eyes narrowing into a slit, emanating an aura of icy detachment. The faces of her classmates from Class 18 flushed with indignation. Liao Ran was the first to lose his composure, exclaiming, "Damn it. Who the hell posted this? Sister Bai would never do such a thing." Xia Kersen furrowed her brow in anger, insisting, "Someone must have deliberately framed Bai Ling. What are we going to do? So many people have seen it. Sister Bai's reputation is ruined." Lin Xian concurred, "The person behind this is utterly despicable. Why choose this moment to release it if not to sow discord and make the Fu family misunderstand Sister Bai?" The murmurs around her reached Bai Ling's ears. She stood there, indifferent, her slender fingers slowly swirling the wine glass, her dark pupils reflecting a piercing light. Suddenly, Bai Ling placed the wine glass on the table and turned to Liao Ran, commanding, "Fetch me a computer." "No?" Liao Ran questioned, puzzled as to why Sister Bai appeared so composed while the situation was dire. Bai Ling removed her high heels, replying nonchalantly, "Yes." She had never worn such shoes before. Today, she had to for the sake of her dress, and standing for too long had made her feet uncomfortable. Noticing her displeasure, Liao Ran refrained from asking further and went to request a computer from the hotel staff. Before long, he returned with a laptop. Bai Ling took the computer, her fingers dancing swiftly across the keyboard. The students of Class 18 could only observe a flurry of codes flashing across the screen, utterly bewildered. Meanwhile, Fu Chen's family was rendered icy upon seeing the photograph displayed. His hawk-like gaze surveyed the banquet hall, his long fingers gripping the wine glass tightly. With an impassive expression, he took a sip of his drink before saying, "Xingyu, close the hotel doors. No one is to leave tonight." "Understood," Xingyu replied, his expression equally grim. In his heart, Bai Ling held an importance equal to Fu Chen's. He could not believe Bai Ling would stoop to such depths. Someone was clearly framing her, and he must uncover the culprit to vindicate her. Just then, Tang Jincheng returned from the restroom and noticed the varied expressions of the banquet attendees. Upon raising his gaze, he spotted the content on the public screen, instantly darkening his countenance. He summoned his secretary, coldly inquiring, "Who posted this?" "I don't know," the secretary answered truthfully. "Not only is it on the public screen, but everyone has also received a Weibo notification on their phones." "Bastard!" Tang Jincheng seethed, his face ashen with fury. The secretary had never witnessed him so enraged, shrinking back in fear. Tang Jincheng slammed his wine glass down on the table, striding to the center of the banquet hall. Grabbing a microphone, he was about to speak when a cool voice interrupted him. "Uncle Tang." Barefoot, Bai Ling approached Tang Jincheng slowly. Lin Paya attempted to call Bai Ling down, but was restrained by Fu Chun. She opened her mouth to speak, but ultimately refrained from doing so. Bai Ling walked beside Tang Jincheng amidst various curious gazes, her cold eyes sweeping the room with a detached indifference before finally settling on GXIN's face. A faint, icy smile curled her crimson lips as she inquired, "GXIN, do you wish to know who the man in the photograph is?" Caught off guard by Bai Ling addressing her name in such a tense situation, GXIN felt a flicker of panic. However, she quickly composed herself. After all, she had committed no wrongdoing. Why should she feel anxious? She gazed at Bai Ling, offering a gentle smile. "Sister, I do not quite grasp your meaning." Bai Ling raised a hand to tuck a stray strand of hair behind her ear and glanced at her with an unfazed demeanor. "Not understanding is no issue. I shall ensure you do." GXIN laughed awkwardly, replying, "Sister, your words suggest I have something to comprehend, yet I find nothing in need of clarification. It is you, dear sister, who? Mr. Fu cherishes you dearly, yet you engage in such actions behind his back. It is truly a disservice to his heart. Although I am your sister, I cannot defend you this time." As her words hung in the air, a chorus of reproach resonated around them. "Indeed, Mr. Fu has treated her so well, yet she behaves in this manner. It is utterly despicable. What kind of women could Mr. Fu not have? Why does he fixate on her? Aside from her beauty, she possesses no other merits. But she knows how to entice, appealing to all ages." Fu Qin stood with his hands in his pockets, casting a frigid glare at those who had spoken, silencing them instantly. Lin Paya exchanged glances with Bai Ling and GXIN, quickly grasping the unfolding situation. Her expression darkened, resembling the depths of the ocean. "Is that so?" Bai Ling half closed her eyes, a hint of intrigue in her voice. "I have something interesting to show you. Would you like to see?" "Of course. If my sister is willing to share something intriguing, I am more than eager to see it," GXIN replied with a gentle smile. Bai Ling's lips curled into a smirk as she casually directed her gaze toward Liao Ran. Liao Ran, not far away. Liao Ran acknowledged her with a thumbs up and typed a few commands on his computer. The public screen then transformed, causing GXIN's complexion to shift drastically. Not only hers, but the expressions of the entire G family altered dramatically. The screen displayed a video. GXIN was in a bar, seated opposite a thug with green hair. She handed him a substantial sum of cash, then presented a photograph, her voice chillingly indifferent. "This man is G Mohan. I need you to find an opportunity to kill him. Upon completion, I shall reward each of you with 100,000. This young lady, are you jesting with us? Not only do we refuse to undertake murder contracts, but even if we did, 100,000 for a life. Do you take us for fools? Not killing him is an option, but ensuring he lies in bed forever unable to awaken is certainly feasible. No? That can be arranged, but your offer is too meager. I can go as high as 200,000, If that doesn't suffice, I shall seek others. Agreed. Madam G covered her chest and staggered several steps back, pointing at GXIN with trembling lips. You are the one who killed Mohan. And no, it wasn't me. GXIN panicked. She could never have anticipated that Bai Ling possessed such a video. Where had it come from? Ian gazed at the content of the video, rendered speechless for an extended period. He turned to look at his beloved daughter, his heart constricted with pain. Your brother cared for you so deeply. Why would you do this? GMO Han's death remained shrouded in mystery. They had only been informed of his accident, and by the time they arrived at the hospital, his body had already been taken for cremation. He hadn't even had the chance to bid farewell to GMO Han. He never fathomed that his own flesh and blood would be responsible for such a tragedy. With one hand braced against the table, Ian's face was etched with profound sorrow and indignation. The attendees in the banquet hall shifted their gazes towards GXIN. Silence enveloped the room. Yet those stares pierced her heart like 1,000 daggers. Her complexion drained of color. She knelt on the ground, clutching the hem of Ian's garment, and sobbed. Father, it wasn't me, truly. It was my sister who set me up. She despises me. Please, you must believe me. Chapter 93. I am Bai Ling. You are GXIN. GXIN's face was as pale as a ghost, her hair cascading over her shoulders, kneeling on the ground with tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks. In the past, Ian would have believed her words, but this time, he gazed at her with indifference. Is it not you? He asked, a mocking smile upon his lips. Then tell me, is the person in the video not you, but rather someone who bears an uncanny resemblance to you? GXIN bit her lip, struggling to find her voice. There was no denying that the person in the video was indeed her, and the incident had undeniably occurred. Yet she could never have anticipated that someone would capture it on film, let alone that it would find its way into Bai Ling's hands. Now, in this predicament, with so many eyes fixed upon her, she was at a loss for words. Slap. Lautai stepped forward and struck GXIN across the face. How could you do this? He is your own brother, the one who has cherished you since childhood, giving you the best of everything. How could you have killed him? Why? The old lady's emotions were in turmoil. Within the G family, her most beloved child had always been GMO Han. When the news of GMO Han's death reached her, she fainted on the spot, lying in bed for half a month before recovering. She could never accept his demise, especially since she hadn't even had the chance to see him one last time. This burden weighed heavily on her heart. But now she learned that GMO Han's death was no accident. It was orchestrated by her own granddaughter. Grandma, please believe me, I truly did not do it. GXN cried out in desperation, but no matter how she explained, her words felt powerless and insipid. A sharp pain pierced through Lautai's chest, and she stumbled back several steps, steadied only by Ian's support. Taking several deep breaths, she pointed a trembling finger at GXIN, her voice quaking. You, who feigned gentleness and obedience, who seemed so understanding and gracious. I thought you were a good child. Yet, who would have imagined your heart could be so cruel? How could I, an old woman who has lived a full life, be toyed with by you? GXIN, you truly are remarkable. With her head bowed, GXIN listened to the old lady's tirade. Suddenly, she ceased her tears. A cold glint flickered in her eyes as her fingers clenched tightly. Moments later, she raised her gaze, slowly standing up, her exquisite face twisted into a grotesque expression. Yes, I hired someone to kill GMO Han. So what? Do you intend to send me to the police? Is there any evidence? GXIN pointed to the public screen. Based on this video alone, you cannot convict me. GMO Han died in an accident. It was not I who orchestrated it. The person I hired hadn't even had the chance to act before he was struck by a car. Sunyuru's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at GXIN. XINer, did you truly do this? Why? What could possibly drive you to such an act? From the very beginning, Sunyuru had been in a daze. Unable to comprehend that GXIN could commit such an act, she had invested immense effort in nurturing her into a refined young lady, not someone so cold-hearted. However, the content of the video left no room for denial. She had remained silent, hoping GXIN would clarify how this had come to pass. However, she never anticipated that GXIN would publicly acknowledge it. Why? With a cold smile, GXIN remarked that G Mashwan was the child of her father's first marriage. Hence the entire family held great expectations for him. Every time they went out, all eyes were on him. Regardless of her efforts, they remained unseen. She lifted a glass of red wine from the nearby table, took a sip, laughed heartily, tears welling in her eyes. Grandmother, father, you all favor sons over daughters. Since my birth, I have never held a place in your hearts. if it weren't for my relentless striving for excellence over the years. Would you ever recognize me as the eldest daughter of the G family? No. Ji Xian drained the wine, smashed the glass, and roared. You refuse to acknowledge me as a daughter of the Ji family because my mother comes from the countryside, because she is a stepmother. Thus we are unworthy of your recognition. Grandmother Ji and Ji Yan regarded her with indifference. After a moment, Ji Yan replied coolly. I have never treated you differently from Ma Xuan. What he has, you also possess a share of. In the Ji family, I have never wronged you. Indeed, you have not wronged me, but your indifference is far more contemptible. Ji Xian's face twisted with fury. Every time I returned from school, you only spoke to Ji Ma Xuan. After each exam, you only inquired about his results. Even when I topped the class, you merely told me to keep striving. Tears streamed uncontrollably from Ji Xian's eyes. Father, I am your child too. Why do you only see my brother and never me? Ji Yan looked at her with disappointment. I do not praise you because I'm already aware of your achievements. I do not wish for you to become arrogant. In a large family, the standards for girls are exceedingly high. Without sufficient excellence, you will not earn others' recognition in the future. I did not expect you to misunderstand my good intentions entirely. It matters not, Ji Xian replied coldly. If I had someone eliminate Ji Ma Xuan, you would finally see me. Alas, I have yet to act. And he has already met his end. Even heaven does not wish for him to continue living. You. Ji Yan was speechless with anger. Ji Xian ignored him and turned to gaze at Bai Ling in the center of the banquet hall, a ruthless glint flashing in her eyes. Bai Ling, I truly underestimated you. A wild girl raised in the countryside has, in just a few months, rendered my years of effort meaningless. She began to walk slowly toward Bai Ling. I admit Ji Ma Xuan is quite exceptional, but what do you possess? Besides a pretty face, what makes you superior to me? Why does my fiancé dote on you? Why do classmates side with you? Even the teachers advocate for you? Ji Xian raised her gaze, a chilling smile on her lips. Is it because you can seduce men? If you prefer older men, why must you compete with me for my fiancé? At this moment, Ji Xian was filled with agitation. Her eyes blazing with fury, wishing to eliminate Bai Ling. Bai Ling observed her frenzied demeanor and smiled, slowly approaching Ji Xian. It is not because Fu Qin is your fiancé, nor because the Ji family cannot afford to have me marry you. It is because I never seek the limelight, nor do I employ schemes. It is simply because I am Bai Ling, and you are Ji Xian. You do not employ schemes. Ji Xian let out a cold laugh. Then tell me, what is your intention behind releasing this video? Is it not merely to see me become the target of public scorn? Are you satisfied now? But how long can you revel in this? The Fu family may overlook your intimate gestures with an older man today for the sake of appearances, but what happens afterward? Do you truly believe they will remain indifferent? Miss Ji, you may be harboring a grave misunderstanding about my family. Fu Baikong approached, exuding an air of resolute strength. His expression dark. We know Bai Ling's character better than anyone. Even if these photos are genuine, we have faith in Bai Ling's integrity. Chapter 94. Do you know me well? Aside from matters pertaining to business, all other issues within the Fu family are resolved by Lin Paya. A fact that has become widely acknowledged in the circle. Today, Fu Baikong personally stood up to speak on behalf of Bai Ling, demonstrating the high regard in which Bai Ling is held within the Fu family. The guests, each lost in their own contemplations, remained silent. Ji Xian's expression shifted. Disbelief etched on her face as she looked at Fu Baikong. Uncle Fu, Bai Ling is with another man. She is disloyal to young Master Fu. And you can tolerate this? Fu Baikong cast her a cold glance, his demeanor stern. Miss Ji, considering you are Bai Ling's sister, I shall overlook your earlier remarks. However, should you continue to speak recklessly and malign Bai Ling, the Fu family will pursue legal action against you. Ji Xian's expression stiffened, and she turned to Bai Ling with a mocking smile. You are quite impressive, not only securing young Master Fu, but also winning over uncle and aunt. Bai Ling, I truly admire you, but so what? Today you are exposed for such a scandal, and tomorrow, it shall be the same for you. You are not superior to me. Bai Ling crossed her arms, a smirk playing on her lips as she regarded Ji Xian. Wasn't it you who leaked the scandal? Ji Xian's gaze flickered. That has nothing to do with me. Bai Ling raised an eyebrow, somewhat impressed by Ji Xian's audacity. You can admit to hiring someone to commit murder, yet shy away from this minor affair? Do you believe that with Ji Mohan's demise, the Ji family will be powerless against you? Unlike you, I have the Fu family backing me. If you confess, you shall become an enemy of the Fu family. Bai Ling smiled slyly. There is no need for the Fu family to deal with you. Ji Xian's expression became unnaturally tense. I do not understand what you were saying. I prefer to resolve troublesome matters on the spot, Bai Ling said, lifting her chin slightly, her smile laced with cold mockery. What you do not comprehend, I shall make clear to you now. Bai Ling turned, scanning the guests with a somber expression. Her voice suddenly chilled. You all wish to understand, do you not? Her gaze was sharp, like a finely honed blade. The guests trembled under her scrutiny, lowering their heads in silence. Those who had previously looked down on Bai Ling now dared not do so. Exposed for a scandal, she remained unfazed, countering with revelations of others' misdeeds. Furthermore, with the head of the Fu family personally vouching for her, it was evident that this daughter-in-law of the Fu family was not one to be trifled with, her methods far surpassing many. In such circumstances, no one wished to court disaster. Bai Ling turned her head, glancing at Tang Jincheng. Uncle Tang, please clarify the situation. Tang Jincheng nodded, his expression grave. The person in this photograph with Miss Bai is me. I am unaware of the motives behind this photograph. But I must clarify that I regard Miss Bai as my daughter. The photo was taken after the cultural festival at Hengchuan High School. I happened to encounter Miss Bai at the school gate, and we exchanged a few words, unaware that a malicious observer was capturing the moment. I will investigate this matter thoroughly. Upon hearing this, Ji Xian's expression changed dramatically. No, it's impossible. Bai Ling had no acquaintances in leeching, so how could you possibly? She abruptly halted mid-sentence, realizing that Tang Jincheng bore a striking resemblance to the man in the photograph. How could this be? After all, Tang Jincheng was the prominent figure in leeching, and Bai Ling would have no reason to know him. She cast a cold glance at her. Do you truly know me? Ji Xian was taken aback. Indeed, she had never taken the time to understand Bai Ling seemingly a simple country girl. She perpetually surprised those around her. Bai Ling's beauty, academic prowess, social skills, and dance talent, each aspect was astonishing in its own right. Unbeknownst to others, Bai Ling had already shone brightly. Ji Xian bit her lip, tears welling in her eyes, stubbornly refusing to let them fall. Bai Ling glanced at her, her gaze indifferent as she turned away. Now that you've grasped the identity of the man in the photograph, you must also comprehend the context of the Weibo post. Bai Ling looked at Lao Ran, who understood the cue and pressed a key on the computer, switching the content displayed on the public screen to reveal the Weibo sender's ID along with the contents on Ji Xian's phone. At this sight, Ji Xian froze. You? How could you? Bai Ling smiled faintly. I possess many things you couldn't possibly imagine. Would you like to see? No. Ji Xian shouted instinctively without thinking. She knew not what else Bai Ling had, but she could not allow her to continue. If this went on, she would completely lose her mind. Ji Ian observed the public screen's content, feeling utterly humiliated and wishing to leave. He approached Bai Ling, bowed slightly. I apologize. It is my failure to properly educate Ji Xian. I extend my apologies on her behalf. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Bai Ling regarded him. Uncle Ji, I bear you no ill will. Ji Ian smiled bitterly, choosing not to respond. He turned to bid farewell to Fu Baikong and Lin Paiya, then departed alone. Not a single member of the Ji family did he call upon. In light of the events, the atmosphere in the banquet hall became rather awkward, prompting several guests to express their intentions to leave. Naturally, the Ji family felt too embarrassed to remain. The matriarch signaled to the others as they prepared to exit when Fu Chen called out, Matriarch Ji. The elderly woman's expression stiffened, and she forced a smile toward Fu Chen. Is there something else, young Master Fu? Fu Chen approached Bai Ling, took her hand, and fixed his piercing gaze on Matriarch Ji. His voice was as frigid as ice. Your granddaughter has publicly humiliated my fiancée on Weibo, tarnishing her reputation and causing her distress at my family's banquet. Is the Ji family simply going to walk away without offering an explanation? Jiang Shiwei cast a cold glance at Matriarch Ji, standing silently beside Fu Chen. He had made up his mind, should Fu Chen choose not to pursue the matter today, he, Jiang Shiwei, would step in to resolve it, for he felt compelled to defend Bai Ling's honor. The matriarch's expression shifted, but she quickly regained her composure. Lowering her gaze as she addressed Fu Chen, this matter is indeed our fault. What explanation does young Master Fu seek? We will certainly do whatever is within our means. Fu Chen narrowed his eyes, a chilling demeanor enveloping him. Let us consider 20% of your family as shares as compensation. What? Madame Ji's expression changed dramatically. 20%? Although the shares of the Ji family's company were held within the family, the divisions among the eldest and second sons meant that each individual possessed a limited amount of shares. She herself held merely 40%. Should she relinquish 20%, she would no longer be the largest shareholder. What? Are you unwilling? Fu Chen languidly adjusted the cuffs of his suit, his face betraying no emotion. Madame Ji's heart raced. After a brief internal struggle, she finally nodded. Very well, Let us proceed as young Master Fu suggests. Preserving the Ji family's legacy is far more paramount than retaining 20% of the shares. Chapter 95. I am sorry. I did my best. The Ji family has departed. Leaving the banquet in disarray, Lin Paya felt it unnecessary to continue the event, especially as the hour grew late, and thus announced its conclusion. She and Fu Baikong proceeded to bid farewell to the guests, while Bai Ling saw off the students from Class 18. Lin Paya arranged transportation for everyone, those returning to the dormitory and those heading home. After Bai Ling finished sending off the students, Lin Paya had just concluded her farewells with the last wave of guests. Noticing Bai Ling standing alone by the roadside, Lin Paya walked towards her, concerned that the unexpected events of the evening might have unsettled Bai Ling. At that moment, a black sedan suddenly turned the corner, speeding down the road and colliding violently with several parked vehicles. Bai Ling's expression hardened as she realized the car was careening towards Lin Paya. In a flash, she sprinted towards her, shouting, "Get out of the way!" Fu Chun and Jiang Shuriwei, just emerging from the hotel, witnessed the scene and their expressions tightened in alarm as they rushed forward, yet they were still a moment too late. Lin Paya heard Bai Ling's warning and looked up in horror, too late to evade the oncoming vehicle, which struck her, sending her flying 10 meters away. The car did not pause. It swiftly veered away and vanished from sight. Guests who had yet to drive away from the hotel hurriedly exited their vehicles, creating an immediate crowd around the scene. An aura of frost surrounded Fu Chen as he approached, dialing a number to dispatch personnel to seal off all exits from leaching. Arrange for an ambulance and contact Gu Chenhao. He then jumped into his car and sped off, the luxury sports car racing through the dark night like an arrow released from a bow. Jiang Shurwei disregarded him and rushed to Lin Paya's side, ready to lift her, when a low growl rang out from behind. "Don't touch her." Bai Ling exuded an intense pressure as she knelt before Lin Paya, letting a few silver needles slip from her hand, deftly inserting them into several of Lin Paya's acupoints with remarkable speed and precision. Rising to her feet, she coldly instructed Jiang Shurwei, "Tell Gu Chenhao not to remove these needles. We must perform surgery first." With that, she leapt and deftly traversed the tops of several cars, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Jiang Shurwei and Xingyu had long grown accustomed to Bai Ling's astonishing actions, but the others were left in stunned silence. However, with Lin Paya's life hanging in the balance, no one paid heed to their bewilderment, all drawing closer to assess her condition. Irritated by the crowd, Jiang Shurwei shouted, "Get the hell away from here." The uproarious throng dispersed, yet no one departed entirely. They merely stood back, observing. Before long, an ambulance arrived. Gu Chenhao stepped out, approached Jiang Shurwei, checked Lin Paya's pulse, and urgently instructed, "Quickly, get her to the hospital." Gu Chenhao had not attended the banquet that evening as he was tending to a patient, but upon receiving Fu Chen's call, he hurried over. Jiang Shurwei shot him a glance, his voice laced with anger. "Why are you only arriving now?" "I drove myself and encountered an accident on the way," Gu Chenhao replied, his expression serious. Jiang Shurwei smiled, a chilling smile that suggested malice. How brazen they were. Injuring the aunt and obstructing the ambulance from providing aid. Were they intent on her demise? Did they truly believe that Jiang, the heir of the Jiang family, was merely a passive spectator? With that thought, Jiang Shurwei pulled out his phone, commanding, "Utilize every means necessary to locate the vehicle with the license plate XXXX." At the moment of the incident, he had caught a glimpse of the license plate as he rushed to save the victim, and by sheer fortune, his memory served him well. After hanging up, he coldly declared, "Whoever is responsible, I will ensure their suffering is profound." Gu Chenhao and the medical staff lifted Lin Paya onto the ambulance, and Jiang Shurwei recalled Bai Ling's admonitions. He grasped Gu Chenhao's arm, stating, "Bai Ling instructed not to disturb the silver needles on Auntie. You must proceed with the surgery first." Gu Chenhao's expression turned grave. Although Bai Ling's silver needles had stabilized the aunt's acupoints, the prognosis was far from optimistic. "I don't care what methods you have. You must save her," Jiang Shurwei nearly roared. Gu Chenhao pressed his lips together, remaining silent. Meanwhile, Fu Chun was pursuing the reckless driver, his car racing through the streets of Liqing. The assailant seemed well acquainted with the area, narrowly evading Fu Chun's pursuit multiple times. Accelerating, he urged his vehicle onward, yet the offending car vanished once more. Fu Chen's countenance darkened, and just then, his phone rang. It was Bai Ling. He hurriedly answered, "Xiaoling, how's my mother?" He assumed Bai Ling was tending to Lin Paya. "I've entrusted Auntie to Gu Chenhao. I am in pursuit of the perpetrator. Follow my location closely." Bai Ling's voice was steady as she utilized her sleek device to trace the assailant's movements via satellite. Once she successfully pinpointed their location, she called Fu Qin. Time was of the essence. They could not afford to waste precious moments in capturing the culprit while Annie's life hung in the balance. Understood. After ending the call, Fu Qin connected to Bai Ling's tracking and pursued the lead she provided. Bai Ling sprinted ahead, her speed surpassing that of the vehicle, and within moments, she closed the distance to the car. With a swift throw of a silver needle, the vehicle suddenly veered sharply, colliding into the street. Bai Ling launched several more silver needles, puncturing the tires, bringing the car to a halt. At that moment, Fu Qin arrived just in time. He glanced at Bai Ling. Concern etched on his face as he pulled her into his embrace, asking, "Are you hurt?" "No," Bai Ling replied, stepping out of his grasp to open the door of the wrecked vehicle, dragging out a man from within. Without hesitation, she thrust several silver needles into the man's acupoints and turned to Fu Qin, saying, "Go to the hospital and save Auntie. I will handle this man later." "All right." Fu Qin said no more, restarting the engine and speeding toward the hospital. At the Central City Hospital, a throng of prominent figures gathered outside the operating room, all expressing their concern. Fu Bokin's face was pale, his mood grim as he listened to the incessant chatter around him, his brow furrowed in irritation. Exercising restraint, he refrained from lashing out, politely yet distantly addressing the crowd. "Thank you for your kindness. My wife is still in surgery. Too many people will only disturb her. Please, I kindly ask you to leave." Upon Fu Bokin's request, the crowd dispersed without protest, leaving only Jiang Shuriwa, Xingyu, and Fu Bokin at the door of the operating room. Gu Qinhao emerged from the operating room, his expression grave and tinged with sorrow. Upon seeing Fu Baikong, he bowed slightly, apologizing, "I'm sorry, uncle. I did my utmost, but I could not save Andy." When Fu Qin and Bai Ling arrived, they overheard this lament. Fu Qin halted in his tracks, his deep-set eyes fixed on the operating room, rendered speechless. However, Jiang Shuriwei grew agitated, exclaiming, "What do you mean you did your best? Gu Qinhao, you are the foremost physician at the Medical Research Institute. How could you?" Before Jiang Shuriwei could finish, Bai Ling suddenly seized Gu Qinhao by the collar and yanked him backward, declaring, "Step aside. You are obstructing the way." She strode into the operating room, casting a cold glance at the assembled doctors and nurses, her tone icy, "And you all, get out." Chapter 96. Her mastery of the Grim Reaper's artistry. It was not until Bai Ling entered the operating room that Jiang Shuriwei fully comprehended the gravity of the situation. Suddenly, a surge of excitement coursed through him. Indeed, Bai Ling would undoubtedly be able to save Auntie. Yet, the harsh reality struck him. Annie's heart had ceased to beat. And in this world, only the Grim Reaper could resurrect the departed. Gu Qinhao hung his head, his voice muffled with despair. He loathed his own lack of medical prowess, which had rendered him incapable of saving Auntie. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shuriwei's expression shifted dramatically. He turned and slammed his fist against the wall in frustration. Outside the operating room, Fu Qin observed the scene for a moment before pushing the door open and stepping inside. Bai Ling was laboring to save her mother, and he felt it necessary to be by her side. When Jiang Shuriwei and the others noticed Fu Qin's entry, they followed suit, eager to witness whether Bai Ling could perform a miracle and revive Annie. Inside the operating room, Bai Ling removed the acupuncture bag and lifted the white cloth covering Lin Paya. With precision, she retrieved a silver needle and accurately targeted the acupoint before inserting it with swift and deft movements. To the untrained eye, her technique bore a striking resemblance to that of seasoned traditional Chinese physicians. However, Gu Qinhao recognized her method immediately. She was utilizing the fabled 13 needles of death. His eyes widened in astonishment as he approached Bai Ling, his voice rising with excitement, echoing throughout the floor. Jiang Shuriwei furrowed his brows, snapping at him. "What on earth are you shouting about? Can't you see Bai Ling is trying to save Andy?" Grasping Jiang Shuriwei's arm, Gu Qinhao stammered, 13 needles of death. She is using the 13 needles of death. I understand you are referring to the 13 needles of death, but what in the world is that?" Jiang Shuriwei retorted, increasingly irritated by Gu Qinhao's frantic demeanor. Fu Qin, upon hearing this, lifted his gaze to Bai Ling, his eyes narrowing in recognition of the name. She is employing the Grim Reaper's signature technique, the 13 needles of death, capable of snatching a life back from the hands of Yama. Gu Qinhao swallowed hard, recalling Elder Qian's words that only the Grim Reaper possessed the knowledge of this technique, with no one else in the country able to wield such skills. Bai Ling turned her head, casting a cold glance at Gu Qinhao, commanding silence. Taken aback, Gu Qinhao stumbled backwards several steps. Meanwhile, Jiang Shiwei and Xingyu stood in stunned silence, having never encountered the 13 needles of death before. They had, however, heard numerous tales of the Grim Reaper, an almost mythical healer. The realization that Bai Ling could master such an extraordinary skill left them in awe. What else could this girl possibly achieve? Fu Chun regarded Bai Ling with a lowered gaze, and after a brief moment, he lifted his eyes, a faint smile gracing his cool lips. This young lady never ceased to surprise him. Bai Ling, oblivious to the presence of Fu Chun and Jiang Shiwei, was focused entirely on her task. The 13 needles of death, in truth, comprised 108 needles, with 13 being the pivotal ones capable of reclaiming a life from Yama. It was not her first time employing this technique, and her movements were fluid and practiced. As she reached the 50th needle, Bai Ling's body wavered, her complexion turning ashen. Fu Chun swiftly stepped forward, enveloping her in his embrace, his voice low and husky. "What's wrong?" "I'm fine." Bai Ling steadied herself, wiping the sweat from her brow as she continued to administer the needles. While outsiders were aware that the 13 needles of death could snatch a life from the clutches of the King of Hell, few understood that performing this technique required the infusion of vital energy into the body. This concept is rather esoteric, as the notion of qi remains virtually non-existent in the eyes of the common folk. To put it simply, each time Bai Ling executed the 13 needles of death, she would deplete her own vital essence, necessitating a prolonged period for recovery. Thus, she seldom resorted to this method unless absolutely necessary. Taking a deep breath, Bai Ling felt her garments drenched in perspiration, yet she did not pause for even a moment, continuously applying the needles. The 13 needles of death must not falter. She needed to maintain her momentum to insert a total of 108 silver needles into the patient. At long last, she completed the final needle. Lin Paya, who had been declared dead, suddenly opened her eyes, and Jiang Shiwei and Xingyu stared in astonishment. After a long silence, Jiang Shiwei exclaimed with palpable excitement, "She is alive. She has been saved." Bai Ling's body was severely depleted. She struggled to maintain her composure, her voice lacking its usual sharpness, softening as she implored, "Please, do not disclose the details of the treatment to anyone." Jiang Shiwen nodded fervently, assuring her, "Rest assured, we will keep it a secret." Fu Chun observed her, noting her pallid complexion that was alarmingly unnatural. Furrowing his brow, he questioned, "Are you truly all right?" Bai Ling lifted her gaze, her lips tinged with a ghostly hue as she managed a faint smile. "I have some issues. Please do not disturb me for the next few days. And do not summon any doctors." As soon as she finished speaking, Bai Ling collapsed. Almost instantly, Fu Chun stepped forward, catching her in his arms. Without hesitation, he turned to Jiang Shiwei, his lips parting slightly as he spoke in a cool, measured tone, "I'll leave this to you. We shall discuss other matters upon my return." Fu Chun carried Bai Ling back to Mingyuan. As he set her down from the car, their proximity allowed him to catch a whiff of a subtle herbal scent emanating from her. He gently laid her upon the bed and tucked her in with a blanket before taking a seat at her bedside, scrutinizing her. Her skin was remarkably fair, her features seemingly sculpted with meticulous care, breathtakingly beautiful. With her eyes closed, her long lashes brushed against her cheeks, and her red lips appeared inviting. Suddenly, Bai Ling stirred, curling her body as if seeking refuge within a safe cocoon. In that moment, she lacked her usual sharpness and bravado, instead exuding a vulnerability that evoked a protective instinct in others. Fu Chun delicately brushed aside the strands of hair that obscured her face, his touch gentle as he vowed, "From now on, I shall protect you." Bai Ling slumbered for 3 days and nights. Lin Paya's miraculous revival ignited a fervent uproar within the hospital. The doctors struggled to believe their eyes, conducting comprehensive examinations on Lin Paya. Although some of her organs had yet to fully recuperate, there were no significant concerns, and with proper care, she would be just fine. Remarkably, several of her fractured bones had healed astonishingly well. Many doctors, driven by desperation, sought Bai Ling's contact information through Lin Paya, yet she steadfastly declined. On the same day, Jiang Shiwei and Xingyu interrogated the perpetrator, who, seemingly aware of the consequences he faced, took his own life. Lin Paya and Fu Baikong visited Bai Ling several times, but she remained in a deep sleep. On that day, Lin Paya and Fu Boken visited Bai Ling once more. As Bai Ling remained unresponsive, Lin Paya's concern deepened. She had been asleep for 3 days. Could there be something amiss? Shouldn't they consult a physician? Fu Chun cast a fleeting glance in her direction, firmly opposing the idea of summoning a doctor. Yet, he understood her apprehension. It was unacceptable for Bai Ling to remain in such a state. What if something were to happen? Lin Pai's voice trembled with worry. She sacrificed herself to save me. If she does not awaken, I will be consumed by guilt. Fu Boken gently patted her shoulder, offering solace. Do not fret excessively. Since Bai Ling insisted on avoiding a doctor, it indicates her confidence in her own health. She will be fine. However, Fu Qin, feeling increasingly irritable, interrupted her with a cold tone. You should return and wait. Do not disturb her. Lin Pai shot him a glare. I did not come here to see you. With that, she chose to ignore Fu Qin and quietly awaited Bai Ling's awakening. Chapter 97. Are you the phantom? In the bedroom, Bai Ling slowly opened her eyes, her gaze clear and penetrating. She reached for her phone to check the time. This time, she had only slept for 3 days, whereas previously, when employing the lethal 13 needles, she typically required a minimum of 7 days of rest. Closing her eyes once more, she concentrated, summoning forth a mass of white mist that emerged with significantly less effort than before. If she could master this control, perhaps the execution of the 13 needles would become less arduous in the future. Hearing the voice of Lin Paiya in the living room, Bai Ling decided against continuing her slumber and chose to rise instead. As she opened the door, the sound immediately captured the attention of those in the living room. Fu Qin, who had been replying to messages on his phone, tucked it away into his pocket upon noticing Bai Ling's appearance. He stood up, his tone gentle, suggesting they eat first. During the 3 days of Bai Ling's sleep, Fu Qin had ensured that meals were prepared daily, replacing them with fresh dishes whenever they grew cold. He wanted to guarantee that Bai Ling would awaken to a warm meal. Indeed, Bai Ling felt hungry and followed Fu Qin to the dining area. Closely trailed by Lin Paiya, Lin Paiya entered the kitchen and brought out a pot of soup she had meticulously prepared, her face adorned with a smile. Her voice soft as honey. This is the soup I made, beneficial for replenishing vitality. Please, have some. Fu Baikong approached from behind, questioning the wisdom of serving such a greasy soup to someone just waking up. I think she should have some porridge first. Jiang Shiwei, Gu Qinhao, and Xing Yu had not followed them. At this moment, they were astute enough not to intrude seeking attention. Bai Ling had just awakened from 3 days of slumber, and it was paramount that she be allowed to eat in peace. As for their myriad questions, they would have to wait until Bai Ling had finished her meal. I'll have the soup. Bai Ling thought about suggesting that she could manage with alcohol. However, she quickly reconsidered. Knowing that not only Lin Paiya and Fu Baikong would lecture her, but Fu Chun would also disallow it. She had always been averse to being lectured. Fu Chun, being quite generous, had prepared a lavish spread for Bai Ling, featuring an array of exquisite delicacies that tantalized the senses. Even for someone like Bai Ling, who was not particularly fastidious about food, her appetite was piqued. After finishing her meal, Lin Paiya inquired about her health, and they engaged in light conversation. Fu Baikong, naturally not one for excessive chatter, remained mostly silent, his demeanor imposing from years in the business world, mindful not to intimidate Bai Ling. Once Bai Ling had nearly finished, she dabbed her mouth and casually leaned back in her chair, asking nonchalantly, "Have we apprehended the person who hit my aunt?" "He committed suicide," Fu Qin replied, sitting beside her and pouring a glass of warm water. His voice was soothing, yet as he spoke of the perpetrator, a glint of intensity flashed in his eyes. The individual was cunning, leaving no trace behind. Bai Ling's expression grew somber, her delicate fingers gently tapping the table. After a moment, she stated, "We must ensure that my aunt does not go out for the time being. Her health cannot withstand another incident." Pausing, she added coldly, "That person is very familiar with the terrain of leeching, and there are those waiting for him outside the city." On that day, when she and Fu Qin pursued the assailant, he had driven towards the outskirts. The perpetrator was clever, taking a long detour to avoid leaving evidence. If Bai Ling had not tracked him using the satellite system, they would likely have no leads at all now. Fu Qin grasped her hand gently and spoke softly. "I will take care of this matter. You need not worry." He affectionately ruffled her hair, his voice laced with profound concern. "How are you feeling? Is there any discomfort?" He had witnessed Bai Ling faint on 2 occasions. The first incident occurred during her menstrual cycle when she had soaked in water, but she regained consciousness swiftly. This time, however, she had been in a deep slumber for 3 whole days, and he endured each day in torment, fearing she might never awaken. The young lady harbored too many secrets, and he always feared that one day she would simply vanish. Bai Ling turned her head slightly and smiled at him. "I'm quite well. Drinking a case of wine is still manageable." At her words, Fu Qin's expression darkened immediately. "You will not find any alcohol in the house from now on. This is utterly ridiculous. You've been unconscious for 3 days, and upon waking, You still think about drinking? Everything must be put away. Bai Ling. She pinched her brow and replied, actually, I can drink. Bai Ling was not an alcoholic. She simply enjoyed it. Whenever she felt troubled, a sip of wine could alleviate her restlessness. Absolutely not. Fu Chen's tone brooked no argument. Bai Ling relented. All right then. She stood up and approached Lin Paya, placing her fingers on Lin Paya's wrist to pulse check her seriously. After a moment, she withdrew her hand. Auntie's health is fine. It's just that the damaged organs need time to recover. After contemplating for a moment, Bai Ling went to her bedroom and retrieved a small ceramic vial. Handing it to Lin Paya. Keep this vial of pills with Uncle. If you ever find yourselves in life-threatening danger, take one. It could save your lives. This is far too precious. I cannot accept it. Lin Paya hurriedly pushed the ceramic vial back. She could not forget the value of the ointment Bai Ling had offered. A mere small bottle worth 500,000. The pills that could save a life were surely worth millions. It wasn't that she couldn't afford it, but she feared that such a rare remedy would be difficult to produce, and if given away, Bai Ling might not have any left for herself. Take it. I can make more whenever needed. It's no trouble at all. Bai Ling insisted, pressing the ceramic vial into Lin Paya's hand. She bit her lip and added, if you wish to thank me, just give me some medicinal herbs. Lin Paya held the pills, tears shimmering in her eyes. She understood Bai Ling's kind intentions. The girl simply did not want to burden her, which is why she asked for some herbs in return. However, before Lin Paya could voice her thoughts, Fu Baikong placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. Take what the child offers. She regards you as family. If you were an outsider, you would not receive such a gift. Previously, Fu Baikong had only recognized Bai Ling's medical prowess, but he had not realized her extraordinary ability to bring the deceased back to life. Her skills were unparalleled in the country. The pills she provided were undoubtedly priceless. If the elite in the capital were to learn of such life-saving treasures, they would undoubtedly covet them. Bai Ling's willingness to offer such valuable items indicated her view of them as family. As family, there was no need for formalities. They naturally wished to provide Bai Ling with the best in return. Very well, I shall accept it. Lin Paya hesitated repeatedly, but ultimately accepted the pill. She resolved to venture out in search of rare medicinal herbs whenever she found herself with idle time. Since Bai Ling had such a passion for studying medicine, it was her duty to provide her with more herbal resources, thereby enhancing her proficiency in the field. Jiang Shiwei was brimming with questions for Bai Ling. Yet Lin Paya's ongoing conversation with her left him without an opportunity to speak. Growing increasingly impatient, he decided to forego waiting any longer and directly pulled Bai Ling before him, inquiring, Bai Ling, please tell me, are you the ghost face? As soon as his words echoed in the villa, all eyes turned towards Bai Ling, except for Fu Chun, who seemed to have already surmised the truth. Choosing to remain silent about her identity, while Jiang Shiwei could no longer contain his curiosity. Chapter 98. My impulsiveness. Bai Ling rubbed her temples, feeling somewhat exasperated. She had anticipated that once she employed the death-seizing 13 needles, she would inevitably be recognized. Indeed, her efforts to conceal her identity had proven futile. She furrowed her brow and glanced at Jiang Shiwei, patting his shoulder with a grandiose gesture, declaring, do not share this with anyone. By heavens! Jiang Shiwei exclaimed. Are you truly the ghost face? Lin Paya and Fu Baikong were equally astonished, rendered speechless for a considerable time. They had never associated Bai Ling with the notorious ghost face. After all, rumors in the outside world depicted ghost face as an elderly figure, eccentric in nature and ill-tempered. Hence, despite Bai Ling's astonishing medical prowess, they had never considered her to be ghost face. Who could have imagined that a mere 19-year-old girl would be the illustrious ghost face? Bai Ling curled her lips into a subtle smile, reclining on the sofa in silence. After regaining his composure from the shock, Jiang Shiwei stood before Bai Ling, and after a prolonged moment, the words escaped his lips, I was hasty. He finally comprehended why Bai Ling had looked at him with a bewildered expression when he had mentioned she was Ghost Face's apprentice. As it turned out, she was Ghost Face herself. There was no need for her to be anyone's disciple. Bai Ling offered him a knowing glance, and Jiang Shiwei felt an overwhelming sense of defeat. Why was it that a 19-year-old girl was renowned as the divine healer Ghost Face while he was merely a wealthy scion? The disparity was painfully stark. With his head hung low, he silently sat on the sofa, lost in thought. Lin Paya took a considerable time to recover, glancing at Bai Ling, then at Fu Chen, before finally dragging Fu Baikong away. However, upon reaching the doorway, she halted, turning to Fu Chen, and exclaimed, You wretched boy! You are unworthy of Bai Ling. Fu Chen. He cast a mournful look at Bai Ling, his brows slightly raised, as if to say, "Could you not be so conspicuous?" Bai Ling caught his gaze and shrugged, indicating her own reluctance. Gu Chenhao was rendered utterly speechless by the revelation of Bai Ling's identity as Ghost Face. When he witnessed her perform the death-seizing 13 needles in the operating room, he had assumed it was Ghost Face teaching her, never anticipating that she was, in fact, Ghost Face. He stood frozen for a long while before suddenly rushing over and kneeling before Bai Ling, fervently declaring, "Miss Bai, I wish to become your disciple." Bai Ling. Did she appear to be idle? "I do not take disciples," she replied. Gu Chenhao looked at her with a pitiful expression, remaining silent. Bai Ling glanced at Fu Chen, raising an eyebrow. "Will you intervene?" Fu Chen rose, his expression impassive as he seized Gu Chenhao and unceremoniously tossed him out. He then proceeded to eject Jiang Shuriwei and Xing Yu as well. The villa was instantly enveloped in silence. Fu Chen settled beside Bai Ling. Resting his head on her lap, his demeanor languid, "I'm tired. Let me sleep for a while." Bai Ling cast her gaze upon him. Noting the weariness etched upon his face, a clear indication that he had not slept well over the past 3 days, a peculiar sensation stirred within her, prompting her to drape a blanket over him. Though silence enveloped them, the atmosphere softened considerably. Meanwhile, outside the study, Xin knelt at the door, tears streaming down her face as she pleaded, "I'm sorry, father. Please forgive me. I did not kill my brother. This matter is truly unrelated to me. I beg you to believe me." Inside the study, not a sound could be heard. Xin's eyes were already swollen from crying, her delicate features marred by despair. Since that day she returned from the banquet, Jian had remained shut away in the study. For 3 days, he had consumed neither food nor water. Had it not been for the faint sounds emanating from within, she might have feared for his safety. Regret gnawed at Xin for having revealed her actions against Gmo Han during the banquet. Now, she had become the target of scorn within the Ji family. Her grandmother had fallen ill from anger, her mother wept daily in her room, and her father refused to emerge from the study. The family of her uncle relished their misfortune. She had become the pariah of the household. Tears flowed unabated as Xin implored, "Father, please come out. Even if you cannot forgive me, at least eat something. You haven't eaten in days, and I am truly worried about you. I promise. I will never do it again." Her cries echoed loudly, drawing the reluctant sympathy of the housekeeper, who stood aside, heart aching for the girl. Although unaware of the circumstances that had transpired within the family, she knew Xin to be gentle, never having raised her hand against the help. Witnessing her in such torment was profoundly distressing. Time progressed slowly, each second stretching interminably. At last, the study door creaked open, and Jian emerged. His gaze icy as he regarded Xin. "I have contacted your teacher. You shall not return to school next semester. I will arrange for your leave of absence. You will go to your aunt's home in the capital, where she will help you find a dance instructor. You will study dance under their guidance. You may return for the college entrance examination. Thereafter, your path is yours to navigate, with its successes and failures being your own choices. This is all I can do for you." Xin's expression shifted dramatically as she grasped her father's trousers, exclaiming, "Father, I was wrong, truly wrong. I can change. Please do not send me away." "I am not sending you away," Jian replied coldly. "I am merely choosing a path that suits you. But I performed excellently on my midterm exams. I can still gain admission to Jingda. If I take a leave now, I will lose that chance. Father, please do not be so heartless. I made mistakes concerning my brother, but I did not kill him. I do not want to leave. To be separated from you all." Xin's words tumbled out chaotically, her face a mess of tears. She pleaded desperately with Jian. Yet, he remained unmoved. "I have made my decision. Tomorrow, I will purchase your plane ticket." "Father." Xin attempted to protest further, but Jian brushed her off, turning his back and departing. At the Mingyuan residence, after Fu Chen had fallen asleep, Bai Ling gradually succumbed to slumber as well. Suddenly, the intercom buzzed, furrowing her brow. Bai Ling was about to rise to answer the call when the slumbering Fu Chen unexpectedly held her down, saying, "I will get it. Mr. Fu. A gentleman named Ji wishes to meet Miss Bai. He claims to be her stepfather," the security guard respectfully conveyed over the phone. Fu Chen turned to glance at Bai Ling, pondered for a moment, and instructed, "Let him in." After hanging up, Fu Chen settled onto the sofa, casually drawing Bai Ling into his embrace, languidly murmuring, "I am hungry." Bai Ling lowered her gaze. "Shall we eat? I do not desire the chef's fare." Perhaps having just awakened, Fu Chen's voice was both lazy and tinged with a husky allure. "What do you wish to eat?" Bai Ling assumed he was merely fatigued from the past few days and was not inclined towards greasy dishes. I want to eat you. Before Bai Ling could fully comprehend his words, Fu Qin suddenly grasped the back of her head, his cool lips capturing her rosy ones. The fragrance upon her lips gradually dispelling his drowsiness. Bai Ling. Chapter 99. My dear, grow up quickly. Fu Qin's kiss was both tender and slightly domineering. Bai Ling's body tensed, her fair cheeks aflame, and her heart raced with a flurry of emotions. The faint aroma of tobacco lingered on his lips, and his breath gradually became heavier. Bai Ling responded to his kiss with a hint of shyness, but suddenly, his long, cool fingers slipped beneath her clothing, igniting a fire in the places they touched. Bai Ling's body instantly stiffened, her breath caught in her throat, her eyes fixed intently on Fu Qin. There was an enchanting allure about Bai Ling that ensnared Fu Qin from the very first kiss, drawing him deeper into a whirlpool of desire. His kisses grew more fervent as his hand slowly ventured to the hem of her garment, teasingly revealing her alluring figure. In that moment, a singular thought consumed him. He wanted her, to claim her entirely as his own. Just as he was about to take the next step, the doorbell rang abruptly. In an instant, Fu Qin halted, his breath heavy and ragged. He glanced down at Bai Ling, silently berating himself for losing control. With a gentle bite on her lips, he rasped, "You're too young. Hurry and grow up." Fu Qin composed himself, adjusting his clothes before proceeding to answer the door. Though the flames of desire within him had yet to subside, a soft cough escaped Bai Ling as she straightened her outfit, leaning back against the sofa. The flush on her face unmistakable. When Ji Ian entered, he found Bai Ling with her head bowed, her expression somewhat awkward, the atmosphere in the room decidedly strange. Bai Ling touched her heated cheeks to steady her nerves and, after a moment, raised her gaze to Ji Ian. "Uncle Ji." Ji Ian was taken aback by Bai Ling's unexpectedly cordial demeanor and managed an awkward smile. "I came to check on you." Bai Ling nodded. "Please, have a seat." Fu Qin poured 2 glasses of water for Ji Ian, and Bai Ling Ji Ian was pleasantly surprised, while Bai Ling accepted her glass with ease, though her fingers instinctively recoiled slightly upon brushing against Fu Qin's. "Miss Bai," Ji Ian began, taking a sip of water, hesitating before looking at her. "About what happened at the banquet, I apologize on behalf of Ji Xian. It was my failure to properly educate her. I understand I have no right to ask for your forgiveness, but I've sent her away from leeching. Could you, for my sake, refrain from holding it against her?" Bai Ling lifted her eyelids slightly, a faint smile gracing her lips. "Very well." Ji Ian was taken aback by her swift acquiescence, his eyes widening in surprise. "You truly wish to forgive her?" Bai Ling smiled softly. "Uncle Ji, among the entire Ji family, you are the only one deserving of my consideration. You are a good person, and you've raised a commendable son. The Ji family should not remain in the hands of your mother. If you take charge, the Ji family will surely prosper." Ji Ian let out a bitter chuckle. "I am a failure as a father, having raised a fine son but a wayward daughter. The Ji family's current plight is not what I desire. If Mohan were alive, he would not wish to see the family he worked so hard to build fall into ruin." He sighed deeply. "But I am powerless. My mother has always held sway over our family. Among my 2 brothers, I am the least favored. In the future, the Ji family will likely pass into my elder brother's hands. I fear the Ji family may soon face bankruptcy. In the present circumstances of the Ji family, had Fu Qin chosen to invest, they might have sustained themselves for a while longer. However, with his withdrawal of funds and the recent occurrences at the banquet, seeking further investment has become exceedingly challenging for the Ji family. The matriarch, currently distressed by Ji Xian's actions, has entrusted the entire management of the company to Ji Yu. Ji Ian is acutely aware of Ji Yu's temperament, and he fears that the company may not endure beyond 2 months. Relaxed upon the sofa, Fu Qin lazily held Bai Ling's hand upon his lap and cast a sidelong glance at Ji Ian, remaining silent. Bai Ling, taking a sip of water, casually remarked, "The Ji family has transferred 20% of the shares to me, and I have already transferred them to your name." Ji Ian looked up, astonished at Bai Ling's words. "You? Why?" Their acquaintance had been brief, and Ji Ian had always perceived Bai Ling as somewhat aloof and irritable, likely a result of her being abandoned by her mother during childhood. She had entered the Ji family harboring resentment and had never shown a kind demeanor towards Sun Yuru or the Ji family. Her disdain was palpable. Now, having come to plead for Ji Xian, he had anticipated facing considerable difficulty. Yet Bai Ling not only proved to be amicable but had also transferred the shares she had acquired from the Ji family to him. Confused, he struggled to comprehend Bai Ling's intentions. Bai Ling gazed at Ji Ian, pressed her lips together, and then rose, saying, "Shall I take you somewhere?" She then turned to Fu Chen, her eyes seeking his approval. After a brief silence, Fu Chen stood and replied, "Let us go." Ji Ian did not inquire about their destination and merely followed her outside. Awaiting them outside were Jiang Shiwei, Xing Yu, and Gu Chenhao, who had lingered. Upon seeing Fu Chen and the others emerge, they hurried over. Jiang Shiwei, grinning mischievously, exclaimed, "Fu Yi, going out? Take me along." Fu Chen glanced at him with mild indifference and handed him the car keys, instructing him to drive. He contemplated whether he should consider dispatching these individuals to F Continent to prevent them from frequently interrupting his moments alone with the young lady. Xing Yu and Gu Chenhao accompanied Ji Ian in a separate vehicle. Their journey led them to Fu Chun's private hospital, where Bai Ling directly escorted Ji Ian to G.M.O. Han's hospital room. Ji Ian stood before the bed, where G.M.O. Han lay, stunned into silence. "What is going on? I thought M.O. Han was dead? His body was cremated. How could he be here?" Bai Ling pulled up a chair for Ji Ian, urging him to sit. "He is not dead." Ji Ian struggled to accept the reality before him, utterly bewildered. "How is that possible? I witnessed him being taken for cremation." "Uncle Ji, what you see may not necessarily reflect the truth," Bai Ling said softly, standing by the bedside. "It was Fu Chen who saved him. Although he is alive, his condition is akin to being deceased. Reviving him will require substantial effort." With her hands tucked into her pockets, she looked at GMO Han, her expression softening. "I brought you here to reveal that the Ji family was built upon his efforts. You must continue to uphold it." It took Ji Ian a considerable time to process this revelation. As he regarded Bai Ling, a sudden realization struck him. "So, you have known each other for quite some time?" "Yes," Bai Ling replied succinctly. "When did this happen?" "He has never mentioned you," Ji Ian inquired. Bai Ling contemplated for a moment before responding. "It was about 10 years ago." Ji Ian felt as though he had just heard a mythical tale. 10 years ago? How old were you then? How did you two meet?" Bai Ling pinched her brow in slight exasperation. "Well, we just happened to meet." Ji Ian, addressing her with respect, said, "Uncle, do not disclose the news of Ji Mohan's survival to anyone. As for the Ji family, you are well aware of how to proceed." "Correct? I have a plan," Ji Ian affirmed. Having weathered many storms in life, he quickly accepted the gravity of the situation. The fact that his son was still alive was a source of joy for him. Bai Ling nodded, given the current state of the Ji family. "It cannot last much longer. Once you fully take over the Ji family's enterprise, I will invest in you. I will safeguard Ji Mohan's belongings." Chapter 100. Under scrutiny, Ji Ian raised his gaze to Bai Ling, his eyes narrowing in contemplation. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. "Everything you exhibited in the Ji family was merely a facade, wasn't it?" A faint smile graced Bai Ling's lips as she gently patted Ji Ian's shoulder, suggesting, "Let us spend some more time together. We shall take our leave now." She refrained from answering Ji Ian's inquiry, deeming it unnecessary. In the capital city, within a luxurious villa, a man impeccably dressed in a suit stood before a floor-to-ceiling window, his profound eyes gazing at the blooming flowers in the garden. At that moment, the villa door swung open, and a figure entered, respectfully addressing the man from behind. "Young master, what have you discovered?" The man tilted his head towards the sky, his eyes reflecting a chilling stillness. "The individual we dispatched has committed suicide. I can confirm that Lin Paya was already deceased at that time. The circumstances surrounding her subsequent revival remain elusive, as the hospital has sealed the information." His subordinate pondered briefly before responding, "It appears to align with your speculation, young master. It must be the work of Fu Chen's fiancée. Lin Paya revived after that girl rushed to the hospital. And I've heard she was in a coma for 3 days. A slight smirk played on the man's lips. "It seems to be accurate. Fu Chen is indeed fortunate to have such an extraordinarily skilled fiancée. Should we proceed to Liqing to capture Fu Chen's fiancée?" his subordinate inquired. The man turned, nonchalantly adjusting his cuff. "Have you looked into her background?" "Yes," the subordinate replied. "Her name is Bai Ling. She grew up in the countryside with her grandmother. Her father disappeared before her birth, and her mother abandoned her to marry into a wealthy family." After a brief pause, he continued, "Her mother is the second wife of the Ji family in Liqing. Bai Ling came to Liqing to marry as the Ji family's eldest daughter. Originally, Fu Chen had his sights set on the Ji family's eldest daughter, but due to rumors of Fu Chen's limited time and disfigurement, the Ji family was reluctant to marry Ji Xin to him, leading to the arrangement with Bai Ling." The man's gaze grew contemplative, yet he remained silent. Bai Ling has a history of troublemaking at school, with poor academic performance. Recently, She severely injured the young master of the Duan family, yet oddly enough, his injury miraculously healed overnight. The subordinate provided a thorough account of Bai Ling's preferences and behaviors. However, the man found the investigation unsatisfactory. The report felt too formal. A girl possessing such remarkable medical prowess cannot simply be a mere country girl. I require comprehensive details, information that is not accessible to others. Lowering his head, the subordinate replied, "We have exhausted all channels, but this is all we could uncover. It seems some of her information has been deliberately concealed." Precisely, the man smiled. For someone of her caliber, if her information were not hidden, all the prominent families would be vying for her. "What shall we do next?" the subordinate asked. "First, we must ascertain her complete background. This incident has drawn the attention of the Fu family. Let things settle for a few days." "Understood." After his subordinate departed, the man turned back, his long fingers resting on a flower branch atop the windowsill, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his lips. "Bai Ling? How intriguing." In Liqing, Bai Ling was compelled by Fu Chen to rest for several days. After ascertaining that her health posed no significant concerns, she was allowed to return to school. Bai Ling had been absent for quite some time, and her classmates from Class 18 missed her dearly. Upon her arrival that morning, her peers gathered around her, offering warm greetings. Bai Ling was not as aloof as before. She engaged amiably with her classmates for a while. During the first mathematics lesson, shortly after the class commenced, Bai Ling's phone lit up with an incoming call. She glanced at the caller ID, her eyes narrowing slightly, and stood up, addressing the teacher. "May I take this call?" "Go ahead," replied Yuan Chong, casting a brief glance at Bai Ling. After a moment's hesitation, he acquiesced. After all, she had led Class 18 to the top of the rankings. He had no justification to deny her that privilege. Bai Ling proceeded to the restroom, activated a voice changer, and answered the call. "The Wei family is auctioning the blood god herb this Saturday. When are you coming to the capital? I'll pick you up." On the other end, Chi's voice carried a hint of coldness. Bai Ling furrowed her brow, surprised by the suddenness of the news. "Saturday? The day after tomorrow?" She recalled a recent message indicating that someone had attempted to seize the blood god herb from the Wei family, prompting them to auction it off to avoid further complications. "Understood. I will come tomorrow," she replied, ending the call and making her way directly to the principal's office. "Principal Qin," she greeted politely as she entered. Principal Qin hurried to her feet, urging, "Please, have a seat." Bai Ling nodded and took a seat across from him. "What brings you here at this hour? Is there something on your mind?" Principal Qin inquired, pouring her a glass of water. Bai Ling had been at Hengchuan High for over 2 months now and had only visited once at the start of the term. "I would like to request a few days off," she said, unhurriedly. "You could simply inform your class teacher about your leave. Why come all the way to find me?" Principal Qin questioned, puzzled. "There are some other matters as well." Bai Ling hesitated, contemplating whether to voice her concerns. Principal Qin looked up at her. "If you have something to say, please do. I will do my utmost to assist you." Bai Ling had never before sought her help, so her initiative suggested that the matter was rather serious. Lowering her gaze and pondering for a moment, she asked, "You mentioned previously that the head of the Wei family owes you a favor?" "Indeed," Principal Qin nodded. "That was over a decade ago. Why do you inquire about it now?" "The Wei family is holding an auction the day after tomorrow for the blood god herb. Could you assist me in requesting a favor from them to inquire about the starting bid?" Upon hearing this, Principal Qin's demeanor grew serious. "You are taking leave to attend the auction in the capital?" "Yes," Bai Ling confirmed with a nod. "Bai Ling, I can assist you with many matters, but I cannot help with this one," Principal Qin said after a moment of silence. "The blood god herb is unique in the world. Not only the people in the capital, but even hidden families are fixated on it." Principal Qin paused before adding, "I can tell you this. Even if the Wei family reveals the starting price now, it may not reflect the final auction price. Do you understand?" Bai Ling's fingers tapped slowly on the table as she furrowed her brow. "Are you suggesting that this matter involves hidden families?" "Yes," came the reply. Principal Qin remarked that outsiders are only aware of the Wei family's financial struggles, which have led them to auction the blood god herb. However, they remain oblivious to the fact that hidden aristocratic families have long set their sights on this herb, exerting immense pressure on the Wei family, who, out of desperation, have resorted to the auction. After taking a sip of water, Principal Qin's expression turned solemn. "The Wei family intends to bring this matter to the forefront, allowing the various hidden families to compete for it. Whoever secures it shall possess it, thus it is not a matter of my unwillingness to assist you. There is simply no way to offer help, for this issue transcends the Wei family alone." Rising from his seat, Principal Qin gently patted Bai Ling's shoulder, adding that she may not yet realize the turmoil within the four prestigious families of the capital, which are not under the purview of the hidden families. Consequently, the hidden families seek to elevate smaller clans, yet the capital is a whirlpool. If you can avoid it, it is advisable to do so. Bai Ling paused for a moment and replied, I understand now. Thank you, Principal Qin. Chapter 101. His obsession with cleanliness upon emerging from Principal Qin's office. Bai Ling returned to Mingyuan. Fu Chun was engaged in conversation with Jiang Shiriwei when he heard the door open. Turning to look at Bai Ling, he inquired, You're back so early? Bai Ling nodded, her mood somewhat subdued, and remarked, I have some matters to attend to. With that, she ascended the stairs directly. Fu Chun observed her retreating figure, his gaze deepening with concern. It seemed the young lady had already received news of the Wei family's auction. Jiang Shiriwei glanced at Bai Ling before turning to Fu Chun, stating, News has arrived from the capital. Several prominent families are seeking information about Bai Ling. Although her details have been concealed, some have still managed to uncover traces. If her identity as the ghost mask is exposed, she could be in grave danger. Fu Chun lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply. The cool smoke escaped his lips, and a chilling expression settled upon his face. Recall everyone from the dark web, he commanded. All of them? Jiang Shiriwei exclaimed in surprise. What about the situation in F continent? It's rather unstable there as well. Xinjiang is on the brink of collapse. And Black Panther has been raiding our shipments frequently. If this continues, we may have to cede our territory. Then let us assign Black Panther some tasks. Fu Chun narrowed his eyes. ISNT Interpol searching for him? Have someone disclose his whereabouts to AX. He would certainly relish the opportunity to capture Black Panther. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shiriwei smiled. That's a good strategy. Once we handle matters in the capital, we can deal with Black Panther. However, he is connected to a bureau, and with K Gang aiding him in concealing his tracks, X may find it challenging to apprehend him. No matter. Fu Chun extinguished his cigarette, insisting that the man remain active. Understood, Jiang Shiriwei nodded. I'll arrange it immediately. Fu Chun acknowledged him with a grunt, then turned his gaze toward the staircase. Purchase an additional plane ticket. Jiang Shiriwei was momentarily taken aback. Are you planning to take Bai Ling to the capital? Fu Chun shot him a sidelong glance, replying nonchalantly, I'm not taking her. She will go regardless. He was acutely aware of the young lady's temperament. Few could sway her, especially when it involved her grandmother and Ji Mohan's life. He wouldn't dare to impede her. But have you considered that with Bai Ling's temperament, if she goes to the Fu family Jiang Shiriwei's side? Just think it through. It's not that I fear she will provoke the Fu family, but rather that the Fu family might provoke her. If she gets angry, she could sever ties with you. Fu Chun narrowed his eyes, his aura shifting into a cold silence. Jiang Shiriwei was taken aback by the intensity of his presence and quickly added, I was merely voicing a concern. Don't take it to heart. At that moment, Jiang Shiriwei received a text message on his phone. He looked down and then abruptly raised his head. Fu Chun glanced at him asking, What is it? The Viper has arrived in the capital, Jiang Shiriwei replied gravely. Bai Ling, descending from the stairs, halted at the sound of those words. A strange light flickering in her eyes. Fu Chun immediately stood, his voice cold and commanding, Have Xingyu drive over. We're heading to the capital at once. As he turned, he saw Bai Ling approaching from upstairs. He stepped forward and embraced her. We're going to the capital today? Bai Ling looked up at him in surprise. You're going to? She had only caught Jiang Shiriwei's mention of the Viper's arrival, missing Fu Chun's earlier statement. Yes, we're leaving now. Before Bai Ling, Fu Chun's imposing demeanor softened considerably, revealing a gentle disposition. Bai Ling nodded silently. Soon, Xingyu drove the car over, and they all climbed in, heading towards the capital. During the journey, Bai Ling unlocked her phone and sent a message to Qiao Sun, instructing him to withdraw all funds and transfer them to her. A prompt reply came. Understood, I will take care of it immediately. Fu Chun turned his head and caught sight of Bai Ling's message. His gaze dimmed, and his voice turned slightly hoarse as he remarked, You may use my money. Bai Ling turned back and smiled at him, saying, I prefer to use my own. Fu Chun felt as though something was lodged in his throat. Casting a resentful glance at Bai Ling as he stated, I am your fiancé. Just a fiancé? Bai Ling responded with a light, indifferent smile. Fu Chun. He chose to ignore this ungratefulness. For hours later, the car halted outside the Fu family's villa in the capital. This was the most expensive privately constructed residence in the city, adorned with several smaller villas within the grounds, lavishly decorated in a regal style. Fu Chun assisted Bai Ling out of the car, while Jiang Shiriwei remained inside, still on the hunt for the whereabouts of a certain poisonous snake. Fu Chen paused at the villa's entrance, glancing at Bai Ling, and cautioned, "Once we enter, regardless of what occurs, refrain from using your medical skills indiscriminately." Bai Ling raised an eyebrow, her expression a mix of amusement and curiosity as she replied, "Master Fu, it seems your family is quite the den of tigers and dragons?" Fu Chen pinched the bridge of his nose, more or less. "In any case, conceal your medical abilities. Fu Chen will arrive shortly. If anything transpires, let him handle it." After a brief pause, Fu Chen added with grave seriousness, "Even if I encounter trouble, do not intervene." Bai Ling narrowed her eyes, her aura turning cold as she glanced at Fu Chen before dismissively shifting her gaze. "Let us proceed." Xingyu pressed the doorbell, and soon a middle-aged woman emerged to open the door. Upon seeing Fu Chen, she greeted him with a smile. "Young Master Qi is back? Come in. Your return has been eagerly anticipated by the old master and your uncles and aunts." The Fu family was an extensive clan. The elder Fu had 5 sons and 2 daughters. Fu Baikong was the 3rd son, and Fu Chen ranked 7th among the grandchildren, with the household staff affectionately referring to him as Young Master Qi. "Aunt Qi," Fu Chen greeted her coolly as he led Bai Ling inside. The main hall of the Fu residence was abuzz with activity. Conversations ebbed and flowed, with some engaging in polite exchanges, others performing on the piano, and discussions on business filling the air with a cacophony. Bai Ling entered, her brow furrowed. She was not fond of such noise. As they stepped inside, an immediate hush fell over the villa. A middle-aged noblewoman approached, grasping Fu Chen's hand affectionately. "Chenner, is your illness truly cured? That is wonderful. We have all been anxious about your health. Which esteemed physician has restored you?" After her words, the noblewoman's gaze lingered on Bai Ling for a moment before discreetly returning to Fu Chen. Fu Chen subtly withdrew his hand, a cold smile curving his lips as he replied, "Sixth aunt, now that you see I am well, are you still anxious?" The middle-aged noblewoman, Fu Bingqing, is Fu Chen's 6th aunt. At the age of 45, she married the legitimate eldest son of the reclusive Li family, with the substantial financial backing of the Li family. This 6th aunt exudes an air of confidence, looking down upon others with an air of superiority, especially in recent years. As the Li family supported her son in becoming a prominent figure in H City, her disdain for the Fu family has only intensified, often returning home to flaunt the accomplishments of the Li family and her son. When questioned by Fu Chen, Fu Bingqing's expression stiffened. "With your recovery, I naturally will not be incensed," she retorted. "Is that so?" Fu Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, a glimmer of coldness flashing across them before he withdrew his gaze. "Brother Chen, you have finally returned." A delicate figure suddenly rushed forward to embrace Fu Chen, her voice sweet and soft. Bai Ling's eyes instantly narrowed as she cast a sidelong glance at Fu Chen, noticing his rigid posture as he deliberately kept his distance from the girl. A smirk crept onto Bai Ling's lips as she raised her finger, grasping the girl's collar and tossing her aside. "Apologies, but he has a cleanliness obsession and cannot be embraced." Chapter 102. "Excuse me, this is my seat." The girl stumbled as Bai Ling tugged at her, nearly losing her balance. Fu Chen turned to glance at Bai Ling, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Is the young lady feeling a tinge of jealousy? This is rather delightful. Regaining her composure, the girl shot an irate glare at Bai Ling. "Hey, where did you spring from? Do you not realize who I am?" Bai Ling raised an eyebrow, casting a sidelong glance at Fu Chen, as if to suggest, "Did you provoke this situation?" Fu Chen shrugged, feigning innocence. Bai Ling, seemingly resigned, turned to face the girl opposite her, her hands casually tucked in her pockets. "I have no idea." The girl's fury surged, nearly choking her. She approached Fu Chen, about to grasp his arm, when Bai Ling swiftly positioned herself in front of him, leaving the girl to grasp at air. Enraged, she stomped her foot. "Brother Chen, is this person your new bodyguard? She is utterly uncouth, acting so brazenly in the Fu household. You should rein her in. I can't control her." "Perhaps you should?" Fu Chen replied, amusement evident in his eyes, seemingly enjoying Bai Ling standing up for herself. Bai Ling shot him a dispassionate glance before sidling away. "Master Fu, you carry me." Fu Chen's lips twitched. The situation had escalated, and the young lady's temper was rising. "Brother Chen." The girl observed the exchanged glances between Fu Chen and Bai Ling, her face flushing with indignation. Just as she was about to speak, she was interrupted. "Yuyo, stop causing a ruckus. Your brother Fu has just returned. Let him rest for a moment." A noblewoman emerged, pulling the girl back, casting a fleeting glance at Bai Ling before addressing Fu Chen. "Please forgive her. This child has been spoiled by me, and having not seen you for so long, she has forgotten her manners." Fu Chen's face remained impassive as he regarded her coolly. At that moment, members of the Fu family approached, showering Fu Chen with pleasantries. Though their smiles were insincere, lacking genuine warmth, they all recognized Bai Ling, yet none offered her greetings, nor inquired about her purpose. Unspoken, they collectively regarded her as a stranger, or perhaps merely as Fu Chen's bodyguard. Bai Ling stood her ground as Xing Yu approached her, whispering an explanation. Miss Bai, the one you just encountered is the sixth aunt's niece from the Fu family, Li Ruoxue, the youngest daughter of the Li clan, who holds a significant position within her family. Bai Ling acknowledged with a nod, discerning that Li Ruoxue carried herself with an air of superiority. Likely accustomed to looking down upon others, even Fu Bingqing would have to bow her head in deference before her. The girl in question was Li Wanyu, the only daughter of Li Ruoxue and the most favored granddaughter of the Li family. Xing Yu gestured towards the girl who had reached for Fu Chen. Continuing in a hushed tone, Miss Li frequently visited the Fu household in her youth, often shadowing Master Fu. The Li family initially intended to arrange a marriage between her and Master Fu, but upon learning that he had been poisoned and disfigured, they abandoned the plan. Worried that Bai Ling might misconstrue the situation, Xing Yu clarified, but do not misunderstand. Master Fu harbors no feelings for Miss Li. It's just that the waters run deep within the Fu family, and I cannot explain everything to you at once. In short, it pertains to matters of social standing. Bai Ling nodded, her gaze drifting back to Fu Chen. Surrounded by a throng of people, he wore an expression of palpable impatience. Yet he maintained a facade of indifference while engaging with the crowd. At that moment, an elderly man descended from the upper floor, leaning on a cane. His gait unsteady yet hastening with anticipation. Is Chenner back? Come, let me see you. It has been months, and your grandfather has missed you dearly. The old man was Fu Chen's grandfather, a septuagenarian with a face etched with wrinkles and tufts of white hair scattered throughout his coif. Approaching Fu Chen, he grasped his hand, tears of joy welling in his eyes. Ah, splendid. Your illness has finally abated. I can see my dear grandson restored to his former self. Grandfather. Fu Chen murmured softly. Bai Ling observed that the impatience that usually characterized Fu Chen's demeanor dissipated in the presence of the elderly man, replaced by a newfound respect and courtesy. In the entire Fu household, aside from his parents, it seemed that only the old man merited such treatment from him. Did you not bring your bride back with you? Where is she? Let me see her. Grandfather Fu surveyed the room, his gaze eventually landing on Bai Ling. Fu Chen gestured for her to approach, and with polite deference, she greeted, Grandfather. Ah, what a beautiful child. Indeed. My Chenner is fortunate to have wedded such a lovely wife. The old man expressed his affection for Bai Ling. The other members of the Fu family exchanged glances. And Fu Bingqing scoffed, Father, do not rejoice too soon. I have heard that Chenner's fiancé hails from the countryside, lacking in all manners, frequently embroiled in fights and truancy, and with particularly poor academic performance. Such a person would indeed bring shame to the Fu family as a daughter-in-law. In truth, the moment Fu Chen entered the household with Bai Ling, the family was already aware of her background. They had investigated her well before Fu Chen's arrival in the capital. The reason no one had acknowledged Bai Ling earlier was an unspoken agreement among them. They deemed it unnecessary to extend courtesy to a rustic girl, feeling that such a person did not deserve their respect. Moreover, Li Ruoxue from the Li family was present, and they all understood that she intended to revisit the prospect of a union between the Li and Fu families. Thus they refrained from being cordial to Bai Ling in front of her. What of her rustic origins? Grandfather Fu's countenance darkened upon hearing Fu Bingqing's remarks. In my day, your grandfather also came from humble beginnings. Through hard work, he has built the Fu family to what it is today. Do you then look down upon your grandfather? How could I ever disrespect grandfather? Fu Bingqing, feeling publicly chastised, wore a displeased expression, yet before the old man, she dared not show any sign of dissent. I merely contend that this girl is of too lowly a status to be worthy of Chenner. I find her quite agreeable, Grandfather Fu retorted coolly, casting a sharp glance at Fu Bingqing. She is Chenner's wife, not yours. If he is content, what right do you have to criticize? Fu Bingqing attempted to voice her objections, but the old man raised his hand. Enough. Chenner has just returned. I do not wish to upset him with discord. Please, have a seat. With that, the Fu family settled into their seats. Li Wanyu promptly took a place beside Fu Chen, and the living room quickly filled with guests, leaving Bai Ling standing alone. Due to the absence of her designated seat, the other members of the Fu family chose to feign ignorance. Fu Chen's countenance instantly darkened, and just as he was about to rise, Bai Ling unexpectedly approached Li Wanyu, directly standing before her and calmly asserting, Excuse me, Please make way. This is my seat. Li Wanyu, taken aback by Bai Ling's audacity to address her in front of so many people, found herself momentarily bewildered. What did you say? How? Are your ears deaf? Chapter 103. This man belongs to me. Bai Ling stood with her hands tucked into her pockets, her eyes glimmering with a cold light, and her expression radiated impatience. An aura of suppressed fury enveloping her. Those familiar with her knew that she was on the verge of unleashing her wrath. What are you? To dare ask me to step aside? Li Wanyu abruptly rose, her face aflame with anger. You have no say here. And who do you think does? Fu Chen interjected. Rising to face Li Wanyu, his expression devoid of emotion. Perhaps you could enlighten me as to whether this is the Fu family or the Li family. Li Wanyu's countenance shifted. Brother Chun, you misunderstand my intentions. Do I? Fu Chun cast her a fleeting glance, then turned to take Bai Ling's hand, speaking nonchalantly. I sincerely hope I have misunderstood. The Fu family has yet to reach a point where it must adopt the Li surname. With that, both Li Ruoxue and Li Wanyu froze, and Fu Bingqing's expression darkened as well. Ignoring the tension, Fu Chun guided Bai Ling back to her seat, gently stating, Relax. You are the daughter-in-law of the Fu family, the matriarch of the third household. Bai Ling lifted her gaze briefly to meet Fu Chen's eyes before returning her attention to her phone, displaying a lack of emotion. The members of the Fu family looked down upon her actions, believing it disrespectful to be so openly engaged with her phone in the presence of the elder. However, the elder Fu was not angered. Instead, he smiled with delight. He had previously heard Fu Baikong speak highly of this child, and now that he beheld her, he recognized her uniqueness. At the very least, her nonchalance and casual demeanor were traits absent in the members of the Fu family. Not long ago, Chun and the others hosted a banquet in Liqing, which he could not attend due to health issues. He decided to hold another banquet in the coming days to inform certain esteemed families that Chen's health had improved and to announce Bai Ling's identity, thus dispelling any lingering thoughts some might harbor regarding Chen. The elder Fu raised the tea poured by the servant, taking a sip while surveying the assembly, speaking slowly. Though advanced in age, his keen eyes could discern every thought and sentiment within the household. He discreetly withdrew his gaze, leisurely sipping his tea. Father, I believe this matter requires careful consideration. Fu Chen's uncle leaned back in his chair, exuding authority. His expression remained impassive. The initial union was due to Chen's condition. Our family sought a remedy. Now that he is well, there is no need to uphold this marriage. Thankfully, they are merely engaged, which does not disrupt the larger picture. We can compensate Bai Ling for her emotional distress, and this matter can be resolved. Fu Bingqing, hearing this, quickly concurred, Elder brother is right. Chun is the heir you personally designated. His fiancée, he must be of exceptional caliber to match him. As for Bai Ling, Fu Bingqing glanced at Bai Ling. Taunting, setting aside her background, her academic performance and penchant for trouble render her unworthy of being our Fu family's daughter-in-law. At this moment, others echoed the sentiment. I had previously expressed my disapproval of Chen seeking a wife in this manner. Now, the world knows that his fiancée is an incapable country girl, tarnishing the reputation of the Fu family. In my opinion, a union between Chun and the Li family would be most advantageous. Yu, a child we have watched grow up, is well acquainted with our family. Her engagement to Chun would be the most suitable choice. Bai Ling, who had been engrossed in her phone, lifted her gaze, her cold eyes narrowing into slits. She directed her attention toward Fu Chan, who radiated an aura of grimness. His expression dark and foreboding, as if on the verge of erupting. She furrowed her brows slightly, tucked her phone into her pocket, and tilted her head toward Fu Chen, suggesting, "It's too noisy. Shall we step outside for a moment?" Her voice, clear and resonant, pierced through the chatter in the living room, causing all conversation to halt as various gazes fell upon Bai Ling. Unfazed by the scrutiny, she continued to focus on Fu Chen. He turned his head, his icy demeanor softening momentarily as a gentle smile graced his lips. "All right, I will take you to tour the villa." Bai Ling nodded and stood up to follow him. Just as she was about to leave, she paused and glanced back at old Master Fu. "Grandfather, if you wish for some peace, it would be best to avoid these chaotic individuals. It's truly too loud." Old Master Fu, who had appeared grim moments before, suddenly burst into laughter. "Haha, very well. I shall heed your words. From now on, we shall avoid the unruly. Since you've just arrived, let Fu Chen show you around the surroundings. We will call you for dinner later." Fu Chen, amused by Bai Ling's remark, also chuckled. Indeed, the Bai family is just as formidable, even without taking action. Mere words can render others nearly speechless with fury. Fu Chen's uncles, aunts, and cousins turned pale with anger upon hearing Bai Ling's comments. Fu Bingqing could no longer contain herself, abruptly slamming her hand on the table. You insolent girl! Who do you refer to as unruly? This is the Fu family. Who are you to speak to us in such a manner? Bai Ling turned around, hands in her pockets, chin slightly raised, her lips curling into a smirk, exuding an air of defiance. The last person who questioned my worth had their arms and legs dislocated. Would you care to try? You dare. Fu Bingqing seethed with rage. Bai Ling's eyes narrowed, ready to retaliate, but Fu Chun abruptly squeezed her hand, and she turned to see him signaling her not to act impulsively. With a low growl, she muttered, "Damn it." After a moment, she lifted her head, casting a cold glance at Fu Bingqing before surveying the rest of the Fu family, her anger flaring. Is someone from the countryside unworthy of the Fu family? Is poor academic performance a disqualification? Does the Li family truly deserve to be a match? She stepped in front of Li Wanyu, her eyes chilling as she scrutinized her. Have you fully matured? You, Li Wanyu, filled with indignation, retorted, you shameless person. How dare you utter such vulgar words? Vulgar? Bai Ling's expression remained impassive. Compared to your Li family abandoning Fu Chun during his illness, who is truly more base? Li Wanyu was rendered speechless, her head bowed, biting her lip. I did not abandon Brother Chen. I simply what? You didn't he want to remain a widow while he was on the brink of death? Bai Ling's eyes gradually darkened, her patience waning. How dare someone of such lowly stature compete for my affections? It was a rare moment for her to express anger, yet she found herself truly incensed. She surveyed the Fu family, who prided themselves on their superficial talents, playing a few notes on the piano, singing a few whimsical melodies, reciting some trivial poetry, while pretending to embody elegance and refinement. How dare you all presume to judge me? I haven't even begun to express my disdain for you. The moment those words escaped her lips, Fu Chen's expression contorted in shock. This was a serious matter. The young lady's fury had erupted into profanity, a tempest that was difficult to quell. He even felt that had he not pulled her back just moments ago, she might have dismembered Fu Bingqing and Li Wanyu right then and there. This girl had an uncanny knack for inflicting torment, often threatening to disable others. The Fu family members flushed in embarrassment, yet constrained by their upbringing, none could utter a foul word, leaving them to simmer in silent rage. Bai Ling seized Fu Chen's tie, yanking him forward, asserting, "This man is mine. Should anyone dare to utter another word, I shall ensure he remains bedridden for a fortnight." Chapter 104. The young girl's fierce counterattack. As she spoke, she left a room full of ashen faces, gripping Fu Chen's collar as she exited. Along the way, her gaze remained cast downwards, exuding an air of low pressure, while Fu Chen trailed behind her, unable to conceal the smirk that played at the corners of his lips. The young girl had just declared him as hers, a sentiment that was rather pleasing to his ears. It seemed he would need to provoke her more often to elicit such sweet words. Bai Ling unceremoniously shoved Fu Chen into the car, then positioned herself atop him, biting his lip until he winced in pain. Only then did she release him, her expression devoid of emotion as she regarded him. Childhood sweethearts? Hardly. Fu Chen, licking his lips and savoring the lingering fragrance of Bai Ling, mused that she was being overly sentimental. Shall we switch partners? Bai Ling raised her hand, tilting his chin with a teasing glint in her eyes. Dare not. The mirth in Fu Chen's gaze deepened. He relished the young girl's domineering demeanor. You better not. As Bai Ling stood to leave, Fu Chen suddenly yanked her back, causing her to stumble and land against his chest. His icy lips brushed against her ear, his breath heavy. So you tease, and then depart? Bai Ling opened her mouth to respond, but Fu Chen silenced her with a kiss. Inside the car, the temperature began to rise. Just then, the door was abruptly flung open. Master Fu, the old gentleman has fainted. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to intrude. Xingyu, caught off guard by the scene within the car, hastily closed the door, internally lamenting his misfortune. He could never have anticipated that Master Fu and Miss Bai would engage in such activities immediately after offending the Fu family. Having interrupted Master Fu's private moment, he feared he might face dire consequences. Bai Ling, feeling embarrassed, scrambled off Fu Chun, adjusting her clothing and pulling her cap low to conceal her flushed cheeks from Xingyu's gaze. Fu Chen sat up, fastening his suit buttons, his expression unreadable as he cast a glance at Xingyu, who shivered under the scrutiny, appearing quite aggrieved. Fu Chen exited the vehicle and naturally took Bai Ling's hand, then coldly instructed Xingyu to call Gu Chenhao and urge him to arrive swiftly. He had anticipated trouble at home today and felt no undue concern. Upon re-entering the villa, Fu Bingqing rushed towards them, pointing an accusatory finger at Bai Ling. What are you doing here? The old gentleman has fainted from your antics. You calamity bringer. You've already caused him such distress before even stepping through the door. What will happen once you are inside? Fu Chen's uncle, equally enraged, chimed in. Chen, did you see? This girl will only bring you misfortune. The moment she entered the house, your grandfather collapsed. If this continues, the Fu family will be utterly ruined by her. Fu Chen lowered his head, unfastening the cuff of his sleeve. A cold gleam flickered in his deep-set eyes, his handsome face shadowed with displeasure. When you all pass on, will you blame me for not preparing coffins for you in advance? You, his uncle, pointing at Fu Chen, exclaimed in anger, how can you say such things? Your grandfather has fainted, and instead of rushing to help, you curse us to death. He has always cared for you dearly. Is this how you repay him? Grandfather has collapsed. What are you doing here? Fu Chen raised his gaze slightly, coldly sweeping over the crowd. I am aware of how to call a doctor. Yet you accuse my fiancé of being a harbinger of misfortune. Uncle, sixth aunt, since I returned, you have turned against me. Do you believe that the Fu family belongs to you simply because I have been absent for a few months? With these words, Fu Chen's previously commanding presence dissipated, revealing a figure as chilling as a demonic spirit from the netherworld. Fu Bingqing and the uncle took 2 steps back, unable to meet his eyes. Fu Bingqing steadied herself and smiled, saying, what you say is unfounded. We are not targeting you. We are concerned for your well-being. Moreover, your grandfather has fainted, and our worry has prompted our words. Is that so? Fu Chen's hands found their way into his pockets, his voice heavy. Where is the doctor you summoned? This. Fu Bingqing's gaze flickered. We were so anxious that we forgot to call one. Fu Chen cast her a dispassionate glance, remarking indifferently, forgetting to call the doctor is inconsequential. Just ensure you take yourself with you when you leave. He turned his head, coldly instructing Xingyu, see them out. What do you mean by this? Fu Bingqing's expression shifted instantly. How can we leave now with your grandfather in such a state? At the very least, we must ascertain the cause of his ailment. At that moment, a servant ushered Gu Chunhao into the room. Gu Chunhao greeted Fu Chen before proceeding directly to the elder Fu's side to take his pulse. As Xingyu was about to escort the Fu family out, Fu Bingqing approached Gu Chunhao, inquiring, how is my father? After completing the pulse check, Gu Chunhao glanced at her, disregarding her, and addressed Fu Chen. The elder has been poisoned. His expression was grave, similar to the poison you experienced. Upon hearing this, Fu Chen's eyes narrowed sharply, and he quickly approached the elder. His demeanor as frigid as winter's frost. He had anticipated that someone might harm the elder, but he never imagined that blood charm poison would be used against him. The Fu family members turned pale. How could this be? How did such poison enter our home? Indeed, this was the same poison that nearly claimed Chen's life. What shall we do? If anything were to happen to the elder, the Fu family would be besieged on all sides. Despite the elder's advanced age, his stature commanded great respect in the capital. Over the years, amidst the fierce rivalries among the prominent families, the Fu family would have long been devoured by others had it not been for the elder's influence. Fu Chen's hawk-like gaze swept over the assembled faces. Most appeared normal, seemingly unaware of the elder's poisoning, except for Fu Bingqing and his uncle, Fu Baiqi. Chen, you must devise a way to save your grandfather. If anything were to happen to him, our family could not endure. Fu Bingqing tugged at Fu Chen's sleeve, her expression fraught with urgency. Fu Chen regarded her with a cold, piercing stare, remaining silent. Gu Chunhao glanced at Fu Chen, receiving a signal from his eyes, and remarked, the poison this time is more potent than yours. I am not particularly confident in my ability to treat it. Upon hearing this, Fu Bingqing hastily urged, Chen, did not the divine physician cure you? Quickly seek out that physician and implore him to save grandfather. Fu Chen, upon hearing this, suddenly laughed, a smile devoid of warmth. Have you not heard? Gu Chunhao said he lacks confidence. How could his medical skills possibly compare to those of a divine healer? Fu Bingqing remarked, at this juncture, we must seek out the divine healer. I implore you, as if you were my sixth aunt. It was I who neutralized the poison afflicting Master Fu, Gu Chunhao replied, his gaze towards Fu Bingqing devoid of warmth. After 6 months of diligent study, I devised a unique acupuncture technique and an antidote, dedicating an entire month to alleviate the poison from Master Fu's body. Yet, when the old gentleman's affliction manifested suddenly, I found myself powerless. Is it truly you? Fu Bingqing gasped, her eyes widening in disbelief as she regarded him. How could that be possible? She then glanced at Fu Baiqi. Fu Baiqi's gaze shifted to the silent Bai Ling standing nearby, both of them taken aback by the revelation. Of course it was I. Who else could have cured Master Fu? Gu Chunhao retorted coldly. We placed numerous requests with Bureau A, pleading for Ghostface to intervene and save them. Yet they declined every time, leaving me with no choice but to delve into the creation of an antidote. Chapter 105. What happened? Fu Bingqing and Fu Baiqi wore unusual expressions, both remaining silent for a prolonged moment. After a while, Fu Bingqing spoke, asserting that since Gu Qinhao could cure the poison known as blood charm, he should promptly administer the antidote to the elder. Suddenly, Fu Qin's deep-set eyes narrowed, a cold glimmer flashing within them. How did sixth aunt know the poison was called blood charm? Weren't you the one afflicted by it? What is so strange about that? Fu Bingqing's complexion darkened. I have never divulged the name of this poison to anyone. Her voice was as frigid as ice, piercing as frost. Fu Bingqing's expression stiffened. I sought information on my own. You are the heir of the Fu family, and I did not wish for any mishap to befall you. Thus, I discreetly searched for an antidote and, after much effort, discovered that this poison is called blood charm, and it is quite difficult to resolve. Fu Chen's icy lips slowly curved into a faint smile, yet it bore an undertone of chill. It seems Sixth Aunt is quite considerate of my well-being. You are my nephew. Naturally, I must be concerned for you. Fu Bingqing averted her gaze, no longer looking at Fu Chen. Let us set that aside for now. You both must think of a way to save your grandfather. He cannot afford to falter. Fu Chen cast a glance at Fu Bingqing. Indeed, grandfather cannot falter. Sixth Aunt should hasten to devise a plan to rescue him. What means do I possess? Fu Bingqing, now agitated, replied, I cannot cure poison either. How fortunate. Neither can I. Fu Chen responded nonchalantly, his gaze occasionally drifting toward the elder Fu, revealing a hint of something unusual. Bai Ling stood behind Fu Chen. Observing the exchange between him and Fu Bingqing, her eyes gradually dimming with a touch of melancholy. After a moment, she lifted her gaze, hands tucked into her pockets, and casually strolled to the sofa to sit down. As she passed Gu Qinhao, she bumped into him playfully and inquired, Do you have a way to save him? Gu Qinhao glanced at her, contemplating for a moment before responding, I can give it a try. Fu Chen, standing behind, furrowed his brows as if silently advising Bai Ling to behave. Bai Ling disregarded the meaning in his eyes and directed herself to Gu Qinhao, urging him to hurry, as she was hungry. Oh, very well. Gu Qinhao turned to glance at Fu Chen. Fu, please assist in helping the elder back to his room. The antidote I provided earlier is still available. I will administer it to him and perform acupuncture to see if it proves effective. Upon hearing the mention of the antidote, Fu Chen understood immediately, his gaze inadvertently shifting toward Bai Ling before quickly returning to an impassive demeanor, murmuring, yes. He then turned to Xingyu. Xingyu understood and promptly moved forward to assist Gu Qinhao in escorting the elder into the room. Fu Bingqing and Fu Baiqi exchanged glances and then regarded Bai Ling, remaining silent as they waited in the corner. Fu Chen gestured for Bai Ling to sit on the sofa beside him, his innate commanding presence rendering others hesitant to engage in conversation. The villa was so quiet that the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. At that moment, an incongruous noise broke the silence. The group turned to see Bai Ling pulling out her phone, opening a block matching game, the sound effects blaring throughout the villa. Fu Bingqing was immediately incensed, slamming her hand on the table and standing up, exclaiming, This is outrageous. The elder lies on the brink of death. And while you show no concern, you are instead engrossed in your phone. What a lack of upbringing. Bai Ling raised her head slightly, her hands still in motion. Just as she was about to speak, Fu Chen's cold voice interjected, She is my fiancée. Are you implying that my upbringing is lacking as well? Fu Bingqing was about to retort but caught Fu Chen's icy gaze, causing her words to vanish before they could escape her lips. That is not what I meant. It's just that everyone is worried about your grandfather's health, yet she is here playing games. It is highly impolite. And while grandfather lies unconscious, instead of rushing to his aid, you choose to debate with me for half an hour. How is that considered polite? Fu Chen leaned against the sofa, his long fingers elegantly articulated. With the other hand, he naturally took Bai Ling's hand, glancing at the game on her phone, pointing to a spot. Bai Ling dropped a block, clearing a line of squares. Seeing this scene, Fu Bingqing's chest heaved with anger, and she shot a furious glare at Bai Ling before averting her gaze. She looked at Fu Chen, striving to suppress her inner fury. I was merely too concerned about your grandfather. She added, if I hadn't summoned Gu Qinhao today, and you had continued this argument, grandfather might have succumbed to the poison. Fu Chen's gaze sharpened, akin to that of a hawk, as he fixated on Fu Bingqing. His voice turned icy at that point. Auntie Lu would have had no opportunity to stand here and criticize my fiancé's upbringing. Fu Bingqing's heart raced inexplicably. The panic in her eyes did not escape Fu Qin's notice. He merely cast a cold glance before turning away. In the living room, the other members of the Fu family observed the exchange and decisively chose silence. Although Fu Qin appeared calm, everyone knew that when he unleashed his wrath, he would spare no one. Losing the Fu family's assets might be trivial, but losing one's life was indeed a grave matter. Those who had attempted to test his patience since his return discreetly withdrew their intentions, none daring to provoke his fury further. Bai Ling scanned the silent members of the Fu family, a mischievous smile gracing her lips. "Grandfather, impressive." As she spoke, the cold aura surrounding Fu Qin dissipated instantly. He gently patted Bai Ling's head, his lips curving into a warm smile. "Not as impressive as grandfather. In the future, I shall rely on grandfather's protection." With a playful pat on his shoulder, Bai Ling replied, "No problem. Fu Qin, I was joking." After completing a game level, Bai Ling lost interest. Stowing away her phone and resting her head on Fu Qin's shoulder, her eyes fluttering shut. The journey had worn her out. Observing her evident fatigue, Fu Qin felt a pang of tenderness and wrapped his arms around her. "If you're tired, sleep for a while. I will wake you shortly." Bai Ling murmured affirmatively. Lapsing into silence. Not far from them, Li Wanyi watched the scene unfold, her fingers clenched tightly, jealousy radiating from her eyes. Sensing a gaze fixed upon her, Bai Ling turned her head to meet Li Wanyo's resentful stare, raising an eyebrow before returning to her slumber. 20 minutes later, Gu Chenhao emerged from the room, his forehead glistening with sweat, and his demeanor appeared quite frail. The members of the Fu family hurried forward, inquiring about the elder's condition. Gu Chenhao disregarded their concerns and approached Fu Qin directly, stating that the elder was out of danger. However, the poisoning had severely impacted his vitality, and he would require a considerable amount of time to recuperate. The Fu family collectively exhaled in relief. Fu Bingqing glanced towards the direction of the room, expressing her intention to check on her father. Just as she was about to enter, Gu Chenhao halted her, relaying that the elder wished to rest and requested that they return for the time being. "What do you mean by that?" Fu Bingqing retorted, her frustration evident. "My father is inside. I cannot leave without seeing for myself that he is safe. Indeed, we must witness our father's well-being with our own eyes before we can feel at ease." Fu Baiqi concurred with a nod. Chapter 106, Help. Gu Chenhao glanced at Fu Qin, his eyes questioning what to do next. Fu Qin nodded slightly, prompting Gu Chenhao to say, "We can only take a quick look. The old man's health cannot be disturbed." With that, the entire Fu family surged into the room like a swarm. Once they were gone, Gu Chenhao quietly said to Bai Ling, "Miss Bai, I have followed your instructions and used silver needles to seal the old man's blood flow. He is awake now, but the poison within him continues to spread. We can conceal this moment, but what will happen next?" Earlier, Bai Ling had deliberately bumped into him and discreetly slipped a pill into his hand, making her intentions clear. Later, when they entered the room, Bai Ling sent him a message instructing him to use the silver needles to seal the acupoints. He had been fervently studying human anatomy and acupoints to learn traditional Chinese medicine from Bai Ling, and fortunately, he was familiar with what she mentioned, having previously observed her acupuncture techniques. The old man was not affected by the blood charm. Bai Ling languidly leaned against Fu Qin, appearing rather listless. "Not the blood charm?" Gu Chenhao exclaimed in surprise, for the symptoms were identical to those of the old man. "Similar symptoms do not necessarily indicate the same poison," Bai Ling replied calmly. "What he has is a toxin resembling the blood charm, which acts rapidly, misleading others into thinking it is the blood charm itself. In reality, we only need to eliminate the poison from his body. However, given the old man's age, expelling the toxin is not an easy task. Once they leave, you should brew a bowl of medicinal soup for him to drink." Gu Chenhao, only partially understanding, pondered why they would go to such lengths to concoct a toxin so similar to the blood charm. "It is to ascertain whether you are the miraculous doctor the old man speaks of, is it not?" Bai Ling's voice was light and airy. "Moreover, they wish to test whether I can distinguish between the two poisons." From the moment the old man's poison flared, Bai Ling recognized that some of the Fu family suspected that Fu Qin's cure was linked to her. They aimed to compel her to intervene and save him. Yet, they had not employed the blood charm for two reasons. First, to assess Bai Ling's medical skills, and second, out of fear. Although the Fu family remains at the pinnacle among the four great families of the capital, they are fraught with crises, and internal conflicts have persisted for quite some time. Everyone is dissatisfied with Fu Qin inheriting the family fortune, yet no one dares to act against the old man. After all, should anything happen to him, the Fu family would face consequences far beyond merely losing their esteemed rank. They risk being dismantled by rival families. Thus, No one would dare to use the blood charm on the old man. How did you discern all this? Fu Chen asked, somewhat astonished at her perceptiveness after only a couple of hours. I observed with my own eyes, Bai Ling replied nonchalantly. Gu Chenhao silently gave Bai Ling a thumbs up. Despite her youth, her insights were remarkably sharp, able to penetrate to the core of matters. Yet, the old man's poison continued to spread. Could a bowl of soup truly detoxify him? Gu Chenhao remained anxious. It cannot. Bai Ling, feeling somewhat fatigued, stretched, then stood and gazed toward the bedroom, her eyes dimmed with concern. What shall we do then? Gu Chenhao spoke urgently, expressing concern that the old master must not suffer any mishaps. Bai Ling pressed her lips together, her expression grave, to complement the acupuncture. A consecutive treatment of 5 days was necessary. Even if the poison were to be alleviated, the vitality lost by grandfather Fu could not be restored, equating to a reduction of 5 years from his lifespan. As the words settled, Fu Chen suddenly exuded a chilling aura, his countenance dark and forbidding, his deep-set eyes concealing a shadowy glimmer. These individuals had gone too far. Gu Chenhao's face turned ashen with anger at the old master's advanced age. How many 5-year increments could he afford? Their reckless pursuit of their goals had led them to gamble with the old master's health. Bai Ling glanced at the grim-faced Fu Chen and reassured him, do not worry, he can be revitalized. However, you must hasten to address the matters concerning the Fu family. For grandfather Fu cannot withstand a second trial. Fu Chen nodded, grasping her hand and pulling her into his embrace, resting his chin on her shoulder in silence. Bai Ling chose not to disturb him. Gu Chenhao observed Fu Chen's demeanor and remained quiet, sitting beside them in stillness. After a while, the members of the Fu family emerged from the bedroom. Upon learning that the old master was in stable condition, they departed for their homes, offering only brief salutations to Fu Chen, while disregarding Bai Ling entirely. Once they had left, Fu Chen led Bai Ling into the bedroom. Gu Chenhao, adhering to Bai Ling's prescription, ventured out to procure medicinal herbs for a restorative soup for grandfather Fu. Upon seeing Fu Chen and Bai Ling enter, grandfather Fu propped himself up and beckoned to Bai Ling with a gentle smile. My dear girl, come here. Bai Ling furrowed her brows momentarily before approaching the old master's bedside. He took her hand, patting it softly. You've endured quite a lot on your first day here to encounter such an event. It's nothing, Bai Ling replied softly. I had originally prepared a family banquet to welcome you home, but it seems we cannot continue with that now. Grandfather Fu turned to Fu Chen. Take Bai Ling out to dine. Tomorrow, if I feel better, we shall book a restaurant for the whole family to enjoy a meal together. Very well, Fu Chen replied, his demeanor softening significantly in the presence of the old master. After conversing for a while with him, Fu Chen took Bai Ling out to eat, leaving Gu Chenhao to care for the old master. Just as they reached the door, Bai Ling's phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, a flicker of emotion crossed her eyes. She cleared her throat and said to Fu Chen, I'll take this call. With that, she distanced herself, phone in hand. Observing her silhouette, Fu Chen's penetrating gaze narrowed. He had caught a glimpse of the caller ID, which was marked simply as D. Her method of saving contacts was peculiar, some designated by ciphers, while others bore no such identifiers at all. He had taken note that Bai Ling possessed 2 phones. One contained contacts of classmates and some inconsequential friends, while the other housed those with enigmatic labels, seemingly significant to her. As for himself, he resided in the realm of the inconsequential phone. He even noted that Su Siki's siblings were stored in that pivotal device. To her, he was not a person of great significance, was he? For reasons unknown. The thought tightened Fu Chen's heart, causing a pang of anguish to ripple through his chest. Meanwhile, Bai Ling had walked a considerable distance, until she could no longer see Fu Chen or Xingyu, before coming to a halt. She activated her voice modulator and answered the call, saying, K, I need help. On the other end, a man's voice erupted, strained and breathless, as if he were running. Bai Ling pressed her fingers to her temples, retrieving another phone and transforming it into a compact microcomputer. Her fingers danced across the keyboard as she pursed her lips. What on earth compelled you to rush back to the capital? Huh? How did you know I was in the capital? The voice on the other end paused, tinged with surprise. Chapter 107. Where is Chen? Bai Ling leaned against the wall beside the street, one leg slightly bent, a miniature computer resting on her thigh. Her brows lowered in contemplation. She raised her head, casually remarking, Is it truly difficult? You know it is not hard for me to come to the capital. The key is, it is rather peculiar that you take such an interest in my whereabouts. Has someone over there done something shameful? Setting the computer down on the ground and slipping a hand into her pocket, she added, It seems you can evade them. Take your time to hide. Wait, wait, came a frantic plea from the other end. I was wrong. Please help me shake off the tail behind me. Among those who came this time, there are computer experts. No matter where I hide, they will find me. If you don't assist me soon, I will truly be caught. On the other end of the line, a man donned in sunglasses, a cap, and a black jacket concealed himself thoroughly. However, anyone familiar with him would recognize him instantly as Viper, one of the four deities of Bureau A. Hiding in a corner, Viper glanced behind him, noticing pursuers closing in, and growled, "Damn, they're on my tail again." He swiftly turned and darted into a nearby alley, muttering to himself, if it weren't for my desire to avoid causing a stir in the capital, I would have fired my gun by now. Meanwhile, Bai Ling crouched down, placing her phone on the ground and activating the speakerphone. Her fingers danced rapidly over the miniature computer, a flurry of codes appearing on the screen. At 10 o'clock, there's an entrance. Go in. At 1 o'clock, jump into the courtyard. There's a lake behind it. Figure out how to get across. Continue straight through the woods, turn right, and go straight again. Her voice was cold and expressionless as she issued one command after another. Viper, following her instructions with agility, soon found himself at the location of her last directive. Staring in disbelief. Bureau A? How did you bring me here? I had no intention of returning now. It is the safest place, Bai Ling replied, closing her miniature computer. I have altered your location. No one will trace you here. Viper exhaled in relief. All right. It seems I have no choice but to stay in Bureau A. Thanks, buddy. Each time Bai Ling answered a call, she employed a voice changer, her voice adopting a weary, masculine timbre. The members of Bureau A were unaware that she was a woman. Bai Ling acknowledged him with a sound. Just as she was about to end the call when she paused. Do you know who is pursuing you? Isn't it that bunch from Sea God? During my time in Y Continent, they devised every possible scheme to capture me over territory disputes. I hadn't seen any movement from them in the past 6 months. So I returned to handle some business. Who would have thought that the moment I arrived in the capital, they would catch wind of it? Having reached a secure location, Viper no longer rushed to flee. He pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and exhaled a puff of smoke, feeling a sense of survival after the ordeal. See God? Bai Ling frowned, sensing it was not Fu Shao. She composed herself and inquired, who else have you provoked? I've managed to annoy quite a few people. Viper reflected seriously. If I were to name the most formidable adversary, it would be Sea God. Last year, I blew up his base. And I never anticipated he would hold such a grudge, pursuing me for an entire year. Bai Ling rubbed her temples, feeling a slight headache. What grievance do you have with Fu Shao? Fu Shao? I have not heard of him. I do not know him. The Viper extinguished his cigarette butt, remarking that he generally had little impression of unfamiliar individuals. Why are you suddenly inquiring about this person? It's nothing. Bai Ling rose, brushing off the dust from her clothes before hanging up the phone. Pondering, she concluded that Fu Shao was unlikely involved in matters related to the Viper and presumed it was merely a minor dispute. Moments later, her brow furrowed again. If it truly was the Viper who had provoked Fu Shao, whom should she assist? Feeling somewhat agitated, she stowed her phone away, lowered her cap, and proceeded in the direction of Fu Shao. Let's go. Fu Shao glanced at her askance, taking her hand and casually inquiring, do you have something to attend to? It's resolved. Bai Ling lifted her gaze, her eyes somewhat dimmed. Fu Shao nodded slightly, choosing to remain silent. As the vehicle traversed halfway, a luxury car approached. It was the families of Fu Bingqing and Li Ruoshui. Fu Bingqing sashayed forward, her figure reminiscent of a sinuous serpent, smiling as she said, I was so preoccupied with your grandfather earlier that I forgot you had yet to dine. Allow me to treat you to a meal. A smirk of mockery played at the corners of Fu Chen's lips. Your kindness is appreciated, sixth aunt. Bai Ling cast a sidelong glance at him before averting her gaze, saying nothing. Half an hour later, the car came to a halt at an upscale Western restaurant in the city center. This establishment was the finest in the capital, accessible solely to members, categorized by levels. Ordinary members could only dine in the hall on the second floor, while first-tier members occupied the third, and so forth. The highest tier, the Supreme Diamond membership, permitted dining in the exclusive rooms on the top floor, with costs that were often unaffordable for regular members. Since its inception, only 2 individuals possessed the Supreme membership card, while Fu Bingqing held a diamond card. As Fu Chen and Bai Ling exited the vehicle, his phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, he furrowed his brow, hesitating briefly before telling Bai Ling, you go ahead with them. I need to take this call. All right, Bai Ling replied. Following Fu Bingqing turned around, noticing only Bai Ling, and asked, where is Chen'er? He went to take a call. Bai Ling replied in a nonchalant tone, her voice somewhat languid. Fu Bingqing's gaze sharpened slightly, and she smiled, saying, then be sure to keep up with us. Bai Ling nodded, remaining silent. Fu Bingqing then quickened her pace, and Li Ruoxue and the others mirrored her intent by hastening their steps. Bai Ling typically walked slowly and influenced by the Viper's presence. Her mood had soured, causing her to pay little attention to her surroundings. When she finally looked up, she realized that Fu Bingqing and the others had already entered the restaurant. Retracting her gaze, she prepared to follow them inside when a security guard stopped her. Madam, please present your membership card. I entered with those who just went in, Bai Ling replied, her hands stuffed in her pockets, her cap pulled low, her tone somewhat impatient. Then please call them to come and escort you. The guard responded respectfully. Bai Ling glanced towards the entrance, observing that Fu Bingqing and the others had entered the restaurant. Their pace slow, with some even looking back at the commotion. Her crimson lips curled slightly as she lifted her gaze towards the security guard. Forget it. I'll take my leave, she said softly before turning to depart. In a flurry, Fu Bingqing hurried after her, grasping Bai Ling's arm with urgency. Why are you leaving? Bai Ling turned to face her. The security 1T let me in. Fu Bingqing, her irritation palpable, retorted. Didn't I tell you to stick close to me? This restaurant requires a membership card for entry. Since you lag behind and lack a card, they certainly 1T allow you inside. A hint of displeasure flickered across Fu Bingqing's face. Her intention was to put Bai Ling in a difficult position. Yet she was taken aback when Bai Ling chose not to argue with the guard and simply walked away. I'll lend you my membership card. Just go in first. Fu Bingqing offered. Bai Ling glanced at the card in her hand, a hint of a smile playing on her lips as she replied, I already have a card. Chapter 108. Turning the tables upon hearing this, Fu Bingqing couldn't help but chuckle. Are you planning to enter with your own card? You must think it through. Ordinary members can only dine in the hall on the second floor. Are you certain you wish to eat alone? With a playful smile, Fu Bingqing continued. I believe you should accompany me inside. You represent the Fu family outside. Do not bring shame upon Chin'er. Li Wanyu revealed a hint of mockery at the corners of her mouth. I wonder what Brother Chin is thinking, insisting on getting engaged to a rural pauper like you. What do you have to offer? What can you bring to Brother Chin? Dining in such a restaurant signifies one's status. With an ordinary member card, not only do you embarrass yourself, but you also diminish Brother Chin's standing significantly. I have never encountered someone like you. The derision in her eyes was unmistakable. Bai Ling slightly raised her gaze, casting a nonchalant glance at Li Wanyu, her tone indifferent. An ordinary member is embarrassing. How esteemed is your diamond membership? You. Li Wanyu retorted angrily, at the very least, a diamond member can access the private rooms upstairs, while you can only dine in the hall on the second floor. At that moment, Fu Chen approached after finishing a phone call. He walked directly to Bai Ling's side and, noticing Li Wanyu's displeasure, lowered his voice to inquire, what happened? Fu Bingqing quickly interjected, it's nothing. I just walked too fast and forgot about Bai Ling. I intended to take her in with my member card. But she insists on using her ordinary card. I'm trying to persuade her otherwise. Her words subtly chastised Bai Ling for her lack of decorum. Since Sixth Aunt has forgotten, there's no need. We can enter with our member card. Fu Chen glanced down at Bai Ling, observing her calm demeanor and the neutrality of her expression. His voice turned cold, as if encased in a thin layer of ice. Fu Bingqing's expression shifted. This cannot be. I promised to treat you all to a meal. Without waiting for Fu Chen to respond, she handed the member card to the security guard, declaring, we are together. The security guard glanced at the member card, confirming its validity, and gestured for them to enter. Please, go ahead. Fu Bingqing affectionately took Bai Ling's hand. Let us proceed. This time, I will walk alongside you, ensuring you do not lose face. Bai Ling raised her gaze to meet hers, a smirk gracing her lips as she withdrew her hand. I do not require your assistance to enter. With that, she rummaged through her black handbag for a moment, producing a black card. Is this card acceptable? Supreme Diamond Card. The security guard exclaimed, nearly dropping the card in surprise. He quickly bowed, his face filled with apologies as he addressed Bai Ling. I'm terribly sorry for my oversight. Please, enjoy your meal on the top floor. Fu Chen watched the card, his eyes narrowing slightly, his lips pressed into a thin line. He was aware that the young lady's bag contained many peculiar items, often disorganized, yet he had not anticipated anything of true value within. At this moment, he realized he had underestimated her. What treasures lay hidden in that handbag? Life-saving pills, globally limited black cards, and the supreme membership of the champs. Lissy, yes. What else was there that he did not know? Fu Bingqing, Li Wanyu, and the others stood there, dumbfounded, unable to utter a word for quite some time. Fu Bingqing felt a burning sensation on her face. Just moments ago, she had mocked Bai Ling for being just an ordinary member, and now, with a mere flicker of her wrist, Bai Ling had revealed a supreme diamond card, leaving her stinging with embarrassment. Bai Ling turned and approached Fu Bingqing, a knowing smile playing on her lips. "Shall I invite you all to dine on the top floor?" Fu Bingqing was at a loss for words, only managing to respond with an awkward smile. However, Fu Qin's eyes sparkled with amusement as he took Bai Ling's hand and glanced at Fu Bingqing. "Come along, sixth aunt. It's rare for my stingy little girl to be generous." "No, that's unnecessary," Fu Bingqing replied, her smile faltering. "I said I would treat you. The private room for diamond members cannot compare to that of supreme members, can it?" Fu Qin remarked leisurely, leading Bai Ling inside. Fu Bingqing and her companions followed, their expressions darkening. Li Wanyu watched as Fu Qin held Bai Ling's hand tightly, their closeness igniting a surge of jealousy within her. She pressed her lips together and retorted, "What is there to be proud of? It's merely Chen Jiyi's card, used to save face. She is just a country girl. How could the restaurant possibly grant her a supreme membership?" Fu Bingqing swallowed hard, glancing at Li Wanyu. "Chen doesn't he possess a membership at this restaurant? Previously, the owner offered him a supreme card, but he declined." "What?" Li Wanyu exclaimed in disbelief. "Then what about Bai Ling's card?" "It belongs to her," Fu Bingqing replied, her expression growing serious. They all assumed Bai Ling was merely a rustic girl, but it appeared they had misjudged her. Only those of high status could possess a supreme card, and while Kaisa Restaurant may not rival a four-star hotel in size, its owner wielded significant power, generating millions in revenue daily with exquisite cuisine that left many envious. Numerous attempts to acquire Kaisa Restaurant had failed, and when trouble arose, the establishment effortlessly resolved it, earning a legendary status in the industry. As for the Supreme Diamond Card, it was unattainable through mere expenditure. It was personally bestowed by the restaurant's owner. With only 2 existing worldwide, Fu Bingqing had once sought to leverage her connections with the reclusive Li family to obtain a Supreme Card, only to be refused. She had nearly been barred from entry due to her insistence on her status, managing to resolve the issue only through connections. Thus, she had no doubt that Bai Ling's card was indeed her own. Fu Bingqing felt a tightness in her chest. Her intention had been to humiliate Bai Ling, to make her aware of the disparity between their families, but instead, she had been met with a stinging rebuke. Her face was indeed burning with shame. Li Wanyu, though visibly perturbed, stubbornly asserted, "It's just a card. Who knows if she found it? Even if it isn't, it doesn't change the fact of her lowly status. She is unworthy of Chen Ge." Fu Bingqing shot her a glance, silently shaking her head, and said nothing as they ascended to the top floor alongside Bai Ling. Li Wanyu and Li Ruoshui followed suit, their silence echoing the tension in the air. The upper level is the most opulent part of the entire restaurant, featuring only 2 private rooms, both remarkably spacious. It boasts a dedicated kitchen solely for the upper level, where the chefs remain on standby regardless of whether patrons dine there or not. Rumor has it that since its inception, no one has yet visited with a Supreme membership card. Additionally, there exists a small leisure bar where guests can indulge in a shower, massage, and relaxation after their meal, offering a truly comprehensive service experience. Fu Bingqing felt a pang of bitterness within, yet managed to conceal it outwardly. The waiter presented the menu, and Bai Ling instructed him to pass it to Fu Bingqing and Li Wanyu, stating, "You are the guests. You should place the order." With this remark, the roles were effectively reversed. Fu Bingqing felt somewhat uncomfortable, while Li Wanyu, irritated, tossed the menu aside, exclaiming, "Aren't you the one treating us? Why aren't you ordering? Could it be that you've never had Western cuisine and don't know what to choose?" Bai Ling glanced at her and smiled, a somewhat roguish grin. "All right, I shall order." Chapter 109. No need for restraint. Bai Ling took the menu, glanced at it for a moment, and then set it down. Appetizers, caviar, foie gras, soup, clear broth, cream, side dishes. Her speech was neither hurried nor slow, but rather deliberate, as she detailed each dish and its preparation, even elaborating on the vintage of the wine. The moment she began to speak, all eyes were riveted upon her, unable to shift away. Li Wanyu was rendered speechless for quite some time. She had intended for Bai Ling to embarrass herself before Fu Qin, yet unexpectedly, the latter shone brightly instead. What was going on? Wasn't Bai Ling just a simple country girl? How did she possess such knowledge? Her attire probably cost only a few dozen yuan. How could she navigate such a high-end restaurant with such ease? Fu Qin watched Bai Ling from the side, unable to suppress the smile that broke across his face, prompting an even deeper flush of anger on Li Wanyo's face. Once the waiter departed, Bai Ling leaned back in her chair, lazily regarding Li Wanyo. What else do you need? Feel free to order. After dining, you can enjoy a shower or a massage outside. You may not know this, but the Supreme membership card requires no payment. All expenses are waived. Make yourselves at home. Her words left Fu Biqing and the others blushing with embarrassment. The meal was quite stifling for Fu Bingqing's group, while Bai Ling and Fu Chen remained at ease. Engrossed in their own enjoyment, indifferent to the occasional glances cast their way, Li Ruoxue, seated opposite Bai Ling, studied her with a shift in her gaze. After finishing the meal, Fu Bingqing and Li Ruoxue chose to leave, lacking the spirit to linger any longer, their faces flushed with shame. Bai Ling and Fu Chen, however, were in no rush to depart. Jiang Shiwei called Fu Chen, indicating he wished to discuss something with him, so they waited. Before long, Jiang Shiwei arrived, escorted by security. Upon entering the private room, he looked around in surprise. Master Fu, what prompted you to dine on the top floor today? Haven't you always kept that Supreme Diamond card unused? At his words, Bai Ling lifted her gaze, her brows arching slightly as she regarded Fu Chen with a teasing smile. Master Fu, hiding your light under a bushel, are we? Fu Chen cleared his throat. I had no intention of coming, so I didn't bring this card. Compared to Bai Yi, I still have a long way to go. Bai Ling smiled. You are being modest. Fu Chen handed her a glass of water. One ought to be humble in your presence. Listening to their banter, Jiang Shiwei finally grasped the situation. Bai Ling, you also possess a Supreme Diamond card? Gifted by someone. Bai Ling replied nonchalantly, taking a sip of water. Jiang Shiwei raised his thumb in admiration. Impressive. To receive a Supreme Diamond card from the owner of the Shangri-La speaks volumes of this young lady's capabilities. Fu Chen must have done something commendable in his previous life to be blessed with such an extraordinary fiancée. Jiang Shiwei felt a pang of frustration. Why couldn't he encounter such an impressive spouse? Fu Chen shot him a glance, speaking coolly. Weren't you here for a reason? Only then did Jiang Shiwei remember his purpose for seeking Fu Chen. After taking a sip of water, he exclaimed angrily, the viper has escaped again. What is going on? Fu Chen furrowed his brows, his expression darkening. Originally, we were on the verge of capturing him, but out of nowhere, a skilled hacker appeared, instantly concealing his location. The adversary was far too adept. Our personnel stood no chance, and thus,